Chapter 1. Could this be something a human would do? The Liang Kingdom. Xianzhou City, Rooster Crow Alley. Emmanuel, who had just been transported to this era, looked at the thin millet porridge and couldn't help but shake his head, feeling dejected. Husband, you should eat the congee. Is it because there's no meat that you can't eat? A gentle female voice asked from beside him. Emmanuel snapped back to reality and found himself looking at a beautiful woman. She was about 18 years old, tall, with an attractive face. Although she wore simple, plain clothes, she still appeared to Emmanuel like a celestial being who stepped out of a painting. However, her beauty was marred by how skinny she was. Her hair slightly yellowed, clearly signs of malnutrition. This woman was Paula, Emmanuel's previous self's wife, and a famous beauty in Xianzhou County. Originally, Emmanuel's previous self wouldn't have been able to marry her, but the Chen family faced a crisis and hurriedly arranged for their daughter's marriage, so she would be spared from any troubles. At that time, nobody in the county dared to marry into the Chen family, except for Emmanuel's previous self, who was quite stubborn. Soon after the wedding, the Chen family's crisis suddenly disappeared. Her parents immediately demanded she divorce and move to the capital with them, but Paula refused, believing that couples should grow old together through both good and bad times. She argued fiercely with her parents who, in a fit of rage, moved to the capital and disowned her. Yesterday, Emmanuel's previous self fell ill and lost consciousness. That was when Emmanuel from modern times, a top science student, was reincarnated into this body. Putting down the bowl, Emmanuel waved Paula over. Come here, I need to ask you something. Paula hesitated, shaking her head fearfully. Husband, I didn't lie. We really only have this much rice left. You know, all my dowry is sold off. We don't have money for meat. Please don't hit me, okay? Emmanuel froze on the spot. His predecessor was wayward and dissolute, squandering all the family wealth through gambling. He not only frequently beat her, but also sold off her dowry, leaving her devastated. Husband, give me some more time. I'll find a way to borrow money and buy wine and meat for you, Paula pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Emmanuel felt a surge of pity. In modern times, if he had such a beautiful wife, he would cherish and pamper her, never beating her. Rising to his feet, Emmanuel approached Paula. Just as he raised his hand, she took a frightened step back. Don't be scared, he said softly, pulling her back and gently wiping away her tears. I was wrong before. I will never hit you again. Upon hearing this, Paula's expression changed instantly. She sensed something amiss. Since their marriage, her husband had only ever hit or insulted her, occasionally sweet-talking her into pawning her dowry or borrowing money from others. Paula whispered from behind, he's Baker from Changlong Gambling Den. Doesn't husband recognize him? Baker. After being reminded, Emmanuel remembered. His predecessor often gambled at Changlong and had borrowed money from this manager. Your home? Ha, hilarious. Baker scoffed. This place belongs to Tucker now. Soon, the pretty girl behind you will belong to him too. What nonsense are you spouting? Emmanuel retorted angrily. Baker hadn't expected Emmanuel, usually easy to intimidate, to react this way. Damn it. Look here. You signed this yourself. He then showed a promissory note, spreading it out. Emmanuel of Rooster Crow Alley, Xianzhou, has borrowed 100 strings of coins from Changlong Gambling Den, agreeing to repay 130 strings within a month, using the ancestral home and... He paused and glanced at Paula. Paula, startled, ducked behind Emmanuel. And wife Paula as collateral. Paula gasped, staring at Emmanuel in disbelief. Husband, you actually pledged me. Emmanuel was shocked too. He couldn't believe how shameless his predecessor could be, pledging his own wife. Could this be something a human would do? Looking at the signature on the note, Emmanuel's memory returned. His teeth clenched, fists tight. His predecessor had written this note while drunk and losing at gambling. How could her husband's frail body endure it? That would be a death sentence. If her husband died, their family would also fall apart. Even if her husband was such a weak man, Paula still wanted to hold on to her crumbling family. Huh, borrow money? 130 strings of cash. What do you have to borrow with? Where will you go? Baker sneered coldly. Paula was instantly speechless. Emmanuel, who had been staring at Paula in shock, couldn't believe she was willing to help him even after being mortgaged by him. Baker glared at Emmanuel menacingly. Emmanuel, listen carefully. If I don't see 130 strings of cash today, I'm not leaving. Suppressing his anger, Emmanuel pointed at the promissory note in Baker's hand. Look clearly with your dog eyes. Has the month passed? Baker was speechless. He came because he heard Emmanuel was sick, but the actual due date was still 5 days away. Beside them, young Tucker's expression turned slightly displeased, and he frowned. Amal, what are you doing? The due date hasn't come yet. Why did you bring me here so urgently? Do you think I have nothing better to do? The reason young Tucker came along was because he had set his sights on Emmanuel's land a few days ago, and wanted to buy the promissory note to demolish and rebuild the property later. Seeing young Tucker unhappy, Baker hurriedly nodded and flattered him with sweet words. Young Tucker had no patience for nonsense, loudly saying, Enough, enough. This Bert still has business at Jinxiu Tower. I don't have time to waste here. Come find me again in 5 days when everything is settled. With that, young Tucker turned around and walked away hastily. Wait for me, young Tucker, wait for me. Baker rushed to follow him. Just taking one step, he looked back and said, I don't believe you can come up with 130 strings of cash in 5 days. None of your business. Emmanuel raised his finger toward the door and said, Get out now. Baker, focused on placating young Tucker, ignored Emmanuel and ran off angrily. In the hall, the couple stood quietly. Aislinn. Emmanuel called softly, unsure how to comfort her. But Paula wiped her tears and dashed into the inner room. Emmanuel understood she was deeply hurt. Unexpectedly, Paula soon emerged from the inner room carrying a large bundle. Husband, let's go to the capital and ask my parents for money. I still have a bracelet. If pawned, it should cover our travel expenses to the capital. Paula held up a bracelet as she spoke. This bracelet was secretly given to Paula by her mother before leaving home. Despite numerous demands in the past, she had refused to give it up even under severe beatings. Now, unexpectedly, she was willing to part with it. Before she could respond, Emmanuel left the courtyard gate and hurried towards Shinshio Tower. To Emmanuel, paying off 130 strings of cash within 5 days could only rely on this Dawson. On the way, Emmanuel unexpectedly saw Dawson. Baker was nowhere to be seen. Dawson was alone, sitting by a roadside tea stall, sipping tea while shaking his head in evident distress. Emmanuel quickly approached and sat directly opposite Dawson, asking, "Young Tucker, do you want to win?" Dawson, holding his teacup, froze upon seeing Emmanuel, his eyebrows arching sharply. "What are you doing here?" Dawson looked impatient. "Get lost. This Bert is upset. Don't provoke me." Emmanuel naturally wouldn't leave and asked again, "Young Tucker, I must remind you, it's less than a month left. After a month, you'll have to stand on the city tower and shout to everyone that you're a useless person." At these words, Dawson's face darkened. Pong! Enraged, Dawson smashed the teacup onto the ground. Ceramic shards flew everywhere, spilling tea. All eyes turned to them. "Do you wish to die?" Furious, Dawson would have surely ordered his servants to beat Emmanuel if they were present. Emmanuel remained calm, looking at Dawson without fear. "Young Tucker, I'm here to tell you." Pausing dramatically, Emmanuel continued, "Across all of Shinjo Prefecture, only I can help you win this bet." Dawson waited for a while, but seeing no response from Emmanuel, he lost patience. He placed a few copper coins on the table and got up to leave. "Wasting my time," Dawson said disdainfully. Emmanuel quickly stood up and said, "Young Tucker, I'll prove it to you right now." Dawson asked, "How are you going to prove it?" Emmanuel pointed at an elderly man selling pears across the street. "Young Tucker, as long as you buy all the pears from that elderly man, I can sell them all within 1 hour," Emmanuel said. Before Dawson could speak, Emmanuel interrupted, "Young Tucker, I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, I definitely won't sell them at a loss, and I will still make a profit." Dawson immediately became interested. "All right, you said it. If you lower the price and sell them at a loss, I won't agree." Emmanuel nodded immediately. Then, Emmanuel and Dawson went to the elderly man. The elderly man had 4 baskets of pears, each about 50 pounds, 2 pounds for 1 coin, totaling 100 coins. After some haggling, Emmanuel finally bought all the pears and baskets for 95 coins. The elderly man was very happy, took the money, and left cheerfully with his pole over his shoulder. Dawson then urged, "Start selling. I want to see how you can sell all these pears within an hour today." Emmanuel was not in a hurry. "Young Tucker, don't worry. I'm missing one thing, but it will be ready soon." Saying this, Emmanuel walked to a nearby stall. This stall sold bamboo baskets and baskets of various sizes, large, small, tall, and short. Dawson watched as Emmanuel quickly chose a small basket, then negotiated with the stall owner. After the negotiation, the stall owner handed over more than a dozen small identical baskets to Emmanuel. "Wait here, young man. I have more at home. I'll go get them," the stall owner said and ran into an alley. After Emmanuel returned with the baskets, Dawson couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why do you need so many baskets?" Emmanuel didn't answer but smiled. "You'll see soon enough." Everything was ready. Emmanuel held a small basket and started shouting loudly. "Selling pears. Selling pears. Not by weight, but by basket. 6 coins per basket. Fill it as much as you want. It's all up to your ability. Come and take a look." As soon as he spoke, a woman approached the stall. "Really just 6 coins per basket? How many can I fit?" she asked. Emmanuel nodded immediately and raised his voice. "Yes, madam. I'm closing the stall today in a hurry, so I'm selling these pears by basket. 6 coins per basket. As long as the basket holds the pears without dropping, they're all yours." You really sold them all," Dawson said. Emmanuel remained calm. First, he paid for the small bamboo baskets at the neighboring stall, then returned to Dawson. "Young Tucker, here's your 95 coins." He counted out 95 copper coins and handed them to Dawson. Looking at the money in his hand, Dawson asked, "How much did you earn?" Emmanuel counted silently and replied, 96 coins. Dawson was astonished. Looking at the money in the basket, he thought, almost doubled the profit. "How did you do it? Tell me quickly," Dawson urged. Emmanuel didn't keep him in suspense and explained directly, "Young Tucker, I utilized most people's love for small bargains." These small baskets were carefully chosen by Emmanuel because such baskets could hold at most 6 pounds of pears. At half a coin per pound, the cost of 6 pounds of pears was 3 coins. And each basket sold for 6 coins, doubling the profit. Additionally, the baskets were very cheap. 1 coin could buy 5 baskets, and buying more made them even cheaper. 4 baskets of pears used 33 baskets, costing 7 coins in total. 33 baskets multiplied by 6 coins equaled 198 coins. Subtracting the initial 95 coins and the basket costs of 7 coins, the final profit was 96 coins. "Bought them at the market," Emmanuel replied. Paula was puzzled. "Husband, where did you get the money?" Emmanuel said with a grin, "Earned it, of course." Just as he spoke, the hen in Emmanuel's hand started flapping, almost making the rice and flour fall from his hands. "Aislinn, help me out here. This chicken has been flapping its wings the whole way. It's quite troublesome," Emmanuel said. Paula intended to take the heavier items like rice and flour. However, Emmanuel refused, handing her the chicken and fish instead. "You're weaker. Let me carry the heavier things." Paula couldn't help but feel dazed, thinking, "Is this really what my husband would say? Why has he suddenly become so considerate?" As they walked home together, Emmanuel said, "Aislinn, I'll cook something delicious for you tonight." Paula snapped back to reality, asking, "Husband, where did you earn this money? And so much at once?" By Paula's estimation, the live chicken would cost around 30 coins, the fish about 10, and the rice and flour roughly another 30 coins. all added up to more than 70 coins, exceeding the daily wage of local laborers. No wonder Paula found it suspicious. Emmanuel smiled. Aislinn, it's not easy to explain in just a few words. Let's go inside first and prepare the meal. I'll tell you later. Nodding, Emmanuel said, all right, as you wish. Then he began slaughtering the fish and cleaning its innards. Seeing this, Paula wanted to help but was told to stand aside by Emmanuel. Helplessly, Paula set about lighting the fire. In no time, the fish was cleaned and ready. Paula was surprised. She hadn't expected him to know how to slaughter a fish. Meanwhile, Paula got the fire going under the stove. Seeing the flames grow, Emmanuel added 3 scoops of lard to the pot. Paula rushed over, distressed. Husband, why are you using so much oil? That could last us many meals. You need plenty of oil to fry fish. Otherwise, it will stick and won't taste good, Emmanuel laughed carelessly. No, too much oil. We need to pour some back. Paula reached for the lard jar. Emmanuel swiftly placed the fish into the pot before she could. Sizzle. Instantly, the kitchen filled with the sizzling sound of frying, and the inviting aroma of fish wafted through. Truly, one doesn't realize the cost of living until managing a household. Paula muttered under her breath. Erikurgle. Her stomach rumbled, and she couldn't help but swallow saliva. It had been a long time since she'd eaten fried fish with lard. As the fragrance spread beyond the courtyard, some neighbors stopped by. So fragrant. Is that fried fish? Emmanuel patiently explained, Aislinn, don't worry about the money. I've already discussed with young Tucker. If I help him win the gamble. The gamble? Hearing those 2 words, Paula panicked, standing up abruptly, tears streaming down her face. Husband, our family is in such a state, and you still want to gamble? Paula cried angrily. Seeing her misunderstanding, Emmanuel hurriedly clarified, no, not like that. Listen to me. Quickly, Emmanuel explained everything. Thank goodness. You almost scared me to death. Paula covered her chest, sighing in relief. But soon, worries crept back. Husband, do you really have a plan to make young Tucker win? Emmanuel confidently assured, don't worry, Aislinn, I have a foolproof plan. Paula didn't believe it. Her thoughts raced. If she ended up seized as collateral, she'd rather die. Seeing Emmanuel not eating, Paula urged, husband, eat some. She ladled a bowl of fish for Emmanuel. Emmanuel sipped the fish soup, savoring it. If we could add some MSG, it would be even fresher. That remark sparked a thought. Wait, as curious, Paula asked, husband, what's MSG? Emmanuel fell deep in thought. Paula just lowered her head to eat when Emmanuel suddenly slapped the table, excited. Aislinn, can you help me with something? In her heart, Paula felt that her husband was busy with something meaningless and wasteful. However, she didn't oppose openly but only nodded slightly, then prepared to go out with the money in hand. Emmanuel immediately pulled her back. No rush. Finish the fish first. Soon, the fish in the pot was eaten clean, leaving only some broth. They both ate until satisfied. Paula looked at the sky and said to Emmanuel, husband, it's not dark yet. I'll go and buy the items for you. After saying this, Paula went out with a basket. Just as dusk fell, Paula returned. Husband, I've bought everything. Have a look, will you? Paula put the basket on the table in the main room. Emmanuel came over to check immediately. In the basket were some half-dried mushrooms and a large oil paper package filled with small river shrimps. Not bad. Emmanuel smiled after checking. Paula held out her hand. Husband, there are 5 cash left? Emmanuel glanced at the copper coin she handed him and shook his head. I don't need it. You keep it. Husband, you still have to go to Zenxius Lu tomorrow. If you don't carry any money, it might be inconvenient, Paula said while putting the 5 coppers into Emmanuel's hand. Emmanuel refused to accept and began to push it back. After several tries, Emmanuel suddenly put on a stern face, pretending to be unhappy. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. With that said, Emmanuel spread out the dried mushrooms and shrimp on the table so they could be ground early the next morning. After finishing, Emmanuel suddenly felt sleepy. Aislinn, it's getting late. Let's wash up and sleep. To save lamp oil, most civilians went to bed early, with few activities except for procreation. Paula found it unusual and wondered silently why Emmanuel acted differently tonight. He usually went to sleep by himself without even saying goodbye. After washing up, Emmanuel lay down in the bedroom. But he waited for a long time without seeing Paula coming in. Curious, Emmanuel got up and walked to the main room. Aislinn, what are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping? Before he finished speaking, Emmanuel saw a slender white figure. It turned out that Paula made a bed on the floor at one corner of the main room and was taking off her dress at that moment. Good heavens, really something? Emmanuel's eyes widened in surprise and swallowed hard. Hearing the noise, Paula immediately turned around, flushed with embarrassment upon seeing Emmanuel staring at her. She quickly turned back, holding her chest with both hands. Why aren't you asleep? Paula asked nervously. Startled, Emmanuel immediately wanted to turn away, saying, sorry, I didn't know you were. But halfway through the turn, Emmanuel stopped, thinking, wait, hold on, she is my wife, right? Why isn't she sleeping inside? Silence engulfed the pitch-black main room. Emmanuel sighed and reluctantly turned back into the bedroom. Chapter 6. Look, I didn't lie to you. Just as dawn was breaking, Paula was awakened from her sleep by a series of thudding sounds. This sound was very familiar to Paula. It was the sound of someone pounding things in a stone mortar, coming from the courtyard. In that moment she opened her eyes. Paula abruptly sat up, panic setting in. How did I end up here? Paula realized she wasn't sleeping on the makeshift bed in the hall, but rather on a bed in a bedroom. Not only was she covered with her own quilt, but also with Emmanuel's. The next moment, Paula lifted the quilt to inspect herself and breathed a sigh of relief when she found no damage to her clothes or body. Thud, thud, thud. The outside pounding continued, depriving Paula of any desire to sleep further. Paula got out of bed, put on her clothes, and quietly approached the door of the main room. At this time, Emmanuel was busy working in the yard, holding a pestle to continuously grind the dried winter mushrooms and shrimp into powder. Emmanuel had risen just as the sky was beginning to lighten, not because he was particularly diligent, but because he simply couldn't fall asleep. Rather than toss and turn all night, he thought it better to get up and work. By now, last night's dried winter mushrooms and shrimp were almost ground to completion, beads of sweat covering Emmanuel's forehead, his arms long since tired. Watching Emmanuel toil, Paula could not help but frown, thinking, the world must have flipped upside down. At this moment, Emmanuel noticed Paula. Aislinn, why are you up so early? Did my noise wake you? Paula shook her head and asked, husband, why am I sleeping in your bed? Wiping the sweat off his brow, Emmanuel replied, oh, I woke up to find you curled up like you were cold, afraid you'd catch a chill, so I carried you over to my bed. On hearing these words, Paula's face reddened slightly. Lowering her head, she murmured, I wasn't cold. That's how I always sleep. Emmanuel did not respond, turning back to his work. Seeing this, Paula said nothing more and turned to tidy up the bedding. After half an hour, Emmanuel came into the hall carrying a large earthen bowl filled with monosodium glutamate, MSG. Aislinn, come see, the MSG is ready. Emmanuel exclaimed happily. Paula walked over and looked at the unassuming powder in the bowl, unable to resist asking, husband, can this really make dishes taste better? Of course. Seeing Paula's skepticism, Emmanuel immediately insisted. Wait, let me show you. Saying this, Emmanuel set down the bowl and rushed into the kitchen to start heating things up. Soon after, Emmanuel brought out a bowl of reheated fish soup from yesterday. He then proceeded to add some MSG to the soup right before Paula. Aislinn, try it. See if it tastes different from yesterday, Emmanuel said as he stirred the soup with a spoon. Paula took a small sip, and her face lit up with surprise as she nodded. Yes, it does taste different. It's fresher and more fragrant than yesterday. Emmanuel beamed. See, didn't I tell you? Haha. Paula liked the taste so much she couldn't stop sipping and drinking more until she nearly finished the soup. Only then did Paula remember Emmanuel hadn't had any yet. Husband, I forgot you haven't had any. I didn't mean to. Paula quickly put down the spoon and bowed her head in embarrassment. Emmanuel laughed it off, shaking his head. No problem, you can drink more if you like. I'm not used to having fish soup for breakfast. Finishing, Emmanuel headed towards the kitchen, saying, let me cook some porridge. Don't worry about me, take your time. Paula watched Emmanuel's retreating figure in disbelief, struggling to believe what was happening. Before she came to this time, Emmanuel had been living alone in a big city, hence he possessed some culinary skills. Though he could not prepare complex dishes, cooking porridge or a few simple home-style dishes was manageable. Just as he spoke, a carriage could be heard approaching. Soon enough, someone called from outside the gate. Baker, are you there? My master wants to know if we can depart now. Emmanuel went to open the gate, telling the person, wait a moment, I'm coming. Turning back to grab a small paper package off the table, Emmanuel said to Paula before leaving, Aislinn, you don't need to cook lunch today. I'll come pick you up for a feast later. Stunned, Paula barely had time to think when Emmanuel had already left and climbed into Master Dawson's carriage. He's talking big again. Paula didn't take it seriously, shutting the gate. Inside the carriage, Dawson couldn't help but ask Emmanuel, what exactly do you plan to do to win against Ulrich? Can you give me a hint? Smiling, Emmanuel replied, young Tucker, I have many ideas, but telling you now might not be useful. Why? Dawson was puzzled. Emmanuel explained, it's like curing an illness. Even if a doctor has countless prescriptions, they must prescribe the medicine according to the patient's condition. Pausing for a moment, Emmanuel continued, does young Tucker understand now? Dawson furrowed his brows slightly, but stopped pressing for answers. After a short while, the carriage arrived near Zhenshulu suddenly. A voice shouted outside, clearance sale. Everything at Zhenshulu at clearance prices. Has it been since you reduced prices, and has it been effective? Dawson remained silent, shaking his head with disappointment. Emmanuel continued, so, young Tucker, whether customers come to dine doesn't depend on lowering the prices. Then what does it depend on? Dawson asked. Emmanuel smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he walked toward Zhenshio Tower. Soon, Emmanuel stopped in front of Zhenshio Tower, starting to examine the two-story building. It must be acknowledged that Dawson put considerable effort into decorating the shop. The facade looked grand and high-class, almost flawless. Seeing that Emmanuel wasn't entering, Dawson asked, why aren't we going inside? Not yet, Emmanuel replied, then stood in front of Zhenshio Tower observing the passers-by. This was one of the most bustling streets in Shinjo City. Even without market days or holidays, people came and went continuously. If it were a market day or holiday, the crowd would be even larger. In Emmanuel's view, the location of Zhenshio Tower was impeccable. After observing for a while, Emmanuel signaled Dawson to enter Zhenshio Tower together. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. As soon as they entered, the attendants greeted Dawson with respect. Dawson remained aloof, ignoring the greetings and loudly called, Manager Boyo? Is Manager Boyo here? While Dawson was looking for Manager Boyo, Emmanuel began walking around the restaurant. Observing everything, from the interior decoration to the various embellishments, everything was meticulously designed and of high quality. Then Emmanuel's gaze fell on the menu on the wall. Grilled mutton, 150 coins. Fresh river fish, 70 coins. Onion vinegar chicken, 100 coins. Just as he was browsing the menu, Dawson's voice came from behind. Emmanuel, this is Tusselrick. Emmanuel turned to see a man in his 50s standing beside Dawson, of average build with a slightly plump face. Manager Boyo, this is Emmanuel, whom I mentioned earlier, Dawson pointed out. Ulrich glanced at Emmanuel, gave a perfunctory bow, and said, I didn't expect Baker to be so young. Impressive, impressive. Though he said impressive, there was no sincerity in Ulrich's tone, only disdain. Emmanuel smiled and bowed back. Manager Boyo, too kind? He then pointed at the menu and asked, young Tucker, are these the reduced prices? Yes, Dawson replied. Restore the original prices, Emmanuel instructed. Restore the original prices? Dawson was taken aback. Alric quickly interjected, but we just lowered them 3 days ago. Regardless of when you lowered them, from now on, restore the original prices. After saying this, Emmanuel added, the first floor looks fine. I'll go check the second floor. Without waiting for a reply, Emmanuel headed for the stairs. Dawson wanted to follow, but Alric pulled him back. Master! Alric pulled Dawson aside. What? Dawson was puzzled. Alric glanced at Emmanuel, who was already ascending the stairs, and whispered, Master, how could you really bring this gambling addict here? Before Dawson could respond, Alric continued anxiously, Master, how can we trust his words? People like him would do anything for money. Dawson frowned at Alric and retorted, Manager Boyo, if not for my mother's clan relation to you, would you still be here? Master, Dawson cut him off. Do you remember your guarantee when you started? As long as Alric, handle it. I promised Shenshio Tower would boom within a month, and Hamlingia's business would fail. Dawson mimicked Alric's previous promises in a mocking tone, making Alric look embarrassed and unable to raise his head. Manager Boyo, 2 months have passed. Do you not know how Finghua Restaurant and my Shenshio Tower are doing? Dawson's anger flared up, and he couldn't help but poke Alric's chest forcefully. Alric rubbed his chest and sighed, but Master, he's a hopeless gambler who even lost his own wife. Can you really believe? Enough, I know what you're going to say. Dawson interrupted again, then sternly said, but I need to win. I cannot afford to lose. With a deep breath, Dawson continued, Manager Boyo, there's only a month left before my bet with Ulrich. I can no longer count on you. Can I not hope for help from someone else? But Master, Alric tried to reason. Dawson lost patience and snapped, if you dare to speak nonsense again, get your things and leave right now. Alric obediently shut up, seething with anger internally and thinking, I want to see what this boy can do to turn around such an inevitable loss. A few moments later, Emmanuel descended the stairs rapidly. Dawson immediately went to meet him. Before he could speak, Emmanuel said, young Tucker, where's your kitchen? I need to check it out. Dawson pointed behind the stairs, right in there. Soon, Emmanuel, Dawson, and Alric arrived at the kitchen. There were 8 people in the kitchen, but only 3 were working. The other 5 were idling in a corner, chatting. Seeing this, Alric immediately barked, hey, what are you all doing? Get back to work. Startled, the 5 quickly scattered to resume their tasks. Dawson glared at Alric angrily because these 5 were appointed by Alric, and Dawson was blaming him for not managing his staff properly. Alric hastily explained, Master, they weren't slacking off. As you know, our workload is limited, so they chat after finishing work without delaying anything. Our workload is limited? Dawson's face darkened. Shenshio Tower already had few guests, and due to the bet, Dawson couldn't sleep or eat well now. With Alric bringing up the very issue that was troublesome, it was strange if Dawson wasn't furious. Dawson flew into a rage, raising his hand and pointing, you, and you. Those who were slacking off just now, pack up your things immediately and get out. Now, Alric is deliberately bringing up sensitive topics, so it's no wonder Dawson isn't happy. Dawson flew into a rage and pointed at them one by one. You, and you. Those who were slacking off just now, pack up your things immediately and get out. Chapter 8, 3 Things to Do. Dawson's words instantly froze the 5 people on the spot, leaving them staring at each other, unsure of what to do. Alric was also taken aback and hurriedly pleaded for mercy on behalf of everyone. However, Dawson was in no mood to listen, regardless of Alric's pleas. Emmanuel remained silent, instead wandering around the kitchen curiously, inspecting this and that with keen interest. After circling the kitchen a couple of times, Emmanuel noticed an oddity. There were no iron woks in the kitchen. Recalling his predecessor's knowledge, he quickly understood that iron woks had not yet been invented in this era. Cooking methods generally involved stewing, boiling, or roasting, and stir-frying did not exist. Emmanuel was overjoyed at this realization. Creating iron woks and teaching them how to stir-fry could virtually guarantee their victory in the bet. Alright, enough. Can you all stop arguing? Emmanuel suddenly raised his voice, cutting off the still agitated Dawson. He then looked directly at Dawson. West, I must ask, do you still wish to win? Of course. Dawson shouted back. If you truly want to win, then don't let anyone go at this crucial moment, Emmanuel replied swiftly. He continued, West, your Shenshio Tower will be extremely busy in the next month. If you dismiss people now and can't manage because of lack of manpower, leading to losing the bet, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Hearing this, Dawson immediately calmed down and closed his mouth. Emmanuel then asked, who is the head chef here? Alric pointed to a chubby cook. Baker, this is our head chef, Hirsch. Hirsch immediately stepped forward, slightly bowing as he smiled politely. Baker, it's me. Emmanuel nodded and turned to Dawson. West, I haven't sampled your dishes yet. Could we perhaps ask Chef Bowie to prepare a few signature dishes for lunch? Dawson didn't hesitate. Of course. Turning to Hirsch, Dawson sternly ordered, Hirsch, you better bring out your best skills. Otherwise, you're out of here. Understand? Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Hirsch nervously nodded. Emmanuel smiled and said to Dawson, West, I've gotten the gist of the situation. Shall we find a place to discuss further? Fine, let's talk upstairs. Dawson immediately agreed. Before leaving, Dawson gave Alric a stern glare, saying, if I see them slacking off again, I'll fire you too. Not to worry, sir. Please walk slowly, Alric carefully replied, smiling awkwardly. Once Dawson left, Alric's expression changed abruptly, and the kitchen soon filled with his reprimanding voice. Meanwhile, Emmanuel and Dawson moved to a private room on the second floor. As soon as they entered, Dawson couldn't help but ask, Emmanuel, have you figured out how to win? Emmanuel leisurely walked to the window and admired the view outside before casually responding, yes, based on Jinxiu Tower's situation. I've come up with several strategies. Dawson eagerly asked, what are they? Tell me quickly. Emmanuel slowly turned around, west, after observing. I found that Jinxiu Tower is excellent in many aspects. Prime location, heavy foot traffic, comfortable dining environment. Dawson lifted his chin proudly. Isn't that true? He continued haughtily. You wouldn't believe how much effort I've put into making this tavern top-notch. Everything inside and out is of the best quality. But isn't it strange? Ericus just won't step in. It's really frustrating. Dawson lamented, speaking without giving Emmanuel a chance to interject. After Dawson finished, Emmanuel finally asked, West, I do have ways to attract guests. Are you ready to listen? Really? Dawson exclaimed excitedly. Absolutely. Emmanuel nodded and continued, however, from now on, you must follow my instructions. Prepare whatever I need and obey every arrangement. Dawson's face showed eagerness as he firmly replied, as long as it helps me beat Ulrich, I'll follow all your orders. Emmanuel nodded satisfactorily and then became serious. West, there are 3 main tasks we need to focus on. What are they? Dawson asked. Emmanuel raised a finger. First, attracting more customers to Jinxiu Tower. Second, retaining them so they become loyal patrons. The third and most important task is innovation, developing new dishes. Dawson was about to ask more, but was stopped by Emmanuel's raised hand. Don't rush, West. Listen carefully. They discussed for another hour. Emmanuel took a sip of water and said, let's try these strategies first, and if they aren't effective enough, we can make adjustments. Dawson nodded vigorously. Agreed. In the next moment, he praised Emmanuel. Baker, you're incredibly talented. Your strategies are brilliant. How did you come up with them? At this point, Dawson was thoroughly impressed and had started addressing Emmanuel with more respect. Emmanuel calmly responded, West, don't get carried away too soon. We haven't implemented anything yet, so how do you know my methods will work? They will. They must. Dawson seemed already seeing Ulrich defeated. They chatted for a while longer, and Emmanuel then said, West, it's almost noon. May I borrow your carriage to pick up my wife for lunch? Of course. Dawson readily agreed and hurriedly instructed his servants to prepare the carriage. Jimming Alley, Emmanuel's home. Paula was busy building a chicken coop in the courtyard when the gate suddenly opened. She turned around to see Emmanuel entering. Husband, why did you return so soon? Paula asked. Emmanuel replied, Aislinn, didn't I promise you a grand meal this morning? Let's go. Really? Paula was surprised, not expecting Emmanuel to be serious. Pausing for a moment, she asked, but husband, where will you get the money? Emmanuel smiled reassuringly, don't worry, someone else is paying, so it's free. With that, he took the items from Paula's hands, set them aside, and led her toward the gate. Hold on, husband, we haven't locked the door. We might lose something. Paula quickly went back to lock the door. Emmanuel remarked, we don't have anything valuable. What can we possibly lose? Paula insisted, of course we do. Remember the hen you bought yesterday? She even laid an egg this morning. Emmanuel laughed and nodded. All right. Lock the door quickly. Once done, Emmanuel guided Paula to Dawson's carriage. Paula whispered in surprise, husband, why did Wes send a carriage for us? Emmanuel looked at her seriously. You're my wife. Isn't it only right for him to send a carriage? Paula fell silent but felt appreciated at that moment. Chapter 9. Selling the recipe. At noon, inside a private room at Jinxiu Restaurant, Emmanuel, Paula, and Dawson sat by the table. The table was laden with dishes cooked personally by Chef Hirsch. Dawson laughed and gestured them in. Come, Baker, Mrs. Sue, please try our restaurant specialties. Paula was slightly awkward, her head lowered as she hesitated to speak or pick up her chopsticks. Seeing this, Emmanuel picked up a piece of lamb for Paula and placed it on her bowl, saying, Aislinn, try it and see how it tastes. Dawson nodded eagerly. Yes, Mrs. Sue, please give it a taste. Don't be shy. Only then did Paula pick up her chopsticks, place the lamb in her mouth, and as soon as she chewed, her eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. It's delicious, really delicious. I haven't had such tasty lamb in a long time. Emmanuel smiled and also sampled, instantly surprised. Baker, it's even more flavorful and delicious. He couldn't stop drinking, just like Paula when she drank fish soup earlier. In no time, the bowl of lamb soup was finished. Curiosity piqued, Dawson asked hastily, Baker, what did you add? Emmanuel smiled. This is called MSG. Message. Dawson had never heard of it. Emmanuel explained, MSG enhances the savory flavor of food. Whether you're stir-frying, making soup, or preparing a cold dish, it not only improves appetite, but also brings joy. Dawson praised endlessly, ladled another bowl of lamb soup, added some MSG, and drank it thoughtfully. Emmanuel continued eating while chatting casually with Paula. After finishing the soup, Dawson paused and asked, Baker, how much MSG do you have? Emmanuel shook his head. None left, just this bit. Though Emmanuel had more at home, he didn't plan to sell it and kept it for personal use later. Dawson seemed disappointed. Just a little? How will that suffice for Jinxiu Restaurant? Emmanuel responded, West, if you buy the recipe for MSG, you can produce it yourself and never run out. You would sell the recipe to me? Dawson was taken aback. Paula frowned, wanting to say something but held back. Emmanuel nodded. If the price is right, I'm willing to sell. Baker, name your price. Dawson was straightforward. Emmanuel had already decided and raised one finger, 10 strings of cash. Thinking it would be expensive, Dawson laughed in relief upon hearing the price. Ha ha ha, I thought it would cost much more. Deal. 10 strings of cash it is. Worried Emmanuel might change his mind, Dawson immediately had someone bring a small box filled with copper coins, silver ingots, and various silver pieces. Baker, here is 10 strings of cash. Please accept it. Dawson said with a smile. Emmanuel pushed the box towards Paula and wrote down the detailed MSG recipe and preparation steps on a piece of paper. West, follow this recipe and instructions, and the MSG you produce will be even better than this packet. Emmanuel included dried scallops as an ingredient. After carefully reading the paper, Dawson folded it and tucked it away. Then Dawson raised his wine glass. Baker, Mrs. Sue, let me toast to you both. Emmanuel smiled and raised his glass. Paula, although raising hers, felt unhappy inside. After lunch, Dawson arranged a carriage to take the Sue couple home. The moment they entered the courtyard, Paula asked, Husband, why did you sell the MSG recipe? Isn't this short-sighted? Emmanuel carried the money box inside, feigning confusion. How is it short-sighted? Paula closed the gate. Serious, husband, with something as valuable as MSG, why not open a shop ourselves? Over time, we'd earn far more than 10 strings of cash. Feeling disheartened, Paula sat in the courtyard. Emmanuel put the money box in the hall and explained, Aislinn, though MSG is great, its ingredients and process are too simple. Starting a shop would probably lead to losses. Paula turned to Emmanuel, clearly skeptical. Emmanuel continued, anyone knowledgeable could easily discern the ingredients after tasting MSG. Soon, everyone would make it themselves. Would there be any business? Paula was speechless. Emmanuel was right. The flavors of dried mushrooms and shrimp were too distinct. Emmanuel added, it's fortunate West is wealthy and agreeable. With anyone else, selling for even one string of cash might be tough. Husband, aren't you worried Dawson will demand a refund? Paula fretted. Emmanuel laughed, shaking his head. No worries, Aislinn. 10 strings mean nothing to West. Besides, I'm helping Jinxio strategize now, and MSG benefits them immensely. Even if someone tells him it's easy to make, he won't seek a refund. #### Chapter 10. Washing hair with rice water. After hearing Emmanuel's words, Paula lowered her head and fell silent. A moment later, Paula looked up and said, but husband, I just feel that selling it like this feels like a loss. Emmanuel understood what Paula was thinking. After all, the family had been reduced to nothing by the gambling fiend who used to be him. It was hard enough to find something profitable, so of course she didn't want to sell it. Emmanuel smiled and said, don't worry, Aislinn. Your husband knows a lot of things, and there will be many ways to make money in the future. Paula nodded and hesitated slightly before asking, husband, what are you planning to do with the donghua next? Seeing the subtle expression on Paula's face, Emmanuel immediately understood what she was thinking. Emmanuel shook his head and said, I don't have any specific plans. The money is for you. After all, we need to spend money on everything from food to clothes and daily necessities. These donghua are for you to decide how to use them. Buy whatever you need and get whatever supplies necessary. It's up to you. Emmanuel replied straightforwardly. Paula was surprised. Up to me? Sure. Is there a problem with that? Emmanuel looked puzzled and said, I don't need to spend money right now. When I really need it, I can always ask you for it. Paula stared at Emmanuel in astonishment, unable to regain her composure. Husband, you're not joking, right? This is donghua. One mustn't underestimate the purchasing power of donghua. When the price of rice in Shinjo County was stable, 21 could buy 10 pounds of rice. 1 guan equaled 1,000 won, which could buy 500 pounds of rice. 10 guan, 10,000 won, would amount to 5,000 pounds of rice. 5,000 pounds of rice would last Paula and Emmanuel, living as a couple, at least 7 years if they ate only rice every day. Who's joking here? What I said is true. Smiling, Emmanuel continued walking into the house. I woke up too early today, so I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll lie down for a while. Remember to put the money away properly. As he finished speaking, Emmanuel had already entered the room, leaving Paula standing stunned in the courtyard. After resting for over an hour, Dawson came running over and hurriedly called Emmanuel away. It was nearly the hour of high when darkness fell. Having finally finished his errands, Emmanuel returned home. At that time, Paula had already fallen asleep on the table in the main room, and the food on the table was long cold. In fact, Paula had prepared the meal in the evening, hoping that Emmanuel would eat as soon as he came home. She waited and reheated the dishes again and again, but Emmanuel did not return. Aislinn, Emmanuel gently called out. Paula slept lightly and immediately sat up upon hearing his voice, rubbing her eyes awake. Husband, you're back? Emmanuel asked. Why didn't you go to sleep earlier? Paula stood up and replied, how could I sleep without waiting for my husband? Deeply moved, Emmanuel inwardly wondered where one could find such a good wife. Seeing that none of the dishes on the table had been touched, Emmanuel asked, Aislinn, haven't you eaten yet? Paula shook her head and replied, I was waiting for you to come back and eat together. Emmanuel apologized, sorry, I was busy this afternoon and forgot the time. If I had known you were waiting, I should have come home to eat with you first. Paula immediately waved it off. It's fine, husband. Important matters come first. Finishing her sentence, Paula carried the dishes towards the kitchen. Husband, the food is cold. I'll heat it up again. I'll help you. Emmanuel followed her into the kitchen. After reheating the food and having dinner, Emmanuel said to Paula, Aislinn, can you boil some water for me? I want to wash my hair because my scalp has been itching all afternoon, making me very uncomfortable. Paula immediately agreed and went to the kitchen to boil water. Soon, Paula had boiled the hot water, mixed it with cool water to create a warm bucket, and brought it into the main room. Husband, the water is ready, Paula called out. Seeing Paula struggling slightly, Emmanuel hurried over to take the bucket. This is heavy. Why didn't you call me? It's not heavy. Paula slightly shook her head and ran back to the kitchen. Emmanuel found a spacious spot to place the bucket and then found a short stool to sit on. At that moment, Paula returned with a small basin in hand. Husband, this is today's rice water, perfect for washing your hair. Paula placed the wooden basin containing the rice water on the table. Emmanuel was somewhat surprised. Use rice water to wash hair? Paula replied, yes, husband. We've always used rice water to wash our hair. Shouldn't we use soap nuts instead? Emmanuel asked. Paula answered, we used to have soap nuts, but since you started, Paula initially wanted to say, since you started gambling, but suddenly felt it was inappropriate and stopped mid-sentence. Then she changed her words, we stopped using them later. Frowning silently, Emmanuel inwardly cursed the damned gambling addict predecessor, who had lost even the ability to buy soap nuts. In Liang State, poor families generally used rice water or hibiscus leaves to wash their hair, while only wealthy families could afford soap nuts. Before the gambling habit began, the economic situation was decent, so they could afford soap nuts. Looking at the rice water, Emmanuel felt helpless but had no choice but to make do with it for now. Sighing, he thought, if only there were shampoo. Unable to resist, Emmanuel muttered aloud, if only there were shampoo. Husband, what is shampoo? Paula happened to hear him. Emmanuel explained, shampoo is, wait, I can't make shampoo, but soap isn't a problem. At that moment, Emmanuel's face lit up with excitement. Paula, however, was confused. Husband, what are you talking about? Suddenly grasping Paula's hand, Emmanuel said, Aislinn, I've just thought of a great way to make money. Caught off guard, Paula felt nervous and blushed slightly but didn't dare to pull away right away. What method? Selling soap. Emmanuel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not understanding, Paula, with a red face, shook her head and tried to extricate her hand from Emmanuel's grip. Realizing the awkwardness, Emmanuel quickly let go of her hand. Cough cough. Emmanuel cleared his throat and explained, Aislinn, the soap I want to make is a powerful cleaning agent. It can be used for bathing and washing clothes, far better than soap nuts, not just 10 times, but 100 times better. Though still doubtful, Paula believed Emmanuel more due to the success with MSG earlier. While Paula remained silent, Emmanuel began reviewing the process of making soap in his mind, forgetting to dry his wet hair. Seeing this, Paula took the towel from Emmanuel's hands and quietly dried his hair for him. After a while, Emmanuel suddenly said, Aislinn, tomorrow morning, go and buy me a large jar of lard. Confused, Paula asked, what do you need lard for? To make soap. Emmanuel replied, make soap with lard? Paula was surprised. Isn't soap used for bathing and washing clothes? Why do you need lard? Won't it make you greasy? Of course, we can't just use lard. Other ingredients need to be added as well. Emmanuel said with a confident smile. What else needs to be added? Paula asked. Emmanuel teased, no rush, you'll find out tomorrow. ####Chapter 11. Making soap. Following this, Emmanuel rushed to the kitchen to start working. Paula followed him and tried to help, but she was soon startled. Husband, that's the pot for cooking. Why are you putting straw into it? I need to burn it to ashes. This size is just right and convenient. Emmanuel replied. Paula said, but if it gets dirty, how can we cook with it? Emmanuel didn't seem to care much as he responded. It's okay. I'll get a new pot later, guaranteed to be much better. Paula didn't say anything more after hearing this. She stepped forward and asked, Husband, what do you need the ash for? Emmanuel, while busy, answered, to make soap. Making soap needs ash too? Paula couldn't understand how Emmanuel's supposedly powerful cleaning agent, soap, could be made from lard and ashes. Emmanuel nodded. That's right. I need to first produce alkali water from the ashes, then mix it with lard. The final product will be soap. While speaking with Paula, Emmanuel continued his work and soon finished burning the grass to ash. He then slowly added water to the pot, constantly stirring with chopsticks to ensure the ashes dissolved fully. Once the ashes had settled, Emmanuel measured the water level with his finger. Aislinn, remember, the water level should be 1 finger higher than the ashes, Emmanuel reminded her. Although Paula still didn't quite understand, she carefully remembered Emmanuel's words. Then, Emmanuel increased the stove fire, gradually boiling the ash water. After about 15 minutes, Emmanuel carried the clay pot to the hall. Aislinn, now we only need to let it sit overnight. Tomorrow, it will be the alkali water I need. Emmanuel said expectantly. Seeing the steaming pot, Paula also felt a sense of anticipation. After washing up, Emmanuel proposed that Paula sleep in the bedroom, but she refused once again. The next day at dawn, Emmanuel was woken by Paula's voice. Husband, come and see. Has the alkali water formed? Paula pushed open the door to the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel immediately sat up, put on his slippers, and went to the hall. After a night of cooling and settling, the water in the clay pot had turned into a pale yellow liquid, looking quite concentrated. It's done. This is alkali water. Emmanuel exclaimed happily, Aislinn, we've made alkali water. Paula nodded joyfully then said, Husband, I'll go buy some lard. With that, she took some money and hurried out. When Paula returned, Emmanuel had already poured the alkali water from the pot into 2 clay bowls. Husband, I've brought back the lard. Is this jar enough? Paula entered holding a large jar of lard. Emmanuel nodded. Enough. Next, Emmanuel heated the lard until it became liquid, then slowly poured in the alkali water while maintaining a low flame and constant stirring. Since thorough saponification required time, Emmanuel's hands ached long before the process was complete. Seeing this, Paula offered to help. Husband, let me do it. I've learned. You take a rest. Emmanuel didn't refuse, handing over the wooden spoon to Paula and controlling the fire himself. About an hour later, seeing most of the water evaporate, Emmanuel moved the pot off the stove and placed it on the table to cool. Paula followed behind, asking expectantly, Husband, what do we do next? Emmanuel replied, we wait. He quickly added, once it cools and solidifies completely, it becomes the soap I talked about. Is it really done like that? Paula found it hard to believe such a simple process could create soap. Emmanuel smiled, suddenly asking, by the way, Aislinn, do you know any good carpenters? Why do you need one, husband? Paula asked. Emmanuel explained, I want to make some molds. If this batch is successful, I can pour the soap mixture into molds next time for better presentation. What do you think? Paula nodded in agreement. How could you forget? Your uncle is a carpenter, and he's very skilled. My uncle? Emmanuel was secretly surprised, having no recollection of this fact. He realized the predecessor's memories weren't entirely inherited by him. From Paula's explanation, Emmanuel learned that his predecessor's father had an older brother who lived in Sweetwater Lane in the east part of town. Aislinn, fetch 200 coins for me. I'm going to Daryl's place, Emmanuel said. Paula complied, stringing together 2 strings of cash, 1 string equaled 100 coins, and handed them to Emmanuel. Pocketing the money, Emmanuel set off towards Sweetwater Lane. Once he left, Paula found a big palm fan and started fanning the clay pot continuously. At the other end, Emmanuel arrived at his uncle's house following Paula's directions. Knock, knock, knock. Emmanuel knocked on the gate and shouted, Daryl, are you home? Shortly, the door opened. A little girl, round-faced and with bright black eyes, stood there, looking smart and alert. Emmanuel? Why are you here? The girl frowned, clearly not fond of Emmanuel. Emmanuel's uncle, Xander, had a son and a daughter, and his wife had passed away years ago. His son was named Rolf, 18 years old, and his daughter, Kay, was 14. This young girl was Kay. Cousin, is Daryl home? I'd like to speak with him. Before Emmanuel could finish, Kay interrupted. Forget it. My dad has no money. No, cousin, Despite her young age, Kay was rather bold, cutting him off again. Even if he had money, he wouldn't lend it to you for gambling. Go away. Go away. Kay began shooing him and tried to close the gate. Emmanuel promptly blocked the gate with his body and called out loudly, Daryl, are you home? It's Emmanuel. I have a carpentry job for you. Leave. My dad isn't home. Kay panicked, but she wasn't strong enough to push Emmanuel away. Emmanuel called 3 times, then a middle-aged man's voice finally responded from inside, Terry, let him in. Reluctantly stepping back, Kay pouted, letting Emmanuel enter. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man stood in front of the hall, frowning at Emmanuel. Come to collect debts? Or short of money for gambling? The man was none other than Emmanuel's uncle, Xander. Deviant to Emmanuel's predecessor's gambling habits, Xander had severed ties with him. Emmanuel walked to the center of the courtyard and bowed respectfully, saying, Daryl, I'm not here to borrow money. I need you to do a carpentry job. Taking out 2 strings of cash from his chest, Emmanuel added, Daryl, though we're family, I won't ask for free labor. Look, I've brought money. Just as Kay closed the gate and turned around, she saw the 2 strings of coins in Emmanuel's hand and gasped, Emmanuel, where did you get so much money? Xander was also surprised. Emmanuel had been penniless after losing all his assets. Now, he was suddenly producing 2 strings of coins. Chapter 12 Daryl Xander. Emmanuel, how did you come by these 2 strings of cash? Did you sell your wife's dowry again? Kay asked Emmanuel with a glance. Though Emmanuel knew all the misdeeds were committed by his former self, it still made him feel uncomfortable. Cousin, this money was earned honorably. I didn't sell Aislinn's dowry, Emmanuel explained. Not giving Kay a chance to speak, Emmanuel immediately turned to Xander and said, Daryl, I know you have the best carpentry skills, so I've come to ask for your help. Xander asked, what do you need me to do? Upon hearing this, Emmanuel immediately explained the soap mold situation. Xander inquired in detail about the requirements and then nodded immediately. That's simple. Emmanuel was very pleased and promptly walked forward to offer the 200 cash coins with both hands. A few molds, that's too much money. Xander shook his head, unwilling to take so much. Unexpectedly, Kay ran over at that moment, snatched the 2 strings of cash, and declared with her chin held high, Father, you've given him so much money to pay off gambling debts before. This can be considered repayment. Xander immediately said, Terry, don't be like this. Quickly return the money to your cousin. I won't give it back. What I said is right. Kay hugged the 2 strings of cash tightly. She continued, besides, father, you also need to save money to marry my brother off. Xander frowned and stepped forward to retrieve the money. Emmanuel hurriedly stopped Xander. Daryl, cousin is right. Consider this as repayment. When I earn more in the future, I will repay you many times over. Xander glanced at his daughter and ultimately did not retrieve the money. It wasn't that Daryl Xander, being an uncle, was greedy. He thought it would be better if he kept the money for Emmanuel than let Emmanuel lose at gambling. You earning money? Not losing any would be miraculous. Kay pouted. Xander frowned and shook his head. Enough, Terry. Say less. Although Kay closed her mouth, she still grumbled inwardly. Xander said, Emmanuel, please sit down. I'll go find a suitable piece of wood at the back and make one according to your description first. Having said that, Xander went to the backyard. The courtyard was left only with Emmanuel and Kay. Feeling the atmosphere, Damon Hygo went to your house to collect debts that day, but finding no one at home, he ended up empty-handed. Enraged, he came to us, acting wildly and threatening to break your legs and make you a cripple for life if you didn't pay up immediately. Kay's small fists clenched tightly as she spoke angrily. My father didn't want you to suffer and finally paid off that debt for you, reclaiming the IOU. Otherwise, could you walk into our house so easily today? Kay frowned. Where's the IOU? Emmanuel asked urgently. Kay retorted. And where's the money? Without it, do you think you could get back the IOU? Without hesitation, Emmanuel said, Cousin, wait for me. I'll go home to fetch the money. Saying that, Emmanuel turned and jogged toward the gate. Emmanuel, come back. Suddenly, Xander's voice sounded from behind. Turning around, Emmanuel saw Xander walking out with a piece of wood in hand. It's been over half a year. I burned the IOU long ago. Let's not mention this anymore. Father. Kay stomped her feet in frustration. Just when she claimed the IOU was still around, her father came to undermine her, making her feel quite embarrassed. Terry, let it go. That's in the past. Although Xander was upset with Emmanuel's gambling habits, deep down he still loved his nephew as a son. Father, a string of cash, can we just forget about it? Kay felt disgruntled and stared at Emmanuel, saying, Emmanuel, listen up. You must repay that string of cash. Do you know how hard my father and brother worked to earn money? Emmanuel nodded solemnly. I will repay it, definitely. After saying that, Emmanuel was about to leave again when Xander said, Why rush to repay the money? It's been over half a year. What's a few minutes now? Come back here. Wait until I finish one mold and ensure there are no issues, then you can go. Xander's tone was firm. With no choice, Emmanuel returned and began discussing the molds. Xander's carpentry skills were truly impressive. In less than a cup of tea's time, an oval-shaped soap mold was carved out. Is this okay? Xander handed the mold to Emmanuel. Taking it, Emmanuel examined it carefully and touched the interior before nodding. Daryl, your skills are incredible. The size is perfect. Perfect job. Xander rolled his eyes. Stop flattering me. Does this trifle even need skill? If my colleagues heard that, they'd laugh their heads off. Emmanuel smiled and examined the mold again. How many should I make? Xander asked. For the initial batch quantity, Emmanuel really had no concept and said after some thought, Daryl, let's start with 300. Understood. Come back to pick them up tomorrow afternoon, Xander replied. So soon? Emmanuel was surprised. Xander became unhappy, frowning. What? Do you think your uncle is old and needs several days for such a small task? Emmanuel hastened to say, No, not at all, Daryl. I didn't mean that. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go now so I can focus on the work. Xander bid farewell to him. Subsequently, Emmanuel was seen off by Kay. Ostensibly sending him off, Kay actually wanted to remind Emmanuel to remember repaying the money. Soon, Emmanuel arrived home. Paula was still fanning the pottery pot. Seeing Emmanuel return, she stood up immediately. Husband, how did it go? Did Daryl agree? Approaching Paula, Emmanuel pulled her to sit down and spoke seriously. Aislinn, I need to discuss something with you regarding the soap. Paula looked stunned and then became anxious. Husband, you're not planning to sell the soap recipe again, are you? Chapter 13. The Iron Wok. Emmanuel saw Paula's misunderstanding and immediately shook his head, saying, No, I didn't mean to sell the soap recipe. Paula instantly felt relieved. Aislinn, I was thinking of discussing with you whether we could involve Daryl Dawes' family in our soap business. Emmanuel explained patiently. Paula was surprised. Husband, why did you suddenly think of including Daryl Dawes' family? People should always repay kindness, Emmanuel sighed. He then told her about the 1,000 cash coins. Though Emmanuel had only met Xander once, he sensed that this uncle genuinely cared for him from the bottom of his heart. Xander's family had a heavy burden as well. Since he had a way to make money, why not let them join and prosper together? Besides, he and Paula couldn't produce soap alone. They needed help to expand their business in the future. Plus, involving Daryl Dawes' family was better than bringing in strangers. Listening to Emmanuel, Paula nodded immediately. Husband, you're right. One should repay kindness. If Daryl Dawes' family can help, I feel more at ease. Seeing Paula's agreement, Emmanuel couldn't help but hold her hand, sighing gratefully. Aislinn, you truly understand. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? I haven't done anything. Paula blushed, shaking her head before timidly withdrawing her hand from Emmanuel's. Aislinn, please fetch another 1,000 cash coins. No, 2,000. I need to return it to Daryl right away, Emmanuel said. Paula immediately responded and went into the room to get the money. Taking the opportunity, Emmanuel checked the soap in the pot. It had cooled slightly and started to solidify. It would be fully set soon. Just then, the sound of a carriage approached from outside. Soon after, Dawson's voice echoed, Baker, Baker. Hearing this, Emmanuel turned around and stepped out of the main hall. Dawson was just stepping into the courtyard. Baker, the iron wok has been delivered to the kitchen. Let's go check it out quickly. Dawson said excitedly. Yesterday, Emmanuel had stayed up late, meticulously helping Xanxula with its traffic diversion plan and finding a blacksmith to forge an iron wok. Dawson, being generous, had paid extra for the blacksmith to work overnight, resulting in the successful creation of the iron wok Emmanuel requested. Note, Yinliu, traffic diversion, has been adjusted to traffic diversion to maintain natural fluency in English. Hearing that the iron wok was ready, Emmanuel couldn't wait. He shouted into the house, Aislinn, I'm going to Xanxula with young Tucker first. We'll discuss other matters when I return. Husband. Paula rushed out upon hearing the voices. But by then, Emmanuel and Dawson were already out the door and boarding the carriage, heading for Xanxula. Paula helplessly shook her head, closed the gate, and returned to the main hall, picking up the fan and fanning again. In the kitchen of Xanxula, when Emmanuel and Dawson entered, Boyo Wanan, Hirsch, and several others were already there. Correction. When Emmanuel and Dawson entered, Boyo Wanan should be corrected to Alric for consistency and proper name translation. Here's the improved version. When Emmanuel and Dawson entered, Alric, Hirsch, and several others were already there. Emmanuel spotted the iron wok on the table and walked over immediately. He inspected the wok carefully and remarked, the only drawback is that it's a bit too thick. If it were a little thinner, it would be perfect. This was the blacksmith's first time making such an iron wok, so he hadn't quite mastered the wall thickness. Dawson hurriedly asked, Baker, can we use this wok? If not, I'll have the blacksmith forge another one right away to satisfy you. No need, this one is excellent. We can start using it now. Just ensure the next ones are a bit thinner, Emmanuel replied. Dawson nodded immediately. Dawson then asked, Baker, since the iron wok is here, could you demonstrate the stir-frying as you mentioned yesterday? Sure thing. Emmanuel agreed readily and added, but before we stir-fry, there's one crucial step. What is it? Dawson inquired. Boyo Wanlian and Hirsch, along with the others in the kitchen, looked curiously at Emmanuel. Note, I have made an assumption to correct Boyo Wanan to a plausible English translation of the name Boyo Wanlian. The original text seems to use Chinese names which don't directly translate. If Boyo Wanan is meant to be a specific name or term, it should be transliterated or explained according to context. Seasoning the wok. Emmanuel stated seriously. Seasoning the wok had two benefits, thoroughly cleaning the iron wok and removing impurities, while also increasing its durability and preventing rust. Emmanuel owed this skill to his ex-girlfriend. In his second year in the big city, Emmanuel dated a girl who suggested cooking at home because eating out was wasteful and unhygienic. Thus, he bought an iron wok and learned how to season it online. After completing all steps, Emmanuel asked, Chef Bowie, do you remember all the steps? Yes, Baker. Hirsch, a seasoned chef, easily remembered the straightforward seasoning process after observing it once. Emmanuel nodded and continued, Chef Bowie, you need to season the wok again after closing tonight. After applying oil in the final step, it should ideally sit overnight to achieve full effect, or it will easily rust. Understood, Baker. I'll follow through, Hirsch affirmed, nodding vigorously. Emmanuel smiled and said, Chef Bowie, please fetch a few eggs. I'll show you how to stir-fry scrambled eggs. Soon, the kitchen filled with the aromatic smell of scrambled eggs. Deviant to the enticing aroma, not only did everyone in the kitchen crowd outside, but even some servers from the front came to take a look. They all strained their necks, inhaling deeply, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Bowie Wan was among them. Having lived for many years, he had never imagined that eggs could be made so delicious. Noah Burt, try the taste, Emmanuel invited. Not only did Emmanuel prepare scrambled eggs, but also a fried egg with a touch of monosodium glutamate to enhance flavor. Dawson was already drooling. He grabbed a small piece of scrambled eggs with his hands instead of searching for chopsticks. Ouch, hot, hot. The freshly cooked scrambled eggs were scalding, making Dawson yelp and mouth the word, hot. Soon, Dawson tasted the real flavor, causing his eyes to light up instantly. Delicious, incredibly delicious. Dawson exclaimed loudly. He emphasized, Baker, I never dreamed that eggs stir-fried in an iron wok could taste this good. Like a divine delicacy. Emmanuel chuckled inwardly, thinking that if he had better controlled the heat on this first attempt, the eggs would have been even more flavorful. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Ice Beauty. After Dawson tasted it, Hirsch, Ulrich, and others also tried it, all praising the dish unanimously. Emmanuel thought to himself that just cooking a simple egg had amazed these people so much. If he were to cook his specialty of stir-fried chicken with black fungus and shiitake mushrooms, wouldn't it scare them to death? Seeing how delicious the iron wok-cooked dishes were, Hirsch felt an itch to try it out, asking, Baker, can I give it a try? Emmanuel was originally planning to teach Hirsch cooking, so he immediately gave up his spot. Hirsch, as expected of an old chef, showed his talent for cooking as soon as he got started. He watched once as Emmanuel fried eggs and made sunny side up, yet managed to get the heat just right, making it even tastier than Emmanuel's version. Emmanuel was very pleased because it was a joy to teach someone intelligent. If he had been teaching someone stupid, he would have gotten frustrated after many attempts. Next, Emmanuel taught Hirsch several other egg-based dishes such as scrambled eggs with leeks, scrambled eggs with cucumber, scrambled eggs with green onions, and so on. Hirsch learned very quickly, usually able to complete the dishes independently after just one demonstration by Emmanuel, and they tasted no less delightful. Feeling a bit tired from teaching, Emmanuel said, All right, that's enough for today. I'll teach you new dishes tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Hirsch felt somewhat disappointed, thinking learning only these few dishes wasn't enough. He wanted to learn more. But since Emmanuel had already promised to teach him the next day, Hirsch didn't dare say more and could only obediently agree while thinking about what else eggs could be cooked into, so he could try them later. A little while later, Emmanuel and Dawson left the kitchen. Seeing the sun was already high in the sky, Emmanuel said, Young Tucker, it's almost noon. We should start inviting guests. Rest assured, Baker, everything is ready, Dawson replied, feeling excited and eager to try. Halfway past noon, at the south gate of Shinjo City, several servants accompanied a horse carriage slowly entering the city. Inside the carriage sat a young woman, an ice beauty akin to a celestial being. She possessed bright clear eyes like still water, skin as fair and translucent as crystal, and an elegant bearing that exuded grace and poise at all times. The ice beauty lifted the corner of the carriage curtain slightly and softly called out, Shelley. As her voice fell, a female servant around 15 or 16 years old hurried over. I'm here, Mississippi. What do you need? The ice beauty replied indifferently, Let's not go home first. Go to Jinsho Tower. Yes, miss, Shelley responded immediately, running off to inform the coachman. Soon, the carriage arrived near Jinsho Tower. As soon as the carriage stopped, Shelley's voice reached the inside of the carriage. Miss, there are so many people at Jinsho Tower. The road is blocked by the crowd. We can't pass through. Surprised, the ice beauty promptly climbed out of the carriage and stood on it, looking towards Jinsho Tower. At the front of Jinsho Tower, crowds surrounded the place. She couldn't tell what was happening, but she heard excited cheers and occasional sounds of disappointment coming from the crowd. The ice beauty was curious, thinking that Jinsho Tower was usually quite empty. Why were there suddenly so many people gathered here today? To investigate, she immediately got off the carriage and walked towards Jinsho Tower, followed by Shelley and the servants. Just as they approached the back of the crowd, the ice beauty heard someone announce loudly, Congratulations to guest number 29. Your highest discount is 70% off. Please take your 70% discount token and proceed inside for dining. Immediately after, the same voice called again, Please invite guest number 30 forward for dart throwing. Hearing this, the ice beauty's curiosity deepened, and she walked to the back of the crowd, unable to resist tiptoeing to peer inside. In front of the crowd stood a round wooden board. The wooden board was actually a target, divided into variously sized sections by lines radiating from the center. Each section bore different words, 90% off, 80% off, 70% off, 60% off, lower ones included 50% off and 30% off. The 90% off section was the largest, while the 30% off section was the smallest. What is this? The ice beauty muttered to herself. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the front of the wooden target. The person in charge of the event was a waiter from Jinsho Tower. The waiter said, Sir, please stand behind the line. The middle-aged man glanced down, reluctantly stepping back to the marked line on the ground. The waiter handed him 3 darts, loudly explaining, Sir, allow me to reiterate the rules. You have 3 chances to throw the darts, and the highest discount you hit will be applied. % off. Please take your 50% discount token and proceed inside for dining. Saying this, the waiter handed over a wooden token engraved with 50% off. The middle-aged man felt very pleased and proud, taking the token and striding into Zhenxiu Tower with friends and family. The waiter turned around, removed the darts from the target, and shouted again, "Please invite guest number 31 forward for dart throwing." By now, the Ice Beauty fully understood what was happening. She turned away from the crowd and smiled, saying to Shelly, "It seems my brother has some brains after all, coming up with such a clever way to attract customers." Shelly nodded in agreement. Yes, Mississippi Bert is truly smart. Indeed, this Ice Beauty was Lady Noah Shower, Dawson's older sister from the Noah family. The patriarch of the Noah family, Alan Wu, was extremely frail and bedridden, leaving the management of household affairs in the hands of his eldest daughter, Noah Shower. Initially, Noah Shower felt immense pressure, but she eventually persevered and maintained the Noah family business. Noah Shower turned to the few servants coldly, "Wait outside. Shelly will accompany me inside." "Yes, miss." The servants responded immediately. "Shelly, come with me." "Yes, Mississippi." With that, Noah Shower led Shelly into Zhenxiu Tower, turned around to see a large table of 9 people, already covered with various dishes. In the center was a sandglass that had completely emptied. The waiter who served the dishes immediately ran over, glanced at the sandglass, and replied, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll get the manager right away." Soon, Cameron arrived at the table with a smile. "Apologies, guests. Today, our restaurant is particularly busy due to the high number of visitors. But don't worry, our restaurant guarantees that any dish not served within the specified time will not be charged." The guests were delighted upon hearing this. Earlier, they had won a 30% discount by playing darts outside, and now they would get a free dish as well. They felt they were getting double benefits. Cameron then placed 3 wooden signs engraved with 80% on the table. "As an apology for today's inconvenience, these discount signs are for you. Feel free to use them next time," he smiled. "Don't worry, manager. Your food is excellent. We'll definitely come back," one guest exclaimed. "Sure thing, manager. We'll be back," another added. Everyone expressed their gratitude happily. Cameron soon finished attending to this table. As he turned to leave, he spotted Meadow and Shelly. "Young miss, weren't you supposed to return tomorrow?" He hurriedly greeted with a bow. "The journey went smoothly, so I returned a day early." Meadow waved her hand calmly. Meadow then asked, "Manager Boyo, where is Yuhung?" "He's in the kitchen, young Mississippi. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch him immediately," Cameron replied quickly and rushed towards the kitchen. Soon, Dawson appeared, smiling broadly. "Sis, you're back." His mood was exceptionally pleasant. Meadow nodded, glancing at the bustling scene, and asked, "Yuhung, when did the number of guests increase so dramatically?" "Just today," Dawson replied. "Today?" Meadow was puzzled. "So the dart game outside and the sandglass on the tables only started today?" Dawson nodded with a grin. "It's too noisy here. Let's talk upstairs," he suggested. Meadow agreed and followed Dawson upstairs. He led her to a room, his private space for resting when tired. "Sis, when did you come back? Have you eaten?" Dawson asked. "Only just now. I intended to eat here, but there are too many guests, and I couldn't find a seat," Meadow replied. "That's great. We have several new dishes today. You must try them." Dawson immediately called a waiter and gave detailed instructions. Returning to the room shortly after, Dawson found Meadow drinking water. Putting down her cup, she asked, "Yuhung, how did you come up with the idea of the dart game?" "It wasn't me, sis. It was Baker's idea," Dawson replied. "Baker?" Meadow asked. "Which Baker?" Dawson briefly explained Emmanuel's situation, but hesitated to mention his gambling problem. Unexpectedly, Shelley interjected, "Young miss, the Baker the young master mentioned is a notorious gambler." "Gambler?" Meadow frowned deeply. "Are you sure?" Shelley nodded confidently. "Absolutely sure, young miss." Shelley continued, "My cousin's aunt lives in Jimming Alley. She says Emmanuel's family had some property, but after associating with bad company, he developed a gambling habit. Within 3 months, he squandered everything." Meadow's frown deepened. Shelley wasn't done. "And it gets worse. After losing his inheritance, he sold his wife's dowry and lost that too. Now, he owes a lot of debt." Meadow's expression turned grim as she looked at her brother. "Is what Shelley said true, Yuhung?" Dawson felt awkward but admitted, "Sis, while Baker does gamble, he's also capable. You can see, his strategies made Jinxiu building flourish." Meadow remained cold-faced, seemingly ignoring him. "Looks like everything Shelley said is true." "Sis," Dawson hastily explained, "let's separate things. We must admit, Baker's ideas are effective." Meadow thought for a moment and said, "I understand the dart game is a good way to attract customers, but why set a time limit for serving dishes and offer free dishes? Is it really easily? People won't cherish it. If you must give, make sure it's valuable." Dawson spoke with certainty. Rihanna looked at her brother and asked, "Did all these come from Emmanuel?" Dawson chuckled awkwardly. Hee. "Yes, all from Baker." Then Dawson went on, "Sister, listen. We could serve all the dishes before the hourglass ran out, but Baker forbade us from doing so. He said we had to deliberately leave one of the cheapest dishes overdue." Nora was confused again and asked, "Why, Bert?" Rihanna glanced at Nora and said, "Don't you get it yet? This is a deliberate trap they set, making customers feel they got something for less than it's worth and leaving them happy. Moreover, it gives them an excuse to issue discount coupons to customers. When customers see our Jinxiu Tower doing things this way, they'll feel valued and important. Wouldn't we get repeat customers then?" Dawson clapped his hands in approval. "Sister, you're incredibly smart, always understanding right away." Rihanna followed up, "Besides these, what else did Emmanuel teach you?" "That's plenty." Dawson promptly replied, "Sister, Baker said these are just small tricks and tactics. The key is whether our dishes taste good and how attentive we are to customers. If the food isn't tasty and service isn't thoughtful, even if you use numerous clever tactics, the business will still fail." Rihanna fully agreed and nodded vigorously. "That's spot on." Nora shook her head in amazement. It's hard to believe such wisdom came from a gambler. Rihanna had similar doubts, but she soon realized nobody is perfect. People may have vices or flaws, and being a gambler doesn't exclude having business talent. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Soon after, Alric's voice called out, "Bert, miss, the dishes are here. Come in." Dawson replied. The door opened immediately. 2 waiters entered, carefully placing the dishes on the table. Dawson waved them off and then said, "Sister, try these dishes. They'll surprise you." Rihanna noticed one dish and asked, "Yuhung, is this leek and egg stir-fry?" Dawson immediately nodded, smiling. "Sister, how did you know?" Rihanna didn't answer but asked another question. "What does stir-fry mean?" Dawson explained, "Sister, let me tell you. It's called stir-fry because we used iron pots to cook these dishes." Iron pots. Yes, iron pots. It was Baker's idea. We found an ironmonger to forge them for us. Rihanna was very surprised as people usually only used earthenware or clay pots, and she had never heard of iron pots before. As Dawson described the shape of the iron pots with gestures, Rihanna still couldn't picture it completely. Dawson said, "Sister, eat first. Later, I'll take you to the kitchen to see them." "All right." Rihanna nodded and picked up her chopsticks. She was eager to know what leek and egg stir-fry tasted like, so she picked up a piece with her chopsticks. When a bite of leek and egg stir-fry entered her mouth, Rihanna felt a pleasant surprise, as if a new world of flavors had opened up before her. Rihanna looked shocked. This taste?" Dawson proudly asked, "How is it, sister? Isn't it godlike delicious?" Rihanna nodded involuntarily, took another bite, and savored it fully. Nora watched Rihanna in astonishment. "Miss, is it really that delicious?" Nora wasn't greedy, but she asked because Miss Rihanna had sampled many delicacies, and Nora had never seen her show such a surprised expression while eating. "Nora, try it yourself. The taste is truly unique and delightful. I can't even describe it properly." Rihanna was visibly moved. So, Nora also tried it and exclaimed continuously, feeling like she had tasted mountain and sea delicacies. Dawson pointed out, "Sister, try the other dishes too. Green onion scrambled eggs, cucumber scrambled eggs, and mushroom scrambled eggs." Rihanna hurriedly asked, "Why are they all scrambled eggs? Is there nothing else?" Dawson felt a bit disappointed. "Sister, it's not that we didn't want to cook others. Today was the first time using iron pots, and Baker only taught us a few ways to cook scrambled eggs. We don't know anything else yet." And shook her head angrily. After hearing the entire story, Rihanna finally exploded. Such an inhumane scumbag, betting away his own spouse. It's heartless and shameless. At this point, Rihanna's impression of Emmanuel plummeted. She lost interest in meeting him, and even the iron pots. ####Chapter 17. The Birth of Soap. Achoo. Emmanuel had just walked into the courtyard when he suddenly sneezed. Paula heard the sound and immediately came out from the main house, cheerfully saying, "Husband, you've come back just in time. The soap is ready. Come take a look." Emmanuel immediately went inside to examine the soap that had solidified in the pot. "It looks good. Let's give it a try." With that, Emmanuel found a knife and scooped out a small piece of soap from the pot. "Aislinn, can you fetch some water for us?" Emmanuel asked. Paula obediently ran into the kitchen and brought back a basin of clear water. Then, the two of them began washing their hands with the soap. In no time, Emmanuel and Paula's hands were clean and spotless. Bringing their hands close to their noses, they smelled the fresh fragrance of the soap. Not bad." Emmanuel was very satisfied with the soap's cleaning effect and smiled broadly. Paula felt the same way. Looking at her clean hands, she happily said, "Husband, this is much better than soap pods. It doesn't leave any grease, and it smells so good." As she spoke, Paula brought her hands to her nose again for another sniff. Emmanuel chuckled, "Aislinn, if this already smells good to you, imagine how it would smell if I added fragrances or flower petals. After bathing, your entire body would be fragrant. How would you describe that?" Emmanuel had thought about making scented soap from the start, but now wasn't the right time to introduce it yet. "Can you really add fragrances and flower petals?" Paula asked in surprise. Emmanuel nodded. "Of course. Scented soap has fragrance, while regular soap doesn't. You use scented soap for bathing and washing hands, and regular soap for laundry. They each have different uses and will also sell at different prices." Speaking of prices, Paula couldn't help but ask, "Husband, how much do you plan to sell each piece for?" Emmanuel didn't yet have a clear idea of the price, so he asked, "Aislinn, what's the general price for soap pods on the market?" Paula thought for a moment and replied seriously, "If it's during the months when soap pods are ripe, they're more abundant and slightly cheaper, around 91 per pound. But if it's not during the peak season, soap pods become much more expensive. Like now, shops are selling them for 150 to 161 per pound." After hearing this, Emmanuel nodded slowly, getting a clearer sense of things. "Aislinn, let me think about how much to sell the soap for. First, bring me 2 strings of cash." To Kay, who was taken aback. Opening the package quickly, she saw that it was indeed full of copper coins. How did you get so much money?" Kay was stunned. Emmanuel smiled, "Cousin, don't worry about where I got the money from. I'm very thirsty and want some tea. Hurry up." At that moment, Daryl Xander emerged from the house. "What's going on?" Xander didn't know what was happening yet. Kay rushed over to him with the coins. "Look, father, all this money comes from Emmanuel. How did he get so much?" Xander was also startled by the large bag of coins and asked, "Emmanuel, where did this money come from?" Emmanuel bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Daryl, thank you for paying off my debts and taking care of me. This money is to pay you back." Xander's face turned serious. "Emmanuel, where did you get this money? If you can't explain its origin clearly, I won't accept it." Emmanuel then explained how he had devised strategies for Zhenshu Lu, and these coins were part of the compensation given by Dawson. However, Xander and Kay shook their heads in disbelief. The old Emmanuel only studied relentlessly and was rather inflexible, so it was unimaginable for an inn to hire him for strategy advice. Reluctantly, Emmanuel swore repeatedly to finally convince Xander and his daughter. "Emmanuel, this isn't just 1 string of cash. You've given too much." Xander said. "This is 2 strings of cash, Daryl. As I said before, I promise to pay you back double," Emmanuel responded. But Xander refused to take more. No need, no need. Earning money is not easy for you. One string of cash is enough. Xander instructed Kay to count out one string of cash to return to Emmanuel. But Emmanuel stopped her and said, Daryl, I'm not here just to pay back the money. There's another matter. Don't worry. I've already made those 300 molds. Just wait. Thinking Emmanuel was talking about molds, Xander turned to fetch them from the backyard. Emmanuel quickly stopped him. Daryl, I didn't come to talk about molds. Curious, Xander turned back. At this point, Emmanuel took out a cloth-wrapped object from his coat. It was roughly the size of a fist, neither round nor square. Daryl, cousin, try this. Smiling, Emmanuel showed the soap to both of them. What is this? Kay asked curiously. This is called soap. It can completely replace soap pods as a cleaning agent. Whether for bathing, washing hands, hair, or clothes, it works incredibly well, Emmanuel explained. Kay approached Emmanuel and examined the soap carefully before shaking her head. I don't believe it. This yellowish thing can be better than soap pods? Emmanuel, let's go to the backyard and see those 300 molds, Xander said, also unconvinced. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Emmanuel grew anxious and proposed, Cousin, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. What kind of bet? Kay frowned slightly. Find a dirty piece of clothing and wash it with this soap right now. If it doesn't clean as well as soap pods, I'll call you grandmother and give you 501. Emmanuel suggested. Fine. Tempted by the 501, Kay immediately agreed. Emmanuel, don't regret it? Absolutely not. Emmanuel firmly stated and then asked, what if it cleans better than soap pods? What then? Kay hesitated, then admitted, I don't have any money. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I don't want your money. My only request is that if soap works better than soap pods, you'll have to call me brother from now on. Translation continues as per the original structure. Chapter 18, Comparison between soap and soap pods. Deal. Kay agreed readily, as this posed no loss to her. From a young age, Kay had always called Emmanuel Big Brother. But after Emmanuel became a wastrel who gambled away the family fortune, she refused to address him that way out of anger. Xander originally intended to stop the siblings from betting, but on second thought, he held back. Since Emmanuel was so confident, maybe the item in his hand really was better than soap pods. He might as well see what happened. Kay turned around and went into the house to fetch a dirty piece of clothing. This piece of clothing belonged to Rolf, who often wore it when working outside. He had just changed out of it yesterday upon returning and hadn't gotten around to washing it yet. Next, Kay brought out a wooden basin, filled it with water, and fetched a small piece of soap pod. Emmanuel, I usually cherish this soap pod too much to use it, but now things are different. Because soon, with your money, I can buy a bigger new one. Kay was very confident, sure of her victory. Emmanuel didn't argue verbally but smiled, signaling for her to start washing the clothes. Without further ado, Kay found a hammer and began breaking up the soap pod into tiny fragments. Unlike using it to wash hands, the method of using soap pods to wash clothes was different. For hand washing, simply rubbing to produce some foam would suffice. But for washing clothes, one had to first break the soap pod into pieces, wrap them in cheesecloth, and then squeeze them in water until enough foam appeared before washing. If not done this way, the soap pod fragments would stick to the clothes, making cleaning difficult and time-consuming, and wasting the soap pod due to its relatively high price. Everyone used it sparingly, repeatedly squeezing and washing until no more foam could be produced before discarding it. Emmanuel had no memory of these steps. Only now did he understand how troublesome it was to use soap pods for laundry. The preparation alone took nearly 10 minutes. After preparing everything, Kay was about to start washing the shirt. Unexpectedly, Emmanuel stopped her and suggested adding a few drops of oil to the shirt before washing, which would allow a more direct comparison of their cleaning power. Wanting Emmanuel to lose convincingly, Kay didn't argue and immediately went to the kitchen to find cooking oil, then dropped a few drops onto the shirt. Then, Kay vigorously scrubbed the oily part with the soap pod solution. After about a teacup of time, a short period, she lifted the shirt, looking very satisfied as she said to Emmanuel, See, it's spotless. Emmanuel came closer to look. He found that the grease wasn't completely cleaned off, and faint oil stains were still visible. Not, is this what you call clean? My eyesight isn't bad. The oil stains are still there. Kay frowned. What do you know? This is already pretty good. To get it completely clean would require 3 or 4 rounds. How is that impossible? Use my soap. Boastful. Kay retorted immediately. Boastful? All right, open your eyes and watch closely. Emmanuel asked Kay to bring a basin of clear water, and then dripped a few drops of cooking oil on another dry part of the shirt. After the oil soaked into the fabric, he dipped the greasy part into the water and started rubbing the soap over it. While rubbing, Emmanuel explained, Cousin, using soap pods to wash clothes is so troublesome. You have to break them and then make foam. Look at my soap. You can use it directly wherever it's dirty, saving so much trouble. By the time he finished talking, Emmanuel had already made lots of foam, far surpassing what the soap pod could produce. Beside him, Kay was secretly amazed. How could there be so many bubbles? Could this soap really be better than soap pods? In less than a teacup of time, Emmanuel stopped scrubbing and rinsed the shirt in the water. Upon lifting the shirt and examining it closely, Emmanuel revealed a satisfied smile. Cousin, come over and see. Now, this is what being clean means. Kay didn't believe it at first and leaned in closely to examine it. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find any traces of the oil stain. Really? It's actually clean. Kay's face showed surprise. At this moment, Xander also walked over, taking the shirt and carefully comparing the 2 parts washed earlier. Emmanuel, where did you get this soap? It's actually better than soap pods, Xander asked. Xander's statement had already answered which was more effective between soap and soap pods. Emmanuel replied, Daryl, I made this soap myself. Made by yourself? Xander was quite surprised. He watched Emmanuel grow up and never imagined he had this ability. Kay was incredibly shocked. Her first reaction was disbelief, and without thinking, she shook her head and exclaimed, Impossible. But once the words left her mouth, her thoughts changed. The simplest way to verify if Emmanuel was lying would be to have him make soap right in front of her. Seeing the confident aura emanating from Emmanuel, it seemed like the soap really was his own creation. Emmanuel ignored Kay's words and earnestly asked Xander, "Daryl, today I came here sincerely inviting your family to join me in this soap business." Upon hearing this, Xander's expression immediately turned serious. Kay quickly picked up on the opportunity and eagerly asked, "Emmanuel, are you serious? With such a profitable opportunity, you're willing to share it with us?" Emmanuel turned and asked, "Cousin, since you lost the bet, why don't you start addressing me correctly?" Kay pouted, slightly hesitating before nodding. "All right, I'll call you Big Brother from now on. Is that okay?" Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "That's my good girl." Humph. Kay turned her head away with a touch of arrogance. At this moment, Xander hesitated and said, "Emmanuel, you know, I've never done business before. I only know carpentry. I'm worried. Worried I'll hold you back? Don't worry about that, Daryl. I invited you precisely because of your and Cousin Pingin's carpentry skills," Emmanuel explained, then proceeded to detail the importance of the soap molds. As Xander listened, he continuously nodded, finally understanding what the molds were for. "Emmanuel, this is sudden. Perhaps, give me some more time to think." Kay instantly grew anxious. She saw this as a big business opportunity and urged, "Father, Big Brother's soap business will definitely make a lot of money. Don't hesitate, quickly agree." Emmanuel added, "Yes, Daryl, don't hesitate. When we earn money, you can find a wife for Cousin Pingon and a good husband for my cousin." Hearing Emmanuel mention her, Kay blushed. Who wants a husband? I won't get married." Haha. Emmanuel couldn't help laughing. Perhaps Emmanuel's words hit the mark. Xander finally made up his mind and nodded heavily. "All right, let's do this business." Chapter 19. Could this be the same? After finalizing the cooperation with Daryl Tong, Emmanuel returned to Zhenshu Tower. It was already past an hour, which meant it was after 3 in the afternoon. Strangely enough, Zhenshu Tower was still bustling with guests, with more than half of its tables occupied. Considering that this many customers at this time of day was highly unusual, other taverns on the same street had long emptied out. Emmanuel walked up to the counter, where Alric was engrossed in calculations, completely unaware of Emmanuel's arrival. "Busy, Manager Boyo?" Emmanuel greeted. Alric looked up and immediately plastered on a smile. "Oh, Baker has returned." Just yesterday, Alric had treated Emmanuel with disdain, but now his attitude had completely changed. Emmanuel glanced at the abacus in front of Alric and asked with a smile, "How's business today, Manager Boyo?" "Baker, you flatter me. It's not just okay. It's been incredible," Alric replied excitedly. "Since Zhenshu Tower opened, we've never been this busy." Emmanuel smiled. "Manager Boyo, be prepared. If everything goes as planned, the next month will be even busier." Alric nodded eagerly. "Busier is better. Busier is better." Emmanuel then asked, "By the way, Manager Boyo, where's young Tucker?" As if on cue, Dawson appeared from upstairs. "Baker, you're back?" He waved urgently. Emmanuel approached him and asked about the operations during his absence, inquiring about kitchen staffing and ingredient reserves. After confirming everything was under control, he nodded. "Let's continue operating as we did today. When customer flow starts to decline, we'll switch our marketing strategy." "Whatever you say, Baker," Dawson replied firmly, clearly confident. Today's success had given Dawson ample confidence. He now believed wholeheartedly that following Emmanuel's advice would allow him to turn things around despite losing to Ulrich for 2 months. "Would you like to come to my room for a cup of tea?" Dawson invited. Feeling thirsty after his walk back, Emmanuel accepted and followed him upstairs. As they ascended, Emmanuel thought of something. "By the way, young Tucker, how do you and Ulrich keep track of profits for your bet?" "Surely, it can't be self-reported?" Dawson explained. "We hired the eldest son of the Lee family to oversee it. Every night after closing, his people audit both our accounts. They record daily sales and profits, summarizing them after 3 months. And if anyone tampers with the accounts?" Emmanuel asked. "If any falsification is found, that person loses immediately," Dawson continued. Nodding, Emmanuel asked, "Who is this eldest son of the Lee family?" Dawson was surprised. "Baker, don't you know about Billy, the eldest grandson of the late 4th rank officially?" Emmanuel shook his head, clueless. Dawson then introduced Billy, describing him as an upright yet pragmatic man, diligent and well-educated. Many young masters like Dawson and Ulrich admired him. Arriving at Dawson's room, Dawson added, "When there's a chance, I'll introduce you to Mr. Lee. You two would surely get along well." Smiling, Emmanuel thanked him. Dawson laughed heartily. No need for such formality between us. At that moment, Dawson felt like Emmanuel's old friend, their bond deep and sincere. Soon after dark, inside Finghua Tavern. In one of the upstairs private rooms, a handsome young man dressed in white frowned seriously. This was Ulrich, the eldest son of the renowned merchant Mr. Hamlin in Shinjo City. Standing before him was a middle-aged steward who bowed and reported the overwhelming crowd at Zhenshu Tower. Ulrich initially felt content with his own tavern's performance until he heard this news. "Why is this happening?" Ulrich asked. "The dart game, sir," the steward explained. "Each guest gets 3 throws, with discounts based on their best score." Ulrich was taken aback. "That kid Dawson came up with this?" The steward hesitated, then suggested, "Sir, perhaps we should adopt this method." "What? Follow Dawson?" Ulrich snapped. "Are you insane?" The steward dared not speak further. Calming himself, Ulrich asked, "Anything else?" The steward nodded. "There's also a new cooking technique called stir-frying. The dishes made this way are incredibly fragrant and tasty. Anarchists especially love stir-fried eggs." "Stir-frying?" Ulrich asked, puzzled. "What's that?" "They use an iron pan to cook the dishes," the steward replied. "An iron pan? That good?" Ulrich wondered. "It seems so. Our staff learned that stir-fried egg dishes were most popular, like stir-fried leeks and eggs, cucumber and eggs, mushroom and eggs. All eggs? Ulrich questioned. Perhaps deliberately, the steward speculated. If all the first dishes are stir-fried eggs, it helps guests remember the word stir-fry. Ulrich pondered this and nodded slowly. You might have a point. Unbeknownst to him, only stir-fried eggs were available because Emmanuel hadn't taught any other stir-fried dishes yet. Pacing back and forth, Ulrich suddenly stopped. Find out who made their iron pan. Dawson can use an iron pan to stir-fry dishes, so we must have one too. Ulrich was utterly unwilling to concede. The steward was thoroughly puzzled and blurted out, Bert, didn't you just say that we shouldn't copy them? How come? Idiot. Ulrich erupted in fury. One is out in the open for hundreds of eyes to see, while the other is in the kitchen where only we know what's happening. How can they be the same? This translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. It maintains the paragraph structure and conveys the character's emotions and logic coherently with the previous content. Chapter 20. Pricing. The next morning, Emmanuel did not go to Jinshu building, but took Paula to his Daryl's house in Ahilshui Alley instead. Last night, Emmanuel taught Hirsch 2 dishes. One was the dish he was most skilled at, black fungus and shiitake chicken stir-fry, and the other was braised pork. Emmanuel had decided that these 2 dishes would be sufficient for now. After the first batch of soap was made, he would then teach Hirsch other recipes. As for the operation of Jinshu building, everyone had become familiar with it after just a day, and even without Emmanuel, everything should run smoothly. As they got closer to Ahilshui Alley, Paula became increasingly nervous, frequently asking Emmanuel if her attire seemed appropriate. Understanding her anxiety, Emmanuel reassured her with a smile. There's no need to be so nervous, Aislinn. My uncle and his family are very easygoing. Finally, Paula followed Emmanuel to his uncle's home and knocked on the door. Rolf opened the door. Since Emmanuel had specifically reminded him yesterday, Rolf didn't leave the house today. Cousin, sister-in-law, you're here, please come in. Rolf had an average build, giving off an honest and simple impression. He immediately led them into the courtyard. Upon entering, Emmanuel saw that there were many bundles of straw stacked up, which he had instructed to prepare beforehand. Seeing Emmanuel and Paula arrive, Kay also came out from inside. Hello, sister-in-law. Kay greeted Paula loudly. Though Paula initially felt a bit constrained, fortunately, Kay was extroverted and quickly broke the ice, warming up to Paula. Little cousin Pingon, where's my uncle? Emmanuel asked. Dad went to buy lard. He'll be back soon, replied Rolf. Emmanuel nodded. All right, let's start burning the straw to make alkali water. We can use it once the lard arrives. With Emmanuel directing, the whole family started burning the straw. With more hands, the process moved swiftly. In less than an hour, all the straw in the yard was burned, yielding enough ash to fill 5 large barrels. Next, they began mixing water with the ashes to produce alkali water. Just as they were busy, Xander returned. Xander carried 2 large wooden buckets filled with lard. Seeing Emmanuel was already there, he immediately asked, Emmanuel, we only have 2 buckets today. If you want more, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Emmanuel looked at Xander and nodded. Daryl, these 2 buckets should be enough for the first batch of soap. Then, Xander put down the buckets and joined in the alkali making process. Davy into the lack of basins, Xander and Emmanuel went to buy some additional ones, finishing up just before noon. At lunchtime, Paula helped Kay prepare a few dishes, and everyone ate together in the hall. Midway through the meal, Emmanuel suddenly said, Daryl, I plan to visit the city this afternoon to look for potential buyers. This way, once our soap is ready, we can sell it right away. Xander didn't object and nodded. All right, go ahead. The work here is almost done, and we'll manage. Just then, Kay asked, Cousin, how much do you plan to sell the soap for? Paula and Xander, Rolf all turned to look at Emmanuel. Emmanuel did not answer directly but asked, What do you think? Xander had thought about this last night and replied, Nowadays, a pound of soap nuts costs around 150 to 160 coins. Our soap is more convenient and effective than soap nuts, so the price should be higher. After considering, Xander added, I think our soap should cost at least 200 coins per pound. Emmanuel almost chuckled at his uncle's modesty. Little cousin Pingon, what do you think? He asked. Not quite understanding, Rolf scratched his head and followed his father's lead. Brother, I also think it should be 200 coins per pound. No, 200 coins is too cheap. Kay interjected immediately. Emmanuel turned to her curiously, waiting to hear her thoughts. Putting down her chopsticks, Kay spoke seriously. Father, brother, our soap is an exclusive product. There's nothing like it elsewhere. It should cost at least twice as much as soap nuts. If soap nuts cost 160 coins per pound, then our soap should cost 320 coins per pound. Kay asserted firmly. 320 coins? Xander and Rolf were shocked and exchanged glances. They clearly thought the price was too high. Without rushing to express his opinion, Emmanuel turned to Paula. Aislinn, what do you think? Paula, feeling asked, put down her chopsticks hurriedly and said, Husband, whatever you decide is fine. I don't have any objections. Emmanuel shook his head. No, this is a family business, and you're part of the family. You should give your opinion. Kay nodded in agreement. Yes, sister-in-law, please share your thoughts. Taking courage, Paula finally ventured. Husband, I think 320 coins might still be low. Besides, we shouldn't sell by weight but by piece. Emmanuel silently approved. Please continue, Aislinn. Thinking carefully, Paula continued. I believe we could sell each bar for 500 coins. 500 coins per bar. Rolf was taken aback. His daily wage was only around 50 coins, and 500 coins amounted to 10 days' pay. Xander and Kay, though silent, were equally stunned. 500 coins equaled half a string of cash and could buy 250 pounds of rice in Shinjo, feeding an average family for a long time. So, who would spend so much money on a small bar of soap? Worried, Kay asked, Sister-in-law, isn't 500 coins too expensive? Will anyone buy it? Paula lost confidence and lowered her head. I was just suggesting, you don't have to take my opinion seriously. At this moment, Emmanuel probed further. Aislinn, can you explain why? Softly, Paula replied, husband, people who can afford soap nuts aren't short on money, so those who buy our soap will likely be wealthy. Surprised at her thoughtful analysis, Emmanuel felt she had a knack for analyzing target demographics. She continued, moreover, our soap is significantly better than soap nuts. To show its superiority, we need to set a noticeable price difference. And for the wealthy, spending 500 coins versus 300 coins doesn't really matter much, she added. Emmanuel immediately nodded approvingly. You're absolutely right, Aislinn. Oh no, I was just talking randomly. Don't take me seriously, Paula stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. Raising his voice slightly, Emmanuel declared, our soap is a new product with limited production. Not pricing it premium wouldn't do justice to such a great invention. Seeing Emmanuel agree with her, Paula blushed but felt deeply gratified. Suddenly, Emmanuel said, but Aislinn, you're still being too conservative. We can actually price it higher? What? Higher? Kay exclaimed, brother, you think 500 coins per bar is too low? Are you being too greedy? Xander and Rolf also agreed and advised Emmanuel against raising the price further. Curious, Paula couldn't help asking, husband, how much do you think we should sell it for? Emmanuel looked serious and raised one finger. At least one string of cash. Everyone in Xander's family was momentarily stunned. Even Paula was slightly surprised. Chapter 21. Purchasing a tire. After having dinner, Emmanuel and Paula returned home. Emmanuel had two tasks at home. One was to get money and then go shopping for some items. The second was to fetch a bar of soap and carve it into an oval shape so he could demonstrate its effect during business negotiations later. Paula brought out the money box and asked Emmanuel, husband, how much money do you need? Emmanuel looked inside the box and took out all the silver coins except the copper ones, estimating they amounted to about 7 guan. Paula hurriedly asked, husband, what are you going to buy? Why are you taking so much money? Emmanuel smiled and replied, I want to buy a good set of attire, so I'm taking more money in case it's not enough. Paula wanted to ask what kind of attire was so expensive that it required 7 guan, but she couldn't help herself from asking. Soon after, Emmanuel led Paula out, and they quickly arrived at an upscale tailor shop. Husband, are you buying here? The things here are very expensive, Paula said. Emmanuel smiled and replied, if it wasn't expensive, I wouldn't have come. With that, Emmanuel pulled Paula into the tailor shop. The shop had a variety of goods on display, dazzling Paula with its selection. Perhaps due to their modest attire, they stood out among the other customers as soon as they entered, making them feel out of place. Some clerks whispered and pointed at the couple behind their backs. Upon noticing this, Paula became timid and tugged at Emmanuel's sleeve, whispering, husband, let's go somewhere else. Be patient. We haven't bought anything yet, Emmanuel replied, ignoring the others' gazes as he picked through the merchandise. Emmanuel led Paula around the shop a few times and quickly selected what he needed. A silk-lined robe, a pair of leather boots, a jade pendant, and a purple sandalwood box. Additionally, there was a light yellow, waist-fitted skirt, a fine silk handkerchief, and a light pink embroidered sachet. Paula hadn't expected Emmanuel to choose so many items and became anxious. Husband, are we buying all these? Isn't it too much? Not too much. They're all necessary, Emmanuel replied. He then called over a clerk. Clerk, can you help me calculate the total cost of these items? The clerk nodded and began calculating on an abacus. Sir, the silk-lined robe costs 800 won, the leather boots 700 won, the jade pendant and purple sandalwood box each cost 1 guan. This light yellow skirt costs 1200 won, and the silk handkerchief costs 800 won each. Oh, and the sachet costs 500 won each. The clerk tapped away on the abacus and said with a smile, Sir, adding up everything you've chosen amounts to exactly 6 guan. 6 guan. Paula was taken aback by the total cost. Husband, this is too expensive. Let's not buy them, she urged him softly, pulling him aside. Emmanuel smiled and reassured her, it's fine. It's only 6 guan. Only 6 guan? Paula felt speechless hearing this, thinking. He hasn't even paid off the debts and now he's wasting money again, truly unchanged. Feeling uneasy, she said, Husband, didn't you say I could control these 10 guan? I don't like buying such expensive things. If you must, go somewhere else. Emmanuel laughed and explained patiently, Aislinn, I know you're worried about my spending, but this isn't wastefulness. I'm buying these not for showing off or splurging, but to wear this attire when negotiating business. Negotiate business? Paula didn't understand why buying expensive attire was necessary for that. Emmanuel nodded seriously. Aislinn, as the saying goes, people rely on their clothes just as horses depend on saddles. If I go to negotiate wearing this now, no one would take me seriously. Not only would I not get a fair price for the soap, but I might even be treated as a fraud and chased out. Paula was stunned and fell silent. After some consideration, she realized her husband's reasoning made sense. For instance, everyone had been looking at them strangely upon entering the shop, and the clerks were whispering about them, assuming they couldn't afford anything. Emmanuel gently held Paula's hand and assured her, Aislinn, don't worry. Consider this money as a loan. Once we sell the soap and make money, I'll pay you back tenfold. Paula shook her head quickly. No, husband, that's not what I mean. Pausing for a moment, she added, since it's for better negotiation, let's buy them. Thank you, lady. Emmanuel smiled. He then paid for the items. Excuse me, clerk, do you have a changing room for guests? Emmanuel asked. The clerk nodded eagerly. Yes, please follow me. The clerk led them to a room in the back. As soon as the clerk left, Paula said, Husband, you change first, and I'll wait outside. But Emmanuel said, that will waste time. Let's change together. You change behind the screen, and I'll change here. It'll be quick. Wanting to save time for Emmanuel, Paula blushed and agreed, taking her new clothes behind the screen. Emmanuel changed efficiently, donning the silk-lined robe and boots, and hanging the jade pendant at his waist. A short while later, Paula emerged from behind the screen, announcing shyly, Husband, I'm done. Emmanuel turned and was momentarily mesmerized, forgetting to blink. Husband, am I alright like this? Seeing Emmanuel staring intently, Paula's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. Absolutely, absolutely perfect. Even a fairy couldn't compare. Emmanuel praised, nodding enthusiastically without averting his gaze. Embarrassed by Emmanuel's attention, Paula quickly diverted the topic by pointing at the sandalwood box on the table. Husband, what do you plan to use this box for? Oh, this is for storing the soap. Emmanuel placed the soap inside and joked. As I said earlier, people rely on their clothes and horses on saddles. Our cash cow, the soap, should also be presented with quality accessories. That means, people rely on attire, horses on saddles, and soap on sandalwood. Laughing heartily, Emmanuel added, nice, nice, it even rhymes, ha ha ha. Influenced by his mood, Paula couldn't help but giggle softly. Stepping back, Emmanuel admired the soap inside the sandalwood box. Aislinn, look, doesn't our soap instantly look high class with this sandalwood box? High class? Paula didn't understand this term. Smiling, Emmanuel explained, it means top tier, sophisticated, and luxurious. What do you think, does it give off that vibe? Paula nodded with a smile, delighted. Yes, husband. Upon closer inspection, the soap seems worth more than 1 guan. Chapter 22. The Miscellaneous Dry Goods Shop. After leaving the tailor shop, Emmanuel hired a carriage at the street corner. To the old temple market, Emmanuel instructed the driver before helping Paula into the carriage. The carriage started moving slowly toward the old temple market. It was the largest market in Shinjo City, offering not only fish, meat, vegetables, and grains but also imported dry goods, seafood, cosmetics, and daily necessities. On the way, Paula couldn't help but ask, Dear, you are going to negotiate business. I don't understand anything about it. Isn't it better for me not to come along? Emmanuel countered, How could that be bad? Aislinn, tell me, do I look like a wealthy man now? Paula nodded, Quite a bit. Emmanuel immediately responded, Looking somewhat rich is not enough, so you must accompany me to bolster my appearance. If they see I have such a beautiful and graceful wife, my reputation as a wealthy man will be solidified. Paula's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. Before long, the carriage arrived at the old temple market and stopped in front of a shop called Miscellaneous Dry Goods Shop. The driver placed a short stool beside the carriage and respectfully said, Ericist, we've arrived at your destination. Soon, Emmanuel emerged from the carriage, holding a rosewood box, stepping down onto the stool. Then Paula followed, carefully helped down by Emmanuel. Emmanuel glanced at the signboard of Miscellaneous Dry Goods Shop, and then walked inside with Paula, still holding the rosewood box. As soon as they entered the shop, a young assistant approached with a smile. Welcome, sir and madam. We received new stock just the other day. Would you like to take a look? Seeing the assistant's reaction, Paula realized Emmanuel had been right. Indeed, nice attire did make people treat you differently. Emmanuel, holding the rosewood box, announced boldly, I need to speak with your manager. Just as the assistant was about to inquire what business they had with the manager, a female voice came from behind. I am Therese, the manager here. What can I do for you two? The assistant immediately greeted, Manager, these two are looking for you. Therese appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, average in looks but dressed elegantly, giving an impression of warmth and comfort. While Emmanuel and Paula were assessing Therese, she was observing them as well. Once Therese got closer, she smiled at Emmanuel and his wife. May I know your honorable names, sir? Emmanuel returned the smile and introduced himself. My name is Emmanuel, and this is my wife. Oh, it's Baker and Mrs. Sue. Pleased to meet you, Therese replied warmly. Emmanuel said with a grin, Esmondu, while browsing around the old temple market, we noticed that your shop is the most impressive one. Indeed, the variety of goods here is unparalleled. Therese modestly replied, You flatter me, Baker. It's a small business, not worth mentioning. After some pleasantries, Emmanuel got straight to the point. Esmondu, given that you run such a large and prosperous shop, you must be very knowledgeable. I happen to have something quite rare. Have you seen it before? Therese's gaze fell on the rosewood box in Emmanuel's hand. Baker, Mrs. Sue, you must be tired from walking. Why don't you join us upstairs for a cup of tea? Therese invited. Emmanuel naturally didn't refuse, so he and Paula went up the stairs. In a reception room, Emmanuel placed the rosewood box on a table and sat down with Paula. After instructing the assistant to prepare tea and snacks, Therese approached them with a smile. Baker, is the rare item you mentioned in this box? That's correct. Emmanuel patted the box gently. Therese suggested, Why don't you open it and let me see? Emmanuel nodded and opened the box calmly. Therese saw the bar of soap inside but didn't recognize it. To her, it looked like a strange, yellowish-white object. She examined it for a moment before asking, Baker, may I pick it up to examine it? Of course. Emmanuel generously agreed. Therese thanked him and picked up the soap. Upon touching it, she found it cool and smooth, rather pleasant to the touch. After inspecting it from all angles, she put it back in the box and admitted, Baker, I must confess I don't know what this is. Without keeping her waiting, Emmanuel explained, This is called soap. Soap. Therese was intrigued, never having heard of it before. Emmanuel continued, Esmondu, based on the character soap, you might guess its use. Therese quickly thought and realized, so this soap refers to the same soap as in soap pod? Emmanuel nodded. Exactly. This soap has the same effect as soap pods, but far surpasses them. Far surpass soap pods? Therese was both surprised and skeptical. Seeing her doubt, Emmanuel explained the soap's usage method and its powerful cleaning abilities. Therese listened in disbelief. Soap pods were already considered the best detergent available. Could this simple-looking yellow block really be better? She hesitated. Baker, please forgive my ignorance, but I consider myself reasonably knowledgeable. Until now, I have never heard of anything better than soap pods. Emmanuel glanced at Paula and smiled. Then why not try it yourself, Esmondu? I believe after trying, you'll change your mind. Therese frowned in thought for a moment before nodding. Very well. I'd like to see for myself. She then asked an assistant to bring fresh water and a greasy rag from the kitchen. Therese explained that despite attempts with soap pods, the oil on the cloth hadn't been completely removed. Emmanuel confidently said, "Es mandu. Soap excels at removing grease. You'll be satisfied after washing it." Therese gave the instructions to clean the rag with soap. Under Emmanuel's guidance, the assistant rubbed the soap thoroughly and began scrubbing vigorously. Initially, Therese didn't think much of it, expecting no significant difference. However, after a few moments, she noticed the water filled with grease and foam. Examining the rag, she found the grease noticeably reduced. The assistant then wrung out the rag and spread it out. Surprised, the assistant exclaimed, "Manager, it's much cleaner than using soap pods." Therese took the rag from the assistant and confirmed the result herself. Indeed, the oily feel was gone, and the cleaning effect was remarkable. Excited, she turned to Emmanuel, who smiled and suggested, "If you rinse it twice more with water, it will be even cleaner." Following his advice, Therese fetched another pot of water and washed it again. After squeezing out the water, she was exhilarated. "Baker, it's incredibly clean. All the grease is gone. This is amazing." Therese couldn't help but marvel at the soap's exceptional degreasing power. Emmanuel smiled slightly and turned to look at Paula, his eyes seeming to say, "Everything is under control." Paula was also very satisfied, and a smile instantly appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Baker, you brought this soap here. Could it be that you want our miscellaneous dry goods shop to help sell it?" As the owner of the largest and most upscale dry goods store in Shinjo City, Therese fully understood the value of this soap. Though Therese wore a smile and looked calm on the surface, she was actually quite excited inside. Therese had already made up her mind. She was definitely going to sell this wonderful soap. Chapter 23. Rarity is valuable. But after years in business, Therese was very clear in her mind that no matter how much she liked or wanted something, she mustn't show any signs of eagerness. Otherwise, the other party would definitely take advantage of the situation to raise the price. Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "Yes, shopkeeper Kit. I indeed have such intentions this time." However, Therese put on a difficult look. "But Jason, it's just past the new year and everyone's finances are tight. Business is extremely hard to do now. So, Sai, this woman doesn't know how to speak with you." Therese's strategy was to act like she didn't want something even when she desired it the most. Only then could she make the other party beg for her business and secure a better deal. But Emmanuel wasn't an ordinary person. He could easily see through Therese's motives. "Fine, since you're having difficulties, let's not bother you anymore. Goodbye." As he said this, Emmanuel glanced at Paula and continued, "My dear, I remember that A Hill's trading company is nearby. Let's go visit Merchant A Hill." After saying this, Emmanuel stood up as if he were about to leave. "Yes, husband," Paula replied. She then took out a silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the wet soap clean before putting it back into the rosewood box. Ordinarily, using a silk handkerchief to wipe a soap bar would be too extravagant for Paula, but she had followed Emmanuel's instructions precisely. While closing the rosewood box, Paula thought to herself, "Husband is really amazing." He even anticipated shopkeeper Kit's reaction. "Incredible." Just as Emmanuel was about to pick up the rosewood box, Therese raised her hand. "Jason, what are you doing? I only mentioned difficulties. I never said no." Emmanuel feigned surprise as he looked at Therese. "Shopkeeper Kit, does this mean you plan to buy?" Therese nodded and said bluntly, "Jason, I'm willing to buy this soap at 500 cash coins per caddy, as much as you have. How does that sound?" Upon hearing 500 cash coins, Paula felt a small surge of excitement and immediately looked at Emmanuel, as if saying, "Indeed, it can sell for 500. Therese's willingness to offer 500 cash coins per caddy stemmed from A Hill's Trading Company. A Hill's Trading Company was the top competitor in Shinjo City for sundry goods. If they secured the soap business, it would undoubtedly overshadow her own. Emmanuel chuckled but shook his head. "Shopkeeper Kit, if you're only willing to offer 500 cash coins, there's no need to discuss further." The lowest price Emmanuel had set in his mind was one string of cash coins. Offering a mere 500 cash coins was overly naive. Therese hesitated for a moment before quickly offering 600 cash coins per caddy. At this point, the smile vanished from Emmanuel's face, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. "If shopkeeper Kit isn't sincere, let's not waste each other's time. Farewell." With that, Emmanuel saluted and quickly picked up the rosewood box, signaling Paula to leave. "Jason, please wait." Therese couldn't let Emmanuel leave, so she immediately stepped forward, blocking their path. "Jason, I'll offer 800 cash coins. No, one string of cash coins per caddy." Therese immediately raised her bid. When Paula heard the offer of one string of cash coins, she became excited and couldn't help tugging at Emmanuel's sleeve. Clearly, Paula believed this price was already excellent and urged Emmanuel to agree. However, Emmanuel ignored her and still shook his head. Dissatisfied, Therese's face turned cold. "Jason, this is not fair. One string of cash coins is already a very high price. Soap nuts only cost 160 cash coins per caddy. You should calculate how many pounds in a bag." She never expected the price to rise so high. Emmanuel finally stopped and turned to face Therese. Thinking she had cornered Emmanuel, Therese felt a twinge of satisfaction but kept it off her face, even sighing aloud. "Ah, Jason, your soap may be excellent, but it's ultimately dispensable. 800 cash coins per string is already sky high." Emmanuel turned back a few steps and sneered again. "Shopkeeper Kit, I initially thought you were one of the most visionary merchants in Shinjo City. Now, hearing your words, I realize I misjudged you." Unhappy, Therese retorted, "Jason, I understand you think it's still low, but after all, soap is only slightly better than soap nuts. Do you really think it can command an exorbitant price? To be honest, even county magistrate's household might hesitate to buy it." Paula also found Therese's logic reasonable, making her gaze at Emmanuel more urgent. For a moment, Paula really wanted to accept on his behalf. Emmanuel asked coldly, "Shopkeeper Kit, do you truly think soap is only useful for washing and bathing? Or what else?" Therese immediately countered. Paula was bewildered. What else could soap be used for besides cleaning and bathing? Even if it could be eaten, 1 string and 800 cash coins per caddy was too expensive. Emmanuel spoke solemnly. Rarity makes things valuable. Shopkeeper Kit. Therese suddenly realized what Emmanuel meant. This was a completely new commodity that would likely sell well when introduced, possibly attracting unprecedented enthusiasm. At that time, many would buy it as gifts, and those receiving it would remember who gave it. Shopkeeper Kit. I forgot to tell you, the manufacturing process of this soap is highly complex, and the production rate is extremely low. You must seize this opportunity, Emmanuel added meaningfully. Paula silently rolled her eyes, knowing full well the soap-making process was simple and could produce higher quantities with more workers. Yet, here was her husband lying straight-faced. After a brief silence, Therese made up her mind and seriously said, "Since we've come to this point, please give us a price, Jason." Emmanuel pondered for a moment before stating firmly, 5 strings of cash coins, but not per caddy, rather per piece. When Paula heard this price, it felt like a thunderclap in her mind. Her heartbeat accelerated, nearly bursting out of her chest. Agreed. Without hesitation, Therese agreed, turning around to instruct her assistant to fetch paper and pen to draft the contract. Emmanuel sighed regretfully. Alas, I still underestimated her shrewdness and sold too low. These words almost caused Paula to faint on the spot. 1 string and 800 cash coins, and he still complained about selling too low. Chapter 24. You're still too kind-hearted. After the incense had burned down, Emmanuel and Therese signed the contract. Both parties agreed to deliver the goods in 2 days for a total of 200 pieces, exchanging money for goods on the spot. Therese was still somewhat uneasy and smiled, saying, "Young Jason, I've purchased this soap at such a high price. You must keep your promise not to sell any more to A. Hill's trading house." Emmanuel solemnly replied, "Shopkeeper Kit, rest assured. Emmanuel will honor his word." "That's good. I am willing to trust young Jason," Therese said. Following that, Emmanuel prepared to leave. However, Therese called him back and said, "Young Jason, would it be inconvenient for you to tell me where you reside? In 2 days, I can send someone to collect the goods and bring the silver, sparing you the trouble of coming back and forth." Emmanuel shook his head with a smile. "No need to trouble you, Shopkeeper Kit. I'll be out those days anyway. Besides, it's our first transaction, so it's better if I deliver the goods personally." Seeing Emmanuel say this, Therese didn't press further. "My dear, let's go," Emmanuel said, lifting the purple sandalwood box and descending the stairs with Paula. As soon as Emmanuel and Paula boarded their carriage, Therese appeared at the store entrance. Watching the carriage slowly disappear, she suddenly called out, "Hardy, come here. Rarity increases value. To maintain a high price, we shouldn't release too much at once. Otherwise, with an abundance of soap, prices will drop. Just like the soap nuts, their price falls during peak season. I don't want that." Paula immediately understood, nodding and praising, "Husband, you're brilliant." Emmanuel chuckled without a reply. Davy into the crowd on the streets. The carriage moved slowly, stopping and starting. Paula idly pulled back the curtain to look outside. Suddenly, she saw an oil pancake stand by the roadside. Pointing excitedly, she said, "Husband, these pancakes are delicious. My mother used to take me here when I was young." Hearing this, Emmanuel immediately ordered the driver to stop. "Wait here, Aislinn. I'll buy some pancakes," he said, preparing to get out. Paula quickly pulled Emmanuel back, shaking her head. "No need, husband. I was just mentioning it casually. I ate a lot at noon and am still full." Emmanuel laughed. "Actually, I want to taste what you enjoyed in your childhood. Do you mind?" Hearing this, Paula immediately shook her head and released him. Thus, Emmanuel got out and bought 2 piping hot pancakes. As he paid and returned to the carriage, he noticed a suspicious figure near the back of the carriage. Upon closer inspection, Emmanuel recognized the man as an assistant from Jiagja Aimnan Hua whom he had seen before. Maintaining composure, Emmanuel entered the carriage with the pancakes. He handed the fragrant pastries to Paula and told the driver, "Let's head to Jinshu Tower first." Paula, munching on the pancake, asked, "Husband, didn't you say this morning we could skip Jinshu Tower today?" Shaking his head, Emmanuel whispered, "I haven't gone to Jinshu Tower. Aislinn, while I was out, I noticed Shopkeeper Kit sent an assistant to follow us." Shocked, Paula turned to check through the rear window. Emmanuel quickly stopped her. "Don't. If he realizes we spotted him, it'll be hard to lose him." Obediently, Paula retracted her hand and asked, "Husband, why would Shopkeeper Kit send someone to track us?" Emmanuel took a bite of the pancake, thinking aloud, "2 possibilities? 2 possibilities?" Paula inquired curiously. Emmanuel nodded, chewing as he spoke. "First, she might worry about losing contact and finding no source for the soap. With something this valuable, wouldn't she feel safer keeping an eye on us?" Paula agreed, nodding vigorously. Emmanuel continued, "Second, she might be trying to uncover our true identities." Paula didn't understand. Why would she do that? Emmanuel's expression grew stern. Looking at Paula seriously, "Have you considered? If she discovers we're ordinary civilians, she might contemplate imprisoning us, interrogating us, and extracting the soap-making formula." Paula was shocked. "No, that doesn't seem like Shopkeeper Kit's style." "Aislinn, you're still too kind-hearted, unaware of people's treachery," Emmanuel remarked. Possessing a skill was crucial, but leveraging it to establish oneself and thrive involved more challenges. Even with powerful technology, misunderstanding human nature and the world's dangers could easily make one someone else's golden goose. "But I heard the Kit family has a good reputation in Shinjo City, often helping the poor and opening soup kitchens." Paula still found it hard to believe. Emmanuel shook his head. "Aislinn, one must always be cautious. Perhaps Therese has no ill intentions, but we must be prepared. Given the immense profits from soap, the Kit family could quickly become the richest in Shinjo County, or even renowned merchants in Liang State. In the face of such significant benefits, I find it hard to believe anyone wouldn't be swayed." Emmanuel sighed. Listening to Emmanuel, Paula sensed the danger. Experiencing this situation for the first time, she felt panicky. "Husband, Then, what should we do now? Stay calm. Just lose this guy, Emmanuel calmly instructed. Hashtag chapter 25. I like peonies. The carriage made its way to the street where Jinshu Building was located. At this time, business at Jinshu Building was booming, with people crowding the entrance. The carriage couldn't get close from far away. Emmanuel and Paula got off the carriage and quickly entered the crowd, heading straight ahead. Hardy, who had been following behind, saw them getting out of the carriage and into the crowd and immediately became anxious. He hurriedly tried to catch up, but there were too many people on the street. After a few steps, Hardy bumped into someone, and by the time he looked up again, Emmanuel and Paula were nowhere to be seen. Desperate, Hardy searched everywhere but could not find them. Eventually, he had no choice but to return to Jiagza Amananhuo Hall and report back to Master Therese. Upon learning that Hardy had lost them, although Therese was somewhat displeased, she didn't blame him too harshly and dismissed him with a wave of her hand. On the other side, Emmanuel and Paula had already slipped through a nearby alley and returned directly to Sweetwater Lane to their uncle's house. As soon as they entered, Kay stared in shock, then opened her eyes wide, scrutinizing Emmanuel and Paula from head to toe. Kay exclaimed in surprise, "Cousin, sister-in-law, weren't you going to negotiate a deal? Why are you like this?" Emmanuel smiled lightly and said, "Since we were going to town anyway, what's wrong with buying ourselves some clothes while we're here?" Paula immediately said, "Terry, don't listen to his nonsense. There's a reason we bought these new clothes." Then, Paula explained the reason to Kay. Meanwhile, Emmanuel went into the yard to check the concentration of the lye. "What? 6 guan." Suddenly, Emmanuel heard Kay exclaim loudly from behind. Emmanuel turned around frowning. "What's the fuss about?" Kay shook her head incessantly. "It's not just anything. It's 6 guan. Do you know how much meat that could buy?" Spending so much money on clothes and ornaments was something Kay would never dream of doing. Emmanuel, however, didn't care much for Kay's reaction and asked, "Where are Daryl and Cousin Pinyin?" Kay replied, "They're in the backyard. I'll go call them." Soon, Kay brought Xander and Gordy to the hall. Xander, concerned about the sales channel, asked upon seeing Emmanuel, "How did the negotiation go?" Emmanuel smiled and answered, "Daryl, we've reached an agreement with Master Kit at Jiagza Amananhuo Hall. In 2 days, we'll deliver the soap, and payment will be made on delivery." Saying this, Emmanuel took out the signed contract for Daryl to review. Eager to know the price of the soap, Xander asked, "Emmanuel, what price did you agree on?" Emmanuel replied, 5 guan per bar, with the first delivery being 200 bars. 5 guan each, not bad." Xander immediately nodded. "Speak up. I'll follow your lead." First, Emmanuel wanted to add another 100 soap molds, bringing their total to 400. If they produced 200 bars per batch in the future, having 2 batches worth of molds would ensure smooth production without delays. Second, Emmanuel hoped that patterns could be carved onto the molds. This would make the soap look more exquisite, justifying the 5 guan price tag. It also served as a brand identifier. People would recognize the brand from the patterns. Upon hearing this, Xander slapped his chest confidently. "Leave it to me and Pinyin. It's all good." He immediately called his son over and led him to the backyard to start carving the new molds. Emmanuel didn't idle either. He fetched some paper and ink and began sketching the design pattern at the table in the hall. However, after nearly an hour of thinking and drawing, he still hadn't found a design he liked, though he had used many sheets of paper. Seeing this, Paula brought him a cup of hot tea, saying gently, "My dear, take a break and have some tea. You might think of something later." Emmanuel sighed and put down the brush, taking the teacup from her and sipping slowly as he paced around the room. Paula walked to the table and examined Emmanuel's sketches. Emmanuel glanced at her and suddenly remembered something, asking, "Aislinn, what flower do you like best?" Paula raised her head and replied, "I like peonies." As soon as Emmanuel heard this, inspiration struck. He smacked his forehead forcefully. "Of course! Why didn't I think of peonies?" The force of the smack caused tea to splash out of the cup. "My dear, what's the matter?" Paula asked urgently. Next, Emmanuel set the teacup down, grabbed a piece of paper, and began drawing. "Aislinn, do you know what peonies represent?" "Wealth and auspiciousness. It's perfect." What Emmanuel was drawing was a simplified sketch of a peony, a design he often drew in elementary school for blackboard reports, which he still remembered vividly. When he finished, he asked, "Aislinn, does this look like a peony?" Paula nodded immediately. "You draw so well, it looks just like a peony." Encouraged by her praise, Emmanuel grinned happily. "Aislinn, let's carve this peony design into our molds. We can name the soap Peony Brand. What do you think?" "Peony Brand soap?" Paula repeated softly and then nodded. "My dear, I think it sounds lovely. I love it." "Me too," Emmanuel replied joyfully. Subsequently, Emmanuel called Xander and the rest of the family to the hall, showing them the peony sketch. Sure enough, they had no objections to either the design or the name and unanimously agreed. Xander instructed, "Pinyin, let's pause the mold making. Carve 200 peony designs first. We can't delay our main task." "Yes, father." Gordy nodded. By evening, the lye had reached the desired concentration. To avoid being seen by the neighbors, they moved the mixing of lard indoors. Shutting the door, they began their work. Chapter 25. I love peonies. The carriage arrived on the street where Jinshu Lu was located. The restaurant was bustling with business, its entrance packed with people. The carriage couldn't get any closer. Emmanuel and Paula got off the carriage and quickly made their way through the crowd. Hardy, following behind, saw them disappear into the crowd and grew anxious. He hurried to keep up but, due to the dense crowd, he accidentally bumped into someone. When he looked up again, Emmanuel and Paula had vanished. Frustrated and worried, Hardy searched everywhere but couldn't find them. Reluctantly, he returned to Jiagza Amananhuo Daviank and reported back to the shopkeeper. Upon learning that Hardy had lost track of them, Therese was displeased but didn't overly blame him, waving him away. On the other side, Emmanuel and Paula had slipped into a nearby alley and then headed straight back to Sweetwater Alley to Daryl's house. As soon as they entered, Kay stared in shock, examining Emmanuel and Paula from head to toe. Surprised, she asked, cousin, sister-in-law, weren't you going to negotiate a deal? Why are you dressed like this? Emmanuel smiled lightly. We were already out shopping, so why not pick up some clothes for myself and your sister-in-law? Paula immediately added, Terry, don't listen to his nonsense. There's a reason we bought these new outfits. Then, Paula explained the reason to Kay. Meanwhile, Emmanuel was checking the lie concentration in the yard. What? 6,000 coins? Suddenly, Kay gasped. Emmanuel turned, frowning. What's all the fuss about? Kay shook her head. No, that's 6,000 coins. Do you know how much meat you can buy with that? Spending 6,000 coins on clothing and accessories was something Kay couldn't imagine, let alone afford. Emmanuel ignored her reaction and asked, Where's Daryl and Cousin Pingin? Kay replied, They're in the backyard. Let me call them. Soon, Kay brought Xander and Gordy into the main room. Xander, concerned about the sales prospects, asked Emmanuel, How did the negotiations go? Smiling, Emmanuel answered, Daryl, we've agreed on terms with Mr. Kit from Jiagza Amananhuo Daviak. We'll deliver the soap in 2 days, and payment will be settled then. Emmanuel pulled out the signed contract for Daryl to review. Anxious to know the price, Xander asked, How much did you negotiate? Emmanuel replied, 5,000 coins per block, with an initial delivery of 200 blocks. 5,000 coins isn't bad. Before he finished speaking, Xander froze, turning sharply to ask, You said how much and justify the high price. The other reason was branding. So anyone seeing the pattern would recognize it as their product. Relieved it was just a simple request, Xander confidently promised, Leave it to us, me and Pingin can handle this. He called over Gordy, and they went to the backyard to carve the molds. Meanwhile, Emmanuel wasn't idle. He found paper and ink and began sketching patterns for the molds. After nearly 2 hours, Emmanuel still hadn't come up with a satisfactory design, wasting many sheets of paper. Seeing his frustration, Paula brought him a cup of hot tea, softly saying, Dear, take a break and drink some tea. You might come up with something after relaxing. Emmanuel sighed and sipped his tea while pacing the room. Paula examined his sketches, and suddenly Emmanuel thought of something. He asked, Aislinn, what's your favorite flower? Looking up, Paula replied, I love peonies. Emmanuel snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Of course! Why didn't I think of peonies? His sudden movement splashed tea from the cup. Dear, what's the matter? Paula asked. Emmanuel put down the cup and grabbed a sheet of paper, starting to sketch rapidly. Aislinn, do you know what peonies symbolize? Wealth and auspiciousness. It fits perfectly. He was drawing a simplified peony, a design he'd often used for blackboard posters in elementary school. After finishing, he showed Paula, asking, Does it look like a peony? She nodded eagerly. Dear, your drawing is perfect. It looks exactly like a peony. Pleased with her approval, Emmanuel grinned. Let's carve this peony pattern on the molds and name our soap Peony Brand. What do you think? Paula whispered, Peony Brand soap, then nodded enthusiastically. I love it. So do I. Emmanuel beamed. Next, Emmanuel called Xander and his family into the main room to show them the peony sketch. They unanimously approved the design and the name. Xander then instructed, Pingin, let's set aside the molds for now. First, we'll carve 200 peonies. We can't delay this task. Yes, father, Gordy agreed. By evening, the lye concentration reached the right level. To avoid neighbors' curiosity, they moved the pig fat mixing process indoors, closing the door and getting to work. Chapter 26, Payment and Delivery. The next day, the first batch of Peony Brand soaps was completed. To make the soaps look more upscale, Emmanuel specially bought some red paper and cut it into appropriately sized square packaging. After cutting the packaging paper, Emmanuel carefully wrote Peony Brand on each red sheet. He took this task very seriously as it was the first time he was displaying his brand name to the public, ensuring that every character was perfectly written. By the time he finished writing 200 labels, his right hand was completely exhausted. Next came the packaging. Neither Emmanuel nor Paula knew how to package them attractively, and their attempts proved futile. Fortunately, Kay was skilled in this aspect and soon taught them the knack, packaging the soaps neatly and impressively. On the delivery day, Emmanuel arrived early at his uncle's house. The 200 soaps were packed in a large wooden box, ready to be delivered to Jiagza Amananhuo Daviak. Xander, concerned about Emmanuel going alone, decided to accompany him along with his son since they were expected to receive 1,000 strings of cash. They pushed a wheelbarrow loaded with the large box of soap out of the door. On the way, Rolf seemed incredibly excited. Thinking about receiving money soon made him almost unable to contain his excitement. Although Xander was also excited, being an elder, he didn't show it overtly. Soon enough, the three of them reached Jiagza Amananhuo Daviak. Upon hearing that Emmanuel had brought the soaps, Therese immediately greeted him. In the back hall of the shop, she looked at the pile of soaps and her expression was filled with excitement. She picked up a soap and read aloud, Peony Brand. Jason, is this your brand? Therese asked. Emmanuel nodded and replied, I just thought of it these past couple of days. It felt incomplete without a brand name, don't you think, Esmondu? Therese nodded and inquired further, but Jason, why did you choose Peony Brand over Lotus or Plum Brand? Emmanuel smiled and explained, my wife loves peonies the most, and they symbolize wealth and good fortune. Hence, we named it Peony Brand. Therese nodded again, admiring Emmanuel's dedication to his wife. I never thought Jason would cherish your wife so much. After speaking, Therese opened the packaging of one of the soaps. She immediately noticed the peony pattern embossed on the soap. Jason, this peony is beautifully designed. Despite its simplicity, it perfectly captures the elegance of the flower. This is truly remarkable. Therese praised. Though from a merchant family, Therese had been taught poetry and painting as a child, making her comments genuinely appreciative. Emmanuel smiled gratefully. Thank you for your kind words, Esmondu. The inspection process lasted roughly as long as it takes to burn an incense stick. Why did it take so long? Because it was their first transaction, Therese was extremely cautious, having every soap checked and repackaged after ensuring there were no issues. Manager, there are exactly 200 pieces, not more, not less. Everything's fine, said the assistant. Therese nodded, and then ordered someone to bring a small clear box. Inside the wooden box were 20 50-tael ingots of official silver, totaling 1,000 taels, equivalent to 1,000 strings of cash. Although Xander and Rolf had braced themselves mentally, seeing so much real silver still made their hearts race with excitement. Emmanuel didn't linger on the sight of the silver. He quickly closed the box and said, Esmondu, payment and delivery are both done, so we should be off. With that, Emmanuel lifted the box and handed it to Rolf. Rolf immediately hugged the box tightly, looking somewhat anxious as if fearing it might be snatched away. Just as Emmanuel was about to leave, he heard Therese say, Jason, wait a moment. Emmanuel turned around and asked, is there anything else, Esmondu? Therese smiled and inquired, how often can you supply us with these soaps? Emmanuel frowned slightly, thinking before replying, that's hard to say. Making these soaps is not easy. Fast could mean a month, slow perhaps several months. I'm not sure yet. Therese paused for a moment and continued, regardless of how long it takes for the next batch, please deliver them to us at Jiagza Aim Nanhua Daviank as soon as possible. We will maintain the same price. What do you think, Jason? Certainly, Emmanuel responded, nodding with a smile, then left Jiagza Aim Nanhua Daviank along with Xander and Rolf. As soon as they left, Assistant Xiao Wu approached quietly and suggested, Manager, shall I follow them again? Don't worry. This time I'll be extra careful and they won't notice me. Therese frowned sharply and snapped, silence. Stop acting smart on your own. Startled, Xiao Wu hurriedly bowed his head in acknowledgement and backed away. After last time when Xiao Wu lost them, Therese had reflected deeply. Various signs indicated that it wasn't an accident, but rather that Emmanuel had deliberately shaken him off. Therefore, she would no longer send anyone to follow them, as upsetting Emmanuel could jeopardize their soap business. She wouldn't risk losing this lucrative deal like a Hilji merchant house had. Suddenly, Therese instructed, prepare the carriage immediately. I need to visit the Noah family. Then, taking 2 pieces of soap, she walked briskly towards the entrance. On the street, Rolf carried the money box, sweating profusely. Though inside the shop everything seemed calm, now outside amidst the crowd, he grew increasingly nervous. Every person he saw seemed potentially dangerous, ready to snatch his box. Seeing his son's lack of confidence, Xander reprimanded him while pushing the wheelbarrow. Can you stop acting like that? Afraid people will know there's money in your box? Rolf only became more anxious and shushed his father. Dad, can you lower your voice? Realizing he'd spoken too loudly, Xander fell silent, but continued to glare at his son disapprovingly. Emmanuel approached his uncle and suggested, Daryl, keeping so much silver at home isn't safe. Why don't we 100 taels into several silver bills of different denominations, with the largest being 100 taels and the smallest 10 taels? When rolled together, the stack was thick enough to fill both hands. Coming out of Sci-fi Bank, Emmanuel said, Daryl, I'll head back now. Aislinn is waiting for me at home. Go on. Be careful on the way. Xander smiled and nodded in agreement. Emmanuel nodded, clutching the silver bills as he hurried home. Unbeknownst to Emmanuel, 5 burly men were already standing outside his house, pounding vigorously on the gate. The leader was none other than Amal from Chonglong Gambling Den. After a while with no one answering the door, Amal's temper flared up. He started shouting at the top of his lungs, Emmanuel, today is the day you repay the debt. If you don't open the door right now, I'm going to break in. Note, I have maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 27, A Threat of Death. In the courtyard, Paula was gripping a kitchen knife and shivering as she stared at the gate that was rattling loudly. If it weren't for Paula propping up the gate early with a stick, Amal and his gang would have already broken in by now. Amal's voice rang out again. Emmanuel, listen up. Don't hide in there like a dead dog. If you can't pay, then be my slave. And clean up your wife. I'll enjoy her thoroughly in a bit. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Amal finished speaking, the 4 burly men beside him burst into hysterical laughter. Paula finally couldn't take it anymore. Clutching the knife tightly, she shouted, Baker, it's not even the end of the day yet. My husband has gone to earn money and will be back soon to pay you. Don't go too far. Do you believe I'll report this to the authorities and accuse you of breaking into a residence? Earn money? Outside, Amal laughed mockingly. Do you know who your husband is? If he could make money, would he pawn you off to me? Bam bam bam. Another round of banging followed on the door. Seeing no effect from the noise, Amal commanded, all right, stop banging. Just break it down. The 4 thugs immediately complied and started ramming the gate forcefully. How could a mere stick withstand such an assault? Within moments, the gate flew open, and Amal marched in boldly. Paula panicked but forced herself to remain calm. She lifted the knife and pointed it at Amal and his men. Amal was taken aback, then exaggeratedly exclaimed, oh, such fierce beauty. I like that. Ha ha ha. The 4 thugs behind him also laughed along. By this time, several neighbors had gathered outside the courtyard, gossiping and murmuring quietly amongst themselves. Phew, this Emmanuel is really rotten, pawning off his own wife. Right, what a waste for such a fine Shin family daughter, to be saddled with such a spineless fool, poor thing. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked, hey, do you think where Emmanuel went? Why isn't he back yet? Did he run away? Immediately, many agreeing voices arose among the crowd. Amal gestured backward with his thumb and said, Beauty, did you hear that? Your husband ran away. He knew today was repayment day and left you alone. Haha. Lies. My husband didn't run. He's out making money and will be back soon. You guys should behave. Paula, agitated, waved the knife in her hand and backed away slowly. Amal shook his head, puzzled. Beauty, why are you so devoted to such a spineless man? In all of Shinjo City, wouldn't anyone else be better for you? Shut up. My husband is not spineless. Paula retorted angrily. Amal didn't want to waste time arguing and ordered the four thugs, "Move in." Hearing this, Paula turned pale, tossed the knife forward, and rushed into the hall. Though thrown inaccurately, the knife still startled Amal. Furious, Amal shouted, "Damn!" asking for punishment when given respect. "Seize this woman immediately." The four thugs immediately stormed into the hall, but Paula had shut the door and barricaded it with a table. However, their resistance proved futile. The thugs quickly broke down the door, causing Paula to fall to the ground. With the hall's entrance now wide open, Amal strode in with an evil grin. "Beauty, since the spineless one isn't home, how about you attend to this gentleman? Perhaps, I might reward you with a few coins." Paula was terrified inside, but gritted her teeth and stood up. At that moment, Paula pulled out a pair of scissors from her robe and pressed it against her throat. "If you come any closer, I'll kill myself right here." Trembling with fear, Paula made up her mind to face death. Startled, Amal halted instantly, his brow furrowing slightly. The four thugs dared not advance any further. As the steward of Changlong Casino, Amal was responsible for lending and debt collection, often using violence but always ensuring things didn't turn deadly. Otherwise, both the casino and himself would face serious trouble because the authorities would seize on murder cases as opportunities to squeeze them dry. "Beauty, don't act rashly. I was just scaring you. We prioritize money in our business." Amal tried to pacify her. "Get out. All of you get out." Paula, emotionally overwhelmed, kept the scissors pressing hard against her throat, blood trickling from the wound. Fine. We're leaving. Amal conceded, realizing he had no choice but to de-escalate the situation. The five of them retreated from the hall and returned to the courtyard. Standing at the hall's entrance, Paula anxiously pleaded inwardly, "Husband, please come back quickly." Coincidentally, a familiar voice called from outside the courtyard next moment. "Aislinn, don't be afraid. I'm back." Flushing in, Emmanuel ran into the courtyard, passing Amal and reaching Paula. "Husband." Tears welled up in Paula's eyes as she exclaimed excitedly. Seeing Paula holding scissors against her throat, Emmanuel realized what had happened. Heartbroken and seething with rage, he reassured her, "Aislinn, everything's all right now. I'm back. It's over." He hurriedly pulled Paula's hand holding the scissors away, noticing a small wound on her throat. Meanwhile, Amal frowned and yelled, "Emmanuel, you came back just in time. Pay up if you have the money, or hand over your house and wife. Otherwise, I won't be gentle." Paula, extremely anxious, whispered, "Husband, did you sell the soap? Did you get the money?" Nodding, Emmanuel responded softly, "Don't worry, Aislinn. I have the money with me." Relieved, Paula felt a weight lift off her chest. Turning to Amal, Emmanuel demanded, frowning, "Where's the IOU?" Prepared, Amal retrieved the IOU from his robes, unfurled it, and asked, 130 guan? Without delay, Emmanuel pulled out a roll of banknotes and took out several notes amounting exactly to 130 taels. "These are 4C banknotes for 130 taels. Give me the IOU." Emmanuel declared confidently. Amal was visibly stunned by the sudden appearance of so many banknotes. Puzzled, Amal wondered what had changed for this young man to suddenly have so much money. A moment later, Amal thought of someone, Dawson, but he quickly dismissed it. The sum of money in Emmanuel's hands seemed substantial. Even though Emmanuel worked for Dawson, no matter how generous Dawson was, he couldn't afford to give Emmanuel this much money at once. Moreover, Dawson didn't have that much cash readily available, having invested most of it in the restaurant. Carefully analyzing the situation, Amal suspected foul play and questioned, "Emmanuel, I know what kind of person you are. Tell me, whose money did you steal?" Just those simple words instantly labeled Emmanuel as a thief. Chapter 28, Self-Defense. This money wasn't stolen. It was sold by. Seeing Amal frame Emmanuel, Paula immediately became agitated and shouted. Emmanuel didn't want Paula to reveal the soap situation, so he quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Aislinn, don't say anything." Paula immediately realized it was wrong and promptly shut her mouth. "Selling what? Trying to say you sold your dowry again?" Amal sneered, loudly saying, "Who doesn't know your dowry was long sold off by him? Do you think this lousy excuse can last forever?" After finishing, Amal laughed coldly, turning to look at the neighbors outside the courtyard gate. "Everyone see? They can't even explain where this money came from. So I'm certain this money was stolen by Emmanuel." "Right. Definitely stolen. Big brother is right. This guy has already gambled away his wife and house. He could only resort to stealing." The thugs immediately echoed in agreement. "It's not true. Not true at all. My husband did not steal any money. Don't make false accusations." Paula sweated profusely from anxiety. Emmanuel quickly grabbed Paula's hand, whispering, "Aislinn, don't panic. If we do, we'll fall into their trap." Under Amal's and the thugs' repeated instigation, the onlooker neighbors gradually began to believe them. A middle-aged woman at the entrance asked, "Hey, you say, how did Emmanuel get this money?" A man nearby responded, "Didn't Mrs. Su just say that Emmanuel earned it?" "Earned it? Huh. Only a fool like you would believe such nonsense." An elderly woman mocked immediately. She then began to analyze seriously. "Emmanuel lost all his property gambling. Isn't that common knowledge around Cockrow Alley? Think about it. Can someone who can't earn money possibly have ways to do so? When and where have you ever seen him earn a single coin?" Upon hearing this, the neighbors shook their heads, all agreeing. Some people also pointed out that Emmanuel had borrowed money from them in the past and hadn't repaid it yet. The elderly woman looked disdainfully at the courtyard and said, "I say, this kid Emmanuel must have met some thieves or ruffians while gambling, and maybe these funds were stolen together with those people." Her explanation seemed convincing, and everyone gradually believed it. Throughout this, Emmanuel kept shaking his head, sighing helplessly, but he didn't blame the neighbors. After all, why wouldn't they turn against someone who failed so miserably? Seeing public opinion firmly turn towards him, Amal, hands on his waist and pointing at Emmanuel, spoke up sternly, "Emmanuel, despite once being a scholar, How could you sink so low as to engage in despicable acts? How can you face your parents and teachers? Turning to the crowd outside, he continued, fellow neighbors, please be my witness today. Emmanuel stole money, disgracing scholarship. Today, I will rid the people of this scoundrel, taking him to the county office and requesting the magistrate to punish him severely. Good, good. The crowd outside burst into applause, cheering enthusiastically. Emmanuel found it absurd, thinking this guy sure could act. Then, Amal gestured for 2 thugs to apprehend Emmanuel. Aislinn, step back, Emmanuel warned hurriedly. Paula felt an ominous premonition, urging, husband, what are you going to do? Don't do anything reckless. In no time, the 2 thugs had reached Emmanuel. One thug tried grabbing Emmanuel's shirt when Emmanuel kicked out, hitting the thug squarely in the groin. The thug immediately fell to the ground, curling up in pain. Before the other thug reacted, Emmanuel landed a precise punch to his face. Ouch! The thug fell backward with a loud cry, blood dripping from his nose as he steadied himself. Husband! Paula covered her mouth, eyes wide with terror. Emmanuel had worked part-time at a boxing gym during college summer vacations for 2 consecutive years. Although he hadn't formally or systematically learned kickboxing or boxing, he had picked up some skills by observing and practicing occasionally under his coach's guidance. Amal never expected Emmanuel's speed and precision, and exploded in anger, roaring, you dare to attack after committing theft? You too, come on, beat him up. Amal rolled up his sleeves and commanded 2 more thugs. Seeing this, Emmanuel pushed Paula into the house, preparing to fight fiercely. Stop, everyone stop. At that moment, a male voice interrupted from outside the yard. It was Dawson. Noah, sir? Amal was surprised. Dawson entered the yard with several servants. Baker, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Dawson asked worriedly. Emmanuel shook his head. I'm fine. West, why are you here? Dawson explained, Baker, I suddenly remembered today is the deadline for debt repayment. So I went to Changlong Casino to redeem your IOU. But I found Amal already brought people over. Worried something might happen, I rushed over. Emmanuel replied, thank you, West. You arrived just in time. At this point, Amal interjected, West, Emmanuel owes us money from Changlong Casino. Doesn't this have nothing to do with you? Dawson's expression darkened, retorting, Amal, listen carefully. Baker is my good friend, and thus his matters are mine too. I'll take care of this. What are you going to do about it? You. Amal fumed, but remembering the Noah family's wealth, he held his tongue. Dawson took out 2 silver notes, announcing loudly, isn't it just 130 guan? Here you go. Quickly return Baker's IOU. Amal remained silent, clearly unwilling to hand over the IOU. Did you hear me? Where's the IOU? Hurry up. Dawson urged impatiently. Unwilling to offend Dawson, Amal reluctantly handed over the IOU. Just as Dawson was about to exchange the IOU for the silver notes, Emmanuel stopped him. Thank you for your kindness, West, but I have my own money. Emmanuel pulled out his own silver note. Dawson was surprised, blurting out, Baker, how did you get so much money? This comment snapped Amal back to reality, yelling, West, he's a thief. This money was stolen. Annoyed, Emmanuel retorted coldly, Amal, you keep accusing me of stealing, but you need evidence. Otherwise, I'll sue you for slander and see who ends up being whipped. Dawson glared at Amal, demanding, that's right. Do you have any proof that Baker stole money? Amal, of course, had no evidence. It was all conjecture and assumption. Stumped momentarily, he pointed at the beaten thugs. Emmanuel, let's leave aside the stealing. Just talk about you injuring my men. Do you think I won't report you to the authorities right now? Go ahead. Go now. If you don't, you're my grandson. Emmanuel raised his voice, showing no fear. Amal was stunned. He never imagined Emmanuel would be so defiant. Emmanuel gestured toward the courtyard, declaring loudly, Amal, look closely. This is whose home. You guys forcibly broke into my house, damaged my door, and attempted to harm me and my wife. I acted in self-defense. Do you understand that? Dawson reacted quickly, immediately chiming in, absolutely, I can vouch for it. In the next moment, Dawson turned to Amal and said, Amal, it's clear you forcibly entered Baker's home and caused a disturbance. Baker had no choice but to defend himself. Right and wrong are as plain as day. But you still have the audacity to report this to the authorities? Are you delusional? Or do you have an itch that needs scratching? Dawson mocked. Amal trembled with rage, momentarily at a loss for words. Though furious, Amal was also well aware that with Dawson backing Emmanuel, he couldn't push any further. Reluctantly, Amal took the silver note of 130 taels from Emmanuel and returned the IOU. Emmanuel, don't get too cocky. Just wait and see. Leaving a menacing threat, Amal left with his 4 thugs, thoroughly defeated. The translation maintains the tone and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. It adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. Chapter 29. Can I just give you a quick hug? Once Amal left, the nosy neighbors who had been watching couldn't bear to stay any longer and quickly dispersed. Soon, Emmanuel's house became quiet again. Emmanuel bowed formally and thanked Dawson sincerely. West, thank you very much for your help just now. Dawson immediately waved his hands, shaking his head. Baker, don't say that. You have helped me so much. It's only right for me to repay you. Paula also came out and expressed her gratitude repeatedly to Dawson. Then, Emmanuel invited Dawson into the living room. After they sat down, Emmanuel asked, West, how was business at Zengsala these past couple of days when I was away? The moment Zengsala's business was mentioned, Dawson became excited. Great, really great. Dawson smiled warmly. Baker, the place has been full before noon every day, and we've been busy until Shurchin in the afternoon when customers finally start to dwindle. Only then do the waiters and kitchen staff get some rest. Not long after, once UA hour passes, more guests arrive, sometimes even staying until high hour. Dawson chuckled and shook his head. Emmanuel nodded and then asked, How did the two new stir-fried dishes I taught Chef Bowie fare? Which one is more popular? Dawson replied immediately. Black fungus with mushrooms and chicken. Baker, this dish has become our Zinxala's signature dish. Everyone orders it. But braised pork also sells well. The only downside is that it takes too long to prepare, Dawson added. Hearing this, Emmanuel laughed. Sorry, West. Last time, it got late, and I forgot to tell Chef Bowie. Actually, the braised pork can be prepared ahead of time. We just need to reheat it when ordered, and the taste won't be affected. Really? That's great. I'll tell Hirsch to prepare more in advance when I get back. Dawson was delighted because the braised pork was their newly introduced hit dish, and it wasn't cheap. The more they sold, the more profit they would make. Next, Emmanuel switched the topic to the dart game, and asked whether it was still popular. Dawson responded seriously, Baker, speaking of which, I wanted to consult you. Many guests feel that the dart game has lost its charm after playing it too often. Should we introduce something new? Emmanuel smiled. It's been 3 days straight. People are bound to lose interest. Let's change it up. Baker, what should we replace it with? Dawson asked eagerly. Emmanuel thought for a while and said, how about standing long jump? What's standing long jump, Baker? Dawson didn't understand. Emmanuel stood up and demonstrated inside the room, and Dawson instantly understood. West, this game is simple. We set different distances, and the further the guest jumps, the bigger the discount they get. Emmanuel explained. Dawson nodded immediately. Got it. Emmanuel warned, remember to set a far distance, but not outrageously far. It should look achievable, but actually be quite difficult to reach. Dawson puzzled. Why, Baker? If we set this distance as the prize for free meals, I believe many people will try to challenge it. The excitement will definitely match that of the dart game, Emmanuel replied. Wonderful, Baker. Your idea is simply brilliant. Dawson admired greatly. Afterward, Emmanuel learned more details from Dawson. For instance, the kitchen now had 3 iron woks, and Hirsch focused solely on preparing black fungus with mushrooms and chicken and braised pork, leaving the other 2 woks to his assistants for egg dishes. Regarding staffing issues, Emmanuel also shared his thoughts, suggesting Zinxala hire more staff and improve current employees' salaries and benefits. Only then would the staff work harder and be more loyal. Finally, Dawson asked, Baker, will you be going to Zinxala later? Emmanuel shook his head. Not today. I need to spend some time with my wife. Yes, Mrs. Sue was frightened earlier. You should indeed spend more time with her. I almost forgot. Dawson reproached himself, patting his forehead. Dawson then stood up and left with his servants. After seeing off Dawson, Emmanuel took Paula to the kitchen. In front of her, he threw the IOU into the stove, instantly turning it into ashes. Aislinn, the debt is paid off. You no longer have to worry, Emmanuel said. Paula felt overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face as she nodded. Why, Aislinn? Are you unhappy? Emmanuel asked urgently. Paula quickly shook her head. Husband, I'm not unhappy. I'm actually too happy, and I can't help but cry. Paula wiped her tears immediately. Emmanuel paused, then pulled out all the silver notes and handed them to Paula. Aislinn, keep these safe in case I get itchy fingers again. Paula was shocked, pleading, Husband, you mustn't gamble anymore. We've come through this difficulty. Let's live steadily from now on. Promise me, okay? Of course, Emmanuel had no intention of gambling. He only said this to ensure Paula managed the finances, giving her more security. Emmanuel nodded seriously. I promise, Aislinn. Even if someone puts a knife to my neck and forces me to gamble, I won't. Paula was overjoyed, nodding excitedly with tears still in her eyes. Yes, I believe you, husband. At this moment, Emmanuel found Paula charmingly lovely and irresistibly beautiful, and without control, he extended his arms and embraced her. Startled, Paula instinctively tried to push him away, but Emmanuel held her tightly, whispering softly in her ear, You're my wife. Can't I just give you a quick hug? Paula's heart raced, her face and neck flushing red, though a voice inside her shouted, No. Her body remained unresponsive, lingering in his embrace. Feeling her rapid heartbeat against his chest, Emmanuel playfully teased, Wife, what's wrong? Why is your heart beating so fast? You're hitting my chest. Embarrassed, Paula pushed him away forcefully, turned around quickly, her blushing cheeks nearly dripping water. Ha ha ha. Seeing his plan succeed, Emmanuel burst into laughter. You're laughing. I won't talk to you. Shy and angry, Paula covered her face and ran out of the kitchen. However, Emmanuel's laughter only grew louder and more joyous. In a room at an inn within the city, Amal stood humbly before a young scholar, looking utterly dejected. Seeing the young scholar's grim silence, Amal apologized anxiously. Forgive me, Master Jeffrey. The young man named Barak, from Heian County, had visited Emmanuel on Paula's wedding day. Barak stared at Amal, pained and furious. Amal, how could you let him take the IOU? Do you know how long I planned and waited for this day? Barak gritted his teeth, wishing he could punch Amal right there. Amal made a grim face and tried to explain. Bert Jeffrey, you don't know what the situation was like. If that Dawson hadn't come to meddle, I would have already... Enough, stop talking. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Get out and let me be alone for a while. Barak finished speaking and walked to the window, falling silent. Amal really wanted to explain further, but after much deliberation, he couldn't help it. He shook his head in helplessness and left the room. Barak stared into the distance, frowning deeply as he muttered hatefully to himself, Emmanuel, just you wait. I swear I won't rest until I've avenged this humiliation. Chapter 30. The timely realization of Bert Hamlin. Evening fell at the Hamlin residence. Ulrich had been feeling unusually irritable over the past 2 days, and there was only one reason for it. The booming business at Jinshu Lu, Gourmet Tower. It was infuriatingly successful, to the point that Ulrich couldn't help but envy it. Though his Fenghua restaurant had led in profits over the last couple of months, at this rate, it would not take more than half a month for Zhenshu Lu to surpass him. Anxiety gnawed at Ulrich. He could neither eat well nor sleep soundly. Even his favorite haunt, Li Shui Pavilion, had lost its allure. Ulrich paced back and forth in his courtyard, frequently glancing toward the gate as if awaiting someone. About the time it takes to finish a cup of tea later, someone arrived at the courtyard gate. It was Hutch, the steward who had previously reported on the cooking situation. Hutch had served the Hamlin family loyally for 10 years. Panting, Hutch jogged into the courtyard, carrying a food box in hand. Bert, I've returned. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Ulrich immediately walked over, displeased. Why did you take so long? It's been more than an hour, you know? With a pained expression, Hutch replied, Bert, it's not my fault. Business at Zhenshu Lu is so brisk that even when I arrived just before the ninth watch, they were already queuing up. Enough, don't explain. Bring the dishes inside quickly. Ulrich urged. Hutch hurriedly carried the food box into the room and carefully placed 2 dishes on the table. These were the currently most popular dried mushroom stir-fried chicken and the highly acclaimed braised pork belly. Deviant to Zhenshu Lu's sudden popularity, Ulrich wanted to understand their appeal thoroughly. Hence, he instructed Hutch to purchase these dishes for personal tasting and analysis. After handing over the chopsticks, Hutch began introducing the dishes. Bert, this is the most popular dish at Zhenshu Lu, dried mushroom stir-fried chicken, and that other one is? Before Hutch could introduce the next dish, Ulrich picked up a piece of black fungus and started chewing. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. How is this dish made? Why is it so delicious? Ulrich didn't want to admit it, but the taste was truly remarkable. The black fungus was crispy yet full of flavor, with a unique texture that was irresistible. After finishing a piece of black fungus, Ulrich felt unsatisfied and immediately tasted the chicken and mushrooms. The excellent flavor left him marveling again. After several consecutive bites, Ulrich controlled himself and turned to the next dish. Seeing this, Hutch promptly introduced, Bert, this is braised pork belly, another new dish. Bending slightly, Ulrich observed the red braised pork belly closely. The color was inviting, and the aroma was intense. It looked appetizing. He immediately picked up a piece and took a bite. At that very moment, Ulrich was once again stunned by the incredible flavor. Chewing continuously, he gazed at the bowl of braised pork with wide eyes. Delicious. Truly an unparalleled delicacy. At this moment, Ulrich finally understood why Zhenshu Lu had become so popular overnight. Unable to resist, he ordered Hutch to bring a pot of wine and began eating fervently. Within 15 minutes, the 2 dishes and a pot of wine were devoured, leaving sauce residue on the corners of his mouth. A sigh. After enjoying the meal, Ulrich felt disheartened and shook his head heavily. Seeing this, Hutch asked anxiously, Bert, why do you sigh? Ulrich, dejected, replied, if our Fenghua restaurant could make such dishes, wouldn't that be wonderful? Sigh. He sighed again. Hutch didn't know what to say and stood silently with his head bowed. A moment of silence passed before Ulrich asked, stewardly, have you found out anything about the Iron Walk yet? Hutch responded immediately, Bert, I'll have. Most importantly, our discounts must be greater than theirs. I won't let him outdo me. Ulrich declared bitterly. Surprised, Hutch asked, Bert, didn't you say earlier that you wouldn't imitate them? You don't understand. Ulrich interrupted loudly. Times have changed. Frowning deeply, he paused before continuing. Do you think I want to copy him? Am I losing face by doing this? But I have no choice. Returning to pace, Ulrich expressed his deep concern. Zhenshu Lu has gained popularity through stir-frying dishes, making their momentum incredibly strong. If I don't act now and find a way to respond, I'll fall further behind. Your reasoning is sound, Bert. Hutch nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will arrange everything and ensure it's done by tomorrow. Hutch packed up the food box and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Ulrich called him back. Stewardly, you mentioned that Emmanuel is fond of gambling, right? Hutch nodded, unsure of Ulrich's intentions. No gambler doesn't love money, Ulrich said. Find Emmanuel's address immediately and use any means necessary to bring him over. Yes, Bert. Hutch acknowledged and left the room. Feeling secretly pleased, Ulrich thought to himself, Dawson, just wait till Emmanuel joins us. Let's see you cry then. The next day, approaching noon, Hutch had the staff set up dartboards in front of Fenghua restaurant. Standing at the entrance, Hutch shouted enthusiastically, Ladies and gentlemen, young masters and mistresses, come and try your luck today. Win discounts at Fenghua restaurant with our dart game. Win up to 90% off. However, despite Hutch's prolonged shouts, only a few guests came to participate. Just as Hutch was feeling disheartened, 2 middle-aged men approached. One of them said, Stewardly, are you still playing the dart game? That's old news from Zhenshu Lu. Before Hutch could respond, the other added, Yes, Stewardly, don't bother shouting. Zhenshu Lu has moved on to something new. What new thing? Hutch asked eagerly. The 2 middle-aged men shook their heads simultaneously. One of them said, We don't know. We just heard from someone that they've changed it up. We're actually heading over there to check it out right now. Having said that, the 2 middle-aged men quickly walked away, heading straight toward Zhenshu Lu. Hutch watched their retreating figures and immediately understood why no one had responded to his long shouts. Turns out, they were all going to Zhenshu Lu to see what was new. Chapter 31. The Miracle Boy. At the same time, in front of Zhenshu Tower. Just like the previous days, the area outside Zhenshu Tower was bustling with activity, packed so tightly that not even water could pass through. The round wooden target from yesterday had been removed and replaced by a rectangular open space. This was now the standing long jump arena, cordoned off to prevent any accidental intrusion during challenges. The jumping zones were segmented, with 90% discount closest to the starting line. This area was less than half a zhang, approximately 5 feet, easy enough for both a 3-year-old child and an 80-year-old man. Beyond it lay progressively harder zones, 80%, 70%, 50%, and 30%, culminating in the ultimate prize, the no-charge zone. However, this zone was significantly farther away, about 1 zhang, around 12 feet or 3.6 meters. Several staff members from Zhenshu Tower were loudly explaining the rules of the standing long jump, drawing more people towards the tower. Though the sport seemed simple, achieving good results required explosive leg power and core strength. Just like the dart game, each person got 3 attempts, with their best score counting. From the second floor room facing the street, Emmanuel and Dawson watched the scene unfold. They observed most participants only reaching the 70% or 80% zones, with very few making it to the 60% zone. Dawson turned and asked, "Baker, do you think our no-charge zone is set too far? People might lose interest if no one can reach it." Emmanuel smiled. "Don't worry. It's just the beginning, and the word hasn't spread yet. The really skilled ones haven't shown up yet." Dawson nodded and continued watching. After a while, the first participant to achieve the 30% discount appeared. He was muscular and had thick legs, clearly a trained individual. His success sparked excitement among the crowd, leading many to join the queue eagerly. Zhenshu Tower was already packed with customers lining up outside, holding numbered tickets. Both Emmanuel and Dawson were pleased with how the day was going, and their conversation turned lighthearted. Just as their interest waned, a 14 or 15-year-old boy appeared at the starting line. His hair was disheveled, and he carried a tattered bundle on his back. His clothes were old and patched, and he was barefoot, his feet dirty to the point of being unrecognizable. Hey, little beggar, what are you doing here? Go away." A staff member mistook him for a beggar and shooed him away impatiently. "I'm not a beggar. I'm here to eat," the boy insisted loudly. "Huh, with your appearance, you still claim not to be a beggar." The staff member laughed derisively. "I said again, I'm not a beggar," the boy retorted defiantly. "Even if I am a beggar, why can't I participate? You didn't say beggars can't join?" The bystanders nodded in agreement. Despite this, the staff refused to let him participate and tried to push him away. This led to some physical altercation between them. Seeing this, Emmanuel and Dawson quickly descended to intervene. Stop. The boss is here. Let's hear what he has to say," a staff member shouted. Halting the confrontation, Dawson stepped forward and examined the boy without speaking. The boy stood proudly, meeting his gaze. Dawson then looked at Emmanuel for guidance. Emmanuel nodded in approval. Dawson addressed the staff. "This young brother is right. We never said beggars couldn't participate. Anyone who can pay with the discount is welcome here." The boy bowed slightly, showing respect. Dawson waved dismissively, signaling it was fine. Everyone stepped aside as the boy prepared to jump. Emmanuel noticed his heavy bundle and suggested, "Brother, wouldn't it be better to put down your bag? It might affect your performance." "No need, this won't hinder me," the boy replied confidently. Emmanuel watched quietly as the boy took a deep breath, bent his knees, and leaped forward cleanly. The jump shocked everyone, including Emmanuel. The boy landed squarely in the no-charge zone, a few inches past the line. The crowd erupted in cheers and exclamations. "Heavens! This kid is incredible. He jumped so far. Did he fly over there? Indeed, he seems to have wings." Applause and praise filled the air. The boy, embarrassed by the attention, scratched his head awkwardly. Dawson shook his head in disbelief and turned to Emmanuel. "Baker, this kid is quite extraordinary." Emmanuel nodded, thinking how remarkable it was that he jumped so far carrying such a heavy load. Without the weight, he would surely perform even better. What a miracle boy indeed. Emmanuel wondered if the boy had practiced lightness skills. Out of curiosity, he asked, "What's your name, brother?" "My name is Nathan," the boy replied earnestly. "Nathan?" Emmanuel chuckled. "That's a unique name." The boy, more concerned about food, asked, "Big brother, since I made it to the no-charge zone, I don't have to pay for my meal, right?" "You don't have to pay at all. Eat as much as you want," Emmanuel replied generously. No, just enough to fill my stomach," Nathan declined modestly. Emmanuel smiled and guided Nathan inside with Dawson. The restaurant was packed, causing Nathan to gape in awe. Emmanuel whispered something to Dawson, who hesitated, whispering back, "Eat with me? But he's barefoot and dirty." "Dawson, please be a bit more generous. Consider it a favor. I'll teach you more dishes later," Emmanuel persuaded. "All right," Dawson agreed reluctantly. Emmanuel then invited Nathan upstairs. In Dawson's room on the second floor, Nathan sat stiffly, fidgeting nervously, unsure of his surroundings. Emmanuel poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Nathan, saying, "Brother, amen. You can put down your bundle. There's no need to carry it around inside." Nathan thought about it and nodded, setting the bundle down on the table. Clang! The bundle made a metallic clanging sound as it hit the table. Beside him, Dawson immediately grew curious and asked, "Hey, what do you have in that bundle?" Chapter 32. The Hammer Without a Handle. Nathan replied, "This copper hammer was left to me by my master on his deathbed." "Copper hammer? What kind of copper hammer? Could we take a look?" Dawson asked with a smile. Nathan hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. Opening the bundle, there indeed lay a pair of copper hammers. However, only the hammerheads were present, no handles. The hammerheads were only about the size of an adult's fist. Emmanuel felt puzzled and thought to himself, in movies and TV shows, copper hammers are so huge, how can this one be so small? In fact, Emmanuel had always been deceived by these dramatizations. Films exaggerate weapon sizes to highlight a character's strength and bravery. Real ancient hammers used in combat were not as large but rather compact. This was because most hammerheads were solid, requiring immense strength and endurance to wield effectively. If they were made too large, even the physically gifted ancients would find it hard to swing them in battle. "Hey, why do you only have the hammerheads?" Dawson asked. Nathan explained, "The handle was made by me. Deviant to its age and lack of maintenance by my master, it rotted away from insect damage. So, I dismantled it." Emmanuel questioned, puzzled. "Why didn't you use copper or iron for the handle?" Nathan shook her head. "I don't know. My master didn't mention it, and I never asked. After he gave me the copper hammer, he passed away." Mentioning his master saddened Nathan. Emmanuel picked up one of the hammerheads and weighed it in his hand. It felt like at least 10 pounds. That meant Nathan had carried over 20 pounds of copper hammer while jumping more than 10 feet. Impressive. Why haven't you repaired them if your master left them to you? Emmanuel asked. I came to the city this time to repair the hammers, but it's very expensive and I don't have enough money, Nathan replied. How much does it cost to repair a hammer? Emmanuel inquired. The cheapest place said it would be at least 2 guan, Nathan indicated with 2 fingers. Continuing, she added, I only have about 21 coins, and I need them to buy seeds. Brother Amin, where do you live? Emmanuel asked. In a village called Arikishan, 20 miles north of the city. Our house is at the end of the village, with 3 jujube trees in front, Nathan answered. Just then, a waiter came running to inform Dawson that his friend had arrived. After Dawson left to greet his friend, only Emmanuel and Nathan remained in the room. Brother Amin, have you practiced any lightness skills? Emmanuel asked. What are lightness skills? I've never practiced them. Nathan looked bewildered. Emmanuel was surprised. Then how can you jump so far, especially while carrying the hammers? Nathan shook her head and scratched the back of her head. I don't know. Maybe it's because I've always trained with my master since childhood. But what he taught me isn't what you call lightness skills. Through conversation, Emmanuel learned that Nathan was an orphan abandoned as an infant on a pile of firewood outside her master's door. Her master, surnamed Amin, adopted her and named her Nathan. From the age of 3, Nathan started training in martial arts with her master, initially focusing on basic skills until she could practice hammer techniques. Last month, her master died from illness, leaving the copper hammers to her before passing away. Seeing the handle was rotten, she came to the city to repair it, only to find she couldn't afford it. Hunger struck her, and she happened upon the standing long jump challenge at Jinchio Tower. Seeing an opportunity to eat for free, she joined the queue. What followed was the scene they just witnessed. Baker, the dishes are here. At that moment, a waiter delivered their meal. Pausing the conversation, Emmanuel let Nathan eat first. He served her a bowl of braised pork and a plate of scrambled eggs with chives, along with 2 small side dishes. Nathan, seeing the abundance of food, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Big brother, it's unnecessary to provide so much food. I just want to fill my stomach, not take advantage of you. Nathan hesitated to pick up the chopsticks. To ease his mind, Emmanuel smiled. I haven't eaten either. How about we share? Nathan was taken aback. No, big brother. I'm dirty and unworthy to eat with you. Emmanuel paid no mind and asked for another set of utensils before they began eating. Nathan then started eating. At her age, Nathan found the braised pork especially appealing, savoring each bite with delight. Before long, the bowl of braised pork was finished. Satisfied, Nathan put down her utensils and thanked him with clasped hands. Thank you, big brother. I'm full. I should go now. Picking up her bundle, she prepared to leave. Emmanuel stopped her with a smile. Brother Amin, meeting you is fate. Here, take this silver. Get the hammer fixed, and pay me back when you have the money. With that, Emmanuel handed her a piece of silver weighing over 3 taels. Having conversed, Emmanuel felt good about helping Nathan. Nathan was startled and quickly refused. No, I can't accept this. She placed the silver back on the table and swiftly ran out of the room. Emmanuel smiled helplessly and put the silver away. Late afternoon tea time. A carriage from the Noah family slowly pulled up to the entrance of Gyozakai, Thousand Goods Hall. Meadow soon alighted, entering the store with Bo Yisa. Upon hearing Meadow had arrived, Therese greeted her warmly. Miss Noah, how do you find time to visit today? Smiling, Therese led Meadow to the second-floor reception room. Without waiting to sit down, Meadow said, Esmandu, the soap you gave me was really effective. I'd like to buy more. Therese, realizing Meadow wanted to buy soap, laughed helplessly. If you had come 2 hours earlier, you might have gotten some. But now, they're all sold out? So quickly? Meadow exclaimed. Didn't you say you just received the shipment? It's only been 2 days. Nodding, Therese agreed. Yes, the soap sells so well. I only had 200 bars. It wasn't enough for everyone. When will there be more? Meadow asked. Uncertain, Therese shook her head. It's hard to say. Maybe in 10 days, maybe a month. Feeling disappointed, Meadow paused. How about this? I'll place a deposit now, and you notify me as soon as the soap arrives. Delighted, Therese asked. How many bars do you want to order, Miss Noah? Meadow thought for a moment and said, let's start with 10 bars. Therese readily agreed and fetched paper and pen to write a receipt for the deposit. Miss Noah, 10 bars of soap cost 100 guan. Please pay 50 guan as a deposit now, and the remaining amount when you collect the soap, Therese explained. Meadow was shocked. What? 10 bars of soap cost 100 guan, meaning 1 bar costs 10 guan. Please note that the chapter numbers are kept in Arabic numerals for consistency in English texts. Chapter 33. Immoral and Unscrupulous. Even though the Noah family was one of the wealthiest in Shinjo County, they were still astonished to learn that a single piece of soap cost 10 strings of cash. Therese seemed to have anticipated Miriam's reaction and smiled, saying, Miss Noah, this soap is an extremely rare commodity. There's nothing similar on the market. At 10 strings of cash, it's not overpriced. Miriam could not deny Therese's words because ever since she started using the soap, she had no desire to use soap pods anymore. After all, soap was more convenient and left her feeling cleaner, with a faint fragrance after use and no greasy residue on her skin. Seeing Miriam's silence, Therese suggested, Miss Noah, if you find it too expensive, how about ordering fewer pieces, perhaps just 5 for now? Miriam wasn't short of these few dozen strings of cash. Hearing Therese's offer, she promptly decided, Shopkeeper Kit, let's make it 10 bars. Please notify me as soon as the soaps arrive. With that, she had Bo Yisa pay 50 strings as a deposit. Of course, Therese replied with a beaming smile. Miriam nodded and got up to leave. Halfway through, she stopped, turned back, and asked, Shopkeeper Kit, may I ask who made this soap? Well, Therese hesitated, unsure how to respond. Miriam quickly clarified, "Shopkeeper Kit, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to pry into your supply chain. I'm merely curious about the person who created this amazing product with such ingenuity." Therese explained, "I'm sorry, Miss Noah. The soap actually came from a merchant from the western regions. As for who made it, I'm not clear." "Ah, it comes from the western regions. No wonder it's so expensive." Miriam nodded in understanding. Therese also nodded in agreement. Miriam then exited and got into her carriage. As the carriage slowly pulled away from Jiaxeki and Huatong, Boyisa walked beside it and commented, "Mistress, things from the western merchants are way too expensive. 10 strings for such a small piece of soap. It's like they're robbing us blind." Miriam lifted part of the curtain and said, "Therese lied to us. This soap isn't from the western regions at all." "Not from the western regions?" Boyisa looked puzzled. Miriam continued, "Didn't you notice? The red paper used to wrap the soap is a type made by workshops in Heian County. If it were from the western regions, why would they use our Liang dynasty's paper?" "You're right, mistress. That doesn't add up." Boyisa immediately raised doubts. Miriam added, "Also, have you thought about why they'd name it Peony Brand?" "Mistress, what's wrong with naming it Peony Brand?" "I think it sounds very nice," Boyisa said, puzzled. Miriam explained, "Peonies are only popular and loved in our Liang dynasty. To the people in the western regions, they're just ordinary flowers. And in Wei, which has been at war with us for years, people dislike peonies to the point of hatred." Boyisa grew more confused and asked, "Mistress, why are you bringing up Wei? What does that have to do with anything?" "It's relevant," Miriam stated firmly. "You know well that western merchants trade with both our Liang dynasty and Wei. If they suddenly had this expensive commodity, wouldn't they also sell it to Wei people? Why would they limit themselves to making money only from us Liang people?" Boyisa suddenly realized, "True, mistress. If it's Peony Brand, Wei people wouldn't buy it. Western merchants, driven by profit, wouldn't be that foolish." Miriam nodded confidently, "So I believe the maker of this soap must be from our Liang dynasty." "Mistress, could it be someone from Heian County? You just mentioned that the red paper comes from there," Boyisa pointed out. Miriam shook her head. "Not necessarily. Haiyang's paper has long been sold in several counties including Xinzhou. How can we be sure the soap maker bought paper from Haiyang and not somewhere else?" Boyisa fell silent, frowning, having no response. Miriam also fell quiet, letting the curtain drop back down. In the evening, Emmanuel returned home with an iron pot. Paula, who had never seen an iron pot before, became quite curious. "Husband, what's this?" Emmanuel smiled and said, "Aislinn, didn't I mention last time that I'd get a better pot? Look, here's the iron pot." "An iron pot?" Paula exclaimed happily. "Is it like the ones used at Zengsala?" "Yes." Emmanuel nodded and carried the pot into the kitchen. "Wait here, Aislinn, I'll show you something now." Excited at the prospect of cooked dishes, Paula felt elated. Quickly, Emmanuel found eggs, pork, celery, and a large cabbage in the kitchen. Considering the ingredients, he decided, "Aislinn, let me make some celery stir-fried pork and cabbage with eggs. How does that sound?" "Sure, I'll follow whatever my husband decides." Paula agreed immediately. The couple worked together efficiently. While Paula washed the rice and cooked the meal, Emmanuel prepared the ingredients nearby. When the rice was done, Paula helped add wood to the stove as Emmanuel cooked. They cooperated seamlessly. By the time they sat down to eat, it was already dark outside. Emmanuel placed a slice of braised pork in Paula's bowl, smiling, "Aislinn, try it and tell me how it tastes." Paula eagerly ate the meat, nodding rapidly as she chewed. "Husband, it's delicious. Really delicious." Emmanuel laughed, "Glad you like it. I was worried it might be a bit overcooked." No, it's perfectly cooked, really," Paula insisted quickly. Emmanuel then said, "Aislinn, try the cabbage and eggs dish. It's my first attempt, so I'm not sure about the heat control." Paula took a bite and nodded rapidly again. "Delicious, this one's delicious too." Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you only say, delicious? Can't you come up with another compliment?" Deep into the night, after washing up, Emmanuel noticed that Paula was going to sleep on the floor again and gently pulled her. "Aislinn, don't sleep on the floor tonight. Let's sleep inside," Emmanuel whispered while lightly scratching Paula's palm. Paula blushed shyly, lowering her head and avoiding Emmanuel's gaze. In their year of marriage, Emmanuel had never initiated anything like this. Unaccustomed yet filled with anticipation and nervousness, her heart raced. Emmanuel, sensing the opportunity, continued, "Aislinn, it's getting colder these days, and look at the wind outside. If you fall ill, who will manage the soap business for me?" Paula lowered her head bashfully. "Aren't Daryl and the others there?" "Daryl's family is different from ours. We run separate households even if we cooperate. They're not the same," Emmanuel emphasized. Paula hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. Just as Emmanuel was happily leading Paula to the bedroom, a sudden noise came from the courtyard. It sounded like a jar breaking. Paula asked urgently, "Husband, what was that noise?" "I don't know." Emmanuel shook his head, fetched an oil lamp, and opened the door to investigate. Just a few steps out, both of them smelled a foul odor. Emmanuel stretched out his hand to shine the oil lamp forward, instantly frowning as a wave of nausea hit him. It turned out that some despicable and unscrupulous person had thrown a jar of feces into the courtyard from outside. The moment the earthenware jar hit the ground and shattered, the yard became a sea of excrement. The translation keeps the tone and style consistent with the previous content, maintains paragraph structure, and ensures the storyline remains coherent. It also adheres to the provided guidelines for natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 34, Fickle Hearts, always on air card. This incident left Emmanuel and Paula utterly disgusted. Paula frowned tightly, covering her mouth and nose in anger. Who could be so wicked to actually throw? Ugh. Before she could finish speaking, she felt the urge to vomit and turned away hastily. Emmanuel was exceptionally irritated. He said gravely, "Apart from that Amal, who else could it be?" Upon hearing this, Paula immediately replied, "Husband, Amal is too overbearing. Let's go to the authorities tomorrow and accuse him." Now that their debts were cleared, Paula felt more confident and no longer feared seeing the officials. However, Emmanuel said, "Aislinn, although we all know this was done by Amal, we have no evidence. If it's ruled as false accusation, we'll be the ones getting punished with beatings." Paula anxiously asked, "Then what should we do? We can't just let them bully us." For a moment, Emmanuel had no good solution. He finally said, "Aislinn, it's dirty here. You should go back inside first. I'll clean this up." The next morning, the news of Emmanuel's house being defiled spread throughout Chicken Crowing Alley. Everyone in the alley suspected it must have been Amal. But without evidence, they couldn't do anything to Amal. People could only express sympathy and helplessness. After all, why did Emmanuel have to provoke that rogue? Worried about Paula's safety at home after last night's incident, Emmanuel decided to send her to his uncle's place before heading to Zenxius Liu himself. He planned to pick her up on his way back from there. As soon as they arrived at Daryl's place, Kay excitedly told them, "Cousin, sister-in-law, guess what? Miscellaneous Thousand Goods store has already sold out of our soap." Paula happily asked, "Really, Terry? How do you know that?" Kay raised her chin proudly. "I went to the store yesterday and overheard a customer asking for soap. The clerk at Miscellaneous Thousand Goods store confirmed it was sold out." Paula immediately looked at Emmanuel, asking, "Husband, if the soap sells so well, should we send another batch?" Kay agreed, saying immediately, "Yes, cousin. We've already made 200 bars of the second batch and can deliver them anytime." Emmanuel pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No rush. Let's wait a few days before sending more." "Why not? Cousin, this is a great opportunity to make money." Kay didn't understand. Paula was also confused. Emmanuel patiently explained, "I already told Mr. Kit the complex process of making soap and the long time it takes. If we deliver the second batch so quickly, he'll surely become suspicious. Given Mr. Kit's shrewdness, he will likely figure out that making soap isn't as complicated as I claimed. Then he will definitely ask us to increase the supply. Isn't increasing the supply a good thing?" Kay questioned. Emmanuel shook his head again. "Not at this stage." He continued, "Currently, soap can be sold for 5 strings of coins per bar because it's very scarce in the market. If we increase the supply, once the market is flooded with soap, the price will inevitably drop, and the profit won't be as high." Kay responded, "I see, cousin. You want to maintain the high price for a while to make more money, right?" Emmanuel solemnly added, "That's one reason. But my biggest concern is someone discovering that we make soap at home." He pointed around. "Aislinn, Terry, our courtyard walls are only so high. If we increase production, we'll need more wood ash and lard. This small sweet water alley is filled with neighbors. If they see us always burning wood ash and frequently buying lard, wouldn't they get curious about what we're doing?" Paula immediately understood Emmanuel's concern and said hurriedly, "Yes, Terry. If someone sneaks in and learns how to make soap, we'll suffer huge losses." Kay frowned deeply, her face turning serious. Emmanuel added, "Also, even if neighbors don't care what we're doing, frequent deliveries might draw attention from Mr. Kit or others with ulterior motives, possibly leading them to discover our location." Pausing, Emmanuel profoundly remarked, "As the saying goes, fickle hearts cannot be underestimated. We must be vigilant." Paula and Kay immediately grasped the importance of the issue and nodded in agreement with Emmanuel's approach. At this moment, noticing that Xander and Rolf hadn't come out yet, Emmanuel asked, "Terry, where are Daryl and Cousin Pingin? Are they not at home?" Kay replied, "Father and brother went shopping. Father says now that we have money, he wants to fix up the house in the countryside and move there when he gets older to enjoy his retirement peacefully." "Which countryside?" Emmanuel asked. Kay looked puzzled. "Erikshan village, where my grandmother lives. Cousin, don't you remember? You even visited once when I was young." Emmanuel shook his head as he had no memory of it. Seeing Kay's surprise, Paula quickly explained, "Terry, your cousin was ill recently and might be affected." Kay nodded, dismissing it. Mentioning Erikshan village reminded Emmanuel of Nathan. "Speaking of which, I met someone yesterday who also lives in Erikshan village." Kay asked curiously, "Who is it?" Emmanuel replied, "A young fellow about your age." "What's his name? Maybe I know him." Kay showed interest. "His name is Nathan. He lives at the end of the village, with 3 jujube trees in front of his house," Emmanuel said. Kay burst into laughter. "Nathan? Ha ha, I know him. I used to play with him when I visited Grandma." It turned out that Kay's grandmother lived very close to Nathan. As children, they had known each other. Surprised by this coincidence, Emmanuel had an idea. "Terry, when is Daryl going back to Erikshan village? Can Aislinn and I go along?" Kay nodded enthusiastically. "Sure. We need all the help we can get building the house." Ha ha ha. Before noon, Emmanuel arrived at Zenxius Liu. Like the previous day, the long jump challenge in front of the restaurant was still very popular, with queues stretching endlessly and spectators crowding 3 layers deep, blocking the entire street. Emmanuel had barely stood at the entrance when Dawson walked out quickly. Approaching, Dawson asked concernedly, "Baker, how are you and Mrs. Sue?" "Nothing happened, did it?" Understanding immediately, Emmanuel asked, "Tucker, you already know?" Dawson nodded. "When you didn't show up, I sent someone to look for you. Everyone in Chicken Crowing Alley was talking about it." Anger flashed on Dawson's face. "That scoundrel Amal. I can't believe he'd stoop so low. Truly despicable and outrageous." Emmanuel shook his head silently, feeling that getting angry and cursing Amal wouldn't solve anything. It would be better to calmly think of a solution. After venting a bit, Dawson suddenly suggested, "Baker, how about you and Mrs. Sue stay at my place? I'm worried that Amal and his gang might cause trouble again. If you stay at my house, you won't have to worry anymore." It seems like there was no text provided for me to translate. Could you please provide the Chinese text you'd like translated into English? Chapter 35, Furious Meadow. Emmanuel immediately laughed. "Tucker, thank you for your kindness, but no thank you." Dawson tried to persuade Emmanuel several times, but Emmanuel declined each time. Eventually, no matter what Dawson said, Emmanuel just smiled without a word. Finally, Dawson had to say, Baker, if you and lady need any help, be sure to let me know. I'm always available. Understood. Emmanuel nodded with a smile. After their conversation, they prepared to head back into the tavern. Just as they turned around, they heard someone shouting, Master, Master. The two of them turned back to see a male servant from the Noah family running over hurriedly. Dawson asked, What's the rush? The servant looked anxious, running up while pointing backward and saying, Master, Fenghua Tavern is shameless. They copied all our good ideas. Dawson immediately frowned. What happened? The servant quickly recounted what he had discovered. Apparently, while shopping, the servant passed by Fenghua Tavern and was shocked to find that it was holding a standing long jump challenge for discounts exactly like Xinsho Tower. Not only that, but the discounts were even higher. Furthermore, Fenghua Tavern had also adopted time service, free meals for late orders, and distributed discount coupons to passersby. Everything except stir-frying dishes that Xinsho Tower did, Fenghua Tavern did too. Hearing this, Dawson was furious, angrily saying, Damn Ulrich. How shameless can he be? I have to go curse him out. Saying that, Dawson started walking off. Noah Bert, please calm down. Emmanuel quickly held Dawson back. Dawson said furiously, Baker, Ulrich can't take losing. He's spineless. If he copies us, I won't blame myself for cursing him out. Emmanuel advised, Noah Bert, there's no need for this. At present, more than one tavern is copying us. Why not let them do as they wish? But not Ulrich. He has a bet with me. This is cheating. Dawson was boiling with anger. Emmanuel then asked, Did you and Bert Hamlin agree beforehand not to copy each other's marketing strategies? Dawson hesitated and shook his head. We didn't. That's settled then, Emmanuel said. Since you didn't have such an agreement, how will confronting him help? Not only would it be futile, but it might backfire on you. Dawson fell silent. Emmanuel continued, Besides, Noah Bert, you are a respected figure in Shinjo City. Dealing with such a trivial matter would diminish your status. Dawson found this reasonable and nodded immediately. Yes, Baker is right. What kind of person am I to stoop so low and insult people? Emmanuel smiled and guided Dawson back inside the tavern, adding, In fact, I anticipated Fenghua Tavern would copy us. With our business thriving, they're envious. Without doing something, would they watch themselves lose? Hearing this, Dawson perked up. Baker, does this mean you already have a plan? Emmanuel smiled slightly, asking, Do you remember the VIP card I mentioned on my first day, which allows customers to save money for spending? Of course I remember. Dawson was taken aback and quickly said, Baker, do you mean to introduce the VIP card now? Exactly. Emmanuel affirmed firmly. Not only the VIP card, but starting today, we will also introduce a promotional event where customers can win prizes by entering a draw when they dine here. Emmanuel then explained the details of the promotional draw to Dawson, who clapped repeatedly in approval. However, Dawson soon grew serious. Baker, are you sure about both initiatives together? They must go hand in hand. This is called a combination punch. Once we implement this, Ulrich will be stunned. Emmanuel exuded confidence. Influenced by him, Dawson felt reassured and shouted, Jameson, as he walked into the tavern. After nightfall, at the Noah residence. After dinner, Meadow went to check on her bedridden father, chatted briefly, and then returned to her courtyard. Just as she reached the courtyard gate, Bo-Isa ran up from behind. Mistress, I just heard something. Meadow stopped and turned. What is it? Bo-Isa got straight to the point and told her about Fenghua Tavern copying Xinsho Tower. As Meadow listened, her expression became increasingly displeased. After Bo-Isa finished, she disdainfully remarked, Ulrich sure has a thick skin. Bo-Isa nodded vigorously, indignant. Mistress, you're right. I used to think Ulrich wasn't like this. Now it's clear. He's shameless. Meadow asked, How did Yuheng react when he found out? Bo-Isa replied honestly, I heard Master got very angry and wanted to curse out Ulrich, but Emmanuel stopped him. Since then, Master hasn't made a move. What? Meadow was very surprised. Cowardice. Meadow was highly dissatisfied, obviously criticizing Emmanuel. Meadow frowned deeply, seething inwardly. I wonder what Emmanuel is thinking. It's clearly his idea, and he's justified, yet he lets others steal it while he doesn't show any reaction. Truly cowardly. Bo-Isa agreed, nodding. Indeed, Emmanuel must fear the Hamlin family, which is why he suppresses his anger. But why encourage our master to do the same? Meadow pondered for a moment and asked, When will Yuheng return? Bo-Isa shook her head, uncertain. Someone from Master's courtyard said that ever since Xinsho Tower has been busy, Master sometimes sleeps directly at the tavern when too tired. Prepare the carriage, let's go to Xinsho Tower, Meadow instructed immediately. Within less than half an hour, Meadow arrived at Xinsho Tower in a carriage. It was almost dusk, and Xinsho Tower had closed for the day, with all guests gone and staff cleaning up. Upon entering Xinsho Tower, Meadow saw Dawson outside the counter watching Ulrich and a middle-aged accountant calculate accounts. The middle-aged accountant was sent by Billy to review daily accounts and record daily profits. Yuheng, Meadow called from a distance. Dawson turned at the sound of her voice, immediately showing surprise. Sister? Dawson quickly came to Meadow and asked, Sister, it's so late. Why did you come? Let's go upstairs. I have questions for you, Meadow said, heading upstairs. Halfway up the stairs, Meadow added, Oh right, bring Emmanuel along. He's already gone home, sister, Dawson replied. How could he leave before the owner? Meadow was unhappy. Dawson explained, Sister, Baker only advises me and isn't here to work at Xinsho Tower. Plus, there's nothing left for him to do, so why wouldn't he go home? Unable to argue, Meadow continued upstairs. Once inside Dawson's room, she demanded, Why are you letting Fenghua Tavern get away with their actions? Dawson finally understood why Meadow had come. He quickly explained, Sister, I haven't ignored it. Baker and I have. But Meadow didn't let Dawson finish, interrupting him sternly. Do you think I don't know? You just had a tantrum and then did nothing at all. And you consumption lucky draws. What do you mean? Meadow was puzzled. Dawson said, sis, don't worry. Let me explain it in detail. Let's start with the prepaid VIP card. For modern people in the 21st century, prepaid VIP cards are an incredibly common model. Simply put, customers deposit money on the card, which is then deducted directly during transactions while enjoying discounts offered by the VIP card. However, this kind of spending method was quite fresh to the ancient people. Additionally, since refined delicacies tower belonged to the Noah family, no one worried about the Noahs running away with the money. As a result, it received enthusiastic support from many people as soon as it was introduced. Emmanuel adopted a strategy where the more money you deposited, the greater the discount you would receive. However, the maximum discount for the VIP card was capped at 60%, ensuring that refined delicacies tower still made a profit. On the first day, over 50 guests applied for the card. After finishing his explanation, Dawson asked, sis, isn't Baker's idea impressive? Everyone is now depositing money into our refined delicacies tower, and they will certainly spend that money here in the future. Meadow couldn't deny this point but asked, while that's true, if these cardholders don't come for half a year or even longer without spending, it won't help you win the bet with Ulrich. Don't forget, you're betting on who makes more profit within 3 months. Dawson immediately smiled and replied confidently, sis, Baker had already considered this concern. How so? Meadow was slightly surprised. Dawson explained, sis, we need to talk about the other promotion first, consumption-based lucky draws. Bowiecki draws based on consumption were another common marketing gimmick in modern society. If customers spent a certain amount, they would get one chance to draw prizes, depending entirely on their luck. Again, what was commonplace in modern times was novel to the ancients, thus making this promotion much more effective than expected. Even Meadow, hearing this new strategy for the first time, nodded in approval, thinking, although Emmanuel might be a degenerate gambler, he truly has some skills to devise such an interesting method. Having explained the concept of lucky draws, Dawson continued, sis, to encourage frequent use of VIP cards within this month, Baker set a rule that the lucky draw promotion only lasts for a month, ending on the last day of our 3-month bet with Ulrich. Meadow instantly understood, I see. So if customers want to participate in the lucky draws, they must come and spin multiple times within this month. Exactly. Dawson nodded and continued, moreover, Baker made sure the prizes were very attractive to encourage participation. As he spoke, Dawson counted off the prizes on his fingers. There are jade pieces, ink stones, calligraphy and paintings, ceramics, items made from rosewood and wangwali, hairpins, earrings, necklaces, silk, and so much more. Meadow suddenly became concerned. Yuri, using these as prizes can be costly. It's fine if they aren't drawn, but if someone does win, it will be a significant expense. I remind you that these costs will also be deducted from the total profit within 3 months. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Dawson shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, sis. Baker has done his calculations. The cost of the prizes seems high but is actually a very cost-effective expenditure. Meadow frowned slightly, asking, is he really that confident? Dawson nodded vigorously. Absolutely. For example, today's prize is a green jade belt buckle worth 10 guan on the market. Upon hearing this price, Meadow was shocked. 10 guan? Isn't that too expensive? Dawson couldn't help but laugh and then whispered, sis, 10 guan is just our advertised price. In reality, that jade belt buckle only costs less than 2 guan. This? Meadow was speechless for a moment before asking, is this ethical? If the customers find out, they might accuse us of cheating. Dawson countered, sis, imagine if you run a jade shop, buying a jade pendant for 2 guan and selling it for 10 guan. Would the customers say you cheated them? Meadow shook her head. Of course not. I sell it at the marked price, and if they think it's too expensive, they can choose not to buy it. You see, the same logic applies here, Dawson explained with a smile. We've told everyone that the jade belt buckle is worth 10 guan, meaning it's marked at that price. If they feel it's not worth it, they don't have to participate in the lucky draw. Got it? Meadow fell silent, feeling something wasn't quite right but couldn't pinpoint the issue after thorough consideration. Dawson added, today alone, more than 30 tables participated in the lucky draw just for the green jade belt buckle, each spending more than 1 guan. Using a jade belt buckle that costs less than 2 guan to bring in more than 30 guan in sales, isn't that a good deal? Meadow nodded seriously, showing her agreement. Dawson asked with a smile, sis, do you know what Baker calls these 2 strategies of VIP cards and lucky draws? Meadow shook her head. He calls it a combination punch. Dawson threw 2 imaginary punches in the air and added, Baker said that once this combination punch is used, Ulrich will be stunned and confused. Meanwhile, let's talk about Emmanuel. After leaving Refined Delicacies Tower, Emmanuel picked up Paula and on their way home, they bought a large jar of aged vinegar. Because of last night's incident, Emmanuel felt that there was still a foul smell in the courtyard. He planned to sprinkle the vinegar around to suppress the stench. Upon returning home, Emmanuel washed the courtyard again with clear water and sprinkled the vinegar. With the pungent scent of vinegar filling the air, he finally felt more comfortable. After dinner, the couple chatted for a while and then went to bed. Soon, the bedroom lights were turned off, and the small courtyard fell silent. Unexpectedly, a shadowy figure appeared outside Emmanuel's courtyard wall shortly after. This person was masked, with only his eyes exposed, holding a clay pot. Despite the sealed lid, the pot still emitted a foul odor, causing the person to frown constantly. Yes, the contents of last night's pot came from this individual, who returned tonight. The masked man cautiously observed the surroundings of Emmanuel's house, and chose a spot to throw the pot into the courtyard, only to be interrupted. Suddenly, from a nearby corner, someone shouted, "Asshole, what are you doing? Want me to kill you?" The masked man turned and saw Emmanuel approaching, seemingly holding a machete. Shocked, he dropped the pot as he hurriedly tried to escape. Clang! The pot shattered upon impact, splattering him with feces. Without hesitation, the masked man ran away in panic, unable to care about the mess. "Asshole, don't you dare run," Emmanuel shouted. But the masked man ran so fast that he disappeared in a blink. Realizing he couldn't catch up, Emmanuel cursed under his breath. Damn, consider yourself lucky you ran fast. It turns out Emmanuel anticipated another disturbance tonight, so he created a false impression of turning off the lights and sleeping, then quietly slipped out from the backyard to ambush the intruder. On the other side, the masked man frantically ran through several streets until he stopped in a dark alley, panting heavily. The masked man felt uncomfortable, so he pulled off his mask. By the light of the moon, it was clear that this person was Barack. Just as he caught his breath, Barack caught a whiff of feces rising from his feet. Damn, what bad luck. Barack felt overwhelmingly nauseous. After cursing angrily, he quickly took off his shoes and walked away barefoot. Hashtag chapter 37. Hutch pays a visit. Emmanuel had chased away Barack and returned to the courtyard with his woodcutter's axe. Paula had been waiting by the entrance of the main room. Seeing Emmanuel return, she immediately went out to greet him. Hubby, who was that person? Paula had already heard Emmanuel's voice earlier and now knew that the man who threw the feces had fled. After closing the door, Emmanuel tossed the axe aside and shook his head. I don't know. He had his face covered, so I couldn't see what he looked like. But it definitely wasn't Amal. Amal is much bigger than this guy. I guess it might be one of Amal's men. With a touch of regret, Emmanuel added, it's a pity I couldn't catch that guy. Initially, Emmanuel had intended to catch the intruder, but when he discovered Barack, the latter was already preparing to throw the jar. Emmanuel panicked. He didn't want his yard to be covered in feces again like last night. If that happened, another night would be ruined. So, he immediately shouted to startle the intruder, thereby preventing the next action. Hubby, you did great by driving that person away, Paula said. Emmanuel sighed softly and replied, let's sleep, Aislinn. Those people shouldn't come back tonight. Paula nodded slightly and turned to walk back into the house with Emmanuel. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. Then a voice called out, Baker. Baker? The voice was steady, almost mysterious. Startled, Paula quickly clung to Emmanuel's arm and whispered fearfully, Hubby, are they coming back? Emmanuel shook his head. They won't. Why would someone who wants to cause trouble knock on the door? Paula realized it made sense and relaxed a little. Emmanuel whispered, Aislinn, go inside. I'll see who it is. Paula instructed him to be careful before going into the main room, hiding half her body behind the door while watching the courtyard entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Baker, are you there? The voice continued from outside. Emmanuel picked up the axe and walked to the gate. Who is it? He asked. I'm very pleased to find you at home, Baker. I have something important to discuss with you in person. The man outside spoke politely. Emmanuel peeked through the crack in the door and replied, it's late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I need to sleep. The man outside became urgent. Baker, I really need to talk to you. I promise it won't take too long. Emmanuel thought for a moment, then placed the axe behind his waist and opened the gate. The visitor was Justin, the manager who worked for Ulrich. Emmanuel raised his chin slightly, appraising the visitor, and coldly asked, who are you, and why visit me so late? Justin bowed respectfully. Baker, I am Justin, and I've heard much about your great reputation. Get to the point, Emmanuel said impatiently. Baker, we should go inside to talk. It's not convenient here, Justin said with a smile. Emmanuel was in no mood to chat and raised his hand as if to close the door. If it's inconvenient, let's not talk. Justin was startled and immediately stopped the door. Baker, my master sent me. Your master? Who? Although Emmanuel asked, he already guessed who it was. It's Master Ulrich, Justin said. Emmanuel laughed inwardly, confirming his suspicions. Not wanting to waste time, Emmanuel bluntly said, go back and tell your master I'm... Ulrich found Justin's stench unbearable and ordered him to speak from a distance. Justin exaggerated, complaining bitterly, Master, Emmanuel is truly despicable and disrespectful. I treated him respectfully throughout, yet he was rude and even threatened me with a knife. Worst of all, he said some even more offensive things. Justin paused suddenly. Ulrich demanded loudly, what offensive things? Speak up. Justin hesitated before saying, he said, even if Master were to give him all the family's wealth, he wouldn't help you. And he added, what else did he say? Ulrich was furious. He said, people like you, he doesn't even look up to you. Justin reported. Ulrich flew into a rage, kicking over a stool and shouting, how dare he? Who does he think he is? Seeing this, Justin took 2 steps forward and incited, Master, such an arrogant person must be taught a lesson. Let him know why the moon is so round, why flowers are so red. Ulrich agreed, fine, leave it to you. Justin rejoiced, yes, Master. The next morning, before leaving, Emmanuel specifically paid someone to clean the area outside the courtyard walls. As usual, to ensure Paula's safety, Emmanuel sent her to stay at his uncle's place. Xander greeted her. Yet, despite the long waits, the enthusiasm and interest never waned. Conversely, Ulrich's Finghua restaurant. For the past couple of months, it had remained sparsely occupied, contrasting sharply with its current state. Despite meticulously copying Jinxiu Tower's marketing tactics, business not only didn't improve but continued to decline. This situation left Ulrich fretting anxiously, easily irritable, and frequently waking up at night, unable to fall back asleep. He often puzzled over why this was happening. After all, Finghua offered greater discounts and cheaper dishes. So why did people prefer Jinxiu Tower? Deep down, Ulrich knew the reason. It was all about the cooking. In the restaurant business, flavor is the key. However, there was another aspect that Ulrich hadn't noticed. Xinzhou City had a limited population, particularly when it came to wealthy individuals. Both Jinxiu Tower and Finghua were high-end establishments beyond the means of ordinary citizens. Presently, most affluent residents of Xinzhou had saved money and purchased cards at Jinxiu Tower. Thus, they would likely continue patronizing it in the near future. In simpler terms, Jinxiu Tower had captured a significant portion of the market. Consequently, the poor performance of Finghua restaurant became increasingly inevitable. A couple of days later, early one morning, Emmanuel, Xander, and Gordy pulled a large box of soap to Jiagza Amananhuo Daviank. They planned to return to Ancient Mountain Village the next day, and had arranged to deliver the 200 bars of soap to Therese today. Jiagza Amananhuo Daviank had sold out of soap early and eagerly awaited the new stock. Therefore, as soon as Emmanuel and his companions arrived, Therese greeted them warmly with a beaming smile. Jason, please come inside, Therese said hospitably. Emmanuel immediately sensed Therese had something to discuss. He gave Xander some instructions, and then entered the store alone with Therese. On the second floor, in the reception room, Therese entertained him lavishly, offering the best tea and exquisite pastries shipped from the capital. Emmanuel sipped the tea and asked with a smile, Esmondu, what special occasion is this, offering such fine tea and treats? Therese waved away the staff and sat down beside him. Jason, I need to discuss something with you. Esmondu, please feel free to speak. Emmanuel put down his teacup, giving her his full attention. Therese smiled and said, we are acquaintances now, Jason, so I'll get straight to the point. Pausing briefly, she added, could we possibly increase the quantity of the next batch of soap? Please understand, 200 bars just aren't enough. Emmanuel sighed, looking troubled. Esmondu, I wish I could, but our current production capacity has reached its limit. These 200 bars today are the result of overtime work. We're practically exhausted. Therese wouldn't accept this easily. Jason, don't try to dodge the issue. Her eyes flashed with shrewdness. I understand your concern about price stability with increased production, but rest assured, if you can boost output, I'll still buy each bar for 5 guan. Emmanuel pondered for a moment. Esmondu, how many exactly do you mean by more? Therese gestured with her hand, stating firmly, 60,000 bars. Emmanuel was taken aback. 60,000 bars? He shook his head vigorously. No, that's too much. It's not feasible. Therese quickly interjected. Jason, please don't refuse right away. We don't need the entire order delivered at once. It can be done in monthly batches. 5,000 bars per month. That should take exactly a year to complete. She paused and then added, however, I have a small request. Could you leave the 60,000 bars unbranded and without any peony brand mark? It would save a lot of time. Emmanuel inwardly scoffed. Did she think he was a fool? Of course, she wanted to package and brand the soap herself to sell at higher prices. Still, he kept his expression neutral, shaking his head again. I'm sorry, Esmondu, producing 5,000 bars a month, 160 bars per day, is simply too much for us. We can't manage it. Therese had been waiting for this response. She replied eagerly, don't worry about manpower, Jason. Our family is well established here in Shinjo County. If you agree, we'd be willing to provide funding and labor to help you establish a large soap workshop. At this point, Emmanuel realized Therese's ultimate goal, to acquire his business. Continuing, Therese said, Jason, you know how to make soap, and I can provide the money and labor. Together, we could distribute soap nationwide, even to Wei in western regions. Of course, Emmanuel couldn't agree to this. However, he wanted to learn more about her intentions, and thus feigned contemplation. Believing Emmanuel was considering it, Therese stayed silent, allowing him to think. After a brief pause, Emmanuel asked, Esmondu, who will have control over all business matters if we do cooperate? Therese had anticipated this question. Without hesitation, she replied, Jason, everyone has their expertise. You focus on making soap, while I handle the distribution and sales. Hearing this, Emmanuel nearly laughed aloud at the thought of being relegated solely to production. Therese smiled broadly. If Jason is interested, we can draft a contract now. The cost of establishing the soap workshop and profit sharing can be discussed later. What do you say? Emmanuel chuckled lightly. Esmondu, your proposal is indeed compelling, but I currently have no intention of partnering. Let's settle the payment for today's delivery. With that, Emmanuel resumed drinking his tea, thinking to himself, I still rely on the soap business to make big money. If you take over, what will I do? The conversation concluded as Emmanuel calmly drank his tea, aware of Therese's underlying motive to control his business. Chapter 39. Ancient Mountain Village. The next morning, at Chinhour, Emmanuel, Paula, and Xander's family of 3 left the city. 5 people had already rented a mule cart the previous day, loaded with various materials for repairing the house and miscellaneous items, heading towards the direction of the Ancient Mountain Village. Deviant to the mule cart being heavily laden, Xander only allowed Paula and Kay, the 2 women, to ride in it. Xander himself was responsible for driving the cart, while Emmanuel and Gordy walked alongside it. The Ancient Mountain Village was to the north of Xianzhou City, about 20 miles away. At their speed, it would take at least an hour and a half or more to arrive. This was Emmanuel's first time leaving the county town after his soul transmigration. Everything outside the city looked fresh and new to him. He couldn't help but ask questions now and then, talking much more than usual. Noticing this, Kay whispered to Paula from inside the cart, Sister-in-law, what's wrong with elder brother? He wasn't like this before. How come he seems like a different person? Paula shook her head softly. I'm not sure either. Ever since he fainted last time and woke up, his temper and personality have changed. I think it's because of that illness. Kay pondered for a moment, then nodded. I heard that one's character can change drastically after a serious illness. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems true. Paula nodded in agreement. Just then, Emmanuel looked over at Paula. Their eyes met, and Paula's face immediately turned red as she quickly lowered her head. She had suddenly remembered the embarrassing scenes from the previous night. They slept on the same bed under the same blanket, and Emmanuel's hands were anything but well behaved. Despite not agreeing to consummate their marriage, his actions had made her incredibly nervous, and even in the morning, her embarrassment had yet to subside. Sister-in-law, is the wind too strong? Your face is all flushed. Kay's voice suddenly broke through Paula's thoughts. Paula hurriedly covered her cheeks with her hands, embarrassed. The wind does seem quite strong. Emmanuel watched all this unfold and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Unfortunately, Paula caught this chuckle, causing her to blush even deeper, silently scolding Emmanuel. You're still laughing? It's so embarrassing. Not wanting Paula to be too uncomfortable, Emmanuel quickened his pace to walk beside Xander. Daryl, are there any relatives of Annie still in Ancient Mountain Village? Emmanuel asked. Xander's parents-in-law had passed away many years ago, leaving behind only their daughter. Later, his wife also died from illness, leaving the ancestral house in Ancient Mountain Village unoccupied, looked after by the villagers. No, Xander replied, shaking his head. Your aunt's family was from the south and moved here 30 years ago. We don't have any relatives here. Oh, Emmanuel responded. Mentioning auntie made Xander's expression soften as he sighed wistfully. Ah, if your aunt were still here, she would be very happy to see our family making money. Emmanuel nodded. Daryl, even if auntie is in heaven, she would be equally happy. You're right. Xander smiled. After chatting for a bit, Xander suddenly asked, by the way, Emmanuel, what are your plans for the soap business going forward? Xander meant to ask whether Emmanuel planned to continue producing soap at home in Sweetwater Alley. The profits from soap were substantial, and Xander believed it was best to move production somewhere less crowded and secure for increased output. Emmanuel said, Daryl, I've thought about this for a long time. One of the reasons I came along with you to Ancient Mountain Village this time is to investigate. Investigate? Xander was unfamiliar with this term. Emmanuel explained, Daryl, it's too crowded and risky to run a soap workshop in the city. We need to find a suitable place outside the city. I happened to hear Hue say you were returning to Ancient Mountain Village. So, I thought I'd come along and see if we could set up a soap workshop there. Excitement filled Xander. Emmanuel, Ancient Mountain Village is indeed a great place. I know everyone there. Setting up a soap workshop would be much easier than anywhere else. Emmanuel nodded. That's exactly what I thought, Daryl. Xander immediately said, all right, once we get to the village, I'll take you to the Ilias. This should work out. Emmanuel smiled. Thanks, Daryl. Xander waved off the thanks, grinning. What are you thanking me for? We're family. With that, Xander flicked the reins to speed up the cart. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the mule cart finally reached the entrance of Ancient Mountain Village. Emmanuel immediately saw the wooden archway inscribed with Ancient Mountain Village. The archway was simply built with wooden planks, with no carvings or decorations, just plain and simple. Behind the archway stood some dilapidated houses, looking extremely old and worn out, some appearing dangerously close to collapse. Welcome back, Carpenter Sue. A farmer with dark skin and a lean build greeted them as he carried a hoe on his shoulder. Seeing the cart full of supplies, he commented, wow, you brought a lot of things. Planning to repair the house? Xander nodded, smiling, as he drove the cart into the village, chatting with the farmer. Meanwhile, Kay jumped down from the cart, running up to Emmanuel, pointing ahead, elder brother, my grandmother's house is up there. Emmanuel glanced over and nodded. Seeing Kay jump off the cart, Paula felt awkward sitting alone, so she too got off. However, she stumbled slightly when she got down, almost falling. Emmanuel rushed to support her. Are you okay, Aislinn? With villagers watching, Paula felt shy and immediately pushed Emmanuel's hand away, blushing as she shook her head. Emmanuel pretended to be displeased. Why are you shy? You're my wife. Who else would support you if not me? But Paula was still too shy to speak, turning to run over to Kay, whispering to her. Emmanuel continued following the cart, asking, Daryl, how many people live in Ancient Mountain Village? Xander answered, there are 50 households, around 300 people in total. Emmanuel was puzzled. Given its proximity to Xi and Joe City, why were there only 300 people? Logically, there should be at least 700 to 800 residents. He asked, Daryl, why are there so few people here? Xander sighed. It's because of poverty. The land here isn't fertile. Many families struggle to make ends meet from farming, especially during bad years. Over time, people have gradually moved away. Fearing Emmanuel might reconsider, Xander quickly added, don't worry, Emmanuel. Although Ancient Mountain Village isn't suitable for farming, it's a perfect spot for a soap workshop. Look around. There's plenty of grass, ensuring no shortage of ashes. Looking around, Emmanuel saw numerous weeds everywhere, ideal for making lye. Walking further into the village, they arrived at a slope. Deviant to the heavy load on the cart and the steepness of the slope, the mule struggled to pull the cart up. So, Emmanuel and others pushed from behind, but it was still challenging. At that moment, Kay spotted someone and excitedly waved, Nathan! Nathan! Nathan was just walking down the slope with a huge bundle of firewood on her back. Hearing her name, Nathan turned around but didn't recognize Kay at first. She was wearing new clothes today, new blouse, new pants, new shoes, and even had a new hairstyle. Nathan, why are you spacing out? Can't you recognize me? Kay stepped forward, frowning angrily. Only then did Nathan recognize Kay, and she immediately put down the firewood, running over with a simple smile. Xiao Hui, you're dressed like this. I didn't recognize you at first. The two young ones were happily chatting when they heard Emmanuel straining to call out, hey, can you two chat later? Could you help push the cart up the slope first? Chapter 40. Would you be interested in working for me? Nathan finally reacted, rushing to the back of the cart to help push it. It turned out that Nathan was indeed strong. With his help, the mule cart immediately started moving. In no time, the cart made it up the steep slope, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Emmanuel smiled at Nathan and said, Brother Amen, we meet again. Nathan turned his head and immediately recognized Emmanuel, exclaiming in surprise, You're the older brother from Zhenshu Lu? Emmanuel chuckled and nodded. Then he turned to Paula and said, Yueling, this is the Brother Amen I told you about. He's very talented. He can jump over a yard in a standing broad jump. He's also the only one who has ever dined at Zhenshu Lu for free, Emmanuel added with a laugh. Nathan blushed and scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Kay, noticing this, gave him a nudge, reminding him, Minjiu, quickly greet them. They are my cousin and cousin-in-law, big brother, sister-in-law, greetings, Nathan hurriedly said. He then greeted Daxton and Gordy before the group set off for home. Kay's grandmother's house was also at the village end, very close to Nathan's home. The two families could see each other, and if they shouted loudly, they could hear each other. Seeing Kay return, Nathan seemed very happy on the way back. Kay, being outgoing and cheerful, talked nonstop along the way. Nathan listened attentively, nodding occasionally or giving a simple smile. Soon, they arrived at Kay's grandmother's house. The ancestral home was in poor condition, with many holes in the roof and cracks in the walls, clearly needing repairs. Emmanuel stood at the door, looking around and soon noticed a small farmyard nearby with 3 jujube trees at the entrance. Brother Amen, is that your place? Emmanuel asked. Yes, big brother. Nathan nodded hastily. Daxton, unaware that Nathan's master had passed away, asked, Aminjiu, is your master at home? I'll go find him for a drink later. Emmanuel whispered something into Daxton's ear, and Daxton gasped, Aminjiu, what happened to your master? When did this happen? It was just recently, Nathan replied. Daxton and Nathan's master had always been good friends, and Daxton had done quite a bit of carpentry work for him in the past. Turning around, Daxton retrieved a small jar of wine from the cart and said, Aminjiu, take us to see your master. Nathan nodded and led everyone to the backyard where a small mound under a wooden sign read, Tomb of my master, was located. Some wildflowers and burnt incense sticks were placed in front of the grave. As they didn't bring any incense, each person sprinkled some wine at the tomb and paid their respects. This marked the end of the memorial ritual. Afterward, Daxton inquired about Nathan's current situation. Learning that he faced financial difficulties, Daxton took out a 5-tael silver ingot and asked Kay to give it to Nathan. However, Nathan refused to accept it, saying his master had taught him not to take money from others lightly. Kay became angry and shoved the silver ingot into Nathan's hand, saying, Getting arrogant now? My father wants you to take it, so take it. But Nathan stubbornly returned the silver, saying, I already told you, I can't accept it. Saying this, he picked up a bundle of firewood and ran into his house. Holding the silver ingot, Kay wondered aloud, What's wrong with Aminjiu today? He usually listens to whatever I say. Emmanuel remarked, Actually, when I wanted to give him money at Zhenshu to fix the copper hammer, he also refused. Daxton sighed softly. Aminjiu has been an orphan since childhood, living with Master Amin. Now that Master Amin is gone, it's even harder for him. I can't have this. I must get him to accept this silver, whether he likes it or not. After much thought, Daxton insisted on giving the silver to Nathan as he couldn't bear seeing him suffer. However, Emmanuel stopped him and said, Daryl, given Aminjiu's personality, even if he takes the silver now, he'll likely return it secretly later. But what should we do? This child is living too frugally, and I need to help him. Daxton frowned. Emmanuel thought for a moment and said, Daryl, leave this to me. I have a plan to make him accept the silver. Daxton was delighted and handed the silver to Emmanuel. But Emmanuel refused to take it, patting his waist and saying, Daryl, I have money. Then Emmanuel walked towards Nathan's house. Upon arriving at the door, he knocked and called out, Brother Amin, I'm thirsty. Do you have any water? Nathan initially thought Daxton or Kay had come to give him the silver. Hearing it was Emmanuel, he immediately opened the door. Big brother, please come in. I'll get you some water right away. Nathan rushed into the kitchen to fetch water. Stepping inside, Emmanuel was shocked to see the stark simplicity of the home. Apart from an old table and 2 benches, there was nothing else. Notably, the table had only 3 legs and had to be placed against the wall to remain stable. Deviant to the lack of furniture, the room appeared spacious. As Emmanuel inspected the surroundings, Nathan came out with a bowl of water. Noticing a small chip in the bowl, Emmanuel remarked on it. Big brother, all our bowls are like this. This is actually the best one. Don't worry. I've washed it thoroughly, so it's absolutely clean. Nathan reassured. Emmanuel smiled and drank a large gulp of water. After drinking, he gently placed the bowl on the table and smiled, asking, Brother Amin, as a martial artist, you must expend a lot of energy during practice. With your income being modest, do you get enough to eat? Sure. Nathan nodded confidently, pointing outside, I grow vegetables myself, and I also gather wild greens and fruits. Food isn't a problem. Eating only vegetables and fruits, how can you get enough nutrition? At your age, you need to build strength, especially with daily practice. Without meat, how will you get the energy? Emmanuel asked. Emmanuel vividly remembered how eagerly Nathan devoured the braised pork at Zhenshu. Nathan responded, I'm learning hunting. Occasionally, I can get some meat. How often is occasionally? 10 days or half a month, or longer? Emmanuel pressed. Nathan lowered his head, embarrassed. Emmanuel then asked, Brother Amin, would you be interested in working for me? I'll pay you 5 guan per month, and by year end, there will be a substantial bonus. How does that sound? Nathan's eyes widened. 5 guan per month? In Xinzhou City, an ordinary worker earns 61 a day, which Emmanuel's offer equated to nearly 171 a day. Emmanuel nodded, yes, starting at 5 guan monthly. If you perform well, I can raise it further. Further? Nathan never imagined someone would offer such high wages. Despite his excitement, Nathan's mind echoed his master's words. Aminji, remember, no one in this world does good without reason. He asked, Big brother, with such high pay, what exactly do you need me to do? Emmanuel explained, I came to Erikshan village to explore setting up a workshop. Since you're skilled in martial arts, I'd like to hire you to guard my property. Stunned, Nathan found it hard to believe. 5 guan per month, just for guarding the premises? It seems like you haven't provided any new Chinese text to translate. If you have a specific passage or continuation of the story that you'd like translated, please provide it, and I'll be happy to assist you. If you're ready, feel free to paste the next part of the novel, and I'll ensure the translation follows the guidelines you've set. Chapter 41, Site Selection. Emmanuel said, not entirely. If the workshop gets busy, you'll need to help out as well. But primarily, your role will be to guard the place. Ensure no thieves come in and nothing gets lost. Nathan nodded, indicating he understood. Seeing his nod, Emmanuel smiled and said, all right, it's settled then. With that, Emmanuel turned and left. Nathan stared blankly at Emmanuel's retreating figure for a while before coming back to his senses. He couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, 5 strings of cash per month. This feels like a dream. Emmanuel came out and found everyone, saying, "All set?" Kay, who was most concerned, asked first, "Elder cousin, what did you say to Aminjiu?" Xander, his son, and Paula also looked at Emmanuel. Emmanuel explained how he hired Nathan as a guard, and everyone was very satisfied, thinking it indeed was better than just giving him money outright. Afterward, everyone returned home. Xander arranged for his son to unload the cart and then said to Emmanuel, "Come, let me introduce you to the village head." Emmanuel nodded and followed Xander toward the village head's house. The village head was an elderly man, with white hair and beard, but still quite healthy. Upon hearing that Emmanuel wanted to start a workshop in the village head was delighted. Setting up a workshop would mean hiring people, which would give many villagers work. There was no opposition to starting a workshop. The village head cheerfully told Emmanuel he could choose any site within the village and inform him when a location was decided. Leaving the village head's home, Emmanuel asked Xander, "Daryl, how much does the village charge for us setting up a workshop here?" "Charge?" Xander puzzled. "Charge for what?" Emmanuel was surprised. "Daryl, we're using the village's land for the workshop. Don't we need to pay some kind of usage fee?" Xander suddenly realized what he meant. "Oh, you're talking about that. It doesn't go to the village. We just pay the owner directly when we use someone's land." Emmanuel then recalled that in this era, the land was privately owned, and negotiations were directly with the landowner. Back home, Rolf had mostly unloaded the cart. Kay and Paula were cleaning the kitchen. It was nearly noon, and if they didn't tidy up, everyone wouldn't have a place to eat. Emmanuel offered to help but was firmly stopped by Xander, who insisted Emmanuel was a scholar and didn't need to do such labor, suggesting he should look around instead. At this moment, Nathan ran over, offering to help with the tasks. Xander immediately said, "Aminjiu, you've come just in time. My nephew isn't familiar with the village yet. You can show him around and help him get acquainted." Then Xander added, "Look around the village. When you find a suitable spot for the workshop, tell me so I can discuss it with the village head." Emmanuel thought he might as well take the opportunity to scout locations, so he nodded and went off with Nathan. Nathan led Emmanuel through the village. Along the way, many villagers greeted Nathan, and some even invited him to lunch. Clearly, Nathan was well liked in the village. Everyone enjoyed this honest young man. Walking along, Emmanuel casually asked, "By the way, Emin brother, did you have your bronze hammers repaired?" Nathan shook his head. "No, I don't have the money for repairs." Emmanuel offered, "If you trust me, give me the hammers now, and I'll have them fixed when I return to the city." "No need, big brother. When I have the money, I'll fix them myself." "I don't want to trouble you," Nathan replied. Emmanuel laughed. "How is this troubling? Honestly, I want your hammers repaired sooner because I hope you have effective weapons to protect the workshop from intruders in the future." Thinking about it, Nathan hesitated whether to agree. Seeing this, Emmanuel immediately decided, "Enough thinking. This is settled. I'm your employer now, and you must follow my lead." Nathan finally nodded. They continued walking through the village. During this process, their way of addressing each other changed. At Nathan's request, Emmanuel started calling him Aminjiu. As for Nathan, he switched from calling Emmanuel big brother to employer, out of respect. After 2 rounds, Emmanuel had a rough idea of the village. Stopping, Emmanuel said, "All right, we've seen enough. Let's head back." Nathan was curious and asked, "Employer, have you picked a place?" Emmanuel replied, "Actually, I think the small forest near our homes is perfect. Once the trees are cut down and houses built, we can start operations." Nathan didn't understand these matters, but if Emmanuel felt it was good, then it was definitely fine. So, they chatted and returned home. Meeting Xander, Emmanuel relayed his thoughts on the location. Xander immediately agreed because he also liked the nearby woods. The area was flat, making construction easier, and being close to home made mutual support convenient. Xander was particularly invested in this matter, so he put down his tools and rushed to find the village head. Soon, Xander returned. He told Emmanuel that the woodland was unclaimed. To use it for building a workshop, they needed approval from the local chief, then draft a document and stamp it at the county office with a fee. Why do we need a local chief? Isn't the village head usually also the local chief? Emmanuel was confused. In Liang State, village heads typically also served as local chiefs. Xander shook his head and sighed. "It's because our village is too small, only 50 households. The authorities said only villages with over 100 households can combine the roles." "Who's the local chief then?" Emmanuel asked. Xander replied, "Adden, the village head of Young Village next door." "How far is Young Village from us?" Emmanuel asked. Xander answered, "Not far, less than an hour by cart." Emmanuel immediately suggested, "Daryl, let's visit Young Village after lunch. I want to meet the local chief and finalize this quickly." Xander agreed without hesitation, "Sure." After lunch, Emmanuel and Xander prepared to leave. Suddenly, Nathan ran over, expressing his desire to join them to Young Village. His reasoning was that the road between Eric Shan Village and Young Village wasn't peaceful recently. He was worried about robbers, as there would be no one to protect them. Hearing that robbers were active so close to the county, Emmanuel frowned. Considering the unfamiliarity of the area, he eventually agreed to Nathan's offer, feeling more secure having someone skilled in martial arts along. Nathan was thrilled, fetched a long stick from home, and happily climbed onto the mule cart. The mule cart soon left Eric Shan Village, heading east towards Young Village. Sitting on the cart, Emmanuel couldn't help asking about the robbers. To his surprise, Nathan didn't know much. He had only heard that the road wasn't safe lately. Nathan also mentioned that he had been to Young Village twice recently but never encountered any robbers. Emmanuel chuckled inwardly, shaking his head. Robbers wouldn't likely target someone in such ragged clothes. Hashtag Chapter 42, Truly Encountering Highwaymen. Young Family Village was a large village, with over 300 households, and more than half of the residents shared the surname Young. Deviant to its proximity to Arikishan Village, the government had annexed Arikishan Village under Young Family Village and appointed only one village head. The village head of Young Family Village seldom involved himself in the affairs of Arikishan Village, only intervening when matters such as land transactions or official documentation were required. The three of them urged the mule cart forward, hoping to reach Young Family Village as soon as possible. The journey had been smooth until they passed through an uninhabited mountain pass, where something unexpected occurred. They noticed two masked men standing in the middle of the road, one tall and thin, the other short and fat. Fat monk, skinny monk? Emmanuel thought immediately of two iconic characters from novels as he observed their appearance. Daxton's face tightened as he whispered nervously, "This isn't good. We've truly encountered highwaymen." Nathan gripped her wooden staff tightly and frowned. "Sir Sue, Daryl Sue, don't worry. I'll deal with them." She prepared to jump off the cart, but Emmanuel held her back, shaking his head. "Hold on. Let's see what happens first." The mule cart moved forward and soon stopped about 10 paces away from the two men. Emmanuel dismounted, saluted respectfully, and asked loudly, "May I inquire about your honorable names?" "Huh?" The fat man sneered. "You see us here and still dare to come forward without turning back? You've got some guts." Emmanuel replied calmly, "Turning back wouldn't help much. Both of you clearly have much experience. If my guess is correct, your comrades must already be blocking the rear." Upon hearing this, the fat man threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Can't fool you, can we? Pretty smart kid. All right, we enjoy dealing with clever people." He then whistled sharply. Emmanuel, Nathan, and Daxton turned around to see 5 more men emerging from both sides of the road. Some wielded wooden staffs, others held machetes, and a few brandished axes, all looking menacing. "So many!" Daxton exclaimed in surprise. Emmanuel hadn't expected there to be so many bandits either. Frowning, he whispered to Nathan, "Amenjiu, there are too many of them. We can't afford a direct confrontation." Nathan squatted in the cart, holding her wooden staff confidently. "Sir Sue, these few aren't a match for me. I can handle them." Daxton thought she was being overly confident. In his view, Nathan was still a child, and despite her martial arts training, facing so many armed bandits would be nearly impossible for her alone. "Amenjiu, don't be impulsive. It's not worth risking our lives," Daxton urgently reminded her. Emmanuel agreed with his uncle, deciding it was better to give them money rather than risk a fight. "Big brothers, we're in a hurry to attend to some business. Here's some silver. Please accept it as a gesture of goodwill," Emmanuel said, pulling out a 10-tael silver ingot from his robe. But seeing Emmanuel offer money made Nathan angry. "Sir Sue, don't give them money. I can handle them." Daxton snapped, "Amenjiu, don't argue. This isn't a game." Emmanuel placed the silver ingot on a nearby rock. "Big brothers, we're really in a hurry. Can we please pass through?" The fat man glanced at the skinny one, who slowly shook his head and whispered something. Emmanuel and Daxton couldn't hear what he said from their distance. Suddenly, Nathan spoke up. "That person thinks it's not enough. They won't let us go." Before Emmanuel could react, the fat man called out, "Smart guy, how do you expect to get rid of us with just a little silver? Are you trying to trick us?" Emmanuel looked at Nathan in surprise, impressed by her sharp hearing. Meanwhile, Daxton grew even more worried. "It seems we'll have to pay more," Daxton muttered grimly and pulled out another 10-tael silver ingot from his robe, placing it next to the first one. "Buddy, will this do?" Daxton shouted. The fat man was taken aback by this display of wealth, glancing again at the skinny man with an expression that suggested they might have bitten off more than they could chew. The skinny man felt the same way and grew greedier. "Buddy, if they handed over silver so easily, they must have more on them. This is a big catch," the skinny man whispered to the fat man. The fat man nodded reluctantly. "Buddy, 20 taels is enough. If we take too much, they might report us to the authorities." The bandits had managed to operate here because they never took much, and most people who traveled this path were poor and didn't report the incidents afterward. But today, the situation was different. A big catch had appeared, and the skinny man couldn't resist his greed. "Coward, when did you become so timid? A fat lamb is right in front of us, yet you hesitate? At worst, we'll change locations after robbing them. Do you think the authorities can find us?" The skinny man snarled. "But," the fat man hesitated. Interrupting him, the skinny man stepped forward and shouted, "Want to pass? Give us all your money, or we won't be polite." He pulled out a small hatchet from behind his waist. "Hand it over." The 5 bandits behind him also began shouting threats. "Damn, they're insatiable." Emmanuel fumed. Daxton felt equally frustrated, but knew they were outnumbered. He whispered, "Emmanuel, it's better to preserve our lives. Let's give them all the money we have." "How much do you have?" Emmanuel asked his uncle. "Besides the 10 taels, I have about 15 taels left. The rest is with Terry and Pingon," Daxton replied. Emmanuel rolled his eyes and whispered back, "Daryl, I have over 300 taels." "What?" Daxton was stunned and panicked. You're crazy. Why did you bring so much money?" Emmanuel sighed. "I forgot to give the money to Jaslyn." Just then, Nathan leapt down from the cart with her long staff. "Sir Sue, Daryl Sue, I'll deal with them. Be careful." In the next moment, Nathan stood before the 5 bandits, ready for battle. The sight of a young boy facing them caused the bandits to laugh mockingly. Even the fat and skinny men couldn't help but laugh. The skinny man thought they needed to show these 3 some real power, so he shouted, "Boys, teach this kid a lesson." "Sure thing, boss." One of the bandits, wielding a machete, rushed toward Nathan. Nathan reacted quickly, thrusting her staff forward. "Ah!" The bandit clutched his stomach in pain. Nathan followed up with a powerful slash, hitting the bandit squarely on the neck. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The remaining bandits and the fat and skinny men were all dumbfounded. None of them had expected this young boy's combat skills to be so formidable. It seems like you may have forgotten to provide the Chinese text for me to translate. Could you please share the text you would like translated into English? Chapter 43, Nathan's combat skills. Not only the bandits were stunned, Emmanuel and Xander were also greatly surprised. Brothers, attack together. At that moment, one of the bandits quickly recovered his senses and pointed at Nathan while shouting. Unexpectedly, Nathan didn't wait for the 4 to come closer. He took the initiative to swing his stick forward. In the next moment, Nathan began his performance. An ordinary long stick seemed to have gained a life in Nathan's hands. He swept, split, charged, collided, poked, rammed, stabbed, and hooked with ease. Every move was executed flawlessly. The bandits, who clearly had the numerical advantage, were immediately routed by Nathan, falling back step by step. Some fell to the ground, others fled, creating an eerie scene filled with cries and howls in the mountain gorge. Daryl, I didn't expect Engsub to be so powerful. Emmanuel couldn't help but cheer. Xander stood there with his mouth wide open, looking astonished. Only after hearing Emmanuel did he say, yeah, this is really amazing. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 bandits were driven away by Nathan, leaving only one who was still unconscious. Nathan then remembered the 2 gang leaders and immediately turned around to return. Boss, I'll go deal with those 2. Nathan shouted loudly. The fat man and the skinny man nearby were terrified. Seeing Nathan coming towards them fiercely, they immediately panicked and ran. Emmanuel saw Nathan chasing them farther and farther away and hurriedly called out, Engsub, don't chase anymore. Hearing Emmanuel's voice, Nathan reluctantly returned. Boss, what should we do with this guy? Nathan asked, pointing at the unconscious bandit. Emmanuel thought for a moment and asked Xander, Daryl, since we're going to Yangjiakin anyway, why don't we tie him up and hand him over to the village head there? Xander nodded and said, sure. These bandits have been causing trouble in our town. Yangjiakin must want to catch them. Handing them over to the village is the best solution. Engsub, tie him up and throw him onto the cart. Emmanuel ordered. Engsub immediately nodded, put down the long stick, and picked up some ropes to bind the person. Soon, the bandit was securely tied up and easily thrown onto the mule cart by Nathan. Xander retrieved the 2 silver ingots, handed one to Emmanuel, kept the other himself, and then urged the mules forward with his whip to continue their journey. As they drove on, Emmanuel curiously asked, Engsub, weren't you supposed to use a hammer? How come you know how to use a staff too? Nathan replied, Boss, my master knew both hammer techniques and staff techniques, but his hammer skills are more advanced, and his staff skills are slightly weaker. Is this considered weak? Emmanuel asked in surprise. Xander added, yes, Engsub, your staff skills are almost divine. How can they be considered weak? Praised by the 2, Nathan felt very happy and scratched his head with a simple smile. Boss, Daryl Sue, it's because I haven't met any true experts. If I encounter one, my staff skills wouldn't be enough, Nathan explained. Emmanuel nodded in agreement and then pointed to the bound bandit, asking, Engsub, if you were using your copper hammer, how many like these could you handle at once? Nathan thought for a moment and answered, at most 7 or 8, but no archers. Wow, 7 or 8? Emmanuel couldn't help but exclaim, immediately giving a thumbs up. At that moment, Emmanuel felt that spending 5 guan per month on such a highly skilled youth was incredibly worth it. Just as they were chatting, the bound bandit woke up. Upon regaining consciousness and realizing he was tightly bound and unable to move, the bandit immediately begged pitifully. Driving the carriage, Xander couldn't help but spit on the ground, despising, serves you right. With your hands and feet, you choose to be a thief. Finding the bandit's constant begging annoying, Emmanuel kicked him and shouted, shut up. If you keep screaming, I'll cut off one of your ears. That threat was indeed effective. The bandit immediately stopped speaking. Emmanuel instantly felt much quieter around the ears. After a while, Emmanuel asked, where are you all from, and why did you come here to rob? The bandit pleaded, Bert, I came from the north as a refugee. Our entire village was burned down by Wei soldiers. Actually, I didn't want to become a bandit, but I had no choice. No one would hire me to work, so I had no choice but to follow them for a living. Xinzhou County is located in the northernmost part of Liang Country, about 300 miles from the Liang-Wei border. Although there is no large-scale war on the border currently between Liang and Wei, small skirmishes never cease. Whenever either side has the opportunity, their cavalry will cross the border to launch surprise attacks, plunder money, burn villages, or kill civilians. Hearing this, Emmanuel shook his head silently, feeling great sympathy for the residents near the border. Emmanuel then asked the man, what about that fat guy and the skinny guy? They can't be refugees from the border, can they? The bandit shook his head. I don't know. I've only been with them for about 10 days. All I know is that the fat one is called Norman and the skinny one is Finley. That's all I know, truly. I'm telling the truth. Emmanuel coldly said, whether you're lying or not doesn't matter. Save your story for the people of Yangjiakin. Emmanuel didn't care whether the bandit was telling the truth. Anyway, he would hand him over to Yang Lisheng soon, so he didn't need to worry about anything else. About an hour and a half later, the mule cart arrived at Yangjiakin. Yangjiakin was much more prosperous and wealthy than Erikashankin. The main road in the village was lined with shops and taverns, making it completely different from Erikashankin. Xander asked a villager for directions to Aden's house and then headed straight there. At that moment, Aden, the village head, was accompanying a very important guest in the fields. This guest was Noah Jiaxie, the daughter of the Noah family in Xinzhou City. Noah Jiaxie came to Yangjiakin in the morning with the purpose of buying farmland. Standing on the ridge, Noah Jiaxie looked at the vast fields ahead and said, Village head Yang, I am very satisfied with these fields. Tomorrow I will send someone to measure the land, and then I will need your assistance again. Not at all, not at all. Noah, purchasing farmland in our village is an honor for us. Aden was plump with a drooping mustache, and his smile made him look just like a villain from a TV drama. Noah Jiaxie then told her servant Shelly, Shelly, get some water, I'm thirsty. Just as Shelly was about to nod, Aden offered eagerly, Miss Shelly, let me fetch the water. You stay with Miss Noah. With that, Aden trotted toward the distant carriage. After standing for a while, Noah Jiaxie turned around and said, let's go. Since it's still early, let's visit Erikashankin. Shelly immediately protested, Miss, maybe we shouldn't go to Erikashankin. Why? Noah Jiaxie asked, puzzled. Shelley worriedly explained. Miss, when you were in the fields earlier, I overheard villagers talking about how the road to Erikashenkin has been unsafe lately due to a group of bandits robbing travelers. We brought few people today. What if there are bandits on the road? Noah Jayaxie frowned. Shelley quickly suggested, Miss, better safe than sorry. Let's spend the night in Yangjiakin and ask village head Yang to send more villagers with us tomorrow before going to Erikashenkin. Noah Jayaxie hesitated for a moment. She chose to travel lightly today to save time. Apart from the driver and Shelley, she only brought 2 servants. If they encountered bandits on the way, it would be very dangerous. After thinking for a while, Noah Jayaxie nodded and said, Okay, tell village head Yang that I'll stay in the village tonight and visit Erikashenkin early tomorrow. Chapter 44. A sudden change of plan. Upon hearing that Miriam was planning to stay overnight in the village, Aden was overjoyed and immediately ordered one of the villagers to vacate their home for her use. Miriam felt apologetic about this arrangement, and thus had Bo-Isa give some money to the family as compensation. They had barely settled in when they heard the sound of gongs and drums outside, creating quite a commotion. Bo-Isa, being young, became instantly curious at the noise and, after getting permission from her mistress, quickly opened the door to see what was happening. Miriam, on the other hand, remained calm and stayed inside. A little while later, Bo-Isa returned. Miss, guess what's happening outside? You'd never guess. Bo-Isa's face was filled with excitement. Miriam glanced at Bo-Isa and replied, If you know I can't guess, why ask me to? Bo-Isa giggled and ran up to Miriam, saying, Miss, someone caught a highwayman, and the villagers are parading him through the streets. At that moment, Emmanuel and his 2 companions finally met Aden. Aden initially had no intention of dealing. Don't go. Tell the driver to prepare the carriage. We will leave for Erikshan village immediately. But miss, weren't we supposed to stay overnight? Why the sudden change of plans? Bo-Isa looked surprised. Miriam explained, We decided to stay because we were worried about encountering bandits. Now that they've been caught, why worry? Besides, there's nothing here to do. We might as well go to Erikshan village. Bo-Isa replied, But miss, I heard there were 7 bandits, and only 1 has been caught. If we encounter the other 6 on the road, wouldn't that be dangerous? Miriam sighed. Bo-Isa, think about it. If you were the leader of the bandits and lost one of your men today, would you still dare to rob travelers? Wouldn't you flee far away and lay low for a while? Bo-Isa thought it over and realized she had a point, easing her concern. Following Miriam's urging, Bo-Isa went to inform the driver and 2 servants, preparing to set off. Meanwhile, due to Emmanuel catching a bandit, Aden was very pleased. Upon learning that Emmanuel wanted to claim an unclaimed plot of land in Erikshan village, he readily agreed without asking for any payment. Normally, Aden would have demanded some silver for issuing documents, but today he made an exception, even personally seeing Emmanuel and his companions off. Just as Emmanuel and company got into the carriage, a villager ran up breathlessly and told Aden, Village head, Miss Noah changed her mind and won't be staying tonight. She sent me to apologize. Aden was taken aback and started defending the carriage door with a stick. Under normal circumstances, these bandits wouldn't dare return so soon. But Finley couldn't let go of his frustration and decided to ambush another traveler to vent his anger. Inside the carriage, Bo-Isa shouted, You villains! Do you know who we are? My miss is the daughter of Alan in Xian Prefecture. Do you know what status Alan holds in Xian Prefecture? Even the county magistrate defers to him. If you harm his daughter, the authorities won't spare you. Hearing this, Norman grew excited and said to Finley, Brother, great. It's a wealthy miss. Finley, looking eager, yelled, Brothers, this is a golden opportunity. Grab this woman and demand a hefty ransom, and we'll never have to live in poverty again. This thrilled everyone, and cheers erupted. Inside the carriage, Miriam and Bo-Isa clung together, terrified and trembling with fear. Suddenly, a scream echoed outside, followed by a thud. Clearly, the servant guarding the door had been overpowered. Panicked, Miriam braced herself against the door. Just as she did, someone started kicking it. In desperation, she called out, Bo-Isa, hurry! Bo-Isa snapped out of her shock and rushed to support the door with her body, tears streaming down her face. She cried, Miss, what do we do now? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have listened to you, Miriam replied tearfully. Miriam regretted her decision bitterly. If she hadn't insisted on leaving, they wouldn't have encountered the bandits. Wah! Bo-Isa suddenly burst into loud sobs. Just as the 2 women were despairing, the kicking at the doors suddenly stopped. Then, the bandits outside started shouting in panic. Run! Everyone run fast! Damn, it's him again. Don't just stand there, hurry up and run. Next, Miriam and Bo-Isa heard the sound of frantic fleeing. In the following moment, everything became eerily quiet. As Miriam and Bo-Isa looked at each other in bewilderment, a man's voice came through, It's safe now, Miss Noah. All the bandits have fled. Chapter 45. I know who he is. Meadow had yet to recover from her panic, and she asked timidly, You? Who are you? Miss Noah, I'm a friend of your younger brother, young Tucker, said Emmanuel from outside. You're Yu-Hung's friend? Meadow immediately felt much more reassured. Upon hearing this, Bo-Isa stopped crying instantly and said through tears, Mistress, that's wonderful. It's the young master's friend. We're saved. Meadow nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. At this moment, Emmanuel asked, Miss Noah, are you coming out? Everything is safe now. Meadow and Bo-Isa then slowly opened the carriage door and bent down to get out. As soon as Meadow emerged and lifted her head, her eyes met Emmanuel's. Their gazes locked for a moment. Emmanuel was instantly captivated by Meadow's cool and elegant demeanor and her striking beauty, causing him to glance at her a few times more. Feeling shy, Meadow quickly lowered her head to avoid Emmanuel's gaze. Bo-Isa noticed Emmanuel staring at the mistress and promptly walked between them, blocking his view with her body. Realizing his lapse in decorum, Emmanuel quickly shifted the topic. Miss Noah, are you both alright? Are you injured? Though Meadow found Emmanuel's behavior slightly inappropriate, given he had just rescued them, it would be ungracious to say anything. Meadow replied, "Thank you, sir. We're not injured, just a bit shaken. We'll be fine after a while." Seeing they were unharmed, Emmanuel nodded in relief and turned to Nathan. "Minjiu, how are their injuries?" Nathan, who was examining one of the servants, replied immediately, "Master, 3 of them are seriously injured and can't walk on their own right now." Meadow checked the driver and the 2 servants herself and confirmed Nathan's assessment. Emmanuel suggested they go back to Erikshan village first and have them return to the city the next day to send people to pick them up. Meadow thought this made sense and agreed, as she also intended to visit Erikshan village. They then helped load the 3 injured onto the donkey cart and untethered the Noah family horses since the cart could no longer be pulled due to injury and needed treatment together. As for the overturned carriage, they would wait for the Noah family to come the next day to deal with it. After leaving the mountain pass, Xander drove the donkey cart carrying the injured in front. Meadow and Bo Yisa walked in the middle, softly chatting. Nathan led the horse with one hand and carried a stick in the other, walking behind Emmanuel. After some time, Meadow suddenly turned back and said, "Oh yes, sir. I haven't caught your name yet." "Incognito, I am Emmanuel," Emmanuel replied. Meadow was momentarily startled. "He's Emmanuel?" Though surprised, Meadow maintained composure, but Bo Yisa reacted differently. Upon hearing Emmanuel's name, her face showed shock. "Mistress, he's Meadow quickly covered Bo Yisa's mouth. "I know who he is. Don't react like that," she said in a hushed tone. Bo Yisa nodded, and Meadow released her hand. Nathan saw this exchange and asked curiously, "Master, what's going on with them?" Emmanuel responded nonchalantly, "It's their business. Leave it be." "Okay," Nathan replied absent-mindedly. Emmanuel realized they had likely heard stories about him before but hadn't met him personally, hence their reaction. Nathan asked, "Master, do you think those bandits were not thinking clearly? After we just captured one, they still dared to rob again, and in the same spot." Emmanuel shook his head. "I don't understand their thinking either, but why they chose the same spot makes sense." "Why, master?" Nathan asked. "Tell me, apart from this pass, where else along the way would be suitable for an ambush?" Nathan understood immediately. "Right. There's nowhere else suitable besides this pass." Hearing their conversation, Bo Yisa hooked Meadow's elbow. "Mistress, those bandits were caught by them. I find that hard to believe. Didn't you hear the bandits mention again when talking about him?" Meadow responded. "They must have suffered greatly at their hands before. Otherwise, why would they flee at the sight of them, lacking even the courage to fight back despite outnumbering them?" Meadow added. Bo Yisa nodded, finally believing it. Meadow, having composed herself, turned and said, "Sir Su, thank you for your help today. Once we return to Shinjo City, my family will definitely offer generous gratitude. No need for formalities, Miss Noah. As friends of Dawson, I naturally should assist," Emmanuel replied. "While I appreciate your kindness, proper gratitude is necessary. Otherwise, it might reflect poorly on me," Meadow said, turning away without further comment. She thought, "A man who gambles away his wife, I owe you nothing." Thereafter, Meadow didn't converse with Emmanuel anymore. They arrived at Erikshan village by dusk. The injured were immediately taken to the village elder's house. Upon learning they were from Noah family in Shinjo City, the elder was flustered and summoned respected villagers for assistance. An elderly man skilled in medicine took over treating the injuries. The injured horses were also treated by the villagers. The elder wanted to settle Meadow and Bo Yisa in accommodations, but Meadow insisted on staying until the wounds were properly dressed. Just then, Paula and Kay arrived at the elder's house. Kay saw her father and Emmanuel and asked anxiously, "Father, cousin, did you encounter bandits on the road? Are you alright?" Kay grabbed her father's arm, visibly worried. "Don't worry, Terry, we're fine. Look at us, perfectly safe," Xander reassured her. Seeing this, Kay relaxed. Paula approached Emmanuel, worried. "Husband, I heard someone was injured badly. I was almost terrified." Emmanuel held her hand. "Don't worry. With a Minjiu around, how could anything happen to us?" Hearing Emmanuel praise her, Nathan smiled broadly. Noticing others watching, Paula quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her head shyly. Meadow and Bo Yisa had been observing. "This is Sir Su's wife. Nice to meet you," Meadow greeted with a gentle bow. Bo Yisa hurriedly followed suit, though reluctantly. Emmanuel introduced them. "Wife, this is the eldest daughter of the Noah family and Dawson's elder sister." "Pleased to meet you, Miss Noah," Paula replied politely, bowing gracefully. Thus ended another chapter in their journey, with each event shaping the unfolding narrative and setting the stage for future interactions. Chapter 46, Sweet and Soft Steamed Bun. Miriam nodded slightly, then remained silent. Emmanuel felt there were too many people in the village head's home and said to Xander, "Daryl, with the village head and Miss Noah here, I guess it's not something that concerns us. Let's go back first and come over later." Xander agreed after thinking about it. It was almost dark, and they hadn't eaten yet. Turning around, Xander greeted the village head and Meadow before leaving with Kay. Emmanuel also bowed respectfully to Meadow, then led Paula and Nathan away. As soon as Emmanuel's family left, Shelley couldn't help but ask, "Miss, wasn't his wife expelled by him? How come she doesn't seem to hate him at all?" Meadow immediately frowned and shot Shelley a glare, signaling her to be more cautious with her words in front of others. Shelley stuck out her tongue secretly and dared not speak again. More than an hour later, the coachman and 2 servants' wounds were finally bandaged up. Meadow then took Shelley to the accommodation arranged by the village head. By this time, dinner had been prepared, but because they were delayed for a while, the food was already getting cold. Seeing this, Shelley wanted to warm it up, but Meadow stopped her. "Shelley, let's not trouble them anymore. The weather isn't too cold, so we'll just make do with it," Meadow said as she sat down at the table and began eating. Shelley didn't know what to say, so she stood beside the table helping to serve Miss. Meadow then said, "Shelley, sit down and eat with me. There's no one else here who would mind." Shelley smiled and immediately sat down to eat. It was clear that she was starving. After eating for a while, Shelley suddenly remarked, "Miss, don't you think it's strange? His wife doesn't seem to hate Emmanuel at all. If it were me, I'd have hated such a man long ago." Actually, Meadow had been pondering this issue ever since they were in the village head's house. But even now, she still couldn't figure it out. The only possible explanation was that Emmanuel was very good at deceiving people and talking his wife into submission. Eating a mouthful of vegetables, Meadow slowly said. Shelley, what her feelings are has nothing to do with us. Stop discussing these matters. Oh, understood, Mississippi. Shelley responded, and then continued eating silently. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, soon after Meadow got up, she heard a knock on the door. Shelley rushed to open it. Mrs. Sue? To Shelley's surprise, it was Paula. Paula smiled kindly and asked, Is Miss Noah up yet? My husband just steamed some buns, and I brought some for you to try. At this moment, Shelley noticed that Paula held a small bamboo basket containing a tightly wrapped cloth package. Meadow walked over and said indifferently, Thank you, Mrs. Sue. Then, Meadow glanced at Shelley, who immediately took the package of buns from the basket. Paula had brought these buns partly because Emmanuel was assisting Dawson, and also because Dawson had helped when Amal came demanding repayment. Paula added with a smile, Miss Noah, if you need more, just let me know. We have plenty, so don't hesitate to ask. Meadow didn't respond but nodded lightly. Paula paused briefly, then said, Miss Noah, I won't disturb you further. I must get going. With that, Paula left with the basket. Shelley closed the door and placed the warm package of buns on the table. As she was about to open the package, Meadow asked, What are you doing? Shelley looked up and saw Meadow's displeased expression. Miss, I was going to serve you these buns. Coldly, Meadow replied, Eat them yourself. I won't touch those buns made by that scoundrel. Hearing this, Shelley hesitated with her hands still on the package. However, her stomach was growling, and she could smell the enticing aroma of the buns. She couldn't resist any longer. Miss, can I just see how well they were steamed? Don't worry, I won't eat them, Shelley said firmly. Meadow ignored her and went about her own business. After a brief hesitation, Shelley opened the package. Steam billowed out, filling the room with the smell of freshly steamed buns. Wow, these buns are so soft, Shelley exclaimed, pinching one of the fist-sized buns in wonder. Meadow, unable to resist the noise, looked over. She saw Shelley marveling at a bun, both in her hand and eyes. Walking over, Meadow commented, Aren't buns supposed to be soft? Shelley shook her head hurriedly. No, Mississippi. What I mean is, these are much softer than the usual ones. You can feel it. She picked up another bun and handed it to Meadow. Meadow hesitated, but eventually took the bun. Upon touching it, she immediately noticed the difference. It was indeed softer and had a better texture. Curious, Shelley kept examining the bun, asking, Miss, how did he steam these buns? They're much softer than any others. Unable to resist, Shelley bit into the bun. Meadow frowned in disdain. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? Ignoring her, Shelley nodded vigorously as she chewed, her expression filled with amazement. These buns are delicious, sweet, and soft. They're completely different from what we usually eat. Excited, Shelley bounced up and down. In no time, Shelley finished the bun and still craved more. Meadow thought it was a bit exaggerated. Aren't they just buns? Could they really be that tasty? Noticing Meadow's skepticism, Shelley urged, Miss, they are truly delicious. Just try a piece, you'll see. Meadow hesitated, then tore off a small piece and put it in her mouth. Immediately, she felt the sweetness and the unique soft texture unlike any bun she had tasted before. Could it really be this sweet and soft? Meadow wondered, almost doubting her senses. In Liang country, buns weren't uncommon. Whether in taverns or food stalls, buns were everywhere. However, due to the lack of edible alkali, they were often sour, bitter, and somewhat hard. Emmanuel's addition of edible alkali to the dough came from the solution of ash leachate. By using only the top layer of clear liquid, he managed to create exceptionally sweet and soft buns. Miss, may I have another one? Shelley eyed the steaming buns, swallowing saliva. Eat, Meadow said reluctantly. They were sent with good intentions. We shouldn't waste them. Earlier, Meadow had considered throwing the buns away, but now she couldn't bear to part with them. Ecstatic, Shelley immediately started munching on another bun, nodding continuously. Miss, these are really the best buns I've ever had. Meadow broke off a larger piece and ate it, contemplating. This Emmanuel, coming up with the idea of stir-frying with an iron pan and now making exceptional buns. While she ate, Meadow reflected on everything Emmanuel had done. Suddenly, her face lit up. Could it be that expelling his wife had other hidden reasons? Note asterisk in this translation, the names are romanized according to Pinyin, and care has been taken to maintain the tone, style, and logical flow of the original narrative. Chapter 47. Could it be that I've guessed right? After finishing the steamed bun, Meadow went to visit the injured at the Ilias's house. At the same time, she asked the Ilias to send 2 villagers back to the city to inform Dawson. Davy and Ring casual conversation, Meadow learned from the Ilias that Emmanuel planned to set up a workshop in the village. However, the Ilias did not know what kind of workshop it would be. Meadow suddenly thought of the sweet and soft steamed buns she had just eaten and guessed, could he be planning to start a steamed bun workshop? But after reconsidering, she found it unlikely. Why would anyone establish a steamed bun workshop in this remote and poor village instead of somewhere more populated in the city? With these questions in mind, Meadow sought out Emmanuel. When she arrived at Xander's house, his family was busy repairing the roof. The father and son were on the roof, while Emmanuel, Paula, and Kay were passing things up from below. Seeing Meadow approach, Xander hurriedly greeted her and prepared to come down to receive her. Meadow quickly stopped him. Daryl Sue, please continue with your work. There's no need to worry about me. I was just wandering around and happened to come by. Hearing this, Xander politely exchanged a few words before resuming his work. Emmanuel stepped forward. Miss Noah, I'm sorry for the mess around here since we're renovating. I can't offer you a proper seat. Don't mention it, I wouldn't want to disturb your work, Meadow responded politely. At this moment, Paula approached and asked, Miss Noah, did you enjoy the steamed buns? Meadow nodded. They were delicious, both Boisa and I love them. Paula beamed, immediately offering, Miss Noah, There are more steamed buns in the kitchen. Let me get some more for you. Without waiting for a response, she headed to the kitchen. No trouble please, Madame Sue, Meadow said as she and Bo-Isa followed her into the kitchen. Emmanuel, seeing this, didn't question further and turned back to observe the roof repairs. In the kitchen, Paula quickly filled a large basket with steamed buns and handed it to Bo-Isa. Miss Bo-Isa, just steam them again when you eat, she warmly instructed. Bo-Isa, seeing Meadow nod, accepted the basket. Meadow surveyed the kitchen and inquired, Madame Sue, did Jason add something special to the steamed buns? Why do they taste different from others? Paula looked a bit uncomfortable. Miss Noah, I cannot tell you that. Perhaps you should ask my husband. Please don't misunderstand me, Madame Sue. I only meant to say that the steamed buns are exceptionally good, so I couldn't help but ask, Meadow explained. Paula smiled, but remained speechless for a moment. Sensing the awkwardness, she quickly added, Miss Noah, you must be thirsty. Let me fetch some water for you. She picked up a wooden bucket and headed out to fetch water. Go help her, Bo-Isa. Meadow called out. Bo-Isa complied, putting down the basket and following Paula. As Meadow was about to leave the kitchen, she noticed a small soap bar in an unremarkable earthen bowl near the water vat. Surprised, she knelt down and picked up the bowl. Isn't this soap? Recognizing the soap instantly, Meadow marveled internally. It was so valuable yet left so casually here. Suddenly, Emmanuel's voice came from outside. Miss Noah, why are you here alone? Startled, Meadow stood up, still holding the bowl. Emmanuel was taken aback, thinking, how did she see the soap? Meadow asked calmly, Jason, I didn't expect your family to use soap. This is something quite rare and valuable in Xian Prefecture recently. Emmanuel tried to change the subject. Miss Noah, why don't we go outside? The kitchen is too dirty and might soil your clothes. But Meadow saw through his intentions, right, Jason? A few days ago, Yuri told me you made a large sum of money, repaying your debt to Changlong Gambling House easily. Is that true? Emmanuel didn't respond, but his mind raced. Meadow placed the bowl on the stove and continued, Jason, I'm very curious about how you managed to make so much money so quickly. As a merchant myself, I hope you might share some insight or business tips. Emmanuel forced a somewhat stiff smile. Miss Noah, you're teasing me. What connections could I have? My uncle, knowing I owed money, kindly helped me repay it. Meadow clearly didn't believe such a flimsy excuse and promptly said, earlier, the Ilias mentioned you plan to open a workshop in the village, even selecting a location. Leaving the kitchen, Meadow faced Emmanuel directly. If I'm not mistaken, the workshop you intend to start is a soap workshop, isn't it? Shocked, Emmanuel wondered how she could know about the soap workshop. Nobody else knew. His brows furrowed as he considered a startling possibility. Could she have deduced it from the soap in the kitchen? No way. If that were true, her intelligence would be terrifying indeed. Jason, why don't you speak? Could it be? I guessed right? There was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Realizing hiding the truth was futile, Emmanuel nodded in acknowledgement. Curious, he asked, very few people know about the soap workshop. How did you guess? Meadow explained honestly, Jason, you may not know, but I visited the Gyoza Amananhuo Hall and asked the shopkeeper about the invention of soap. He said it came from Western traders. Emmanuel listened intently. Meadow smiled confidently, continuing, but that can't fool me. Based on the analysis of the red paper production and the advantages and disadvantages of using the peony pattern, I concluded it wasn't made by Westerners. Impressed, Emmanuel sincerely praised, Miss Noah, you're incredibly intelligent. You deduced the non-Western origin of soap based on those details. Truly admirable. Meadow shook her head humbly. Please don't praise me like that, Jason. Speaking of intellect, you are far superior. Still puzzled, Emmanuel asked, Miss Noah, judging by the soap in the kitchen, you deduced it was a soap workshop. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Smiling gently, Meadow replied, if you were in my position, you wouldn't think it strange. How so? Emmanuel was perplexed. Meadow elaborated, you brought the Zhenxiolu back from the brink within days, invented monosodium glutamate and iron pans, and then there were those delicious steamed buns this morning. She paused intentionally, her expression serious. So many extraordinary achievements in such a short time. Naturally, when I saw the soap, my first thought was its connection to you. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and naturalness in English. Chapter 48. Pricing rights are mine. Emmanuel seemed thoughtful for a moment before saying, it appears Miss Noah isn't here for a casual stroll, but to see me specifically. Miriam said, at first, I just wanted to ask what kind of workshop you plan to set up. I didn't expect to see soap. Emmanuel helplessly shook his head. It's my own negligence. Miriam asked very seriously, Jason, currently, soap is in high demand. I'm curious, how much can you produce daily once the soap workshop starts? Emmanuel frowned instantly, eyeing Miriam cautiously. Miss Noah, why do you ask this? Miriam replied frankly, Jason, since we've come this far, I'll be straightforward. Then, Miriam said sternly, I want to partner with you and start this soap workshop together. No. Emmanuel refused without hesitation. Miriam frowned slightly and quickly added, Jason, don't reject me so fast. We still have time. You can think it over? Rest assured, as long as we cooperate, profit distribution can be discussed. How about 4 for me and 6 for you? Miriam proposed. Emmanuel shook his head in refusal. Miriam, unwilling to give up, immediately compromised. 3 for me, 7 for you? Is that better? Emmanuel still shook his head. 28%. Miriam gritted her teeth. Emmanuel still refused. Miriam was slightly displeased. Jason, you're not thinking 190, are you? Emmanuel smiled and said, Miss Noah, I never intended to partner with you on the workshop. Miriam fell silent, her face turning somber. Emmanuel continued, Miss Noah, actually, I already have a suitable partner for this soap workshop. Who? Miriam asked. Is it Therese? Emmanuel shook his head, pointing to a family on the rooftop. Look, it's them. Miriam turned to look. Your uncle's family? Emmanuel nodded firmly. Yes, apart from them. I trust no one else. Despite her disappointment, Miriam understood Emmanuel's decision. The soap formula and production process were too important. If they leaked, the loss would be immeasurable. I understand, Jason. Please forgive my presumption earlier. Miriam apologized and turned to leave. Suddenly, Emmanuel said, Miss Noah, although we can't be partners in the workshop, cooperation can still be discussed. Startled, Miriam quickly turned back. What do you mean, Jason? Emmanuel smiled, gesturing toward a grove behind the house. Miss Noah, shall we take a walk nearby and discuss cooperation? Miriam naturally did not refuse, following Emmanuel into the woods. They hadn't walked far when they met Paula and Shelley coming back with water. Husband, where are you going? Paula asked. Shelley also looked at Miriam curiously. Emmanuel gently said, Wife, I'm taking Miss Noah for a walk in the grove to talk business. We'll be back soon. Oh. Paula nodded, glancing involuntarily at Miriam. Miriam added, Shelley, stay here waiting for me. With that, the two continued walking into the grove. Paula watched Emmanuel and Miriam walk side by side, feeling a twinge of unease. Soon, Emmanuel and Miriam reached the grove. Miriam stopped, unwilling to go deeper. Jason, let's chat here. Emmanuel also stopped, saying, Miss Noah, as I know, your Noah family has businesses in Xinzhou, Heong, Kaisien, and even further south in Fuchun County. Yes. Miriam nodded. I didn't expect Jason to be well informed about our family's business. Emmanuel waved his hand. Not much, just idle chats with Alan sometimes. Miriam asked, Jason, please get straight to the point. How do you propose to cooperate? Emmanuel became serious. Miss Noah, I believe your Noah family can be the exclusive distributor for our peony brand soap. Exclusive distributor? Miriam was unfamiliar with the term. Emmanuel patiently explained. In simple terms, an exclusive distributor is the only designated seller. Whether it's our Liang Kingdom, Northern Wei Kingdom, or West, once the high-end market saturates, significant price reductions would follow. However, Emmanuel didn't bother explaining, calmly stating, if Miss Noah finds it improper, it's no problem. I can find someone else. To Emmanuel, soap was like the emperor's daughter, never short of takers. Miriam felt some urgency but kept her composure. Jason, may I consider? Miriam asked. Emmanuel smiled. Of course. Take your time. We have plenty of time. Emmanuel then walked aside under a tree, looking up at the branches. For a while, Miriam remained silent, weighing pros and cons deeply. Ultimately, Miriam decided not to miss this great opportunity. She finally turned to Emmanuel. Jason, as you wish. Pricing rights to you. Emmanuel smiled and approached. Miss Noah, congratulations on making the right choice. Miriam couldn't muster a smile. Emmanuel reassured her. Miss Noah, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I won't disregard your interests for personal gain. My goal is for the business to thrive long-term. Miriam responded skeptically. I hope you speak the truth. Emmanuel smiled. Words now are meaningless. Time will prove me right. Suddenly, Emmanuel extended his right hand for a handshake. Miss Noah, wishing us a pleasant cooperation? Miriam, unfamiliar with handshakes, paused, looking down at Emmanuel's hand. Jason, what are you doing? Emmanuel realized immediately. Handshakes weren't customary in this era. No, I just suddenly felt an itch in my hand. Yes, it's itching. Rubbing. Rubbing will make it better. Emmanuel's face turned awkward as he hurriedly pressed his right hand down with his left, rubbing both hands together quickly. Note. This snippet seems out of context with the previous story content. If you want to integrate it smoothly into the ongoing narrative, please provide more context or clarify its placement. Chapter 49. I know what you want to ask. Meadow was puzzled by Emmanuel's odd behavior, but she didn't say anything. After a moment, Meadow asked, Young Jason, where do you plan to set up the soap workshop? Emmanuel gestured around and asked, what do you think of this place? Meadow immediately understood. You want to set up the soap workshop here? Emmanuel nodded. Yes, this is close to my uncle's house, and the terrain is flat. Also, after the trees are cut down, they can be used to build houses. Even if not, they make good firewood, which is cost-effective. Meadow couldn't help but laugh. You really know how to be frugal. Emmanuel smiled. As a businessman, being frugal is the basic principle, don't you think, Miss Noah? That was indeed true, and Meadow agreed on the spot. Subsequently, Emmanuel and Meadow turned and walked out of the woods. Meadow suddenly said, Right, young Jason. There's something that has been bothering me. I wonder if it's proper to ask? Emmanuel paused for a moment and then said, If you're unsure, then don't ask. Ah. Meadow didn't expect this response and was momentarily stunned. Emmanuel continued, Miss Noah, I know what you want to ask. You want to ask why I lost all my family property and even had to pawn off my wife, right? Emmanuel said. Meadow nodded, waiting for his answer. Emmanuel sighed. Actually, there's not much to say. It's just that I was too reckless in the past, betraying and disappointing many people. Only after a serious illness did I truly come to my senses. That's about it. Meadow hesitated and asked, Young Jason, were there any inconvenient reasons behind your previous actions? Emmanuel shook his head. No, it's purely because I was a bad person back then, but I will definitely not be like that in the future. Meadow felt slightly disappointed as she didn't get the answer she hoped for. Soon, the two walked out of the woods and returned to Xander's house. Paula had already boiled water and greeted them as soon as they arrived. Miss Noah, please come inside for some tea, Paula said warmly. But Meadow politely declined, bid farewell to everyone, and left with Shelley. After they walked far away, Paula asked Emmanuel, Husband, what did you talk about with Miss Noah just now? Kay also came over, curious to hear the details. Emmanuel replied, Aislinn, just now I finalized the deal with Miss Noah. Once our soap workshop is established, the Noah family will be our main distributor, responsible for the sales of our soap. Neither Paula nor Kay understood what main distributor meant, so Emmanuel explained it to them. Kay, quick-witted, was delighted. That's great, cousin. The Noah family does business in nearby counties. If they become our main distributor, our soap can reach further markets and make more money. Paula thought the same and her face lit up with joy. Then, Paula remembered something and asked, husband, if that's the case, wouldn't Mr. Kit have to buy the soap from Miss Noah's hand to sell it in his store? Exactly. Otherwise, how could they be the main distributor? Emmanuel replied. Paula nodded and added, husband, the Noah family has businesses across various counties and would be a great partner, but I still have some concerns. Concerns about what? Emmanuel asked. Kay looked at her curiously. Paula worriedly said, husband, the Noah family is rich and powerful, far above us ordinary people. If one day they steal our soap-making process and formula and open their own workshop, what should we do? Kay chimed in anxiously, cousin, can Miss Noah be trusted? You've made this deal so quickly. Don't be too hopeful. It might end up inviting wolves into the fold. Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh, ruffling Kay's hair. Terry, don't think too badly of others. Kay immediately countered, isn't it you who always says to beware of others' intentions? Why do you think I'm thinking badly of her now? Emmanuel nodded. Although I only met Miss Noah recently, I feel she is very upright and should be a good partner. Paula also agreed. Indeed, Terry, I also feel Miss Noah is quite nice. Moreover, Alan and Miss Noah have been raised well. Emmanuel smiled. Aislinn, Terry, don't worry about this. I'll be cautious. Paula nodded, trusting her husband, and then went inside. Emmanuel decided to tell his uncle about this and headed toward the house. But as he took a step, Kay pulled him back. What is it? Emmanuel turned to ask. Kay leaned closer, lowering her voice. Cousin, are you only thinking of partnering with Miss Noah because she's beautiful? Emmanuel hadn't considered that and frowned. Do you think I'm such a person? Miss Noah is indeed beautiful, but can anyone compare to your sister-in-law? Kay glanced at Paula inside and pouted mischievously. It's hard to compare. Your sister-in-law is kind and beautiful, while Miss Noah is cold and aloof, different in every way. Emmanuel rolled his eyes. You little brat, what do you know? Kay's lips puckered angrily upon hearing she was called a little brat, and stormed off with a loud HMPF. After noon, the village was filled with noise, even audible to Emmanuel at the end of the village. Soon, Emmanuel heard someone calling him outside. Baker, Baker? The voice was very familiar. It could only be Dawson. Emmanuel stepped out to see villagers leading Dawson and some servants toward him. West, why are you here? Emmanuel welcomed him. Dawson hurried forward, bowing deeply in gratitude. Baker, rescuing my elder sister is an immense favor I shall never forget. Emmanuel quickly supported Dawson. West, please don't be so formal. We're friends. As they spoke, Paula and the Xander family came out. Seeing this, Dawson expressed his thanks to Xander, making for a harmonious scene. After a while, Dawson asked, by the way, Baker, my sister mentioned another young hero who was with you. Where is he? Kay immediately responded. He's at home. I'll call him. With that, Kay ran into the yard, shouting, Amenjiu, Amenjiu. Kay Nathan emerged from his home and saw Kay waving at him, sprinting over promptly. Kay led Nathan to Dawson. West, this is the young hero you're looking for. Dawson recognized Nathan and exclaimed in surprise to Emmanuel, hey, isn't he the one who ate for free at our restaurant? Emmanuel frowned and defended. West, is that how you speak? He wasn't eating for free. He earned it with his skills. Right, earned it with skills. My mouth, I'm no good at speaking. Ha ha ha. Dawson laughed it off. Chapter 50. A chance encounter with Emmanuel. Dawson thanked the three people, and then took his sister and Shelley back to the city. Emmanuel did not rush to return to the city, but stayed another 3 days in Ancient Village with Paula. During these 3 days, Emmanuel helped his uncle repair the house and discussed the future structure and layout of the workshop with everyone. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that Xander urged Emmanuel to return to the city to finalize the deed for the land in the forest. After breakfast, Emmanuel set off with Nathan and Gordy. Gordy was responsible for driving the mule cart, while Nathan ensured everyone's safety. Before leaving, Emmanuel specially asked Nathan to bring the pair of handleless copper hammers to be repaired. The journey back to the city went smoothly, and by noon, they had already entered the city. After arriving, Emmanuel found a noodle shop and quickly had lunch there. After eating, Gordy said he needed to buy something for his father, so he parted ways temporarily with Emmanuel and Nathan, agreeing to meet at home in Sweetwater Alley later. After Gordy left with the mule cart, Emmanuel intended to take Nathan to the blacksmith shop to repair the copper hammers. Nathan hurriedly said, Master, we don't need to hurry about repairing the copper hammers. We should first go to the county office to handle the land deed. Emmanuel smiled and replied, Amenjiu, it's noon now. There won't be anyone at the county office at this time. We can use this time to get the hammers repaired. Oh, Nathan nodded foolishly. They walked along the street, entering any blacksmith shop they saw to inquire. Eventually, Emmanuel agreed on a repair price of 3 strings of cash at an old established blacksmith shop. When Nathan heard the price, he immediately said, Master, last time I checked, it only cost 2 strings of cash, which is 1 string less. The blacksmith's owner, a middle-aged burly man, gruffly replied upon hearing Nathan's words, Young man, if you pay 2 strings of cash, I will use wooden handles instead of copper ones. If you are okay with that, fine. Without waiting for Nathan to speak, Emmanuel promptly responded, Boss, ignore him. I want copper handles, not wooden ones. Here's the silver. Emmanuel took out a piece of broken silver and placed it in front of the blacksmith. The boss picked up the silver, weighed it, and then bit it gently. Seeing the tooth mark, he nodded happily. He then used a scale to weigh the silver again, trimming it until it weighed exactly 3 taels before giving the trimmed piece back to Emmanuel. Come back in 10 days, the boss loudly announced. Emmanuel thanked him and left the blacksmith shop with Nathan. As soon as they came out, Nathan said, Master, actually, wooden handles would suffice. There's no need to spend the extra string of cash. However, Emmanuel disagreed, saying seriously, Amenjiu, those copper hammers are your life-bound weapons, and were passed down to you by your master on his deathbed. Since we're fixing them, We should do it, right? Kuan Minjiu opened his mouth to speak, but Emmanuel cut him off. Didn't you catch a robber a few days ago? Consider this a personal reward from me. Nathan shook his head. No way, master. That's 3 strings of cash. I'll have you deduct it from my wages. Emmanuel ignored him and walked towards the direction of Zhenxiu Tower. Since it was still early, Emmanuel decided to visit Zhenxiu Tower first. After all, it was not far from the county office, and he could go there directly once someone arrived at the office. While walking, Emmanuel suddenly saw a wine flag with the 4 large characters, Fengwo Wine Tavern. He stopped and looked around, realizing the location of Fengwo Wine Tavern. Seeing this, Nathan asked, Master, are you going to this tavern? No, just curious. I'll take a look. Emmanuel smiled. Nathan, unaware of Emmanuel's rivalry against Fengwo Wine Tavern, scratched his head and murmured, This tavern isn't anything special. What is Master curious about? At this moment, Fenghua Wine Tavern's entrance was quite desolate, lacking the usual activities mimicking Zhenxiu Tower's challenges. The staff welcoming guests seemed listless and unmotivated. Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Fenghua Wine Tavern had finally given up. Since the place was deserted, Emmanuel didn't stay long and continued walking forward with Nathan. Just then, Hutch emerged from Fenghua Wine Tavern and immediately noticed Emmanuel passing by. He was displeased, cursing inwardly. Damn. You've been making me look for you for days. I thought you were dead. Davioning Emmanuel's days in Ancient Village, Hutch's men kept an eye on his home, hoping to catch Emmanuel alone to teach him a lesson, but Emmanuel never showed up. Now, finally spotting Emmanuel, Hutch didn't want him to escape, so he followed quietly, thinking of how to punish him. Suddenly, Hutch spotted a familiar face snoozing at a roadside tea stall. Hutch got an idea and quickly ran over, waking the person up. Jensen, wake up, I have a job for you. Wake up quick. Hutch whispered urgently. This Jensen was indeed the same one mentioned by Kay. Jensen had gambled all night and was sleeping it off when someone woke him up abruptly. Furious, he raised his hand to slap the table, but seeing it was Esmond from the Hamlin family, he instantly withdrew his hand and the anger vanished. Esmond, what brings you here? Jensen stood up eagerly. Hutch wasted no time, shoving a decent-sized piece of silver into Jensen's hand and urged, Jensen, beat someone up for me, and this silver is yours. Jensen, delighted at this windfall, stuffed the silver into his pocket and asked, Esmond, who should I rough up? Hutch pointed to Emmanuel standing some distance away. Him? Jensen leaned forward and recognized Emmanuel. That gambling addict from Cockrow Lane? Hutch nodded vigorously. Yes, exactly him. Follow him, and find a way to give him a good beating. Make sure his wife won't recognize him. Esmond, rest assured, I'll take care of it. Jensen was thrilled because Emmanuel was a small fry, and this silver would be practically free money. Meanwhile, Emmanuel and Nathan continued walking. Suddenly, Emmanuel noticed a red paper sign outside a store that read, hand cream available. Hand cream? Emmanuel knew this was an ancient version of hand cream. Thinking of Paula's hands, which often got dry and cracked from washing dishes and doing chores, he decided to buy some. A Minjiu. Emmanuel called and walked into the store selling hand cream. Soon, Emmanuel emerged smiling, holding a small box of brand new hand cream. Nathan, who had been following closely, couldn't understand why Emmanuel spent hundreds of coins on such a small item. Master, you? Shut up. I don't want to hear it. It's not your money. Before Nathan could finish, Emmanuel interrupted. Suddenly, Emmanuel realized several people were blocking their path. Well, isn't this Brother Sue? Haven't seen you for days. Looks like you've struck gold again. The speaker was none other than Jensen. Jensen noticed that the robe Emmanuel was wearing wasn't cheap, so he secretly resolved to first find an excuse to beat him up and then extort a substantial amount of money from him. What a wonderful plan this would be. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 51. Clearly trying to extort. Emmanuel had no memory of Jensen and was momentarily stunned. Then he turned to ask Nathan, Minjiu, who is this person? Minjiu was also taken aback. Master, you don't recognize him. How would I recognize him? Emmanuel then turned to examine Jensen and asked, who are you? Jensen was greatly surprised because previously, Emmanuel would always go out of his way to avoid him. Now, Emmanuel dared to be so disrespectful. The only explanation must be that Emmanuel has made money and become rich, growing bolder with a few coins in his pocket. Alright, Emmanuel, you've really come a long way, even daring to look down on your Daryl Damon, Jensen said coldly. No sooner had he spoken than someone beside Jensen shouted, Emmanuel, don't pull this act before Brother Haiga. Are you giving yourself too much credit? Only then did Emmanuel realize this notorious hooligan from the city was Jensen. Disgust welled up inside Emmanuel as he cast a cold glance at Jensen's face. So, you're Jensen? By now, Jensen had no interest in chatting any further and immediately gave a subtle nod to the man beside him. This man nodded right away, then fell down, lying next to Emmanuel's feet, clutching his stomach and shouting loudly, ouch, ouch, someone hit me, broad daylight assault. As soon as he shouted, people around them began to turn their attention over, making Emmanuel and his companions the focus. Jensen placed his hands on his hips. Emmanuel, my brother was talking nicely to you. Why did you start hitting people without a word? Right, we were being friendly. How can you assault someone? Another agreed. More such voices joined in around Emmanuel. Emmanuel watched all this unfold without a word but frowned deeply, thinking to himself, this setup was waiting for me. Nathan had never encountered such a situation before and immediately started panicking, loudly explaining, my master didn't hit anyone. He fell down on his own. We didn't touch him. They're framing my master. Emmanuel gently patted Nathan's shoulder and calmly said, Minjiu, they are clearly trying to extort me. Don't waste your breath. Minjiu stopped speaking, glaring angrily at Jensen and his men. Jensen glanced at the man on the ground and said, quieted down. Jensen felt secretly pleased, thinking that Emmanuel might not be as formidable as he thought, easily yielding under pressure. 10 strings. Jensen named his price. At this, the surrounding crowd exploded into chatter. 10 strings? Too steep. Yeah, 10 strings could last me years. My god, Jensen sure knows how to ask. At this moment, Emmanuel calmly pulled out a 10-tael silver ingot from his chest and waved it at Jensen. Seeing the silver, Jensen's eyes lit up with greed and regretted. Damn, I should have asked for more. This kid's got money. Jensen stepped forward eagerly, reaching for the silver, thinking, 10 taels first, then I'll keep squeezing after beating you. But suddenly, Emmanuel shoved the silver back into his chest. Jensen instantly flared up. Emmanuel, are you looking for a fight? You dare to play with Daryl Damon? Emmanuel looked around, then raised his voice. Jensen, you want money, right? Sure. Not just 10 strings, even 100, I can give. Jensen was puzzled, unsure what Emmanuel was planning. Emmanuel continued, listen carefully, Jensen. Kneel and bow 3 times to me, and the 10 taels are yours. Another 3, and you get another 10 taels. How about it, pretty fair? Huh. Jensen was taken aback and then furious. Emmanuel, you don't know when to stop. Next moment, Jensen pointed at Emmanuel and roared, brothers, attack! His order sent his gang rushing at Emmanuel, including the guy who had been faking injury on the ground. Seeing the fight coming, Emmanuel took a big step back and shouted, Emengiu, handle it. Emengiu had been waiting for this moment and immediately charged, engaging in close combat decisively. Soon, the street filled with screams and moans, all coming from Jensen's gang. Jensen brought 5 men, but in moments, only he remained standing. The rest lay scattered, groaning in pain. Jensen hadn't expected the young man to be so formidable, handling 5 opponents effortlessly. Realizing he was alone, Jensen grew scared, taking small steps backward, clearly wanting to flee. Emmanuel wasn't about to let Jensen escape, yelling, Emengiu, don't let him run. Startled, Jensen turned and bolted. Emengiu chased after him, not a chance, master. In an instant, she caught up to Jensen, grabbing his collar and pulling hard. Jensen flew backward, landing heavily with a yelp, sprawling miserably on the ground. Just then, spontaneous applause and cheers broke out among the crowd. This quickly spread through the crowd, resonating like thunderous applause in the street. People hated Jensen and his thugs for their daily bullying and arrogance. Finally, seeing justice done, they cheered in agreement and satisfaction. On the ground, Jensen, dizzy and in pain, suddenly felt someone mount him. Identifying Emmanuel, Jensen cried out in horror, Emmanuel, you dare? Ah! Before he could finish, Emmanuel's fist struck his nose. Then came a rain of fists from Emmanuel directed at Jensen. Immediately, the street echoed with cries and wails once more. Chapter 52, Bear Constable's Closest Friend. While Jensen was screaming from being beaten, many people around were cheering in support of Emmanuel's punches. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Stop. Please stop. Jensen finally couldn't hold on anymore. With his face bruised and swollen, he began begging for mercy. Emmanuel was also a bit tired by now, so he paused to catch his breath and said with sarcasm, I told you to make money by kowtowing, but you refused and asked for a beating instead. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, no more. Jensen sobbed uncontrollably. At this moment, Hutch stood by the window on the 2nd floor of a nearby building, watching everything happening below. Damn it, useless scum like him can't even handle one man. Hutch cursed Jensen angrily, turning purple with rage. Just as Emmanuel got up from beating Jensen, there was suddenly a commotion from the back of the tone turned sarcastic. Jensen, startled, waved his hands nervously. No, Constable Xiong, I wouldn't dare. Constable Xiong sneered, staring intently at Jensen. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Even without seeing your injuries, anyone could tell that you started this. Jensen, of course, wouldn't admit it and quickly shook his head, feigning innocence. Constable Xiong ordered instantly, lock up Jensen and his companions. Yes, sir. The 2 bailiffs answered in unison and took out their chains. Startled, Jensen quickly crawled up from the ground and whispered urgently, Constable Xiong, my cousin by marriage's younger brother is very close friends with your brother-in-law. Can we please talk in private? As he spoke, Jensen slipped his hand into his robe, wearing a meaningful expression. Having been a constable for years, Xiong knew exactly what Jensen was trying to do. Xiong pretended to be reluctant before reluctantly nodding. Given this connection, I'll give you a chance to explain. Just this once. Then, Xiong moved aside, and Jensen followed closely. All the talk about cousins and connections was fabricated. Jensen wanted to bribe Xiong with money and sway him in his favor. Once out of earshot of the crowd, Jensen took out a chunk of silver from his pocket and handed it to Constable Xiong. A small token, Constable. Please take it for tea. The moment Constable Xiong received the silver, he felt its weight. It weighed at least 3 taels. In an instant, the silver disappeared into his palm, and Xiong's attitude softened. Brother Damon, what happened to you? How did you get beat up like this? Constable Xiong's tone changed warmly, showing concern for Jensen's injuries. With new-found confidence, Jensen straightened up and pointed at Emmanuel. Constable Xiong, these 2 guys are outrageous and wicked. You must uphold justice for us. In an instant, Constable Xiong's demeanor changed again as he re-entered the crowd, shouting sternly at Emmanuel, daring villain, how dare you disregard the law and assault someone in public? Ericards, lock them up and bring them to the courthouse. Yes, sir. The bailiffs responded loudly and advanced towards Emmanuel and Nathan. Nathan panicked immediately, jumping in front of Emmanuel, ready to fight the guards if they dared lay a hand on her master. Seeing this, Emmanuel promptly pulled Nathan back and gave him a sharp glare. What are you doing? Step back. Emmanuel would never let Nathan attack the officials. Beating a constable would complicate matters. Then, Emmanuel calmly cupped his fists towards Constable Xiong and said politely, I have a friend who is a very close acquaintance of Constable Xiong. May I ask for a private word based on our friendship? Emmanuel knew Jensen had used bribery and thought to himself, You think you can pull this trick? Not on me. Constable Xiong was slightly surprised and asked, your friend is my closest friend? Who is he? What's his name? Smiling, Emmanuel replied, Constable, it's not appropriate to mention my friend's name here. Could we talk in private? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiong nodded, follow me. Jensen wasn't dumb. He realized Emmanuel's intention and immediately argued, Constable Xiong, he's lying to you. He's just a degenerate gambler in Jimming Alley who lost all his wealth. He has no friends. Don't listen to his nonsense. However, Xiong ignored Jensen completely, giving him a disdainful look. Following this, Emmanuel smirked at Jensen and followed Xiong away from the crowd. At the same spot as before, Xiong asked coldly, who is this friend of yours? With a smile, Emmanuel pulled out the 10-tael silver ingot he had hidden earlier and placed it in Xiong's hand. Constable Xiong, this is the friend I mentioned. Xiong's hand sank under the weight of the silver, surprising him internally. This man had been generous, offering 10 taels right off the bat. Sir, this? Constable Xiong again showcased his talent for changing expressions. Emmanuel smiled gently, making a new friend. Nothing else. Using a swift move, Xiong hid the silver and cleared his throat. Ahem, sir. What exactly happened today? Would you be willing to share the details publicly after this? Emmanuel nodded. Of course. Sir, please follow me. Xiong gestured courteously, speaking with unusual politeness. Soon, they returned to the center of the crowd. Under Xiong's supervision, Emmanuel explained the entire event publicly. Each time Jensen attempted to interrupt or defend himself, Xiong sternly forbade him. After Emmanuel finished speaking, Xiong declared with righteous indignation, Jensen, idling around and causing trouble is one thing. But now you've gone too far, boldly framing innocent people and extorting money in front of so many witnesses. This is despicable and against the law. Saying this, Xiong grabbed a chain from a bailiff and personally locked up Jensen. Immediately after, the bear constable turned his gaze to Jensen's lackeys and barked sharply, and them, take all of them back to the courthouse. ##### Chapter 53, Acting Under Orders. An hour later, at a tea house outside the magistrate's office, Emmanuel and Jared were sitting face to face drinking tea. At this moment, Jared wore a pleasant smile as he chatted with Emmanuel, as if they had been close friends for years. Emmanuel raised his cup in a salute and said with a smile, Captain Xiong, I really owe you one today. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken to get the land. Oh. Emmanuel was surprised and asked, whose orders? Jared looked around again, then used his finger dipped in tea water to quickly write 2 characters on the table. Emmanuel saw them and immediately bowed in thanks to Jared. Jared didn't speak, but quickly wiped away the writing before getting up and bowing farewell before leaving. The 2 characters Jared wrote were donghua, which Emmanuel immediately understood meant Ulrich was behind Jensen's actions. Emmanuel could understand why Ulrich acted this way. After all, without him, Ulrich would have easily won the bet with Dawson. But now, everything had changed completely. However, while understanding Ulrich's motives, Emmanuel fundamentally disagreed with this form of retaliation. He chuckled darkly to himself. Just wait, Ulrich. I'll remember this. At that moment, Nathan approached, confused. Master, he already received 10 taels of silver from you earlier. Why are you giving him more money? Emmanuel gestured for Nathan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, speaking calmly. Amenjiu, although our workshop will be in Erikshan village, our business transactions will still take place in Shinjo City. Maintaining good relations with the people from the government can only bring benefits in the future. Nathan lamented over the money. But master, several taels of silver. It's almost as much as the magistrate earns in half a year. Curious, Emmanuel asked, how do you know how much the magistrate earns in a year? Nathan replied, Terry told me. She says our county is poor, so the magistrate earns less than 30 guan annually, including all other income. Richer counties pay their magistrates upwards of 50 guan annually, almost double what ours gets. So, even Terry knows that? Emmanuel was somewhat surprised. Nathan nodded vigorously. Yes, Terry knows a lot of things. Emmanuel instantly caught on to Nathan's thoughts and asked, Amenjiu, do you like Terry? Nathan panicked and shook his head vigorously. And no, I do not. Master, please don't say such things. Emmanuel teased him further. Oh, so you don't like Terry? I see. I'll tell Daryl he doesn't need to worry about anything. Master, what do you mean? What worries? Nathan asked. Emmanuel responded seriously. You know, Terry is old enough to find a husband. Since you don't like her, I can tell Daryl he doesn't need to consider you. No, master. Nathan stood up abruptly, knocking over his stool. Emmanuel asked, why so worked up? Didn't you say you don't like Terry? Nathan scratched his head awkwardly, hesitating before finally speaking from his heart. Master, how can I not like her? I'm just worried she won't look at me. Emmanuel shook his head and laughed. Why wouldn't she? You are skilled in martial arts, and you're sincere. I doubt Terry is blind. But I am too poor. They say a man must have money to marry a wife. Nathan felt inferior. Emmanuel was surprised. Poor? I pay you 5 guan a month, which adds up to 60 guan a year. More than twice what the magistrate earns. And you call yourself poor? Nathan froze, then realized the truth. Yes, why did I forget that? Having only recently started working for Emmanuel, Nathan still considered himself poor. Emmanuel smiled. Amenjiu, as long as you work hard with me and build a career, you will definitely be able to marry Terry. Really, master? Nathan felt excited hearing this. Emmanuel nodded. Truer than gold. Feeling a new sense of purpose, Nathan nodded firmly. Master, rest assured, I will follow you and work diligently. Leaving the tea house, Emmanuel and Nathan headed to Zhenxiulu. It was already late afternoon, hour, yet the restaurant was still bustling with guests. As soon as they entered Zhenxiulu, Emmanuel noticed a storyteller performing in the main hall. He paused to listen briefly and found it quite captivating. The story was engaging. Just as he listened, Ulrich approached from inside, greeting Emmanuel warmly. Since Zhenxiulu's business improved, Alric had nothing but respect for Emmanuel and treated him exceptionally well. Emmanuel nodded and pointed at the storyteller, asking, Mr. Boyo, the storyteller is excellent. When did you hire him? Alric replied, 3 days ago, on the suggestion of Miss Xiao. She said having a storyteller would make early morning tea and late afternoon tea more interesting, attracting more guests and increasing sales of snacks and drinks. Emmanuel nodded in agreement. So, adding late afternoon tea was also Miss Xiao's idea? Yes, Alric confirmed. She thought since we offer morning tea, we might as well add afternoon tea to keep the place busy all day long. Emmanuel learned that the revenue from morning and afternoon teas alone had been significant recently. Alric also informed him that Lu Bingding, when free, had been experimenting with stir-fried dishes, resulting in 2 successful ones, stir-fried leek shrimps and stir-fried shepherd's purse with mushrooms. Ericus seemed to enjoy them, ordering more each day. Mentioning the new dishes, Alric immediately offered, Baker, you came at the right time. I will ask Chef Lu to prepare these 2 dishes for your tasting. That's not necessary. I trust Chef Lu's skills. Perhaps another time. Let him rest a bit. Emmanuel declined. Alric smiled and did not press the matter further. Mr. Boyo, is young Master Noah upstairs? Emmanuel asked. Alric shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Baker. Young Master went out this morning on some business and won't be back until later. I can't say exactly when he'll return. No problem. Since young Master Noah isn't here, I'll come another day. Emmanuel was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, Emmanuel saw 2 familiar figures approaching. It was none other than Meadow and Shelley. Chapter 54. The Use of Punctuation. Miss Noah. Alric hurriedly greeted with a clasped hand salute. Meadow nodded lightly and approached Emmanuel. Jason, I thought you weren't coming back from the ancient village. Emmanuel smiled. Miss Noah, you're joking. Manager Boyo, you're busy. No need to see me off, Meadow said indifferently. Alric immediately nodded and walked away. At this moment, Meadow noticed Nathan listening intently to a storyteller nearby. So she asked Emmanuel, Jason, did I disrupt your plans by inviting the storyteller? Emmanuel replied, how could it be? Miss Noah, inviting a storyteller can retain guests and gather popularity. It's an excellent idea. Truly impressive. Meadow remained calm. Jason, you flatter me. Though her face showed no expression, who wouldn't enjoy being praised? Then Meadow continued, Jason, since we've met, why don't we go upstairs and chat for a while? Emmanuel also had this intention and nodded in agreement. Amenjiu, stay here. I'll be right back down, Emmanuel told Nathan. But Nathan was engrossed in the storyteller's tale and didn't hear Emmanuel. Only when Emmanuel patted him and repeated his words did Nathan nod in agreement. Nearby, Shelley couldn't help but giggle at Nathan's dazed appearance. Afterward, Emmanuel went upstairs to Dawson's room with Meadow. In the room, Shelley quickly served them hot tea. Meadow asked, when does Jason plan to start building the soap workshop? Emmanuel patted his waist and said, Miss Noah, today, I have settled the land deed of the forest. If there are no unexpected issues, construction will begin within these 2 days. Meadow nodded slowly and then asked, Jason, do you have enough workers? Do you need me to arrange some people to help? Emmanuel smiled and politely declined. Thank you for your concern, Miss Noah. I've already spoken to the Ilias. I'll hire the villagers for assistance. There will be plenty of hands, not a shortage. Meadow responded softly and added, Jason, when the workshop is built, please notify me immediately. Emmanuel replied, of course, Miss Noah. After all, you're our peony brand's chief distributor. Haha. Saying this, Emmanuel laughed. But Meadow didn't join in, maintaining her stern demeanor, making Emmanuel feel a bit foolish. After a moment, Meadow inquired about the distribution contract, indicating her eagerness to sign it as soon as possible. Emmanuel understood Meadow's sentiment and had Shelley fetch paper, ink, and brush to draft the distribution contract on the spot. Just after writing the first sentence, Meadow curiously pointed at the paper and asked, Jason, why did you put a dot here? Emmanuel smiled and explained, Miss Noah, that's not just a dot. It's called a comma, used for mid-sentence pauses when a sentence isn't finished yet. As he spoke, Emmanuel took a new sheet of paper and drew various punctuation marks such as periods, semicolons, exclamation points, and question marks, explaining their uses one by one to Meadow. Meadow listened and understood but still had doubts. Why does Jason want to add these symbols to the contract? Emmanuel answered earnestly, Miss Noah, I use punctuation primarily for ease of reading. Reading solid blocks of text can be exhausting. Besides, it helps differentiate sentence tones, structures, and natures, ensuring correct interpretation and avoiding misunderstandings and potential disputes. Meadow, however, felt it was unnecessary. Thus, she said, Jason, since everything is clearly written in black and white, shouldn't your concerns not arise? Even official documents and notices from the magistrate don't use such symbols. Emmanuel thought for a moment, and then wrote a sentence on the paper. Damon Sand's life is good pain, no rice, much disease, few earn much money. He set down the brush and asked, Miss Noah, how would you punctuate this sentence? Meadow glanced at it and read aloud, Damon Sand's life is very painful, without rice, many diseases, and earns little money. After speaking, Meadow looked at Emmanuel. Emmanuel smiled slightly and added several commas to the sentence. Miss Noah, read it again, Emmanuel said. Without much thought, Meadow read aloud once more, Damon Sand's life is good, pain, no rice, much illness, few earn much money. Upon finishing, Meadow was visibly startled, turning her gaze to Emmanuel with surprise. Jason, how can the same sentence mean something completely different just by adding a few punctuation marks? Meadow exclaimed. Emmanuel responded seriously, Miss Noah, this is precisely why I include punctuation in contracts, to maximize clarity and avoid misunderstandings. Meadow nodded vigorously and praised sincerely. Jason indeed has meticulous thinking. I admire Xianger. At that moment, Meadow decided to use punctuation in her future contracts. After explaining the significance of punctuation, Emmanuel resumed drafting the contract. Deviant to Emmanuel's modern style and professional terminology, Meadow frequently sought clarification. Initially, Emmanuel only explained when asked. Later, Emmanuel proactively explained each. Meadow instantly entered a focused state, instructing Shelley to prepare the ink while gathering her emotions internally. Meadow thought, I mustn't make any mistakes. Every character should be written neatly and beautifully, leaving Emmanuel with nothing to criticize. Indeed, Meadow demonstrated remarkable calligraphy skills as she began writing. Emmanuel watched approvingly, admiring Meadow's elegant handwriting. But what neither of them expected was that, just as Meadow was fully engrossed, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Bang! This sound wouldn't be particularly loud under normal circumstances, but given the current situation, it startled Meadow, causing her to smudge the character she was writing. Sister, Mr. Sue, when did you arrive? Dawson strode into the room and asked with a smile. Seeing that she had messed up a character, Meadow felt an immense surge of annoyance. She immediately turned her head and angrily rebuked. Who gave you permission to enter without knocking? Get out. Dawson didn't understand why his sister was so angry and stared wide-eyed in confusion. Do I need to knock to enter my own room? Note: I've maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring the translation is natural and coherent with the previous content. Learned that the troublemakers might have tried something again during his absence. Only after pushing open the gate and walking inside did he feel relieved. Everything was fine. There were no signs of damage or foul play. He instructed Nathan to wait in the courtyard and then went inside. Underneath the kitchen water barrel, Emmanuel dug out a cloth bundle containing a small wooden box. Opening the box revealed stacks of silver notes, his entire fortune. Since setting up the workshop required funds, he needed to take it all. Taking the money, Emmanuel and Nathan headed straight for Ahil Shui Alley, finding Gordy. They didn't rush back to Erikshan village right away but instead went to the market. At the market, Emmanuel bought 4 large barrels of lard. He wanted more but was limited by the mule cart's capacity. Next, he purchased several large packages of dried flower petals, jasmine, peony, osmanthus, and honeysuckle. Finally, he also bought some spices. Lard, naturally, was essential for making soap. The dried flower petals and spices were intended for producing scented soaps. Notably, the flower petals were the most expensive item, even more costly than the 4 barrels of lard combined. After buying everything, they rode the mule cart back to Erikshan village. That night, Emmanuel and Xander met with the village head. Emmanuel showed the land deed to the village head, and they discussed starting work on the workshop. The next morning, a group of women arrived, some carrying rice, others bringing meat, and soon gathered outside Xander's house. Within minutes, makeshift stoves were set up outside the courtyard with large pottery pots placed over them. The women divided tasks, some cooked, others stewed meat, a scene bustling with activity. Seeing everyone busy, Paula offered to help but was pulled back by Emmanuel. What are you going to do? I've paid for the labor. You rest, Emmanuel firmly said. The previous night, Emmanuel had agreed with the village head to hire villagers for work. Skilled women would handle cooking and logistics, while others were hired to cut trees. Emmanuel insisted that anyone willing to cut trees could join, offering meals and wages. Xander found this too extravagant, but Emmanuel believed generous benefits would motivate hard work. His priority was to build the workshop quickly and start soap production. Spending a bit of money now was well worth it. Husband, everyone is working so hard. Shouldn't I do something? Paula felt uncomfortable not helping. Emmanuel responded seriously, why? Once the workshop is built, you'll be the boss. Start acting like one from now on. Paula reluctantly agreed. As the aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air, more villagers began arriving, many families bringing axes, hatchets, and various tools. The smell of meat revived their spirits instantly, causing several to swallow saliva. Look, the pot is full of meat. It must cost a lot, an excited villager exclaimed. Everyone quickly gathered around, peeking into the pot, creating chaos. Step back, step back. A robust woman's voice cut through the crowd. She was called Michelle, the village head's relative. Listen up. If anyone knocks over this pot, they'll have to pay for it. Villagers immediately stepped back, wary of accidentally toppling the pot. Michelle continued, form a line at the adjacent stove for rice first, then come here for meat. Everyone who works today will eat. The crowd surged towards the rice cooking stove, queuing up. Don't push. Anyone breaking the rules gets sent home. Michelle barked. Her command restored order. Villagers began queuing politely. Each received rice and a ladle of steaming stew. Everyone savored the meal, feeling immensely satisfied. Some haven't eaten meat in ages. It's so fragrant and delicious, one villager remarked. How generous this carpenter family is. Just imagine the cost of all this meat. Another villager marveled. They're serving rice too. One meal feels like a year's worth, someone added. Low murmurs spread among the villagers, filled with admiration and gratitude for the Sioux family. Emmanuel and Paula watched approvingly as Michelle maintained order effortlessly. Kay emerged from the house at this moment. Emmanuel called her over, asking quietly, who is that lady? That's Michelle, the village head's relative. She has a fiery temper and nobody dares to cross her, Kay replied. Emmanuel had an idea. Aislinn, would it be easier if Michelle handled the food and logistics for now? Paula nodded eagerly. Husband, that sounds perfect. Michelle can handle anything. Emmanuel instructed Kay. Call Michelle over when she's free, okay? Kay nodded readily. Sure thing. Chapter 56, Logistics Manager. After breakfast, the villagers carried their axes and headed into the forest with great enthusiasm. This included Xander and Rolf. At this time, Kay called Michelle into the courtyard. Michelle, this is my cousin, and this is my sister-in-law, said Kay. Michelle, of course, knew that Emmanuel was the owner of the workshop, greeted them immediately as she came in. Baker, Madam Sue. Seeing her task accomplished, Kay added, you chat. I'll go find Emingio. With that, Kay ran off towards Nathan's house. Emmanuel exchanged a few pleasantries before sitting down in the courtyard with Paula and Michelle. Michelle, I've heard you have a lot of influence in the village. Many people listen to you. Emmanuel smiled. Emmanuel knew how to choose his words. Michelle was known for being outspoken and fiery-tempered, but he tactfully described her as influential. Michelle, however, knew herself well and quickly shook her head. Oh, Baker. I just have a loud voice and a fierce look. People don't want to provoke me. Emmanuel waved a hand. Michelle, please don't say that. Both my wife and I noticed. We think you are very capable. As he spoke, Emmanuel glanced at Paula. Paula nodded immediately. That's right, Michelle. Both my husband and I feel this way. Michelle was taken aback by such praise, something she had never received in all these years. Then, Emmanuel asked, Michelle, as you saw, the workshop construction has started today. It will take some time until it's completed. I have a job I'd like to offer you. Would you be willing to take it on? Michelle hurriedly asked, What kind of job, Baker? Emmanuel replied, Logistics manager. Manager? Michelle looked surprised. You want me to be a manager? Emmanuel nodded, yes, primarily responsible for cooking meals, preparing ingredients, providing water, and so on. The other Annies will listen to you, and if anyone misbehaves or slacks off, tell me immediately. Once confirmed, they'll be dismissed. Michelle didn't expect such a good opportunity to come her way and happily nodded repeatedly, unsure where to place her hands. Emmanuel then said, All right, Michelle, this is settled. I'll announce it when wages are distributed later. Thank you, Baker. Thank you, Madam Sue. Michelle thanked profusely. She then asked, Baker, will my pay as a manager be higher than the others? Emmanuel replied, Of course. Last night, I discussed with the Ilias. Cooks get 40 coins per day. As your position is newly created, you'll receive double, 80 coins a day. 80 coins. Michelle was shocked, lifting her right hand to show the gesture for 8, staring wide-eyed. Her husband often worked outside Shinjo City as a laborer, sometimes earning only 40 coins after working hard all day. Now she could earn 80 coins daily, nearly double what her husband made. Emmanuel encouraged her, Michelle, work hard, and once the workshop is built, I'll give you a bonus. Thank you, Baker. No, thank you, Master. Thank you, Lady Master. Michelle felt calling him Baker was too formal and changed her address. Good. That's settled. Go ahead and get busy, and come to me if anything comes up, Emmanuel smiled. Michelle left elated, repeatedly thanking Emmanuel. Once out of the yard, several women surrounded Michelle, eagerly asking questions. Michelle didn't hide anything, sharing her promotion openly, drawing envious looks from everyone. Emmanuel then went to the forest. The villagers were diligently cutting trees under Xander's direction, their efficiency clearly improving. Walking a short distance, Emmanuel soon spotted Nathan and Kay. They were near a large tree. Nathan was vigorously chopping wood while Kay talked nonstop beside her. Whenever Nathan's face showed sweat, Kay would wipe it away with a handkerchief. Nathan would blush shyly each time, smiling foolishly and chopping harder. Emmanuel observed them secretly for a while, then quietly left. After walking for a bit, seeing there was nothing more for him to do in the forest, Emmanuel turned back home. Meanwhile, Paula was feeling idle. Seeing Emmanuel return, she volunteered, Husband, let me do something too. I'm bored doing nothing. To her surprise, Emmanuel wrapped an arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, Let's do something in the room, then you won't be bored. His hand moved downwards along her waist. Startled, Paula's face turned red and hot, trying to push Emmanuel away. Husband, what are you saying? There are so many people outside. How can you say? Husband, don't. Someone might see. Her neck also flushed red, but Emmanuel held her tightly. Husband, if you keep this up, I'll. Paula seemed annoyed yet dared not fully express her anger. What will you do? Eat me? Emmanuel chuckled, knowing he had teased her enough, and let go of her. But as he released her, he quickly pinched her bottom. Caught off guard, Paula let out a shy and enticing cry. She instantly covered her mouth, looking nervously outside, fearing someone had heard. No worries, no one did, Emmanuel reassured her with a smile. Seeing no one had indeed heard, Paula glared at Emmanuel, her cheeks crimson. I'm ignoring you. She stomped her foot lightly and turned to leave. Emmanuel laughed, following her calmly. Aislinn, if you're really restless, why not help Terry record accounts and distribute wages? Okay. Paula, eager to have something to do, turned back excitedly, nodding with a smile. As agreed, Emmanuel provided 2 meals a day for everyone, breakfast and lunch. Dinner was eaten at home. In the evening, after work ended, Kay set up a table with Paula to distribute wages. She had already recorded all the workers' names that morning. Hamlin Fushan, Kay announced loudly. In here. A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, happily accepting 60 coins from Paula. Zhao Dai, Wu Liang, Li Yukai. Each name Kay called, Paula distributed wages smoothly. Ambrose, Kay called again. I'm here. A slender man in his early 30s ran over, smiling broadly. Just as Paula was about to give him 60 coins, Michelle rushed over shouting, Ambrose, you still have the nerve to collect wages? Without waiting for a response, Michelle pushed Ambrose aside. Unprepared, Ambrose stumbled backward and landed on his bottom, wincing in pain. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Xander quickly went forward to help Ambrose up and turned to say, Fifth Aunt, what are you doing? We can talk things through. Why resort to violence? Emmanuel also walked over and asked, Fifth Aunt, what do you mean by that? Fifth Aunt was extremely angry as she told Emmanuel, Boss, Ambrose is shameless. Pointing her finger at Ambrose's nose, she loudly proclaimed, Do you all know? Ambrose has been slacking off all day. Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Ambrose himself was flustered. Fifth Aunt continued, This fellow barely worked in the morning before sneaking away when no one was paying attention, only coming back just before lunchtime. Same for the afternoon. He disappeared right after lunch, and only returned just before quitting time. Just as she finished speaking, Fifth Aunt angrily berated, Ambrose, our boss has been so good to us, giving us meat with every meal and such high wages, and you still dare to be lazy and deceitful. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Chapter 57, 2 New Rules. Michelle's words echoed forcefully, instantly sparking discussions among the villagers. Seeing everyone pointing fingers at him, Renee immediately panicked and hurriedly protested. You're talking nonsense. When did I slack off? I've been working hard all day, okay, I haven't been lazy. Michelle couldn't help but sneer, asking, do you believe yourself? You say you were working hard, who saw that? Find a witness now, who can vouch for you. Renee was left speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, unsure of what to do. At this moment, some murmurs rose from the crowd. Now that Michelle mentions it, I didn't see Renee much today. I did see him during lunch, but he disappeared after that. Anger flaring up, Renee suddenly became irritable, pointing at Michelle and shouting, old woman, I only mistakenly dug up a few of your vegetables last time. That was half a year ago, and you're still holding a grudge. Michelle immediately raised her voice in retort. Renee, how dare you bring that up? It was clearly theft from my fields, and you have the nerve to call it a mistake. How far is your home from mine? Would anyone believe that? Saying this, Michelle looked around at everyone, spreading her hands and asking, do you believe him? Does anyone believe him? The villagers all shook their heads, embarrassed beyond staying. Renee hurriedly picked up his axe and slunk away. Emmanuel stepped forward, thanking Michelle. Michelle, thank you. Michelle quickly put on a warm smile, replying, sir, don't mention it. We are grateful for your kindness towards our village, so we should work wholeheartedly for you. Michelle pointed in the direction Renee had fled, adding, Renee has always been known for being lazy and idle. As soon as I saw him this morning, I knew what he was up to. Later, I secretly observed him, and sure enough, just as I suspected. After Michelle finished speaking, Emmanuel promptly announced her appointment as the logistics supervisor to the villagers. Those unaware congratulated Michelle warmly. Michelle felt extremely proud at this moment, smiling broadly with joy. Emmanuel then turned around, saying, Hui, my wife, continue distributing the wages. Yes, cousin, Kay responded, while Gemma nodded. As dusk fell, Emmanuel and his wife, the Denham family, and Nathan sat down for dinner together. Denham, still thinking about the earlier events, couldn't help commenting, Emmanuel, I've thought about it. With more people working, someone will inevitably slack off. Perhaps Ping En and I should keep a closer watch starting tomorrow to prevent any more laziness. Su Ping En strongly agreed, nodding vigorously. Kay frowned, saying, Father, can you really monitor so many people? They might start slacking off again as soon as you turn your back. Nathan also nodded in agreement. Yes, Daryl Su, Hui makes sense. Denham asked, so what should we do? Kay couldn't think of an answer right away, so she deferred the question to Emmanuel. Father, why not ask cousin? Look at how calm he seems. He must have an idea. Kay glanced at Emmanuel. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Emmanuel's face. Gemma couldn't help but ask, my love, do you already have a solution? Emmanuel calmly replied while picking up food. It's not a big issue, easy to solve. Hearing that Emmanuel indeed had a solution, Kay grew curious immediately. Cousin, how should we solve it? Tell us quickly. Others also nodded in anticipation. Emmanuel said, piecework payment. What's piecework payment, my love? Gemma didn't understand. Not just Gemma. No one else understood either. Emmanuel explained. It means paying based on the amount of work done. The more you work, the more you earn. Less work, less pay. No work, no pay. Kay, the quickest thinker, immediately clapped in approval. Cousin, you're brilliant. What a wonderful idea. Seeing Kay's praise, Nathan hastily put down her chopsticks and mimicked, wonderful, truly wonderful. Then, Gemma and Denham also nodded in agreement. Only Su Ping En remained frowning, lost in thought. Is something wrong, brother? Doesn't cousin's idea sound good? Kay couldn't help asking. Su Ping En shook. How did you think of this? Gemma was equally impressed, nodding happily. Denham was delighted, immediately agreeing, good, let's start tomorrow. The next morning, voices once again filled the open space outside the courtyard. Without needing to look, Emmanuel knew it was Michelle and her crew preparing breakfast. Not wanting to wake Gemma, he got out of bed quietly. But the women outside seemed undisciplined, speaking loudly and laughing, quickly waking Gemma. Opening her eyes and seeing Emmanuel up, she hurriedly sat up. My love, let me help you get dressed. Emmanuel shook his head. No need, go back to sleep, it's still early. Gemma checked the sky and said, it's not early, my love. The sky is already bright, and it's time for me to get up. Besides, it's too noisy outside. I can't sleep anyway. Speaking, Gemma had already gotten out of bed and carefully dressed Emmanuel. Then, Emmanuel went outside to inform Michelle about collecting 20 coins before meals starting that day. Michelle approved enthusiastically, praising Emmanuel for his clever ideas. Soon, villagers began arriving one after another. Once a crowd had gathered, Emmanuel announced the two new rules allowed, piecework payment and prepayment of 20 coins for meals. The villagers had no objections to piecework payment, knowing it was to prevent idleness. However, the rule about paying 20 coins for meals met with some resistance and sarcastic remarks. Michelle, in her role as the logistics supervisor, was not one to indulge these people's attitudes. She immediately stepped forward, sternly questioning them if they intended to eat without working, which was why they were hesitant to pay the 20 coins. These people certainly did not have that intention. They were just worried about having to pay 20 coins up front before earning any money, fearing they might not get it back. Emmanuel understood their concerns and promptly arranged for the Ilias to be called over. Then, Emmanuel assured everyone present that the 20 coins they prepaid would be held in trust by the Ilias, thereby eliminating any worries about not getting the money back. Chapter 58, Meadows Visit. After 3 days of felling trees, a large and surprisingly spacious clearing had been opened up in the woods, much larger than Emmanuel had initially anticipated. The next step was to deal with the tree stumps left behind after cutting down the trees. These stumps did not die easily as their roots were still deeply embedded underground. If left alone, they would eventually sprout new saplings with ample rainfall. For smaller trees, people used the method of manually digging out the stumps, which could then be dried and used as firewood, quite efficiently. However, dealing with large tree stumps was far more challenging due to their complex root systems and depth underground, making manual removal resulting in an odd and cloying smell when spiced. After numerous trials over 2 nights, Emmanuel managed to find the perfect ratio, blending the 2 flower powders and adjusting spice amounts to achieve the best aromatic balance. As for why silver chrysanthemum didn't produce an ideal scent, its weak and faint aroma became overshadowed by spices, rendering it unappealing. Thus, Emmanuel temporarily abandoned the idea of silver chrysanthemum soap, planning to mix it with another suitable floral scent in the future. One morning, Emmanuel was asleep when Paula rushed into the room, nudging him awake. "Husband, please wake up. Miss Noah is here." Emmanuel asked groggily, "Miss Noah? Why is she here?" Paula replied, "Husband, it's been half a month since you signed the contract with Miss Noah. If I were her, I'd also want to check on the situation." Realizing this made sense, Emmanuel got up, yawning. With Paula's help, he quickly dressed and went outside. Not far from the yard, the Noah family carriage awaited, surrounded by servants. After experiencing bandits last time, Meadow now traveled with a retinue for safety. Seeing Emmanuel emerge, Meadow immediately stepped down with Shelley. As soon as they exited the carriage, whispers spread among the women around Michelle. "Look at the young lady from a wealthy family. Her skin is so fair and smooth, almost translucent. Yes, even her maidservant looks so fair. Unlike our village girls who are dark and thin like sticks." Worried about offending their esteemed guest, Michelle hurriedly shushed them, dispersing the crowd. Emmanuel and Paula greeted Meadow and invited her inside, but she expressed interest in visiting the workshop site to inspect construction progress. "Miss Noah, everyone is working hard right now. It might interfere if we go there. Let's visit during lunchtime when they're off work," Emmanuel suggested. Understanding his reasoning, Meadow nodded and entered the house. After exchanging pleasantries, Meadow asked, "Baker, how much longer will it take to complete the soap factory?" Emmanuel replied, "Daryl said it should be finished in about half a month." "Another half a month?" Meadow frowned. Emmanuel explained, "Miss Noah, building isn't simple. It involves cutting trees, leveling land, digging foundations, setting beams, buying materials, and transporting them. All these tasks take time. Please be patient." Meadow nodded in understanding before changing the topic. "Baker, do you know how much a single bar of soap sells for at miscellaneous dry goods hall now?" Emmanuel shook his head. Meadow raised 3 fingers, saying, 30 strings of cash. 30 strings. Paula gasped beside him. Emmanuel wasn't surprised, knowing that limited supply and increasing demand naturally drove prices up. Meadow continued, "Baker, soap is highly sought after by the rich, and I've heard people from the capital have come to buy it. Shouldn't we start production and sales as soon as possible?" Emmanuel understood her urgency. Seeing soap prices soar while she had none in stock must be frustrating. In reality, Meadow came to expedite production and get her product to market. "Miss Noah, I understand your concern, but rushing production could backfire. We need the factory completed first. Otherwise, everyone might learn our secrets," Emmanuel replied. Meadow agreed but remained anxious. "I understand, Baker, but time is crucial. I'm worried delays may bring unforeseen issues." "Unforeseen issues?" Emmanuel asked. Meadow grew serious. "Baker, there are many intelligent people in the world. You can make soap, but others might too. It's only a matter of time." Emmanuel paused, realizing something significant. Meadow continued, "If someone else creates soap, we'll miss a golden opportunity." Her words made Emmanuel realize. Never underestimate ancient wisdom. He nodded seriously, lowering his gaze. "Miss Noah, you're right. Soap's popularity means someone might be actively researching how to make it. We need to speed things up." He looked at Meadow. "Can you help me find more carpenters to accelerate construction and start production sooner?" Translation maintained the original structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence. Meadow did not hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed, "Baker, rest assured, I'll take care of this. As soon as I get back, I'll have someone start on it right away." Chapter 59. A daughter is not foolish. After chatting for a while longer, Meadow had to leave the town quickly to find carpenters. She had no interest in visiting the workshop under construction and thus stood up to take her leave. Emmanuel immediately called out to Meadow, "Miss Noah, please wait. I have something for you." Meadow stopped curiously. Emmanuel turned around and went inside the house. He soon came out with a small cloth bundle and handed it over, saying, "Miss Noah, these are 2 new types of scented soaps that I've made especially for bathing. Please try them and see if there's anything that needs improvement." "Scented soap?" Meadow thought for a moment and asked, "There's soaps with fragrance?" Emmanuel said, "Yes. One is peony scented, and the other is jasmine osmanthus scented." Meadow nodded and handed the soaps to Shelley before bidding farewell once again and leaving. In the carriage had just started moving when Shelley couldn't wait to open the bundle. "Wow, miss, look how beautiful," Shelley exclaimed joyfully. Meadow turned around and saw Shelley holding 1 piece of soap in each hand. One was red, somewhere between pink and rose. The other was light yellow with a hint of orange upon closer inspection. Shelley sniffed the red soap and immediately exclaimed happily, "How fragrant! Miss, it really smells good." Meadow's curiosity was instantly piqued. She took the red soap from Shelley and sniffed it lightly. "This one is peony scented," Meadow identified at once. Shelley then sniffed the yellow one and nodded again. "Miss, this one also smells wonderful." Meadow handed the peony soap back to Shelley and then sniffed the yellow soap. She nodded approvingly. "Correct. It's a mix of jasmine and osmanthus, fresh and elegant, not at all cloying." Shelley looked forward to it eagerly. "Miss, after using these 2 kinds of soap, your whole body will definitely be fragrant. When you stand among people, everyone will envy you." An hour later, Meadow returned to Xianzhou City. Upon entering the city, Meadow dispatched people to hire carpenters everywhere, promising twice the usual wage. As a result, by evening, Meadow successfully hired 12 carpenters. Meadow agreed with the carpenters to meet outside the city gate early the next morning and head together to Ancient Mountain Village. After dinner, Meadow went to her father's courtyard. She instructed Shelley to wait outside, then pushed the door open and entered her father's room alone. At this moment, Tucker was sitting quietly on the bed, listening to a servant read a book. This was what Tucker did every day after meals. It was his favorite leisure activity. Seeing Meadow come in, Tucker stopped the servant and motioned for him to leave. The servant placed a bookmark in the book and bowed to both of them before leaving the room promptly. Only after the servant closed the door did Meadow walk over to the bedside and ask, "Father, how do you feel today? Are you better than yesterday?" Tucker's complexion wasn't good, and he seemed listless, but he mustered some strength and smiled, "Much better. Yesterday my chest felt constricted, but today it's fine." Meadow nodded, straightened the quilt for her father, and then said, "Father, the last time I visited Masterly in Fuchin County, I also ordered several old ginseng roots that were 100 years old. They should be delivered in the next few days." Tucker shook his head. "Xianger, father knows his own condition. Ginseng and deer antler can't restore my health. How could that be, father?" Meadow said hurriedly, "The pharmacist said that century-old mountain ginseng is extremely precious, capable of bringing the dead back to life. As long as you drink the ginseng soup every day, your health will surely improve." Not wanting to continue this conversation, Tucker laughed and asked, "Xianger, let's not talk about this now. Father has something to ask you. The other day you mentioned signing a general distributor contract with someone named Emmanuel, right?" "Yes." Meadow nodded and asked, "What's wrong, father? Why did you bring this up?" Tucker's tone suddenly became serious. "I heard that this Emmanuel lives in Chicken Crowing Alley. He's a habitual gambler who lost all his property." Tucker fell silent for a moment and advised, "Xianger, father can't help you much in this state, but remember, never trust anyone easily. Always be cautious to avoid being deceived and regretting it." "Father, don't worry. Your daughter isn't foolish," Meadow smiled. Tucker also smiled and then asked, "By the way, Xianger, how's the shop business recently? Any improvements compared to before?" Meadow suddenly felt somewhat disappointed, lowering her head slowly. "Your daughter is incompetent. It's still the same." Tucker comforted her right away. "It's okay, Xianger. Take it step by step. Our Noah family silk shop is an old brand. If we can get through this tough time, things will get better eventually." Silk trading was the core business of the Noah family. Although they also ventured into ceramics and tea, their investment in those areas was minimal, more like side projects. Their largest profit still came from silk trading. However, Xianzhou City wasn't monopolized by the Noah family in silk trading. There were also the Hamlin family and 2 others involved. These 2 families were far less powerful than the Noah family, and the main competitor was the Hamlin family. Indeed, it was the same Ulrich who didn't get along with Dawson. Meadow paused for a moment, then gathered her courage and asked, "Father, our silk shop business is worsening day by day. I was thinking of closing down the silk shops in Haiyang, Kaisien, and Fuchin counties temporarily." "Father," Meadow nodded. Tucker sighed, saying rather helplessly, "Xianger, it's truly difficult for you. As a young lady, you should be married into a good family, staying home peacefully to support your husband and raise children. But now, you have to bear the responsibility of the entire family." At this, Tucker got somewhat angry. "Yuri is truly no good. He only knows how to eat, drink, and play around. He's not even half as capable as you." Cough, cough. As Tucker grew more agitated, he began to cough. Meadow quickly comforted her father. "Father, please don't get upset. Yuri has made much progress recently. Look at Jinshio Tower. He's doing a great job managing it. You should feel proud of him." "Is that his doing?" "It's all thanks to Emmanuel's strategies. Without Emmanuel, his tavern would have closed long ago." Tucker sneered. Meadow defended, "Father, Yuri works hard every day. He's genuinely better than before. Don't be too harsh on him. We should encourage him more. You've always protected him since childhood." Tucker shook his head helplessly. Meadow smiled, then said, "Father, rest well. I'll go back to my room now. I need to head to Erikshan village early tomorrow." Seeing his daughter about to leave, Tucker hurriedly said, "Xianger, wait a moment. There's something else I want to ask you." "What is it?" Meadow asked. Tucker said, "Xianger, a few days ago when you were Noah family's business well, I will restore Noah family to its past glory." With that, Meadow left the room quickly, leaving Tucker sighing in despair. Emerging from her father's room, Meadow returned to her courtyard without a word, accompanied by Shelley. Feeling somewhat tired, Meadow planned to wash up and sleep. Unexpectedly, Shelley asked, "Young miss, aren't we trying out the soap today?" Meadow remembered the soap and instructed Shelley to have the servants boil water immediately. About an hour later, the large bathtub in the room was filled with warm water, steam filling the room. Then, undressed, Meadow gracefully stepped into the tub, creating an intoxicating scene. Once seated, Shelley asked, "Young miss, which fragrance do you prefer?" Meadow replied, "Let's use jasmine osmanthus. I prefer fresh and elegant scents. While peony is nice too, I like jasmine osmanthus more." Shelley nodded and brought the jasmine osmanthus soap, gently rubbing it in a basin of lukewarm water. Shelley was dissolving the soap to make a lathering solution for washing Meadow's hair later. "Miss, the jasmine osmanthus scent is so pleasant and not overwhelming. It gets better with each whiff." Shelley seemed entranced by the aroma. Meadow, close enough to smell the fragrance, felt increasingly excited about the soap's potential success after its release. After about half an hour, Meadow emerged from her bath, entering her bedroom with Shelley's assistance. Shelley helped dry Meadow's hair, frequently taking a sniff. "Miss, it smells so good. It feels so comfortable." Envious, Shelley wished she could try it herself. Meadow, knowing Shelley's thoughts, offered, "Shelley, you can use the peony soap." "Really, miss?" Shelley was delighted, her eyes narrowing in joy. "Thank you, miss. Thank you." Meadow smiled slightly, then smelled her hair, feeling refreshed and at ease. The next morning, at dawn, Meadow led 12 carpenters to Erikshan village. A horse carriage and 2 mule carts arrived after a 1.5-hour journey, meeting Emmanuel in Erikshan village. Emmanuel hadn't expected Meadow to be so efficient, and he was both surprised and full of praise. Meadow seriously told Emmanuel that building the workshop earlier meant earning money sooner, so speed was essential. Please let me know if you'd like to continue translating, or have any specific sections you need translated. #####. Chapter 61. Fragrant Skin Boutique. After handing over the 12 carpenters to Xander, Meadow asked, "Young Jason, could you please take me on a tour of the workshop?" "Of course. Miss Noah, this way please," Emmanuel said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Meadow nodded slightly and then said to Shelley, "You don't need to follow me. Just wait here." "Yes, young miss," Shelley replied obediently. Emmanuel immediately sensed that Meadow had something to discuss with him, so he said to Paula, "Aislinn, you go help Terry with the accounts. I'll accompany Miss Noah." Paula didn't think much about it and readily agreed before leaving. Emmanuel extended his hand again, gesturing politely, "Miss Noah, please." Meadow smiled and nodded, then moved forward. Since everyone was busy working at the construction site, the area was bustling and chaotic. Considering safety, Emmanuel only led Meadow around the perimeter of the workshop for her tour. At this moment, Emmanuel seemed like a tour guide, continuously explaining the design style and structural layout of the workshop to Meadow. Deviant to his humorous choice of words and relaxed tone, Meadow laughed several times, though each laugh was fleeting. This was quite rare for Meadow, who rarely smiled. Meadow listened very attentively throughout, rarely interrupting Emmanuel unless she encountered something she truly did not understand, in which case she would ask questions. Only after Emmanuel finished his explanations did Meadow nod in satisfaction. Emmanuel smiled and asked, "By the way, Miss Noah, have you tried the soap? Do you like it?" Meadow nodded, "Yes, young Jason. The soap is excellent and I love it." Emmanuel asked, "Which fragrance does Miss Noah prefer?" "Jasmine and osmanthus," Meadow replied. Emmanuel then asked, "What about the peony-scented one? Did Miss Noah try it?" Meadow shook her head, "Young Jason, I tend to prefer more delicate fragrances, so?" I understand. Emmanuel quickly nodded, signaling that Meadow didn't need to explain further. Meadow suddenly thought of something and asked, "Why did you name it Peony Brand, young Jason?" Emmanuel replied, "Because my wife loves peonies the most, so I named it after them." Meadow was genuinely surprised. "Just because your wife likes peonies, you did this?" Meadow hadn't expected Paula's place in Emmanuel's heart to be so high, but she immediately wondered, if he valued her so much, why did he pawn her initially? As she was lost in thought, Emmanuel asked, "Miss Noah, do you think there are any areas where the soap can be improved? Like its color or fragrance intensity?" Meadow immediately shook her head. "No, everything is just fine as it is." So far, Meadow, Paula, and Kay had all tried the soap and found the scent delightful. Seeing that Meadow felt the same, Emmanuel felt completely reassured. Meadow then asked, "Young Jason, how many soaps do you plan to produce for the first batch, and what will be the price?" Emmanuel replied, "Miss Noah, I haven't finalized the quantity and price for the first batch yet. However, I am certain that since soap is more premium than common washing bars, we should target those with the highest purchasing power when launching." "You're right." Meadow immediately nodded in agreement. Emmanuel slowly paced a few steps and suddenly turned back, "Miss Noah, why don't we open a fragrant skin boutique in town?" "Fragrant skin boutique?" Meadow found this term quite novel. Emmanuel nodded, "Yes, fragrant as in aroma, and skin as in skincare. The boutique will sell soaps, washing bars, exquisite soap dishes, premium bath towels, and other related products. Most importantly, it will offer free trials, encouraging people with purchasing power to try our products," Emmanuel added. Meadow nodded repeatedly, agreeing that it was a great idea. Emmanuel continued, "Miss Noah, the boutique should be located in an area with many wealthy residents. Ideally, it should have 2 floors, the ground floor for selling products, and the second floor for customers to experience the soaps. The decor must be luxurious and grand to make everyone feel that our Peony brand products are top-notch and premium as soon as they step in." Meadow responded immediately, "That's easy. We have a silk shop in a prime location where most residents are wealthy. It can be transformed with minimal changes." Emmanuel hurriedly asked, "Miss Noah, if you proceed with this, what will happen to the silk shop? Will you close it?" Meadow answered honestly, "To be frank, young Jason, I've been considering cutting costs by closing some less profitable shops. Although this silk shop isn't doing too badly, it isn't particularly thriving either. Closing it and converting it into a fragrant skin boutique might be a better use." Emmanuel thought for a while and then said, "Miss Noah, may I see the shop you mentioned? Since this is important, I'd like to personally confirm the location and surroundings before deciding whether to convert it into a boutique." "Of course." Meadow agreed immediately. After lunch, Emmanuel called for Nathan to join him in town. Nathan immediately agreed and fetched the copper hammer, preparing to set off. The hammer had been repaired, and Nathan had personally picked it up from the blacksmith shop a few days ago. The blacksmith also gifted him a hammer holster that could be worn around the waist for easy access. Judging by Nathan's delighted expression upon returning, Emmanuel knew he was quite satisfied. Before leaving, Emmanuel carefully instructed Paula on a few things. Then, he and Nathan climbed into the mule cart, accompanying Meadow's carriage. Paula stood at the doorway, watching the departing mule cart with a reluctant heart. At this moment, Kay walked over and lightly nudged Paula's elbow, saying softly, "Sister-in-law, you'd better keep a closer eye on eldest brother." "What do you mean?" Paula asked. Kay glanced at the distant carriage and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't you find Miss Noah's gaze on eldest brother somewhat unusual?" "How could that be?" Paula was startled and instinctively denied it. Her family is prominent. Her standards are high. Why would she? Paula trailed off, feeling embarrassed. Kay said, "Sister-in-law." Back then, eldest brother wasn't much to look at. Indeed, Miss Noah wouldn't have given him a second glance. But now, he's turned into a money-making tree, a sought-after asset. Hearing Kay's words, Paula fell silent, a sense of unease and insecurity creeping into her heart. Unaware of Paula's distraction, Kay continued, "Sister-in-law, I think you should quickly give eldest brother a chubby baby boy. That way, you'll secure your position in the household. Even if other women come in later, no one can shake your standing." Mentioning childbirth made Paula blush. "Terry, you're still young. How can you give such unsound advice? Paula teased, pinching Kay's cheeks gently. Kay winced and quickly stepped back, rubbing her face. Sister-in-law, you know if it's sound or not? With that, Kay walked away. Paula stood there, deep in thought. Her cheeks and neck flushed shortly thereafter, as if reflecting the complex emotions swirling in her mind. Chapter 62, Layla. With the addition of 12 carpenters, the construction speed of the soap workshop in Erikshan village was remarkably improved. In just 3 short days, the soap workshop was fully completed. During these 3 days, Emmanuel also assisted Miriam in renovating her skincare specialty store. This activity immediately drew the attention of the Hamlin family. On this day, Ulrich arrived at Lishui Pavilion much earlier than usual. Lishui Pavilion is one of the well-known pleasure houses in Xianzhou City, usually opening its doors to guests only after the hour of Shun, 3 p.m. However, today, Ulrich arrived even before noon. Upon entering Lishui Pavilion, Ulrich headed straight for the 3rd floor with his servant. The madam of Lishui Pavilion, Liz, rushed out upon hearing of his arrival and caught up to Ulrich, saying, "Bert Hamlin, you've come too early. Miss Jinjia is still preparing in her room. If you go in now, it might not be convenient." Before Liz could finish, Ulrich interrupted. "Liz, does Jinjia need to prepare to see me?" Without stopping, Ulrich briskly continued upstairs. As Liz tried to catch up and persuade him, Ulrich suddenly raised his hand. The servant following behind immediately stopped Liz and slipped her a silver ingot. Upon receiving the money, Liz's face lit up with a smile, and she no longer attempted to stop Ulrich. Soon, Ulrich arrived outside a room on the 3rd floor. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened. The next moment, a stunningly beautiful and graceful young woman appeared before Ulrich. "Bert Hamlin, why have you come so early today?" "I haven't even prepared yet," said the woman, who was none other than Lishui Pavilion's famous courtesan, Layla. As she spoke, Layla blushed coyly and hinted at a faint reproach, making her appearance all the more captivating. Under normal circumstances, Ulrich would have found it hard to contain himself and would have immediately gotten intimate with her. But today, Ulrich acted unusually formal, replying, "Jinjia, I came early because there's something I need your help with." Layla, experienced in reading people's expressions, realized that Ulrich had important matters on his mind. She immediately stepped aside and smiled warmly. "Bert Hamlin, please come in and let's talk." Ulrich quickly entered the room. As soon as Layla closed the door, Ulrich asked, "Jinjia, are you free these 2 days? Could you help me with something?" Layla smiled seductively and replied, "Bert Hamlin, you don't mean to ask me to recommend customers to Finghua restaurant again, do you? Everyone nowadays prefers Zhengxiu restaurant's dishes. Even if I recommended Finghua restaurant, they might not go." While speaking, Layla walked over to the table to pour tea for Ulrich. Ulrich shook his head. "Jinjia, you misunderstand. It's not about that." He had long given up on the bet with Dawson, as Billy had made it clear to him that no matter how hard he tried, Finghua restaurant would never surpass Zhengxiu restaurant in profitability. Surprised, Layla looked at Ulrich curiously. Sitting down, Ulrich spoke earnestly. "Jinjia, can you help me go to a place?" "Where?" Layla was even more curious. "The skincare specialty store," Ulrich replied. Having never heard of this store, Layla asked, "Bert Hamlin, where's this store? What does it sell?" Ulrich explained, "This store used to be a silk shop belonging to the Noah family. A few days ago, it closed down and reopened as a soap shop." He then provided Layla with the exact location of the store. "Bert Hamlin, the soap you mentioned, could it be this one?" Layla fetched a small bowl containing a nearly finished bar of soap from somewhere. Ulrich nodded. "Yes, exactly. And I've heard that besides regular soap, they sell a new product called fragrant soap, which is specifically designed for bathing. It's more expensive, but much better." Layla became interested immediately. Since using soap, she had no desire to return to using soap pots. However, soap had been scarce recently, and she hadn't managed to buy any from Jiangzhou Amananhuo Hall, despite several visits. Now, there was a dedicated soap shop in the city, and even more excitingly, they had an even better and more expensive type of soap. Ulrich watched Layla carefully and said, "Jinjia, you must know that previously, it was the Kit family's Jiangzhou Amananhuo Hall that sold soap, but now this business has suddenly shifted to the Noah family." Frowning, Ulrich added, "I'm very curious about what happened." Layla understood immediately. "Bert Hamlin, you want me to visit the skincare specialty store and gather information for you, right?" Ulrich nodded eagerly, waiting for her response. Layla, having run out of soap and needing more, readily agreed. "Bert Hamlin, I have nothing to do today. I'll inform Liz and then visit the skincare specialty store to check it out for you." Ulrich was delighted and immediately embraced Layla's waist, fondling her affectionately. "Jinjia, you're the best for agreeing to help me." As his hands started wandering, Layla giggled and pushed him away, retreating into the inner room. Intrigued, Ulrich chased after her. "Beautiful, don't run." Around the hour of Shun, 3 p.m., in the afternoon, accompanied by 2 bodyguards from Lishui Pavilion, Layla arrived at the skincare specialty store. This skincare specialty store is indeed impressive, worthy of being owned by the Noah family. Layla murmured to herself. The storefront of the skincare specialty store was particularly eye-catching and luxurious. The 5 large golden characters, skincare specialty store, glittered under the sunlight, adding to the overall dazzling effect. Undoubtedly, this shop was the most noticeable on the entire street. At the entrance, for uniformed staff members, 2 men and 2 women, were warmly welcoming guests. The male staff were tall and handsome, while the female staff were beautiful and friendly, enhancing the store's appeal. Since it was newly opened, the store was bustling with many guests coming and going, making it incredibly popular. Layla noticed that most of the visitors were dressed lavishly, indicating they were wealthy and influential individuals. "Wait here for me." After instructing her bodyguards, Layla slowly entered the store. The moment she stepped inside, she was greeted by the fresh scent of soap, a fragrance she adored, instantly lifting her spirits. She then noticed a crowd gathered in the center of the hall, seemingly surrounding something. Curious, Layla approached and was astonished to find a towering soap mountain. This was clearly Emmanuel's idea, mimicking promotional stacking from modern supermarkets. Each soap bar formed layers like a pyramid, standing over 2 people high. Up close, it was a spectacular sight. Layla couldn't help but think. Ulrich often says the Noah family's business is failing and their finances dwindling, but it doesn't seem that way here at all. Knowing soap was quite expensive, Layla assumed its production cost was high. Therefore, seeing the luxurious interior and the impressive soap mountain, she concluded that the Noah family's financial situation was much better than Ulrich claimed. As Layla admired the soap mountain, a dignified and beautiful woman approached her. Miss Jinjia, it's been a while, the woman greeted her with a soothing voice. Layla turned her head and immediately recognized the person, quickly bowing gracefully. It's Akila. It's been a while, and you still look as stunning as ever. The person who approached was named Jada. She had been the manager when this place was still a silk shop, and even after the renovation, she continued to serve in the same capacity. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. If you need any further adjustments or have more text to translate, feel free to let me know. Chapter 63. Soap Trial Letter. Jada blushed slightly at the compliment and covered her mouth with her hand, laughing lightly. Miss Jinjia is still so good at making people happy. Although the two women were not particularly close, they had always maintained a warm relationship and would often exchange pleasantries whenever they met. After exchanging pleasantries, Layla smiled and said, Shopkeepers, yeah, I used to buy soap from Mr. Kit's general store, but then I couldn't get it for a while. I thought I'd have to wait some more time, but unexpectedly, Noah family opened a skincare boutique and started selling this soap out of nowhere. Jada replied with a smile, Miss Jinjia, business has become increasingly difficult these days. Take silk trade as an example. The southern suppliers kept raising prices while competitor Hamlin family constantly lowered theirs, leading to plummeting profits in silk. So Miss Noah had to find other ways to make money. 1 coin earns 1 point. 50 points can be exchanged for a bar of soap, and 200 points for a scented soap. Mentioning scented soap, Layla immediately asked, Shopkeepers, yeah, actually, I came today not just to buy soap. I heard that your shop has launched a new product called scented soap. Could I take a look? Jada hesitated. Miss Jinjia, I'm really sorry. Miss Noah specified that scented soap is currently limited to those with a trial letter. Only those with a trial letter can try it on the second floor before purchasing. Layla noticed 2 male employees guarding the stairs. Layla asked, So, shopkeepers, yeah, how can one get a trial letter? Just then, 3 people entered the shop. The leader was a well-dressed, slightly plump woman who exuded an air of superiority. She was followed by 2 maidservants. Both Layla and Jada recognized this woman. She was the wife of Ailby, the biggest grain merchant in Xian Prefecture, and a regular customer of the Noah family silk shop. At this moment, one of Yao's maidservants approached a shop assistant, showed a large red trial letter, and asked, Is shopkeeper Sia here? My mistress has taken time out of her schedule specifically to try the scented soap. Seeing this, Jada apologized hurriedly to Layla and walked over with a bright smile. Annalise, you've finally come. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Jada greeted warmly. Layla watched quietly from the side. In a few short exchanges, Jada managed to please Yao and led her group upstairs. Deviating the wait, Layla observed that many customers bought soap, estimating no less than 30 bars. About 15 minutes later, Jada returned downstairs with Yao. Yao was beaming, sniffing at her hands delightedly as she descended the stairs, clearly thrilled. Once downstairs, Jada instructed a clerk loudly, Send 30 bars of soap to Annalise's carriage immediately. Yes, shopkeeper, the clerk responded quickly and rushed off. Upon hearing that Yao bought 30 bars of soap, the other customers downstairs were surprised. Some looked envious, others jealous, while whispers began to spread. Feeling extremely proud, Yao enjoyed the attention and instructed loudly for the bill of 160 taels to be paid. Jada personally collected the banknote and then processed Yao's VIP card, adding the points, before handing it over to her personal maid. Annalise, the 10 bars of scented soap you ordered will be delivered to your residence within 3 days, Jada smiled. Yao nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your hard work, shopkeeper Sia. Jada waved it off humbly. Satisfied, Yao left with her maidservants. Jada accompanied her until she was in the carriage, watching it drive away before returning. Layla approached, asking, Shops? She paused and glanced up at the second floor. Then Jada asked, Do you understand my meaning? Layla was taken aback. Accumulate 200 points? That meant spending 200 coins? Though Layla was a top courtesan at Lisue Pavilion, her income wasn't as high as people imagined. Most of her earnings went to the pavilion, and what she saved mainly depended on tips from patrons. Therefore, 200 coins was a considerable sum for Layla. Jada noticed Layla's change in expression and immediately guessed the reason. She shifted tone. Miss Jinjia, how about this? Give me some time, and when I see Miss Noah, I'll try to request a trial letter for you, okay? Hearing this, Layla frowned deeply. Layla was very clear in her mind that she was just a courtesan, with lowly status and humble identity. How could the Noah family possibly send her a trial letter for the scented soap? Jada was only speaking politely. With this thought, Layla's competitive spirit flared up. Without any hesitation, she decisively said, Shopkeeper Sia, please wait for a moment. I'll go back to get the money right away. Chapter 64. Layla's Discovery. In the Lisue Pavilion, inside Layla's room, Ulrich was dozing on the bed when he was awakened by the sound of the door being pushed open. Turning his head, he saw Layla return, her expression seeming somewhat unhappy. Ulrich immediately sat up and rushed forward to ask, Jinjia, how did it go? Did you find anything out? Having said that, Ulrich hurried to close the door, afraid someone else might overhear. Layla sat down with a gloomy face, drank a few sips of water, then sighed dejectedly. What could I find out? I don't even have the qualification to go upstairs. Qualification for what? Ulrich was utterly confused. Layla let out an involuntary sigh and recounted everything that happened at the skincare specialty store. Hamlinbert, you should find someone else for this. With my low status and limited financial resources, I fear I can't assist you, Layla regretfully said. Seeing his beloved distressed, Ulrich became upset, loudly declaring, It's just 200 guan. This young master will cover it. This was exactly what Layla wanted to hear. She wouldn't be foolish enough to pay it herself. After all, Ulrich had asked for her help, so logically, he should pay. Hamlin Bert, 200 guan. Not 20 guan. While confirming, Layla observed Ulrich secretly. Ulrich strode to the door, opened it, and ordered the servant outside, "Bring money here." The servant immediately handed him a money pouch. But Ulrich impatiently demanded, "Silver bills, not these loose coins." The servant promptly produced a silver bill from his robe. Upon seeing it was only 50 taels, Ulrich frowned. "All of them?" "Master, that's all there is," the servant replied cautiously. Embarrassed, Ulrich stepped out, pulling the servant aside. "Go to the steward now and get me a 200 tael silver bill." "Got it." The servant's face fell in alarm. "Master, getting such a large sum. I'm afraid it won't be easy." "Why can't it be done? You're my personal attendant. Why wouldn't the steward give it to you if I ask?" Ulrich sternly asked. With a thud, the servant kneeled down, pleading, "Master, remember? Last time, Lord got very angry over the Fenghua Tavern and vowed not to give you any more money unless he approved." Ulrich suddenly recalled the incident. A while ago, upon learning that the Fenghua Tavern couldn't compete with the Jinshu Tower, his father had lashed out furiously, scolding him and feeling embarrassed about recommending the tavern to friends. After getting thoroughly berated, Ulrich decided to quit everything. Worse still, his allowance was cut. Thinking for a moment, he instructed, "Then go to Changlong Gambling Den and ask Amal to bring the money over." The servant hesitated. "Master, isn't borrowing from the gambling den risky?" Enraged, Ulrich interrupted, "Will you go or not? Do you want me to cripple you before my father does?" The servant paled and hastily left. Within minutes, Amal arrived with the money. However, Ulrich borrowed only 150 taels, avoiding the extra 50 taels in interest. Ulrich handed over the 200 tael bill to Layla. Layla quickly returned to the skincare store. By evening, Layla returned. Opening the door, the helper brought in a large basket full of soap. Following behind, Layla carried a delicate small box as if it were precious. "Jinjia, did it work this time?" Ulrich asked hopefully. Sitting down with the box, Layla waited until the helper closed the door before saying, "Bert, after careful inquiry, the Noah family has become the sole distributor for Peony brand." "Sole distributor? What's that?" Ulrich asked dismissively. "It means anyone buying soap now must go through the Noah family," Layla explained. Ulrich didn't care much about this detail and quickly asked, "Did you find out who made the soap?" Layla shook her head. "Bert, something important like that wouldn't be easily disclosed. If you were them, would you?" Realizing her point, Ulrich continued, "Did you ask why Therese lost the deal to the Noahs?" "They don't know," Layla admitted. "Aquila only manages sales." "What did you find out then?" Ulrich grew impatient, having spent 200 taels, borrowed no less, and getting nothing useful. Layla calmly reassured, "Bert, though Aquila was tight-lipped, others weren't." Delighted, Ulrich smiled. "Tell me, my darling Jinjia." Lowering her voice, Layla said, "I bribed a clerk. According to him, the soap comes from Erikshan village." Erikshan village? Ulrich was surprised. Knowing Erikshan village was a poor place, he never imagined it could produce soap. "Are you sure?" he asked. "The clerk knows the delivery man." They chatted, confirmed it came from Erikshan village, Layla assured. With that confirmation, Ulrich nodded, thoughts rapidly swirling. Layla, guessing his intention, asked, "Bert, are you planning to take over this business despite the Noah siblings and avenge Fenghua Tavern?" Indeed, Ulrich felt vengeful. Standing on the city tower shouting about being useless wasn't acceptable. He countered, "Think we can't do it? With our current strength, snatching a mere soap business shouldn't be hard." Layla smiled faintly, still clutching the box. Curious, Ulrich asked, "What's in the box?" "Peony-scented soap." Layla opened the box and showed him. Then, she extended her hand. "Bert, smell my hand. Does it smell nice?" Ulrich sniffed and indeed detected a light peony fragrance, quite pleasant. But he remarked, spending 200 taels for a tiny piece? Despite its pleasant aroma, he still found it unworthwhile. Annoyed, Layla withdrew her hand, frowning, "Bert, this is special soap. Not everyone can use it. Forget it, you wouldn't understand." Focusing on his plan to snatch the Noah family's business, Ulrich turned to leave. Spotting the basket of soap, he called the servant to fetch it. Layla asked, "Why are you taking all my soap?" Note asterisk the structure and flow of the text are kept consistent with the original, ensuring continuity and coherence. Ulrich said, "What do you mean by your soap? 200 taels of silver was paid by me, so all this soap belongs to me." "Master Hamlin, how can you do this? You won't leave any for me at all?" Layla suddenly became anxious. Ulrich pointed at the small box in Layla's hand and said, "There. Isn't the soap already given to you?" After saying that, Ulrich called out, "Let's go," and quickly disappeared with the servant at the doorway. Tisich, so stingy. Layla held the small box, pouting deeply. Note asterisk the translation keeps the original tone and style intact, ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 65. Increased production. With the fragrant skin boutique becoming an overnight sensation in Shinjo City, the sales of soap skyrocketed. Demand was now outpacing supply. Initially, everyone could still manage the workload. However, business at the boutique was booming to such an extent that just days after opening, all the stock had been sold out, and Emmanuel had to deliver goods to the city every day. Currently, as soon as the goods arrived in the city, they were snatched up before even being unloaded from the cart. It was quite a spectacle. Meadow had visited Emmanuel twice in Arikishan village to discuss increasing production. So one evening during dinner, Emmanuel raised the issue of boosting soap production with his family. Emmanuel said, "Daryl, this can't go on. With just a few of us, we won't be able to keep up with demand, and will exhaust ourselves over time. We must hire more people." "Yes, these past few days have been incredibly exhausting. I think we definitely need to hire more help." Xander agreed, echoing Emmanuel's sentiments. Both he and his son had been so tired lately that they fell asleep as soon as they lay down at night and couldn't be woken up. Nathan suddenly interjected, Daryl Sue, I'm fine. If you're too tired, take a couple of days off. I can handle your tasks. Before Xander could respond, Kay elbowed Nathan and scolded her, Aminjiu, are you silly? This is about not having enough hands at our workshop. Don't speak if you don't understand. Nathan quickly nodded and kept quiet. Kay then turned to Emmanuel and asked anxiously, Cousin, aren't you afraid that hiring people might lead them to steal our soap-making methods? Emmanuel replied earnestly, Terry, I've already explained before, soap-making isn't complicated. Someone will eventually learn it, it's just a matter of time. It's impossible to keep the method completely under wraps. Emmanuel continued, our best bet is to delay the spread of this knowledge for as long as possible. The longer we keep it within our control, the better it is for us. Emmanuel had emphasized this point several times before, so there was no objection when he brought it up again. Paula asked, Dear, how many people do you plan to hire? Emmanuel thought for a moment and replied, let's start with 20 people first. If that's not enough, we can hire more later. Then, Emmanuel looked at Xander and suggested, Daryl, after dinner, let's go find the Ilias. We'll ask him to recommend some hardworking and reliable villagers. We'll pay them well and instruct them to keep things confidential. Xander readily agreed, sure. With that, Xander sped up his eating. After dinner, the two of them went to the Ilias' house. Upon hearing that Emmanuel intended to hire 20 villagers for the workshop, the Ilias was delighted and promised to personally bring the 20 chosen villagers by noon the next day. The next day came quickly. Just past the hour of snake, 9 a.m., the Ilias led a group of villagers to the soap workshop. These 20 villagers were carefully selected last night and found early in the morning from house to house. Learning that the Ilias had brought people, Emmanuel and Xander's family immediately came out to greet them. The Ilias smiled and told Emmanuel, young Jason, these 20 are the most honest and diligent people in our village. They never slack off. He continued, young Jason, if anyone dares to slack off, feel free to tell me, and I'll deal with them. Emmanuel nodded and began observing the villagers. Among the 20 were men and women aged between 20 and 40. A few of them had previously helped build the workshop, giving the overall impression of hardworking, trustworthy individuals. His first impression was positive. Daryl, what do you think? Emmanuel asked Xander. Xander responded, Emmanuel, if you think they're suitable, then it's fine. Daryl will follow your lead. Emmanuel chuckled and stepped forward, addressing the villagers loudly, fellow villagers, starting today, you have a 3-day trial period. If, after 3 days, anyone still can't adapt to the workshop, I'm sorry, but I'll have to let them go. Do you all have any objections? Emmanuel asked. The villagers all shook their heads, indicating no objections. Emmanuel continued, regarding wages, there's no pay during the trial period, only lunch is provided. After the trial period, each person will receive 3 guan per month, with lunch included. 3 guan? Did I hear that right? Plus a meal. Heaven, how wonderful. The villagers were stunned. Before coming, they knew the wages would be decent, but didn't expect them to be this high, at 100 won per day with lunch included. Such favorable terms were hard to find even in Shinjo City. At this moment, all 20 villagers were thrilled, many smiling broadly, glad to have landed such a good job. Next, Emmanuel explained the workshop rules and had Xander and Gordy lead the new hires into the workshop. Emmanuel then approached the Ilias to express his gratitude and requested him to inform Michelle about providing meals for the workshop staff. The Ilias immediately agreed. Soon, Michelle rushed over. Her hurried pace indicated she feared someone else might snatch her job if she delayed. Emmanuel quickly arranged for Michelle to recruit 3 capable women to assist in preparing meals. Michelle remained responsible for logistics, earning 3 guan per month, while the other 3 earned slightly less at 2 guan per month. The day passed quickly. Davian ring dinner, Xander happily informed Emmanuel that the 20 new villagers were very diligent and quick learners. Emmanuel nodded and suggested dividing the 20 villagers into 2 groups, one to handle the ash burning and alkali extraction, the other to mix lard and produce soap and fragrant soap. Emmanuel himself would continue handling the dried petals and fragrance ratios. The next morning, as the workshop opened, over 30 villagers surged in, hoping to meet Emmanuel. At first, Emmanuel was baffled, thinking something unfortunate had happened. Only upon asking did he realize these villagers were envious of the 3 guan per month wage, and had come hoping Emmanuel would also hire them. Emmanuel found himself in a dilemma. The first batch of workers had just started yesterday and hadn't even finished their trial period. Hiring more so quickly seemed impractical. Yet the villagers wouldn't accept his explanations, persistently pleading for more jobs at the workshop. Chapter 66, Purchasing Ashes. At this moment, the Ilias hurriedly arrived. Despite his usual amiable demeanor, he seemed like a completely different person now, instantly intimidating the villagers with a string of scathing remarks. The reason for his explosive anger was that those 20 people were selected by him. Now that they came to cause trouble, it showed they were not satisfied with his decision as the Ilias. After reprimanding them, the Ilias ordered the villagers to go home immediately, asking them not to bother Emmanuel any longer. However, the villagers were unwilling to leave and started complaining that the Ilias was favoring some families over others. Upon hearing this, the Ilias exploded in rage again, taking off his shoes and ready to charge into the crowd. Emmanuel quickly pulled the Ilias back. After finally calming down the Ilias, Emmanuel said, Trey, I have an idea which might be helpful to everyone. What idea? The Ilias asked anxiously. Emmanuel stood before everyone, gesturing for silence. Everyone, please quiet down for a minute, so I can speak. Seeing that Emmanuel had something to say, the villagers immediately quieted down. Emmanuel raised his voice and said, Fellow villagers, our workshop is newly built. Many things need to be handled step by step slowly, including hiring workers. How could we hire so many people all at once? It's unrealistic, isn't it? The villagers immediately exchanged glances and started whispering among themselves. Emmanuel continued, I know you all want to earn more money, right? Hearing this, the villagers nodded in unison. Emmanuel added, In that case, I have an idea. Although it doesn't earn as much as working in the workshop, it can still provide some income. What's the idea, Jason? Someone asked impatiently. Emmanuel explained, here's the thing. Our workshop needs a lot of ashes every day. If everyone prepares the burned ashes at home and brings them here, our workshop is willing to purchase them. Actually, Emmanuel always thought that burning wood to make ashes took too much time and could easily cause fires, feeling that it wasn't very safe. Therefore, Emmanuel decided to entrust the villagers with the task of burning ashes, allowing them to earn money while shortening the soap production time. After some discussion, a villager suddenly asked, Jason, how much can we sell the ashes for? Emmanuel replied, ashes aren't valuable to others, but they are worth something to me. As he spoke, Emmanuel lifted his hand and raised a finger, loudly announcing, listen up, 10 pounds of ashes will be purchased for 1 coin. 10 pounds for 1 coin? For real? It's impossible. There are weeds everywhere in the mountains. Burn a pile of ashes randomly and get 1 coin? The villagers couldn't believe anyone would pay such a high price for seemingly useless ashes. Emmanuel insisted, if you don't believe me, you can go home and burn ashes now. Emmanuel, give my word. As long as the ashes meet our requirements, we'll pay on the spot. With these words, the villagers could no longer contain their excitement and started running back home. Within moments, the crowd outside the workshop vanished. The Ilias approached Emmanuel and asked, Jason, are you sure there won't be any problems buying ashes at such a high price? Emmanuel shook his head and said, there won't be any problem, Trey. Our workshop uses a lot of ashes daily, and collecting and burning them requires substantial labor and time. This can't be underestimated. I've been thinking, instead of doing these tasks ourselves, it's better to assign them to the villagers. This way, they can earn money, and we save time. A win-win situation. Impressed, the Ilias gave a thumbs up, praising, Jason indeed has a well-educated mind. Respect. Soon, Emmanuel noticed black smoke rising from various places around the village. Before noon, some villagers already brought ashes. Some in large baskets, others in jute bags, though not in large quantities, clearly just testing if they could earn money. Shortly, villagers selling ashes lined up outside the workshop. Emmanuel immediately arranged several strong men to help Kay check the quality and weigh the ashes. Paula was responsible for paying the villagers. Only when they received payment did the villagers truly believe ashes could be sold. Moreover, 10 pounds of ashes earned 1 coin. It felt like finding money on the ground. Thus, in a single afternoon, Emmanuel acquired a large amount of high-quality ashes. Assigning the ash-burning work to the villagers, Emmanuel designated 2 people to focus on soap packaging. Regarding the soap packaging, Emmanuel had Meadow arrange custom packaging paper printed with Peony brand, looking far more appealing than their homemade ones. As for the small wooden boxes for the soaps, Meadow contracted a few carpenters in the city. As long as the carpenters produced them on time and in quantity, they could deliver them directly to the skincare store and get paid. Once the soaps arrived, the staff would immediately package and deliver them according to orders. Within 3 days, soap production rapidly increased. Soon, the skincare store's inventory was replenished. One morning, Emmanuel was walking around the workshop when Kay suddenly ran over. Elder brother, father asked me to tell you that dried flower petals and spices are running low. You should buy more in the city in advance, Kay said. Emmanuel nodded. Got it. I'll head out shortly. All right. I'll inform Aminjiu to prepare, Kay replied and ran off. Just as Emmanuel changed into proper clothes, he heard a carriage approaching. Outside, he saw Noah family's carriage. Assuming Meadow was visiting, Emmanuel was surprised to see Dawson getting off instead. Tucker, what brings you here? Emmanuel asked, puzzled. Dawson swiftly stepped off the carriage, smiling warmly as he walked towards Emmanuel. Baker, I'm here specifically to take you into the city today, Dawson said. Emmanuel teased, oh, Tucker, did you become a mind reader to know I was heading to the city and come pick me up in advance? Dawson chuckled, then turned serious, asking, Baker, do you know what tomorrow is? Emmanuel thought for a moment, shaking his head. No, what is it? Dawson raised his voice. It's the day Ulrich admits he's nothing but rubbish. Ha 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 ha. Saying this, Dawson laughed heartily, filled with excitement. Chapter 67. Consider it a favor owed to me. After bidding farewell to Paula and Xander, Emmanuel set off with Nathan and Dawson. On the road, Emmanuel and Dawson shared a carriage, while Nathan drove a mule cart behind them. After traveling for some time, Dawson suddenly spoke up, oh right, Baker. I promised you that if you helped me win against Ulrich, I'd help you pay off your debt. But now you've paid off the debt yourself. How should I thank you properly? Dawson asked. Emmanuel smiled and replied, West, your sudden question has me at a loss for words. How about we keep this in mind? Consider it as you owing me a favor. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I might ask for your help then, alright? Sure. Let me know whenever you need anything. Dawson, not being one to be bashful, immediately nodded in agreement. They then discussed recent developments at the Rare Delicacies Pavilion. Now that its reputation was firmly established, as long as they didn't make any major mistakes in management, everything should be fine. However, there was something bothering Dawson. Iron pans were no longer exclusive to their restaurant. Dozens of taverns in Shinjo City had adopted the use of iron pans and introduced various stir-fry dishes. Even neighboring counties started to emulate them. Emmanuel wasn't surprised by this development. After all, iron pans were part of a broader trend. Good things would naturally be learned from and emulated by others. It was impossible to remain the only beneficiary forever. Their conversation continued as the carriage entered Shinjo City. It was almost noon, so Dawson invited Emmanuel to dine at the Rare Delicacies Pavilion. However, Emmanuel politely declined, citing the crowd as his reason for not wanting to join. Thinking for a moment, Dawson suggested, Baker, why don't we go to my sister's place first? I'll have someone deliver food there, and we can eat lunch at her place. How does that sound? This suited Emmanuel well, as he also wanted to visit the Rare Delicacies Pavilion. He agreed, all right. The carriage then changed direction and headed towards the fragrant specialty shop on the second floor. Meadow was engrossed in calculations in the innermost room. The abacus beads clattered rhythmically under her nimble fingers. At this moment, Shelley gently pushed the door open and placed a cup of tea on the desk, saying, "Young miss, you've been calculating for an hour. Have a sip of tea and take a break." Meadow didn't reply but kept working until she finished the current account. She stretched her neck and shoulders slightly and remarked, "Shelley, do you know what? Selling soap and detergent is much easier than silk. Not only do we make money, but it's hassle-free. Once sold, there are rarely any complaints or issues. Unlike silk, where profits are thin and sales aren't great, and customers always find faults." Shelley replied, "Young miss, shutting down the silk shops in other counties was the right decision." Meadow smiled faintly, picked up her teacup, and slowly sipped the tea while discussing lunch with Shelley. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the door, "Sis, I've brought Baker over." Upon hearing Emmanuel's arrival, Meadow was momentarily stunned before quickly putting down her teacup. The abrupt movement splashed some tea out, but she didn't care to wipe it up. Instead, she urged, "Shelley, quick, help me tidy up." Shelley rushed to assist her mistress, adjusting her clothes and hairpins. She couldn't help but chuckle seeing her mistress so flustered. Realizing Shelley was giggling, Meadow blushed slightly and frowned, asking, "What's so funny? Why are you laughing?" Shelley hurriedly shook her head. "No, young miss, I'm not laughing, truly not." Meadow gave Shelley a sidelong glance, but said nothing more. Her face, however, grew even redder. After confirming everything was perfect, Meadow allowed Shelley to open the door and stepped to the center of the room to await the guests. When Shelley opened the door, Dawson strode in, calling, "Sis." Emmanuel followed but didn't enter directly, stopping at the doorway and bowing respectfully, greeting, "Miss Noah." Meadow immediately reciprocated, "Greetings, Baker. Please come in." Dawson found a seat, crossing his legs and said, "Sis, have you eaten yet? Let's have lunch together. I've already sent word back to the Rare Delicacies Pavilion to prepare the meal. It will be delivered soon." Meadow replied, "Yes." Emmanuel walked into the room and asked, "Miss Noah, how has business been recently?" Meadow gestured for Emmanuel to sit and replied, "Thanks to Baker, business has been quite good lately, especially in Haeong County and Kai County, where detergent sales have increased significantly. Soap orders are also rising." Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "It seems we should increase production." Meadow nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Baker, I plan to open fragrance specialty shops in Haeong and Kai County soon. What do you think?" Emmanuel responded, "That's feasible. Haeong and Kai counties are close to our Shinjo city, making transportation easy. Just choose the locations carefully." Meadow reassured him, "You can rest assured, Baker. We have silk shops in both Haeong and Kai counties. I intend to select the best locations for conversion, and everything will be decorated like this fragrance shop." "That's ideal." Emmanuel was confident in Meadow's capabilities. The two continued discussing sales and inventory matters. Dawson listened for a while, finding their business talk rather dull. He stood up and said, "Sis, you and Baker chat on. I'll go downstairs for a stroll. Call me when it's time for lunch." With that, Dawson left the room. Meadow suddenly remembered not offering tea to Emmanuel and quickly instructed, "Shelley, why haven't you served Baker tea yet?" Shelley snapped back to reality, hurriedly acknowledging and rushing out of the room. "I apologize, Baker. I got caught up in talking." "My apologies," Meadow said apologetically. Emmanuel waved it off. "It's no problem." After a moment of silence, both suddenly spoke simultaneously. "By the way, Miss Noah?" "Baker." Emmanuel promptly said, "Miss Noah, please, you first." Meadow hurriedly insisted, "No, Baker, you go ahead." With Emmanuel's insistence, Meadow started, "Baker, I was wondering when we should reconcile the accounts so I can settle the payment for this period." Emmanuel replied, "There's no rush. Let's do it at the end of the month. I'll send my wife over then for the reconciliation." Meadow nodded and asked, "Baker, what did you want to say?" Emmanuel explained, "Oh, earlier when I came upstairs, I noticed the store still has a buy two, get one free promotion going. Miss Noah, this promotion has been running for quite some time. It should be stopped." Meadow was puzzled. "Baker, many people come because of this promotion. Why stop it suddenly?" Emmanuel patiently explained, "Miss Noah, promotional activities without a clear end date may lead customers to believe your products are always available at this price. It dampens the urgency to purchase." Meadow slowly nodded in understanding. Emmanuel continued, "Therefore, it's best to conduct promotions on holidays or significant dates. Conducting them intermittently will enhance the effect." Meadow nodded again, appreciating his advice. Chapter 68. Entranced. After hearing Emmanuel's words, Miriam nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Jason." Emmanuel waved his hand modestly. Just then, Nora arrived with tea. Miriam instructed, "Nora, go tell Master Sia to immediately stop the buy two, get one free promotion." "Yes, miss," replied Nora as she responded, placed the teacup on the coffee table next to Emmanuel, and exited the room. At this moment, Miriam asked curiously, "Jason, as far as I know, neither your father, grandfather, nor even your great-grandfather were involved in commerce. Where did you learn these business strategies?" Davy into her curiosity about Emmanuel, Miriam had sent someone to investigate his background. Emmanuel had previously told Dawson that his grandfather used to be a tavern manager. In reality, this was completely untrue. His ancestors were all common folk, except for Xander, who was a carpenter, and barely associated with trade. Upon realizing that Miriam had investigated him, Emmanuel apologized with a bow. "I'm sorry, Miss Noah. When I told Tucker my grandfather was a tavern manager, it was out of necessity because at that time..." Miriam interrupted him immediately. "Jason, don't misunderstand. I am not blaming you. I just want to know purely where you learned so many excellent business tactics." Emmanuel answered seriously, "From reading books." "Books?" Miriam frowned slightly. "You can learn these from books?" Emmanuel nodded. "Certainly. Just not Confucian classics, but miscellaneous books." Miriam was surprised. "Miscellaneous books? What kind of books?" Emmanuel shrugged slightly. "There are many kinds, like various notes, historical records, travel diaries, etc. There are lots of odd books, and many don't have titles, so I won't elaborate. Emmanuel couldn't reveal he was from another era, so he fobbed off this way. Miriam wanted to know what those miscellaneous books and wild histories were, and asked insistently, Jason, can you lend me those books to read? Emmanuel shrugged again. Gone. I sold all the books, and lost the money gambling. You know that. Miriam felt very disappointed, lowered her head, and didn't know what to say. Emmanuel didn't want to continue this topic, so he changed it quickly. By the way, Miss Noah, tomorrow Ulrich will shout he's trash on the city tower. Would you like to come along? Miriam shook her head. I'll skip it. I'm not interested in such things. You and Yuhung should go. Emmanuel smiled. When I came here, Tucker mentioned there would be a crowd around the city tower tomorrow. I think it's a great opportunity to promote our skincare specialty store and peony soap. Miriam was stunned and immediately asked, Jason, what do you mean? Emmanuel explained, Miss Noah, while the current business is good among the wealthy, it's different among ordinary people. Miriam responded, didn't you say our target market is the rich? Emmanuel nodded, yes, I did say that. But for long-term development, the largest consumer group remains ordinary folks. Miriam looked puzzled and gazed intently at Emmanuel. Emmanuel continued, Miss Noah, you must understand that eventually everyone will know how to make soap, whether it's bar soap or scented soap. Various brands will emerge like Lotus, Begonia, Willow, Mulberry, basically endless. Miriam immediately frowned. She didn't wish for that day to come. Emmanuel added, if that happens, the price of soap will drop significantly and soon become affordable to everyone. So now, we need to boost our presence and let everyone know about peony soap in our skincare store. We need to establish ourselves as the pioneer and best brand of soap makers. Emmanuel grew more confident. Over time, people will subconsciously remember and recognize our brand. Whenever they think of soap, they'll think of peony soap in our skincare store. Hearing this, Miriam changed her mind and asked, Jason, what should we do tomorrow? Worried that Miriam might forget, Emmanuel wrote down the preparations on paper while explaining what to pay attention to. Miriam listened attentively, growing more impressed by Emmanuel. Suddenly, she felt Emmanuel glowing, drawing her gaze and entrancing her. Miss Noah, Miss Noah? Emmanuel's voice pulled Miriam back to reality. Miss Noah, are you okay? Why did you suddenly space out? Her cheeks instantly turned red, and her neck felt hot. Sorry, Jason. I got distracted for a moment. She hadn't expected to be caught behaving awkwardly and felt extremely embarrassed, biting her lower lip hard. Emmanuel asked, do you need some time to digest everything I said? Emmanuel never guessed Miriam was entranced by watching him. Miriam hastily agreed, right, I just need some time to absorb it. She took the paper and walked to the window to carefully examine it. Actually, she wanted to cool off from her burning face and neck. After lunch, Dawson returned to Zhenxiu Tower. Miriam went to find Master Xie to prepare for the next day's promotion. Emmanuel took Nathan to the market to order dry petals and spices for the workshop, agreeing to pick them up the next day. Returning home afterward, they found the house dusty since no one had lived there for a long time. Nathan started cleaning diligently despite Emmanuel's attempts to dissuade her. In the evening, Emmanuel prepared to take Nathan out for dinner when Dawson unexpectedly arrived. Seeing Emmanuel, Dawson dragged him outside. Baker, come, I'll show you an amazing place. Where are we going? Emmanuel, confused, was quickly led to a carriage. Nathan followed curiously behind. Dawson said mysteriously, Baker, just follow me. Emmanuel refused to get into the carriage and firmly stated, if you don't tell me, I won't go. Emmanuel turned to head home. Dawson immediately held him back, laughing, okay, it's Li Shui Pavilion. Translation notes. Chapter 68. Enchantment. After listening to Emmanuel's words, Meadow nodded and said, thank you for your advice, Jason. Emmanuel waved his hand modestly. At that moment, Bo Yisa came in with tea. Meadow instructed, Bo Yisa, go tell Akila to immediately stop the buy two, get one free promotion. Yes, young Mississippi. Bo Yisa responded, then placed the teacup on the side table beside Emmanuel before exiting the room. Curious, Meadow asked, Jason, as far as I know, neither your father, your grandfather, nor even your great-grandfather engaged in commerce. Where did you learn these business strategies? Davy into her curiosity about Emmanuel, Meadow had dispatched people to investigate his family background. Previously, Emmanuel had told Dawson that his grandfather was once a tavern owner. In fact, this was not true. His ancestors were commoners, and aside from Xander, who was a carpenter with some connection to business, no one else in his family had experience in commerce. Upon hearing this, Emmanuel knew Meadow had investigated him, so he apologized with a bow. Miss Noah, please forgive me. When I told Tucker that my grandfather was a tavern owner, it was out of necessity because at that time, Meadow immediately interrupted him, saying, Jason, don't misunderstand me. I'm not blaming you. I simply want to know where you learned such sophisticated business tactics. Emmanuel answered seriously, by reading books. Reading books? Meadow frowned slightly. You can learn these from books? Certainly. Emmanuel nodded. But not from Confucian classics. Instead, they are from miscellaneous books. Meadow was astonished. Miscellaneous books? What kind of miscellaneous books? Emmanuel slightly pursed his lips. There are many kinds. Miscellaneous records, historical anecdotes, travelogues, and all sorts of peculiar books without proper titles. It's hard to detail them all. Since Emmanuel couldn't admit to being a Chanyuajira, time traveler, he could only dodge the question this way. Meadow wanted to know more about these miscellaneous records and historical anecdotes and couldn't help but ask further. Jason, can I borrow those books you read? Emmanuel shrugged and spread his hands. Gone. All sold, and the money lost gambling long ago. You should know that. Disappointed, Meadow lowered her head, unsure of what to say next. To change the subject, Emmanuel quickly suggested, right, Miss Noah, Ulrich will declare himself useless on the city tower tomorrow. Do you want to come watch? Shaking her head, Meadow replied, no, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. You and Yuhun can go. Smiling, Emmanuel added, on our way here, Tucker mentioned there will be a crowd around the city tower tomorrow. This is an excellent opportunity to promote our skincare store and our Peony brand soap products. Startled, Meadow asked immediately, Jason, what do you mean? Emmanuel explained seriously, Miss Noah, though our skincare store is popular among the wealthy now, it's less known among ordinary people. Meadow retorted, didn't you say our target consumers are the rich? Nodding, Emmanuel responded, yes, I did say that. But this is just temporary. For long-term development, the most significant consumer base remains the general public. Confused, Meadow stared intently at Emmanuel. Emmanuel continued, you need to understand, Miss Noah, the methods to make both regular and scented soap will eventually become common knowledge. At that point, other brands like Lotus, Begonia, Willow, Mulberry, and countless others will flood the market. This made Meadow frown. She did not wish for that day to come. Emmanuel added, if that happens, the price of soaps will plummet, becoming affordable for everyone. So, we must boost our visibility now, ensuring everyone knows the Peony brand and our skincare store as the pioneers and the best in the soap industry. As he spoke, Emmanuel grew more confident. Over time, people will subconsciously remember and recognize our brand. Whenever anyone thinks of soap, they'll think of Peony and our skincare store. Hearing this, Meadow changed her mind and asked, Jason, what should we do tomorrow? Worried she might forget, Emmanuel walked to the table, found paper and pen, and listed the preparation details while explaining each point. Meadow listened attentively, growing more impressed by Emmanuel. Suddenly, Meadow felt as if Emmanuel shone brightly, mesmerizing her into a trance. Miss Noah, Miss Noah? Emmanuel's voice snapped Meadow back to reality. Miss Noah, why are you spacing out? Her cheeks flushed. Meadow stammered, sorry Jason, I was just distracted. Caught off guard by her own behavior, she turned away, biting her lower lip in regret. Emmanuel asked, Miss Noah, did I explain too much too fast? Do you need time to process? Never would the engineering-minded Emmanuel have guessed that Meadow was captivated by him. Meadow hurriedly agreed, yes, I just need some time to digest. Taking the list from Emmanuel, she moved to the window, ostensibly examining it closely. In truth, she sought the cool breeze to calm her burning face and neck. After lunch, Dawson returned to Gensho Tower. Meadow met with Aquila to prepare for the next day's promotion. Emmanuel took Nathan to the market to order dry petals and fragrances needed for the workshop, agreeing to pick them up the next day. Returning home in Jiming Alley afterward, they found the house unchanged yet dusty from neglect. Nathan, being diligent, started cleaning despite Emmanuel's protests. Evening fell. As Emmanuel prepared to take Nathan out for dinner, Dawson arrived, pulling him outside. Baker, let's go. I'll take you somewhere great. To where? Confused, Emmanuel was quickly dragged to a carriage. Following them curiously was Nathan. Mysteriously, Dawson said, Baker, no questions, just follow me. Unwilling, Emmanuel insisted, Tucker, tell me or I won't go. Deciding to comply, Dawson smiled, all right, it's Li Shui Pavilion. 2. Efforts were made to maintain the conversational tone and structure of the original text. 3. Some idiomatic expressions and cultural nuances are adapted to ensure natural English fluency. Chapter 69. Can't let the master be drained by fox spirits. Li Shui Pavilion? Emmanuel was somewhat surprised, not expecting Dawson to actually invite him to a brothel. Dawson quickly nodded and urged Emmanuel to get in the carriage again. Emmanuel still did not get in the carriage and said to Dawson, young Tucker, Li Shui Pavilion is not really suitable for me. I won't go. Thank you for the invitation. Dawson immediately panicked and said hurriedly, that's not possible. Baker, I have already told people that you would come. If you don't go, I will lose face. Emmanuel couldn't help but frown and asked, young Tucker, who did you tell? Billy, Bert Lee. Dawson replied. Emmanuel immediately recalled this person. He was the arbitrator between Dawson and Ulrich. Dawson cupped his hands in a bow, saying, Baker, just do me a favor. We're only drinking and chatting, nothing else. Please. Why can't you drink and chat elsewhere? Why must it be there? Emmanuel didn't understand. Dawson smiled apologetically again and invited Emmanuel into the carriage. After hesitating for a moment, Emmanuel finally agreed to Dawson's request. Turning around, Emmanuel said to Nathan, Aminjiu, stay at home and wait for me. I'll be back late. By the way, have dinner on your own. I'll give you some money. As he spoke, Emmanuel took out some money and handed it to Nathan. Nathan shook her head and refused to take it, saying, Master, I will go with you. I need to protect your safety. Emmanuel frowned. Why should a little kid like you go to such a place? What kind of place? Nathan asked in confusion. Seeing that Nathan didn't know what Li Shui Pavilion was, Dawson laughed. Aminjiu. Li Shui Pavilion is the most famous brothel in Shinjo City. Don't you know? Brothel? Nathan was greatly startled. Emmanuel seriously said, Aminjiu, stay home and watch over the place. Don't wander around. Having said that, Emmanuel pushed the money into Nathan's hand, and then got into the carriage with Dawson. It wasn't until the carriage had driven away that Nathan came back to her senses. She firmly decided, no, I have to stop the master. Terry said that the women in the brothel are all fox spirits. Men can easily be drained of their essence if they're not careful. I can't let the master be drained by fox spirits. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn down, the carriage carrying Emmanuel and Dawson stopped in front of Li Shui Pavilion. As soon as the two men got off the carriage, Nathan ran up from behind. Master, you can't go in. You'll be drained. Nathan blocked Emmanuel. Emmanuel was bewildered and asked, Aminjiu, why did you follow me? Didn't I tell you to stay home? Nathan immediately repeated what she had heard about the women in the brothel being fox spirits. Emmanuel chuckled, asking, Aminjiu, who told you this? Terry, Nathan answered. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head, then urged Nathan to go home, but she refused to leave, insisting on following him. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Emmanuel reluctantly took Nathan into Li Shui Pavilion and instructed her to speak as little as possible. Ericized by Dawson, Emmanuel soon arrived at an elegant private room on the second floor of the main hall. 3 people were already seated inside. One on the heavier side, one slightly shorter, and another with a tall, handsome figure that was quite eye-catching. Apart from the last person being dressed as a scholar, the other 2 were dressed as merchants. The 3 men were chatting around a round table. Young Master Li, Bert Zhao, Bert Wu. Upon entering, Dawson politely greeted the trio. Young Tucker. The 3 men stood up and returned the greeting. Then Dawson ushered Emmanuel beside him and formally introduced him. Everyone, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Emmanuel, whom I often mention. Pointing to the heavy-set man, Dawson introduced, Baker, this is young Master Lane. Emmanuel smiled and clasped his hands in a bow. Bert Zhao, nice to meet you. Lane bowed in return. I have heard much about you, Baker. Nice to meet you, too. Next, Dawson introduced the slightly shorter man. Baker, this is young Master Boetian. Nice to meet you, Bert Wu. Emmanuel smiled and bowed again. Boetian remained silent, simply nodding briefly. Worried that Emmanuel might mind, Dawson hastily explained, Baker, Bert Wu is usually very reserved and doesn't talk much. Please don't take offense. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head, indicating no problem. Just as Dawson was about to introduce the last person, the man spoke first. Baker, I am Billy. I often hear young Tucker praising you. Today, it's indeed an honor to meet you. Billy bowed gracefully after speaking. Emmanuel returned the courtesy. Bertley, flattery indeed. After introductions, Emmanuel sat at the round table as directed by Dawson. Nathan stood quietly nearby, awaiting orders. A variety of dishes adorned the table, beautifully presented. Upon closer inspection, some stir-fries like chives with eggs and wood-ear mushrooms with meat were also served. Emmanuel thought to himself, coming here to eat chives with eggs, wouldn't it just attract the girls less? Billy began, Baker. Young Tucker mentioned that Jinshu Restaurant's victory over Finghua Tavern was entirely due to your efforts. Emmanuel humbly responded, Bertley, I merely offered a few ideas. The victory was achieved through young Tucker's ability. Dawson chimed in. Lane remained silent, with a thoughtful expression. Boetian nodded and continued, I also said that. However, my friend, who has a strong sense of curiosity, went to inquire at the academy and found out why. Hearing there was a story, Lane became interested and eagerly asked, Bert Wu, why? Tell us the reason. Boetian's lips twitched slightly, almost smiling. My friend said that when he entered the academy, Baker had just been expelled. One entering, the other leaving. Thus they missed each other. Isn't that rather unfortunate? Chapter 70. A feast with hidden agendas. Boetian glanced at Emmanuel after speaking, clearly wanting to see his embarrassed and uncomfortable look. However, Emmanuel showed no reaction. Instead, he smiled and said, I apologize, but I was gravely ill last month, almost crossing into the afterlife. There are many things I can't remember. Boetian thought Emmanuel was feigning ignorance and continued, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhao, do you want to know why Baker was expelled from the academy? Lane immediately perked up, urging him on. Go on, go on. Dawson's expression darkened, unable to contain himself. Boetian, what do you want? If you can't speak properly, then don't talk. No one thinks you're mute. Emmanuel immediately calmed Dawson down, smiling gently. West, it's fine. I truly don't remember these matters. Let Mr. Wu continue. I'd like to know too. Just as he finished speaking, Emmanuel sensed an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Nathan clenching her fists, looking furious. Emmanuel quickly shook his head at Nathan, signaling her to calm down. Getting angry over this was really unnecessary. Turning back, Emmanuel smiled at Boetian. Mr. Wu, please continue. Boetian was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected Emmanuel to be able to endure this. In his place, anyone who dared expose his past would surely have been confronted on the spot. Changing his mind, Boetian decided to comply with Emmanuel's request. Let's see how long you can bear it, he thought. Picking up his cup for a sip of wine, he began narrating in vivid detail the reasons for Emmanuel's expulsion. Listening for a while, Emmanuel understood the 2 main reasons. 1. Excessive gambling that led to neglecting studies despite repeated warnings from the academy. 2. Borrowing money from others for gambling and defaulting on debts, causing a terrible reputation within the academy. But in Emmanuel's eyes, these old issues held no power over him anymore. Even if Boetian talked about them all day and night, Emmanuel would only treat them as jokes. While listening, Emmanuel kept eating, occasionally commenting on the food, such as criticizing the stir-fry for not being as authentic as the ones from Jinshu Tower, or praising a dish, suggesting that Jinshu Tower could learn from it. In short, he acted completely indifferent to Boetian's words. Eventually, Boetian couldn't take it anymore. Emmanuel, you call yourself a scholar. Aren't you ashamed of your despicable past? Boetian shouted loudly. The room fell silent after that outburst. Billy, Lane, and Dawson all looked at Emmanuel. Dawson had had enough, getting up to say, Baker, let's go. However, Emmanuel calmly shook his head and pulled Dawson back down. West, it's okay. I'm not upset. Why should you be? Emmanuel turned to Billy and the others. If what Mr. Wu just said is true, my past self was indeed hopeless and deserved expulsion. The academy made the right decision, and it's my own fault. Boetian was puzzled. Based on the information he gathered, Emmanuel had a bad temper and was easily angered. Why was the real person so calm? Mr. Wu, it seems I came here today for a reason. Here, I toast to you. Thank you for informing me. Emmanuel generously raised his cup. Boetian was taken aback. It felt like he had punched a pillow, completely ineffective. Not only that, Emmanuel's open admission made Boetian look like a fool. Seeing Boetian stunned, Billy immediately raised his cup and replied, Mr. Zhao West, let's all toast to Baker. With that, Billy subtly kicked Boetian under the table. Coming to his senses, Boetian reluctantly raised his cup. Then the 5 of them drained their cups, and the atmosphere in the room eased somewhat. Billy refilled everyone's cups and raised his glass again, addressing Emmanuel. Baker is broad-minded and magnanimous, which we 3 deeply admire. I will also toast to Baker. Mr. Wu may have spoken improperly earlier. If there were any offenses, please bear with us. Saying that, Billy drained his cup and showed the bottom of it in a stylish manner. Emmanuel wasn't foolish. Now he understood. This feast was a cruiseman banquet, a feast with hidden intentions, and the three of them were working together, playing different roles. Their goal from the start was to embarrass and humiliate him. Seeing Billy drink up, Emmanuel also filled his cup and finished it off. Excellent drinking capacity. Baker has remarkable drinking skills. Lane, acting like a supportive comedian, laughed while pouring more wine into Emmanuel's cup. I'll toast to Baker again, bottoms up. Lane poured another cup for himself, drank it boldly, and mimicked Billy by showing the empty bottom of his cup. Emmanuel thought to himself, since humiliation didn't work, they now want to get me drunk. You three are really persistent. Mr. Zhao, I can't hold for me. Lane countered, Baker, you managed Zhenxiu Tower to great success within a short time, known citywide. Clearly, you are exceptionally talented. I recently encountered a problem and hope you can help solve it. Note, the structure and style are preserved as requested, maintaining the paragraph breaks and overall tone. Chapter 71. The Fish Catching Riddle. Far from it. I'm too slow-witted to answer any questions. Please excuse me. Emmanuel waved his hand. Lane immediately said, Baker, that's a bit too modest of you. If you're considered slow-witted, wouldn't that make me as dull as an ox? Emmanuel couldn't help but laugh, then replied, Master Zhao, you said it yourself, not me. Dawson, caught off guard, chuckled aloud. You. Lane felt annoyed and almost snapped back, but he eventually held back, plastered on a fake smile, and taunted, so, does Baker fear the challenge? Without denying it, Emmanuel boldly replied, you bet. I'm a gambler who got expelled from the academy. How long has it been since I last touched a book? All those classics, histories, philosophies, and canons. I've forgotten everything. How could I possibly solve these for you? Lane promptly replied, rest assured, Baker. The questions I have are not those, but rather some intriguing riddles. Oh. Emmanuel was somewhat surprised. Billy then interjected, Baker, stop declining. Why don't we listen to Master Zhao's question first? It's okay if you can't answer. Just treat it as amusement at the dinner table. Boetian, who hadn't spoken in a while, immediately livened up, right. As Masterly says, just for fun. If Baker declines this, it would be no fun at all. Emmanuel hesitated briefly, then nodded. Fine, let's play along. Emmanuel figured that as long as it wasn't a literary question, he had confidence in answering. Seeing Emmanuel agree, Lane became delighted and hurriedly proposed, before we start, let's set some rules. Otherwise, it might be too boring if Baker deliberately avoids answering my riddle. Isn't that right, Masterly and Master Wu? Billy lightly nodded, while Boetian nodded vigorously. What rules? Asked Emmanuel. Lane loudly declared, if Baker fails to answer, he must drink a bowl of wine on the spot. As he spoke, Lane placed an empty bowl next to the wine pot. From Lane's words, even Dawson realized Lane intended to get Emmanuel drunk. And if Baker answers correctly, will you also drink? Dawson countered. Lane immediately nodded. Of course. If Baker answers correctly, I'll also drink a bowl, without breaking my word. Not acceptable. Emmanuel suddenly shook his head. Lane, Billy, and Boetian immediately turned to Emmanuel. Dawson also turned to look. Emmanuel slightly pursed his lips and said, Master Zhao, you insisted on this game. I didn't want to play. If I rack my brains and still can't answer, and you only drink one bowl, that's too unfair. Not to mention, who knows what tricky riddle you've prepared. No, I almost fell for your trick. I won't play, no way. Hearing this, Lane became anxious, not wanting to lose Emmanuel after getting him hooked. Baker, how about this? Lane earnestly suggested, if you answer correctly, I'll drink 3 bowls. Emmanuel pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, one person drinking is not enough. If you drink, you 3 should drink together, each 3 bowls, with the choice of wine up to me. Billy and Boetian exchanged glances, not expecting Emmanuel to make such a request. How can we do that? How can we force Masters Li and Wu to drink? Lane refused. Emmanuel took a bite of food, nonchalantly replying, then forget it. I never wanted to play this game anyway. Unwilling to let Emmanuel go, Lane, confident that Emmanuel wouldn't answer, impulsively agreed, all right, let's settle it. If you can answer, I, Master Li, and Master Wu will each drink 3 bowls. Lane, what are you saying? Who gave you the authority to decide for us? Boetian was displeased, feeling Lane shouldn't drag him into this. Billy immediately calmed Boetian, smiling, Baker, if you want all of us to drink, it's fine, but shouldn't Tucker join us as well? Dawson immediately understood and loudly stated, don't worry, since I invited Baker here today, I naturally share his fate. If there's a penalty, we'll both face it. Great. Billy nodded. But Tucker, you should also follow the same rule, 3 bowls if penalized. 3 bowls it is. I've never feared drinking. Dawson responded without hesitation. He then cast a trusting glance at Emmanuel. Seeing everything settled, Lane asked, is Baker ready? Let's begin the riddle. Emmanuel smiled faintly. Please, don't make it too hard. I'd rather not drink. Lane inwardly gloated, thinking, since you're already trapped, whether you drink or not is up to me. Cough, cough. Lane cleared his throat. Baker, here's the riddle. A father and 2 sons, a mother and 2 daughters, and a brother and sister went fishing. Each caught 1 fish. So, how many fish were caught in total? The moment Lane posed the question, a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes and on his lips. He glanced at Billy and Boetian as if to say, he won't be able to answer this. Upon hearing the riddle, Emmanuel nearly burst out laughing. Isn't this just a simple logic problem for kids? He thought. How dare he try to stump me with this? Beside him, Dawson started counting on his fingers and blurted out, isn't it obvious? 9, right? Nathan, also calculating in her mind, nodded when she heard Dawson's response, clearly thinking the same. Emmanuel turned and teased, Tucker, if you want to drink, just say so. Don't drag me into it. Realizing his slip-up, Dawson hastily tried to cover up. No, I didn't think it through. Let me recalculate. Recalculate? He pretended to count on his fingers again, but was actually wondering. 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9. 1 fish per person. How can it be anything other than 9? Lane urged, Baker, please answer. Boetian joined in, yes, Baker. You insisted Tucker's answer was wrong. So, what's the correct number? Billy watched quietly with a smile. Emmanuel smiled and replied, 5, obviously. Lane and Boetian were both startled, exchanging disbelieving glances. Why 5? Lane pressed, unwilling to admit defeat. Emmanuel shrugged. Isn't it clear? 1 father, 1 mother, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. A total of 5 people going fishing. That makes it 3 fathers and sons, 3 mothers and children, and 3 siblings. 5 people, 1 fish each, obviously 5 fish. Even a child wouldn't get this wrong. Emmanuel chuckled, shaking his head. Chapter 72, Mixed Wine. Slap. Dawson clapped his hands hard and exclaimed, right, 5 tails. Nathan nodded happily, greatly admiring her master. Penalty drinks. Penalty drinks. Dawson was more excited than anyone else present, pointing at Lane and the other 2 while shouting. Emmanuel smiled and asked, Master Zhao, do you agree? Is my answer correct? Lane did not want to admit that Emmanuel was right and could only stammer, You must have heard this question before. Otherwise, how could you answer so quickly? Frustrated, Lane stuttered. Emmanuel said, It doesn't matter whether I've heard it or not. What matters is that I've answered correctly. So, it's your turn to drink. Then Emmanuel turned to Nathan and said, Aminjiu, call someone in so I can ask what wines we have. Yes, master. Nathan's voice was clear and loud as she stepped out of the room. Soon, Nathan returned with a waiter. What do you gentlemen need? The waiter bowed deeply, smiling broadly. Emmanuel asked, What kinds of wine do you have? The waiter replied, We have 9 brew liquor, Sci-fi distilled liquor, Sishi liquor, and Western region grape wine. Wait, you have Western region grape wine? Emmanuel was surprised. The waiter nodded, Yes, master. Our Western region grape wine arrived from the West just a few days ago. It's very popular, so if you want some, you should act fast or it'll be gone soon. Well then, let's go with the Western region grape wine. Emmanuel decided. Seeing Emmanuel choose grape wine, Lane immediately felt relieved because he had tasted it before and knew it went down easily. All right, master, please wait a moment. The waiter responded, ready to fetch the wine. Emmanuel stopped him immediately. Come back, I haven't finished speaking. The waiter promptly walked back. Emmanuel asked Dawson, Tucker, isn't the Sci-fi distilled liquor very strong? He chose it because its name suggested it was potent. Dawson nodded. That's correct. Among all those mentioned, Sci-fi distilled liquor is the strongest and can burn your throat if you drink too much. Emmanuel nodded and instructed the waiter. Bring some Sci-fi distilled liquor as well. Also, bring a few more bowls. That's all. Get to work. Waving his hand, Emmanuel signaled the waiter, who left immediately. Lane frowned slightly and asked, Baker, what's your intention? Are you making us drink 2 types of wine? Emmanuel countered, Master Zhao, is there a problem with that? We agreed on 3 bowls of penalty wine, but never specified they couldn't be mixed, did we? You. Lane was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Billy couldn't help but chime in, Baker, as the saying goes, different wines shouldn't be mixed. Isn't this a bit? Bit what? Emmanuel bluntly interrupted. If you had a problem with mixing wines, why didn't you say so earlier? Complaining now seems like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Emmanuel then sneered, if you can't handle it, just say so. Don't make excuses with me. Billy was speechless under the rebuke, realizing he should have thought of the possibility beforehand. Reluctantly Billy said, Master Zhao, Baker is indeed correct. Let's honor our agreement. Glancing at Boetian, Billy proceeded. Boetian intended to say something but seeing Billy concede, he sighed inwardly and remained silent. Shortly after, the waiter returned with the grape wine and Sci-fi distilled liquor. Seeing the show about to begin, Dawson stood up immediately. Baker, let me help with the pouring. Emmanuel reminded him, make sure it's half and half for both types, don't favor one over the other. Don't worry, I got it. Dawson readily agreed. Then, Dawson poured 3 bowls of mixed wine for Lane, Billy, and Boetian each. Looking at the mixed wine in front of them, the 3 couldn't help but frown. Smiling, Emmanuel waved his hand. Master Zhao, Li Wu, don't just stare. Drink up. Dawson nodded in agreement. Indeed, gentlemen, start drinking. Boetian glanced at Lane with a grudge, thinking, look at the trouble you've caused yourself with such a poor question. Lane shot a disgruntled look back at Boetian as if saying, if you're so smart, why don't you come up with a question? While they exchanged glances, Billy had already picked up his bowl and gulped down the wine. In no time, Billy finished the first bowl without pause and quickly drained the second and third. Emmanuel and Dawson clapped simultaneously, praising in unison, good tolerance, very good. Seeing Billy drink, Lane and Boetian had no choice but to follow suit. Eric gulp. Before long, their bowls were empty. Emmanuel clapped again, laughing, truly impressive capacity. My respects, my respects. This was undoubtedly mockery and provocation, causing Lane's temper to flare. Unsatisfied, Lane vowed to reclaim his pride and declared, Emmanuel, don't get too smug. This is just the beginning. Listen to my next question. What, another one? Emmanuel pretended to be astonished. Master Zhao, your face is red. You shouldn't drink anymore. Lane loudly insisted. Who says I can't? My face always turns red when I drink. Besides, who knows who will be drinking later? Boetian was somewhat worried and asked, Lane, what kind of question do you plan to ask? Can you tell me first? Make sure it's not too simple. Are you telling me this is simple? Lane, already tipsy from 3 bowls of mixed wine, scoffed. How did you take half an hour to answer it? Who took half an hour to answer? Stop talking nonsense. Boetian's pride was hurt. Emmanuel and Dawson watched the two, amused by their antics. Unable to bear it, Billy put her hands on their shoulders. Enough, you two. We're here to have fun. Why are you quarreling? It's all because of him. Lane muttered darkly. Boetian retorted, your questions are too easy. Speechless, Billy glared at both of them until they calmed down. Pausing for a moment, Lane looked at Billy and Boetian and asked, shall we try the age question? Boetian glanced at Billy, who considered it for a moment before nodding. Ask away, ask away. Boetian waved his hand impatiently. Blushing, Lane looked at Emmanuel and said, Baker, I intentionally made the last question easier, but this one will be different. Emmanuel nodded. Go ahead. I'm listening. Lane prepared himself and then began. Father and mother's ages add up to 54. Father and son's ages add up to 37. Mother and son's ages add up to 33. So, what are the respective ages of father, mother, and son? Chapter 73. All my fault. As soon as the problem was presented, Lane said, Baker, you have a quarter of an hour. No, half a quarter. If you can't answer in half a quarter, you all will have to drink the penalty wine. Speaking, Lane urgently gave Billy and Boetian significant glances. Boetian immediately responded, right. This problem isn't that hard, so the time limit shouldn't be too long. Half a quarter should be enough. Billy didn't say anything but nodded. Dawson instantly became unhappy. Lane, are you cheating? Why didn't you mention the time limit earlier? Emmanuel tugged at Dawson and smiled. Young Tucker, it's all right. Half a quarter is sufficient. Really, Baker? Dawson exclaimed in surprise. Truly, don't worry, Emmanuel assured with a nod. Lane thought Emmanuel was boasting and sneered disdainfully. Dawson thought for a moment and quickly said, Baker, I'll get you paper and pen to help calculate. With that, Dawson stood up. But Emmanuel shook his head. No need, young Tucker. Using paper and pen for such a simple problem would be embarrassing. Saying this, Emmanuel started calculating mentally. Billy was secretly surprised upon hearing this. He had also worked on this problem and took more than a quarter of an hour to find the correct answer, even with paper and pen assistance. Seeing Emmanuel's confidence, Dawson couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Indeed, Baker. For Emmanuel, an advanced student in science, these kinds of logic math problems were countless even when he was in second grade. If he got stuck on such a problem now, he'd certainly find a block of tofu and bash his head against it without hesitation. While Emmanuel calculated seriously, the room was extremely quiet, and the atmosphere grew tense. Actually, the tense atmosphere was caused by Lane and Boetian. They looked grave, clenched their fists tightly, and silently prayed that Emmanuel wouldn't solve it or would make a mistake. Otherwise, they'd have to drink another 3 bowls of mixed wine. Next moment, Emmanuel nodded and said, calculated. Lane was shocked. So fast? No way. Boetian was also astonished, turning to look at Billy. Though Billy's expression remained calm, he inwardly sensed trouble. From the moment Emmanuel started calculating to finding the solution took less than 2 minutes, a godspeed by their standards. Actually, Emmanuel could have been faster, but to be safe, he verified the result before speaking. Please tell us the answer, Baker, Billy requested. Emmanuel smiled and answered, father is 29, mother is 25, son is 8 years old. Yes. Lane cursed inwardly. He really didn't want to drink another 3 bowls of mixed wine again. After finishing those 3 bowls, he already felt tipsy. Dawson immediately rechecked and excitedly shouted, it's correct. Completely correct. Baker, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. Dawson's laughter filled the room. Seeing that they would have to drink again, Boetian immediately complained, Lane, what kind of nonsense questions are these? You're deliberately getting us into trouble. Lane got angry, loudly retorting, Boetian, quit your whining. That day, who else couldn't solve it after trying for ages and still has the audacity to speak? Speechless from Lane's rebuke, Boetian only looked at Billy. Bertley, see how he curses people, utterly crude. Billy frowned. Cleveland Zhao, Bertley, can you both not argue? Is it amusing for others to watch this farce? Only then did Lane and Boetian become quiet. Billy turned to Emmanuel, formally clasping his hands, asking, Baker, please enlighten us. How did you solve it so quickly? Any secret tricks? Yes, Baker, how did you do it? Dawson asked. In fact, Dawson was calculating as well, but couldn't figure it out before Emmanuel found the correct answer. Emmanuel asked Billy, Bertley, father plus mother equals 54, father plus son equals 37, and mother plus son equals 33. In these 3 equations, how many fathers are there? 2, Billy replied. How many mothers and sons? Emmanuel continued. Also 2 each, Billy replied. If we add 2 fathers, 2 mothers, and 2 sons, what's the total? Emmanuel asked. Billy thought quickly and answered, 54 plus 37 plus 33 equals 124. Correct. Emmanuel nodded, then said, now divide 124 by 2. At this point, Billy suddenly understood and clapped his hands. I get it, Baker. Billy continued, 124 divided by 2 equals 62, which is the sum of the father, mother, and son's ages. We already know the father plus mother's age is 54. Subtracting this gives the son's age, 8 years. Using the same method, we find the father is 29 and the mother is 25. Emmanuel smiled. Indeed, Bertley has sharp thinking. Grasping it instantly, Billy clasped his hands. Dare not. Baker's sharpness is admirable. Saying this, Billy started pouring himself wine while saying, this penalty drink is indeed deserved. Pouring 3 bowls of mixed wine, Billy stood up, raising the bowl apologetically. Baker, I offended you today. It's all my fault. Please forgive me and do not hold it against me. Finishing his words, Billy drank up the 3 bowls quickly. Cleveland Zhao, Bert Wu, now you must believe Baker is genuinely talented, not just famous in name. Billy set down the bowl and wiped the wine from his lips. Lane didn't respond but drank the 3 bowls of mixed wine, one after another. By the time he finished, his face was visibly uncomfortable. Boetian lacked Lane's demeanor, standing up and saying, "Bertley, I suddenly remembered urgent family matters and cannot stay. Goodbye." Before anyone could react, Boetian had quickly left the room. The next moment, Dawson was furious, slamming the table and pointing at the door. "Hey, that coward Boetian actually ran away like a scared dog, truly shameless." While Billy didn't verbally criticize Boetian, he despised him deeply. Suddenly, Lane stood up hastily, knocking over his chair in the process. Clang! As the chair fell, Lane rushed to grab the nearby wooden basin for washing hands. Immediately came a ugh as Lane vomited. Chapter 74, The Super Social Butterfly. Lane vomited, immediately filling the air with an unpleasant smell. Instantly, everyone lost their appetite. After calling Lane's servant to attend to him, Emmanuel and the others left the room. Emmanuel was about to leave as well but was detained by Billy, who said he had more things to discuss. Thus, the three of them found a table in the hall downstairs, ordered a pot of tea, and began chatting while drinking. Billy had consumed 6 bowls of mixed wine, and although he was slightly tipsy, his movements and speech were unaffected. Emmanuel couldn't help but admire his impressive alcohol tolerance. At that moment, several girls dressed lightly were dancing on stage to graceful music. Each one looked delicate and charming, and their supple figures made Nathan blush deeply. He lowered his head, his heart racing so fast that he didn't dare to look up. Dawson noticed Nathan's demeanor and leaned over to whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Nathan became agitated, shouting, You are talking nonsense. Who likes them? I don't like them at all." "Ha ha ha." Dawson burst out laughing. Nathan was so angry that his face turned red and his neck swelled. If Dawson weren't Yes Younger's brother and an acquaintance of the owner, he would have taught him a lesson. Emmanuel patted Dawson and frowned, saying, "Minjiu is still a child. What kind of dirty talk did you tell him?" Dawson managed to stop laughing and replied, "Baker, I just asked him if he liked those girls on stage and offered to pay for one of them to entertain him tonight." Upon hearing this, Nathan rushed to say, "Master, don't listen to him. I don't like any of them at all." Emmanuel smiled and said, "I know, Minjiu. He was just teasing you. Ignore him." Nathan was fuming, staring at Dawson with a furrowed brow. Dawson, however, was laughing even harder. Seeing this, Emmanuel suggested, "Minjiu, why don't you wait outside for me and get some fresh air?" Nathan nodded, shot Dawson an annoyed look, and stormed off. Dawson got up too, saying, "Baker, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be back soon." Then, Dawson walked toward the back of the hall. Billy moved his chair closer to Emmanuel and said, "Baker, I offended you earlier. Please accept my apology once again." Emmanuel shook his head slightly and said, "Clevelandly, please come to the point." After some thought, Billy leaned forward and asked, "Baker, aren't you curious why we deliberately tried to embarrass you when we first met?" Emmanuel smiled and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Cleveland Ulrich was behind this arrangement today, right?" "Yes." Billy nodded vigorously, but then he shook his head vigorously again. "Not entirely." Emmanuel asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Billy took a deep breath and said, "Meeting such a person as Baker today is truly fortunate for me, so I will not hide anything from you." He then confessed openly, "Today's arrangements were half because of Bert Hamlin and half because of me." Ulrich wanted Emmanuel to be embarrassed, which Emmanuel understood, but he couldn't understand why Billy also acted this way. Emmanuel was surprised and asked, "Why did you do this, Clevelandly?" Billy replied seriously, "Baker, you may not believe me, but I had no ill intentions today. I merely wanted to use this opportunity to observe your character. Your past, well, it's somewhat." Billy didn't finish his sentence, only adding a hee-hee at the end. Emmanuel pondered over these words and asked, "Are you worried that I might corrupt young Master Noah?" Billy nodded without hesitation, acknowledging, "Indeed, I had this concern before, but after what just happened, I realized I was wrong. I apologize, Baker." As he spoke, Billy bowed again. Emmanuel remained silent. Billy explained, "Young Tucker and I have known each other for many years, and our relationship has always been close. I don't want to see him befriended by people with bad intentions. I hope you can understand." While Emmanuel didn't completely agree with Billy's methods, he could empathize to some extent. If it were himself, he wouldn't stand by if a good friend was associated with disreputable company. Emmanuel laughed and asked, "Only based on how I answered 2 questions, you concluded I am not a person with ulterior motives? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Billy shook his head. "Actually, when Baker calmly responded to Wu Boyi's questions, I realized you were extraordinary." "Really?" Emmanuel suddenly became interested and asked, "Why do you say that?" Billy said earnestly, "Few people can face their past and openly admit mistakes, especially something as embarrassing as being expelled from the academy." Upon hearing this, Emmanuel was taken aback. He thought, "So what if I was expelled? Is that considered extremely embarrassing?" However, if Emmanuel inherited all the memories of his previous self, he wouldn't think that way. In Liang, education was highly valued, as was the moral conduct of scholars. Thus, only individuals with upright behavior, selected and approved by local county officials, were allowed to attend academies. Consequently, anyone expelled from an academy would be reported immediately to the county government, which then informed higher authorities, including neighboring counties and regional academies. This prevented expelled individuals from reapplying elsewhere. To put it bluntly, once expelled in Liang, it marked the end of one's scholarly career. Furthermore, the county government would publicly announce the expulsion to neighbors and relatives, subjecting the individual to scorn and contempt, a social death, in modern terms. Earlier, when Wu Bo-yi directly addressed Emmanuel's sore spot, it was already a heavy-handed move. But since Emmanuel was a time traveler, such attacks were ineffective. Billy continued, "As for the questions posed by Bert Zhao, they were merely meant to gauge Baker's abilities, and indeed, you lived up to your reputation." Emmanuel shook his head, rolled his eyes, and smiled helplessly. "Ha ha ha." Billy laughed. Just as they were laughing, Dawson returned. "What were you two talking about, and laughing so joyfully?" Dawson asked. Billy grinned and replied, Young Tucker, while you were away, Baker and I cleared everything up. We've now become friends, which makes me so happy. Emmanuel secretly frowned. You sure talk big. Who said we're friends? Meanwhile, Emmanuel couldn't help but admire Billy. Not only was he shrewd, but also incredibly sociable. Just moments ago, Emmanuel harbored no goodwill toward him. Yet after their conversation, his animosity vanished almost entirely. Chapter 75. The Fox Spirit Appears. On the third floor of Li Shui Pavilion, Layla's room. Boetian did not leave after he departed earlier. Instead, he went upstairs and found Ulrich, who was with Layla. As soon as Boetian knocked on the door, Ulrich quickly pulled him inside, as if afraid someone might see them. Without waiting for Boetian to sit down, Ulrich asked eagerly, "How did it go? Did Emmanuel lose his temper and make a fool of himself?" Boetian sighed and shook his head. "No." "What? No?" Ulrich was both surprised and disappointed. In Ulrich's mind, with Billy's involvement, Emmanuel would surely be humiliated beyond measure. Boetian got straight to the point and recounted everything that happened. "Are you serious? This guy has such thick skin that you were actually forced to drink more wine." Ulrich couldn't believe that even with Billy, they failed to shame Emmanuel and ended up being outdone by him, utterly disgraced. Thinking of what had just happened made Boetian furious. Don't remind me. It's infuriating." Ulrich immediately flew into a rage, pacing back and forth in the room. After a while, Ulrich suddenly stopped and angrily shook his head. "No way. I absolutely can't let this guy get away with his arrogance. I must punish him, severely." This plan suited Boetian just fine. He hurriedly asked, "Mr. Hamlin, do you have a good idea?" Ulrich didn't answer but turned to shout into the inner room, "Jinjia, come out for a moment." Layla had been sitting in the inner room all along. Hearing Ulrich call her, she slowly walked out. Boetian immediately greeted her with clasped hands. "Hello, Miss Jinjia." Layla gave a light bow, her eyes exuding charm. "I greet Master Wu." Boetian felt an odd stirring at the sight of Layla, as if a small cat had scratched him. Ulrich said to Layla, "Jinjia, can you do me a favor?" "Master Hamlin, what do you want me to do this time?" Layla asked, having overheard the conversation between Ulrich and Boetian. Ulrich replied, "Jinjia, help me lure Emmanuel to the back garden. I want to teach him a lesson." Layla frowned. "Master Hamlin, isn't this inappropriate? If Mama Young finds out, I won't be able to explain." "A bar of soap," Ulrich directly offered without further ado. Layla was somewhat moved, but thought she could ask for more benefits. "Master Hamlin, although I love soap, what you're asking is a bit. Master Hamlin, maybe we should forget it. Men should not be so sore losers." "Who's a sore loser?" Ulrich retorted stubbornly. The next moment, Ulrich proposed, "If you agree, Master Wu will give you another bar of soap." Boetian paused, pointing at his nose confusedly. "Master Hamlin, why drag me into this?" Ulrich immediately questioned, "Why not? Don't you want to punish that guy?" "Of course I do. I wish I could hang him up and beat him." Boetian exclaimed angrily. "There you go." Ulrich then turned to Layla and said, "This is settled. After it's done, both Master Wu and I will each give you a bar of soap." Layla wasn't satisfied and held up 2 fingers. "No, you each have to give me 2 bars of soap, otherwise I won't do it." "Jinjia, you." Ulrich furrowed his brows. Boetian also felt torn. Soap was expensive, and giving away 4 bars meant several hundred strings of cash. "Not interested?" Layla asked, turning back towards the inner room. Forget. Dawson fell silent, their gazes shifting towards Emmanuel's back. Curious, Emmanuel turned around to see a strikingly beautiful woman with a perfect figure approaching. It was Layla, dressed in her most dazzling outfit, exposing her long, delicate neck, attracting admiring glances from every man present. Even Billy and Dawson were captivated by the allure of Layla. "Miss Jinjia greets Master Li and Tucker." Layla gracefully bowed to them. Billy and Dawson snapped out of their daze, rising hastily to return the greeting. Emmanuel also stood up, politely nodding. Layla exchanged pleasantries with Billy and Dawson before her gaze shifted to Emmanuel. After sizing him up, Layla smiled and asked, "And this gentleman is?" Billy immediately introduced him. "Miss Jinjia, allow me to introduce Master Emmanuel, the mastermind behind the success of Dawson's Zhenxiulu." "So, you are the renowned Jason. I've heard much about you but never expected to meet you here." "What an honor." Layla bowed deeply. Emmanuel returned the bow. "You flatter me." Layla straightened up, smiling. "Master Li, may I join you here without disturbing your company?" Billy immediately responded, "Of course not. It's an honor to share a table with Miss Jinjia." Layla covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, and then gracefully sat down at one end of the table. As soon as she sat, a waiter brought a pot of wine. Layla laughed warmly. "I disturb your meeting, so let me atone by presenting a pot of wine. Please don't mind its simplicity." Saying this, she lifted the wine pot, pouring drinks for Billy, Dawson, and Emmanuel. At the entrance, Nathan saw Layla. Her alertness instantly peaked, staring intently as she silently thought, "Not good, the fox spirit has appeared." End of chapter 75. Chapter 76. Something's off with this girl. Ever since Layla sat down, the atmosphere around the table became lively. Layla was quite talkative, chatting away on topics ranging from poetry and painting to anecdotes and general chit-chat. She paid special attention to Emmanuel's feelings during their conversation, often giving him glances that were either tender or full of affection. However, compared to her enthusiasm, Emmanuel's attitude towards Layla was much cooler. He would not initiate conversation unless she asked him something directly. This made Layla rather depressed. She wondered if she looked very unattractive for him to be so indifferent. In normal circumstances, when wealthy young masters came to Li Shui Pavilion and saw Layla, they would always go out of their way to flatter her. But things were different this time, making Layla feel very uncomfortable. If she couldn't lure Emmanuel into a room, she'd definitely be laughed at by Ulrich and the others. At this point, Layla wasn't just fighting for the 4 bars of soap. She was striving to reclaim her dignity and the pride of Li Shui Pavilion's top courtesan. Baker, smell my hand, Layla suddenly said as she raised her right hand and extended it in front of Emmanuel. This action caught Billy and Dawson off guard, but they merely exchanged glances without saying anything. Emmanuel hesitated and asked, Miss Jinjia, why do you want me to smell your hand? Continuing to hold out her right hand, Layla cooed, Baker, don't ask why yet. Just take a sniff and you'll know. With that, she deliberately twisted her waist, causing her chest to sway slightly. However, Emmanuel remained unmoved, shaking his head. I'd rather not. Seeing Emmanuel refuse her, Layla pouted and forcefully put her hand down, complaining, Baker, you really don't understand romance. Billy interjected, Miss Jinjia, if Baker doesn't want to smell, I can do it for him. Layla shook her head, surly, you don't have to help me out. My looks are ordinary, probably not fitting for Baker's refined taste. Billy hurriedly urged, Baker, that's not right. This is Li Shui Pavilion, a place for men to enjoy themselves. We don't observe such formalities here. He then glanced at Dawson, hinting for him to join in the persuasion. Dawson understood and added, Yes, Baker, Miss Jinjia rarely initiates such actions. There must be a reason for her behavior. Please cooperate a little, and don't make her awkward. Just as the two finished speaking, Layla looked at Emmanuel pitifully, waiting for his response. Slightly helpless, Emmanuel nodded. Layla instantly smiled, raising both hands as she leaned forward, bringing them close to Emmanuel's face. Reluctantly, Emmanuel took a shallow sniff. Immediately, a familiar fragrance filled Emmanuel's nostrils. This scene was observed by Ulrich and Boetian hiding on the second floor. Ulrich felt intense jealousy, clenching his fists in anger. Emmanuel, you actually dare to smell my woman? Beside him, Boetian quickly responded, Bert Hamlin, calm down. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without bait, bear with it, just bear with it. Suppressing his anger, Ulrich instructed Boetian, tell everyone to break his nose after this. Let him smell my woman. Pfft. Boetian immediately nodded and ran off. Meanwhile, Nathan, standing at the door, felt a pang of concern. He remembered Kay telling him about various techniques courtesans used to attract men. It seemed this courtesan was already taking action against the owner. Baker, does it smell nice? Layla asked with a smile. It does. So, Miss Jinjia uses soap to wash her hands too, Emmanuel replied. Do you know about soap, Baker? Layla asked, slightly surprised. Although soap was well known across the city, many people only knew its name and not its scent. Emmanuel nodded. I happen to know about it. Layla quickly followed up. Then, Baker, can you guess which fragrance this soap has? Hearing this, Dawson couldn't help but laugh aloud. Miss Jinjia, do you know who he is? He could. Before he finished, someone under the table kicked him hard. Turning around, he saw Emmanuel looking at him. Instantly realizing his mistake, Dawson stammered, Sir Noah, what did you want to say? Why did you stop? Layla asked. Dawson smiled awkwardly, changing his words. I was going to say, how could he possibly guess? Ignoring Dawson, Layla turned to Emmanuel. Baker, since you can recognize the scent of soap, you should be able to guess which fragrance this is. Emmanuel shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Jinjia. I don't know which soap this is. Perhaps Surly could smell it instead? Billy perked up immediately upon hearing this, straightening his back. Layla acted as if she hadn't heard him, continuing, Baker, I use peony soap. Smell again. There should be a scent of peony flowers. Lifting her hand once more, she presented it to Emmanuel. Instead of smelling it, Emmanuel gently pushed her hand away, smiling, Miss Jinjia, I'm a bit tired. I will take my leave today. Just as Emmanuel was about to stand up, Layla complained, Does Baker hate me so much? Taken aback, Emmanuel shook his head. No, Miss Jinjia. She immediately continued, If Baker doesn't hate me, why have you been so distant from the beginning and now trying to rush away from me? Emmanuel explained, You misunderstood me, Miss Jinjia. I am indeed tired. Before he could finish, Layla interrupted, I have a way to relieve your fatigue. Emmanuel looked puzzled. Layla gazed affectionately, Baker, let's find a quiet place where I can play the zither for you and massage your shoulders. That will surely drive away your weariness. Huh. Emmanuel was greatly surprised. His first thought was, this girl isn't right. Though it was his first time in a brothel, he understood that it was a gold-draining nest. Not to mention Layla, even an ordinary-looking courtesan wouldn't be this proactive unless money was involved. Now, barely acquainted and before he spent any money, Layla was actively pursuing him. What was she after? This thought immediately put Emmanuel on high alert. Chapter 77. Original form revealed. Emmanuel now deliberately showed a hint of panic, waving his hand and saying, Young Lady Jefferigia, there's no need. I can just rest at home. Jaylene hurriedly asked, Baker, do you not have confidence in my musical skills? Emmanuel immediately shook his head. No, Miss Jefferigia, you misunderstood. I'm just worried about tiring you out. Playing for Baker would not tire me, Jaylene replied firmly, shaking her head. But, Emmanuel still hesitated. Billy finally couldn't stand it any longer, smiling and said, Baker, don't decline anymore. It's rare for Miss Jefferigia to invite so proactively. We who can't join are envious. You truly don't know happiness when you're in it. After speaking, Billy sighed with regret. Dawson also said, Indeed, Baker, Miss Jefferigia's kind offer is rare. Please don't let her down. Hearing Dawson say this, Emmanuel rolled his eyes inwardly. What an idiot. With such obvious deception, you still want me to jump into the fire? Do you even know what danger lurks in desire means? Baker, please accept my request. Can you? Jaylene said while grabbing Emmanuel's sleeve slightly and shaking it gently, her voice incredibly coquettish. Emmanuel now understood. If he refused, she would keep Jooch on him without end. For better fluency and natural reading in English, without end is added to convey the persistence of her actions more clearly. Note, the term Jooch is directly related to context. It means to Zhou-chan, pester or harass someone continuously. For a more natural flow in English, it's translated as keep pestering him without end. In this sentence, the repetition of Zhou-chan seems to emphasize its meaning. However, for a smoother English translation, it can be conveyed with keep pestering him without end. If you wish to maintain the emphasis from the original text, you could also say keep pestering him, Zhou-chan and Zhou-chan without end, but that might feel redundant in English. Alright then. Emmanuel finally, reluctantly agreed. At this moment, Emmanuel thought, I must see what trick she has up her sleeve for me. Seeing Emmanuel agree, Jaylene was immediately delighted and quickly stood up. Baker, please follow this way. Emmanuel slowly stood up and glanced at Dawson and Billy. Dawson grinned maliciously, implying deeply, Baker, please take your time enjoying the music. Tonight we have plenty of time. Right, young Masterly? Billy nodded with a smile, looking very envious. Just then, Nathan suddenly rushed over and blocked Emmanuel's path. Master, you cannot go. She'll drain you dry. Nathan urgently exclaimed. Jaylene was puzzled and could not help asking, Baker, who is this child? Where did they come from? Dawson said, Minjiu. What are you doing here? Don't ruin your master's good thing. Emmanuel immediately replied, It's fine. Let me chat with him for a moment. I'll be right back. Then, Emmanuel pulled Nathan aside. Nathan anxiously urged, Master, let's go back. Otherwise, that vixen will really drain you dry. Emmanuel didn't beat around the bush and whispered several words in Nathan's ear. Startled, Nathan instantly looked at Emmanuel differently. Emmanuel gave a meaningful glance, then loudly waved off. All right, go back by yourself. No need to wait for me. Nathan nodded immediately and obediently walked away. Returning to Jaylene, Emmanuel apologized. Sorry, Miss Jefferigia. My new servant doesn't understand manners. Jaylene smiled and shook her head, signaling it was no problem, then guided Emmanuel towards the side door on the right. Soon, accompanied by Jaylene, Emmanuel left the main hall, heading toward the back garden. The path was quite secluded and dimly lit, but it was still passable. Just then, a cool breeze blew past. Suddenly, Jaylene cooed softly, Baker, I feel a bit cold. As she spoke, Jaylene's hands hooked onto Emmanuel's elbow bend, her body pressing closer to Emmanuel, acting as if shivering. Emmanuel immediately caught the strong fragrance of powder from Jaylene, but the scent was too strong for Emmanuel, making him feel slightly sick after smelling it too much. Seeing this, Emmanuel stretched out his arm and wrapped Jaylene into his embrace, gently asking, Miss Jefferigia, does this feel better? Jaylene nodded slightly, blushing shyly. Much better, Baker. At this moment, Jaylene couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ha, so what? Pretending to be so dignified earlier, now that there's no one, you immediately show your true colors. Subsequently, Emmanuel held Jaylene and continued walking forward. After walking a distance, Jaylene suddenly pointed ahead to a small courtyard. Baker, that's where it is? Emmanuel glanced at the small courtyard, nodded, and kept walking. However, before taking a few steps, Emmanuel suddenly said, Miss Jefferigia, where's the restroom? I have an urgent need to use the bathroom. Jaylene immediately replied, Baker, please bear with it for a moment. There's a chamber pot inside the courtyard. You can use it there. Emmanuel shook his head. No, I can't hold it. I don't want to soil myself. Looking anxious, Emmanuel looked around and immediately pointed to a tree. Miss Jefferigia, wait for me here. I'll relieve myself under that tree. I'll be right back. With that, Emmanuel quickly walked towards the tree, pretending to unbuckle his pants. Surprised, Jaylene hurriedly asked, Baker, are you going to defecate? Why yes. What's wrong with that? Emmanuel looked at Jaylene quizzically. Jaylene almost cursed aloud, inwardly furious. Do you even have a sense of shame? Peeing here would be bad enough, but defecating here. What the hell were you thinking? While Jaylene was distracted, Emmanuel had already reached the tree and started squatting. Jaylene turned pale with fright, quickly turning away. You, this is utterly inappropriate. Jaylene suddenly felt extreme disgust for Emmanuel. She had never seen anyone so vulgar and repulsive. Just as Jaylene debated whether to leave, a sharp pain shot through the back of her neck. Then everything went dark as she collapsed to the ground. The moment Jaylene fell, Nathan emerged from behind her. Master, she's knocked out. Nathan had pretended to leave, but actually followed Emmanuel's instructions, staying hidden until it was time to act. Emmanuel leisurely walked to Jaylene and took a look before saying to Nathan, Come along. Master will take you for some exercise. Then, Emmanuel and Nathan strode confidently towards the small courtyard ahead. The courtyard was empty, illuminated only by a few lanterns, casting a somewhat eerie and sinister glow. The room directly in front of them was wide open, but pitch black inside. Stopping in the center of the courtyard, Emmanuel shouted loudly, Come out. I've seen all of you hiding. No one responded. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Frowning, Emmanuel repeated loudly, I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, you'll lose your chance. 1, 2. Before Emmanuel could say 3, 6 burly men burst out of the room, each wielding a wooden stick. Behind them followed 2 young gentlemen, one being Boetian. As for the other person, Emmanuel hadn't met before. But Emmanuel guessed the identity and greeted coldly with a smirk, Hello, worthless noble Ulrich. Chapter 78. Shut the door to beat a dog. Upon hearing this, Ulrich immediately flared up. Emmanuel, who did you call a good-for-nothing? Emmanuel slightly shrugged. Did I say anything wrong? You will announce to the whole city tomorrow that you are a good-for-nothing. So, isn't it right for me to call you that now? Ulrich nearly burst into anger and shouted, Someone, close the door. At his command, 2 servants rushed in and quickly shut the gate of the courtyard. Ulrich sneered, Know what it's called now? It's called, shut the door to beat a dog. Ulrich suddenly raised his voice with a domineering presence. Emmanuel did not back down either, shouting back loudly, Exactly, it is shutting the door to beat a dog. You guys sure know your place. Damn, asking for death. roared Ulrich. At this moment, Boetian said, Bert Hamlin, stop chatting nonsense and just do it. Ulrich had the same thought. He pointed at Emmanuel and ordered, beat him up. Following his order, 6 burly men, each wielding a cudgel, rushed towards Emmanuel. Seeing this, Nathan immediately pulled Emmanuel back and said, Master, leave it to me. With that, Nathan drew out a copper hammer from his waist and went forward to meet the attackers. In an instant, the 6 burly men had surrounded Nathan and attacked him from all sides. However, Nathan remained calm, swinging the copper hammer vigorously, making it difficult for the burly men to approach. Boetian, observing the battle from the corridor, couldn't help but murmur, Bert Hamlin, this kid is not ordinary. At such a young age, he can fight 6 men alone. These 6 burly men were hired by Ulrich and Boetian from Lishué Pavilion. Actually, Ulrich and Boetian also brought several servants, but they found them too weak and hence decided to hire more professional thugs. Though their choice was correct, it seemed futile. Ulrich glanced at Boetian. What? Do you think this kid can take on 6 men? Boetian hurriedly shook his head, denying, misunderstanding, Bert Hamlin. I didn't mean that. I just meant that this kid has chosen the wrong master. It's a pity. Who asked him to be blind himself? Ulrich said with disdain. Just then, a painful scream echoed from the front. Both Ulrich and Boetian hurriedly looked over and saw one of the burly men lying on the ground in agony after receiving a blow to the chest from Nathan. Surprised, Ulrich yelled, What are you doing? So many people can't even handle one person. Do you still want to get paid? That comment immediately made one of the burly men lose face, rushing forward with a cudgel aimed at Nathan's head. Nathan naturally wouldn't let him succeed. As soon as the wooden cudgel descended, Nathan blocked it with the copper hammer. There was a loud snap, and the wooden cudgel broke in half. The burly man froze for a second. Seizing this opportunity, Nathan struck without hesitation, delivering a heavy blow to the burly man's abdomen. The burly man felt excruciating pain in his stomach, collapsing on the spot. His body curled up on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With 2 fewer opponents, Nathan gained much more freedom, launching an immediate counterattack and swiftly felling 3 more men. Each of these 3 men was injured differently, one holding his knee on the ground, another leaning against the wall clutching his shoulder, and another lying sideways holding his hip joint, but all of them were wailing in pain. Now only one burly man remained before Nathan, his face pale with fear, trembling all over. Suddenly, Nathan moved slightly, and the burly man, like a frightened bird, fell to his knees with a thud. Kneeling on the ground, the burly man hurriedly threw away his wooden cudgel, bowing and pleading, Spare me, sir, spare me. Seeing the man kneeling and begging for mercy, Nathan turned to ask Emmanuel, Master, shall we spare him? Stepping forward, Emmanuel said to the man, Lie down flat. If you dare to get up on your own, I'll bash you to pieces. The burly man, relieved, immediately lay down face first on the ground, not daring to move. Having dealt with the 6 thugs, Emmanuel and Nathan turned their attention to Ulrich and Boetian. Bert Hamlin, Bert Wu, it's your turn now. Emmanuel smiled sarcastically. So, who wants to go first? Boetian, terrified, quickly asked, Bert Hamlin, what should we do now? Ulrich was also scared, but he tried to maintain his composure despite his fears. Emmanuel, if you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. One-on-one? Emmanuel almost laughed out loud. Fine. Emmanuel agreed without hesitation, rolling up his sleeves. Let's practice then. But instead of stepping forward himself, Ulrich pushed Boetian hard. You go. Stunned, Boetian pointed to his own nose. Me? Of course, who else? Ulrich glared. Boetian shook his head vehemently. I can't. Bert Hamlin, Ulrich threatened. Are you going or not? If you don't, I'll tell your father about your cheating at the gambling house. See how he deals with you. Boetian's face dropped. How could you do this? You promised not to tell my father. If you don't want your father to find out, go ahead. Ulrich growled. With no choice, Boetian tightened his fists and timidly walked towards Emmanuel. Emmanuel said, Amingiu, stand back. Master, are you sure you can handle this? Nathan was a bit worried. Emmanuel, seeing Nathan doubting him, became unhappy. Don't underestimate anyone here. Stand aside. Nathan stepped back a few paces, ready to strike with his copper hammer at any moment. The next moment, Emmanuel moved towards Boetian. As soon as they were close, Boetian swung a powerful punch aimed directly at Emmanuel's face. Emmanuel swiftly sidestepped and kicked with great force. Boetian let out a cry, ouch, and fell heavily to the ground. When Boetian lifted his head, blood streaked under his nostrils. It turned out he landed face first on the ground. Realizing he was bleeding from the nose, Boetian started crying and whined, No more, no more. I want to go home. I want to go home. Watching Boetian cry like a baby, Emmanuel shook his head speechlessly, thinking to himself, what a joke. Master, watch out behind you. Suddenly, Nathan shouted, pointing at Emmanuel's back. It turned out that while Emmanuel was facing away, Ulrich picked up a rock, intending to attack him from behind. Knowing he shouldn't look back, Emmanuel cleverly moved a large step to the left at the last moment. This quick sidestep helped him narrowly avoid the falling rock. Ulrich's attempt missed, causing him to stumble forward and nearly fall to the ground. But Ulrich wasn't done yet. Stabilizing himself, he attempted to throw another rock. Unfortunately for him, Emmanuel hit him in the nose with a swift punch before he could lift his hand. Ulrich saw stars before his eyes, dropping the rock on the ground and staggering dizzily. Emmanuel despised those who resorted to dirty tricks, and Ulrich's actions enraged him. Following this, Emmanuel punched Ulrich again. Unable to bear it, Ulrich collapsed on the spot. Emmanuel didn't let him off so easily, furiously kicking Ulrich in the head. Note: please ensure the translation fits coherently with previous chapters and maintains the same narrative flow and style. Chapter 79. If a son is not properly taught, it is the father's fault. Half an hour later, In one of the spacious rooms within Lishué Pavilion, Emmanuel, Nathan, and Dawson were on the left side of the room. Emmanuel and Dawson sat quietly, while Nathan stood behind Emmanuel. On the right side were Ulrich, Boetian, and Layla. Ulrich's wounds had been bandaged and treated, but he still suffered from a splitting headache and felt dizzy with buzzing in his ears. He lay on the couch resting, occasionally groaning in pain. Boetian sat on a stool next to the couch, while Layla stood with her head lowered in the corner. In the middle of the room were Billy and Patty, both feeling extremely uneasy about what had just happened. Billy glanced back and forth between the two sides and finally stopped at Ulrich's group. Billy frowned deeply and said, "Bert Hamlin, Bert Wu, you two were too impulsive today. It was just a minor business friction, not some mortal enmity. Why did it have to escalate to this point?" The swollen-faced Ulrich flared up as soon as he heard this. "Billy, look at me. I've been beaten like this, and yet you're defending them? Whose side are you on?" Talking hurt Ulrich's pounding head, so he clutched his head, his brows furrowed tightly. Billy said, "Bert Hamlin, although we have always had a good relationship, today is different. It was your fault. You need to be reasonable." Ulrich struggled to speak, so he patted Boetian's back, indicating that he should say something. He didn't want to let others bully them. Boetian knew very well who was wrong here, so he shook his head and ignored. Steps were heard outside, suggesting many people were approaching. Ulrich perked up at the sound and looked expectantly toward the door. Boetian also stood up immediately, but appeared fearful and tense. Emmanuel and the others in the room also turned their gazes to the door. Then, a tall, handsome middle-aged man entered the room. "Dad!" Ulrich exclaimed upon seeing him, his voice filled with excitement, as if he had seen his savior. He tried hard to sit up. This man was none other than Ulrich's father, the patriarch of the Hamlin family, Hamlin Jiaxan. Upon seeing his son, Hamlin Jiaxan did not rush over, but first greeted Billy and Patty respectfully. "Father, you must stand up for me," Ulrich called out again. Hamlin Jiaxan instantly frowned and scolded, "Shut up." Ulrich immediately quieted down, feeling wronged. Then, another middle-aged man entered. Boetian, upon seeing him, immediately lowered his head, trembling slightly. This man was Boetian's father, Alaire. "You fool, look at what you've done." Alaire, with a fiery temper, rushed to his son and slapped him hard. Slap. The slap was so loud that everyone was momentarily stunned. Boetian immediately knelt down, bowing his head and admitting his faults without saying anything else. Alaire suppressed his anger. "Report to the authorities immediately." Patty panicked and hurriedly stopped Ulrich, pleading, "No, don't report it, Bert Hamlin." But Ulrich persisted in demanding the report, almost appearing mad. Unable to watch any longer, Hamlin Jiaxan turned and went to his son, delivering a slap with a raised hand. "Ouch!" Ulrich yelped, landing on the floor. Holding his face, Ulrich stared at his father in shock and confusion. "Father! You. Hamlin Jiaxan ignored his son and returned to Emmanuel, bowing solemnly and said, "Baker, if a son is not properly taught, it is the father's fault. My son's actions today are due to my negligence. Any punishment you see fit, I am willing to take in his place." Seeing Hamlin Jiaxan say this, Alaire stepped forward and echoed, "Baker, I am also willing to take responsibility for my son's actions." Chapter 80, Meadow's Advice. Emmanuel couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking to himself, "What a great substitute for punishment. Do you think just because you're older, I won't do anything to you?" At that moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Emmanuel. Just as Emmanuel was hesitating about what to do, a woman suddenly appeared at the door. "Jason." Hearing the voice, Emmanuel looked over and was somewhat startled. "Miss Noah? Sis?" Dawson was also surprised. The next moment, Dawson received a glare of icy coldness from Meadow and immediately lowered his head, too afraid to speak. She had strictly forbidden him from coming to such places. Meadow ignored Dawson and said to Emmanuel, "Jason, may I have a word with you in private?" Hamlin Jiaxan's heart tightened when he saw Meadow. "Why is she here? What does she want?" Emmanuel thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, just wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Emmanuel spoke to Hamlin Jiaxan and Alaire before walking out. Nathan wanted to follow, but Emmanuel stopped her. "Why are you following? Wait here." "Oh." Nathan agreed naively and stopped in her tracks. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Emmanuel left the room and followed Meadow to a nearby corridor. As soon as they stood still, Emmanuel asked, "Miss Noah, why did you come here?" Meadow didn't answer directly but asked instead, "Jason, how do you plan to resolve today's issue?" Upon hearing this, Emmanuel knew Meadow had something to say. He responded with a question, "So, Miss Noah, what do you think I should do?" Meadow didn't beat around the bush and answered seriously, "In my opinion, Jason should let bygones be bygones and not escalate the situation further, as it wouldn't benefit anyone." Emmanuel frowned and asked, "Miss Noah, you know what happened earlier, right? You really want me to let them off easily?" Meadow nodded earnestly. "Yes, you've already disciplined them, and Mr. Hamlin and Mr. Wu have apologized to you. Considering long-term relations, it would be best to end this matter here without further complications." Emmanuel pondered for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Miss Noah, to my knowledge, the Hamlin family are your family's archenemies. Aren't you tempted to use this opportunity to strike against them? And you're actually pleading for them?" After finishing his question, Emmanuel added, "Miss Noah, could it be that you're afraid of the Hamlin family?" Meadow shook her head coldly. "Jason, I'm not afraid of the Hamlin family. I'm not pleading for them either. I just don't want you to offend the Hamlin family over this minor incident. It would be counterproductive." Emmanuel understood and immediately asked, "Miss Noah, are you worried they might seek revenge against me?" Meadow didn't deny it and said earnestly, "Jason, not only for that reason, but also for our business. The soap factory and skincare shops are just starting up. Smooth sailing is crucial, and you wouldn't want someone to trip us up secretly, would you?" Emmanuel could understand Meadow's concerns but had his own thoughts. He asked, "Miss Noah, Do you really think that if I let them go today, there will be no future retaliation? Meadow shook her head immediately. Of course not. I just believe there's no need to turn this into a major conflict. Mr. Hamlin isn't unreasonable, and he understands who's right or wrong more than anyone else. If you let them off, Mr. Hamlin will appreciate it. Emmanuel rubbed his chin thoughtfully and ultimately decided to adopt Meadow's advice. He nodded. All right, I understand how to proceed, Miss Noah. With that, Emmanuel turned and walked back inside. Returning to the room, Emmanuel addressed Hamlin, Jiaxan, and Alaire. Mr. Hamlin, Mr. Wu, I won't elaborate further. Let's put an end to this matter here. I hope you will properly discipline your sons moving forward. It's fortunate that it was me who showed leniency today. If it were someone else, things could have gotten much worse. Upon realizing Emmanuel wasn't going to pursue the matter further, Hamlin Jiaxan breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly nodded and bowed. You're absolutely right, Jason. Rest assured, once we return home, I will strictly discipline my son and ensure he doesn't repeat this mistake. Alaire also quickly bowed and echoed similar words. Then, Hamlin Jiaxan shouted at Ulrich. Boy, come over and apologize to Jason. Ulrich was extremely reluctant. He thought, I've already been beaten up by him, and now you want me to apologize? Are you my real father? But with his father's order, Ulrich dared not disobey, fearing another beating. He reluctantly approached Emmanuel, kept his head low, and mumbled a faint apology. Sorry. Emmanuel gave a cold smile and chose not to hold it against him. Soon after, Boetian was summoned by his father's stern look and formally apologized to Emmanuel. Following the apologies, Hamlin Jiaxan and Alaire bowed again to Emmanuel and led Ulrich and Boetian away. Notably, Hamlin Jiaxan specifically bowed to Meadow and whispered a thank you as they left. Once the Hamlins and the Wus were gone, Liz immediately called Moam and Angia to apologize sincerely to Emmanuel. Emmanuel briefly acknowledged her apology and then left with Nathan. Before long, they exited Li Shui Pavilion. Meadow initially offered to escort Emmanuel back to Jimming Alley, but he politely declined. Miss Noah, we'll take our leave for now. See you tomorrow. With those words, Emmanuel led Nathan away. Meadow watched Emmanuel walk off for a while, then suddenly turned to Dawson and snapped, still standing there? Get in the carriage. Daring not to utter a word, Dawson hurriedly climbed into the carriage. Next, Nora helped Meadow into the carriage, and it slowly started moving towards the Noah residence. Inside the moving carriage, from the moment they got in, Meadow had been glaring at Dawson without saying a word, forbidding him to speak. Dawson became increasingly uncomfortable, and finally couldn't resist speaking up. Sis, please stop staring at me like this. This really has nothing to do with me. Meadow questioned coldly. Do you have the nerve to say it has nothing to do with you? Who dragged Jason to Li Shui Pavilion? Was it me? Dawson hurriedly explained. Sis, this is all Billy's fault. If he hadn't made me invite Jason to Li Shui Pavilion, I wouldn't have gone. He continued. Sis, we didn't do anything improper in Li Shui Pavilion. We just had a meal and chatted. I didn't even drink alcohol. Smell me if you don't believe it. Saying this, Dawson leaned closer to Meadow and blew on her face. Get away from me. You stink. Meadow pushed Dawson away immediately, wrinkling her nose. Fanning herself, Meadow sneered. That's the famous Li Shui Pavilion, where there are plenty of beautiful girls. You guys only ate and chatted? Who would believe that? Afraid his sister misunderstood, Dawson hastily raised 3 fingers and swore firmly. Sis, I swear to heaven, we really only ate and chatted. If I lie, may lightning strike me dead. Fine, I'll believe you this time. Meadow finally trusted Dawson. A smile crept onto Dawson's face, and he moved a little closer to his sister. Sis, do you know? Earlier, Billy and the others planned to humiliate Jason, but it backfired horribly, and they ended up drinking a lot of punishment wine. It was quite satisfying. Meadow furrowed her brows immediately. Didn't you say you didn't drink any alcohol? We didn't drink. It was Billy and the others who did, and what they drank was even mixed wine. Dawson immediately opened up and vividly recounted everything that had happened to his sister. Chapter 81. How could this be? Ulrich followed Hamlin Jiaxan, who had an ashen face, back home. The moment they stepped in, Hamlin Jiaxan exploded with fury. You scoundrel, kneel in the hall. Ulrich reluctantly shuffled into the hall and knelt down most unwillingly. He had barely knelt before a plump, middle-aged woman arrived with her maidservant in tow. Son, are you all right? They said you were beaten by someone. Who could have been so bold? The middle-aged woman exclaimed as she hurried towards the hall. Mother! Ulrich immediately tried to stand up. Hamlin Jiaxan roared. Who told you to get up? Kneel down. Startled, Ulrich obediently went back to his kneeling position. When Kathleen saw her son's bruised face, she almost fainted on the spot but was luckily caught by her maidservant, who followed closely behind. Son, who beat you like this? Tell your mother, I won't let it slide. She exclaimed as if her heart had been slashed open. It is. Just as Ulrich opened his mouth, he felt a chill run through him from his father's icy gaze. Turning around, he saw his father staring at him intensely, eyes filled with murderous intent. Terrified, Ulrich instantly swallowed his words. Seeing her more aggrieved than ever, Ulrich continued nodding vigorously. A truly compassionate mother spoils her child, muttered Hamlin Jiaxan gloomily, then strode back and forth in the hall with folded hands. After 2 rounds, he suddenly stopped and looked back at his son. There's something you don't know yet? Staring blankly at his father, Ulrich was unsure of what he was talking about. Hamlin Jiaxan asked, do you know who runs the soap workshop in Arikishan village? Ulrich immediately asked, Father, did Hutch return? Did he find out anything? Hamlin Jiaxan replied, Hutch came back before dark. If you had been here, this wouldn't have happened. Papa, what do you mean? Ulrich was confused. No longer playing games, Hamlin Jiaxan sternly stated, the soap workshop in Arikishan village is owned by Emmanuel. Ah! Ulrich was instantly stunned, unable to speak for a while. Kathleen also froze in shock. How could it be him? Frustrated, Hamlin Jiaxan glared at his son. Now you feel remorseful? Having offended Emmanuel completely, forget about the soap business? Sigh. This can't be true. Absolutely impossible. Shaking his head repeatedly, Ulrich refused to believe it. How could it be him? How could this be such a coincidence? I don't believe it. Don't believe? Ask Hutch yourself. Hamlin Jiaxan was too lazy to argue and sat down. Next morning, awoken by practice sounds in the courtyard, Emmanuel got up and saw Nathan practicing hammer techniques. Watching for a while, Emmanuel noticed her hammer skills were both powerful and graceful, resembling forms demonstrated in martial arts competitions. Only after Nathan finished practicing did Emmanuel applaud appreciatively. Master, you're awake. Nathan smiled foolishly. Approaching, Emmanuel asked, Aminjiu, approximately how powerful is your full-strength hammer strike? Shaking her head, Nathan replied, I'm not sure. I've never tested it. This made Emmanuel more curious, and he found a rock as big as a small watermelon in the corner. Aminjiu, can you break this rock? Emmanuel asked. Confidently nodding, Nathan replied, yes. Indicating to display her skill, Emmanuel watched as Nathan stood firm before the rock, concentrated, then smashed it with her copper hammer. With a loud bang, the rock shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying. Clapping approvingly, Emmanuel commented, seeing this broken rock, I suddenly feel sorry for those guys last night. Emmanuel asked, hey, will they be crippled? Shaking her head, Nathan replied, no master. I struck lightly. Their bones might be cracked, but they'll heal in time. Chapter 82. Happened to be market day. That's fine. Emmanuel nodded. Nathan asked at this moment, boss, you've beaten Ulrich so badly. Will he still come today? Emmanuel was also uncertain. I don't know, but I think that guy will use his injuries as an excuse to deliberately avoid us. Nathan agreed with this idea and nodded, saying, boss, shall we still go to the city gate area? Of course. Emmanuel said, it's up to Ulrich whether he comes or not, but we have to go anyway. Yesterday, Emmanuel and Meadow had already finalized several promotional ideas. Even if Ulrich stood them up today, there would definitely be many people around the city gate area, and the promotional activities could still proceed as planned. Emmanuel said to Nathan, after all this practice, you must be hungry? Come on, let's have breakfast. Nathan immediately nodded happily when he heard this. After freshening up, Emmanuel took Nathan out. They soon arrived at a small food shop at the entrance of Jimming Alley. Emmanuel ordered 2 large bowls of bachuo, noodle soup, and a few baked pancakes, and then a dish of pickles. Bachuo is noodle soup. The method of making it involves tearing dough pieces into thumb-sized shapes, boiling them in water, and adding some seasonings. It is a common dish in northern Liang country. The preparation of baked pancakes is even simpler. It uses white flour dough rounds, spread with oil on the surface, then sprinkled with sesame seeds, and finally baked in a furnace until done. In no time, the owner of the shop brought the noodle soup and baked pancakes over. Emmanuel smiled and said to Nathan, eat quickly. Nathan was already very hungry, so he immediately grabbed a baked pancake and enjoyed eating it with the noodle soup. They chatted while eating. By the time Emmanuel finished one baked pancake and drank all the noodle soup, he felt full. However, Nathan was still eating. He had already finished 2 baked pancakes, and his bowl of noodle soup was almost empty. Emmanuel laughed and then signaled to the owner, asking him to refill Nathan's noodle soup and add 2 more baked pancakes. Boss, no need for a refill. I'm nearly full, Nathan said. Emmanuel laughed. You eat with us every day. How can I not know how much you can eat? Hee hee. Nathan scratched his head and laughed. Thank you, boss. Soon, the owner brought the noodle soup. Emmanuel said, their broth is made from lamb bones. Eat more. It helps build your body. All right. Nathan nodded forcefully and started eating again. This way, Nathan drank 2 large bowls of noodle soup and ate 5 baked pancakes before finally finishing. Emmanuel paid the bill and then led Nathan toward the main city gate to the south. Since it was still early, Emmanuel wasn't in a hurry. He walked slowly, stopping now and then to look around, and it took about half an hour to reach near the main city gate. At this point, Nathan suddenly pointed ahead and said, Boss, look, there's our peony soap flag. Emmanuel looked carefully and saw a banner hanging on the second floor of a house not far ahead, prominently displaying the words, peony soap. Continuing forward, they saw several more banners along the way, some reading, peony soap, others, skincare specialty shop, all placed very visibly. Emmanuel nodded approvingly. These advertising spots are really well chosen. No wonder it's Miss Noah. As they got closer to the main city gate, more and more people filled the streets, including many small merchants and peddlers. Emmanuel learned that it was market day today. Because of the dense crowd, Emmanuel's speed was severely affected, and he was bumped into from time to time, making progress difficult. Emmanuel didn't like crowded scenes, so he thought of leading Nathan to a less crowded place. Just as he walked a few steps, someone called out to Emmanuel from behind. It turned out to be a servant from the Noah family, sent by Meadow to bring him to see her. Led by the servant, Emmanuel met Meadow on the second floor of a nearby tea house. Meadow sat by a window with an excellent view of the main city gate and the street below. Meadow first invited Emmanuel to sit down, then said, Baker, I happened to spot both of you just now, so I immediately sent someone to find you. Fortunately, we found you. Emmanuel smiled. I didn't realize it was market day today. There are far more people than I imagined. Meadow explained, the stray told me he specifically chose this day to maximize visibility. By the way, where is Tucker? Why haven't I seen him? Emmanuel asked. Meadow glanced at the main city gate. The stray and his friends went up to the gate. We don't need to wait for him. Emmanuel understood. Such a rare occasion. Dawson would definitely want to witness it up close and personally taunt Ulrich. Emmanuel nodded and then said, Miss Noah, I saw those advertising banners on the way here. The locations are well chosen and highly visible. Meadow sighed in relief, smiling faintly. Hearing Baker say that reassures me. I was worried you might be unsatisfied. How could I be? Emmanuel shook his head immediately. Did our flag bearers start yet? They have, Meadow replied, and then stood up to look out the window. Emmanuel followed suit. After scanning the crowd for a bit, Meadow pointed in a direction and said, Baker, look over there in the distance. Emmanuel focused and immediately spotted a young man holding a promotional flag high. One side of the flag read Peony in big letters, and the other side, Skincare Specialty Shop. The flag waved vigorously by the young man, drawing a lot of attention. Meadow explained, there are too many people on the street now, making movement difficult, but don't worry, I've arranged flag bearers on these neighboring streets. They'll promote actively, tall and strong with quite a handsome face. If placed in the 21st century, he would be considered a classic example of a wealthy and attractive man. The young gentleman scanned the room upon ascending the stairs and immediately locked eyes on Meadow, a smile creeping onto his face. The young gentleman walked straight toward Meadow and said, Miss Noah, I've finally found you. Meadow turned her face and was instantly surprised. Bert Damon? Chapter 83, Danny. Meadow was both surprised and astonished by the appearance of this young Master Damon. Bert Damon gracefully gave a bow, smiling as he said, Miss Noah, it has been over a month since we last met. I hope you've been well. Meadow stood up and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Thank you for your concern, Bert Damon. Everything is fine on my end. Damon nodded, then turned to Emmanuel. Miss Noah, this gentleman is? Damon asked while already assessing Emmanuel. Meadow immediately introduced him, Bert Damon. Let me introduce you. This is my friend and our family's business partner, Emmanuel, young Jason. Nice to meet you, young Jason. Damon gave another respectful bow. Emmanuel stood up in response. Meadow continued, young Jason. This is the eldest son of Lord Damon from Heian County, Bert Danny. Ah, so it's Bert Damon. Nice to meet you. Emmanuel responded with a bow. Meadow added, Lord Damon has had business dealings with our family for many years, so we've known each other for quite some time and have always maintained a good relationship. Emmanuel nodded in understanding. Meadow turned back to Danny. Please, take a seat. Danny thanked her and sat down, followed by Emmanuel and Meadow resuming their seats as well. Meadow asked, Bert Damon, when did you arrive in Exine Prefecture? How did you know I was here? Danny replied, Miss Noah, I arrived this morning. As soon as I entered the city, I went to your house, where I learned that you were here. So, I couldn't wait any longer and came looking for you. Meadow further questioned, Bert Damon, did something urgent bring you to Exine Prefecture? Damon hesitated for a moment before suddenly asking, Miss Noah, are you really going to close all the silk shops in Heian? Yes, Meadow replied softly but firmly. Damon didn't understand. He rushed, Miss Noah, those silk shops were painstakingly built up by Alan. How can they just be closed like this? If you're facing any difficulties, please tell me. Whether it's lack of funds or distribution channels, I'll do everything in my power to help. Damon said anxiously. Meadow didn't elaborate but spoke sincerely, Bert Damon, thank you for your kindness, but I have made up my mind about closing the silk shops. Please don't try to persuade me any flustered by events. This current reaction was something new. Damon watched Emmanuel walk away, frowning. Once Meadow sat back down, she asked, Bert Damon, what do you need to say? Deciding not to dodge any longer, Meadow prepared to face the issue. Damon took a breath and said, Miss Noah, I came specifically to ask you how I can make you understand my sincere feelings and change your view of me. His voice was audible to nearby tea guests. Unwilling to discuss this in public, Meadow responded, Bert Damon, this tea house isn't suitable for private conversations. Let's find another time to talk. But Damon wouldn't agree. Miss Noah, we've known each other for 3 years. These past 3 years, I've thought of you every moment, wishing I could see you, care for you, and be with you daily. But you? He paused, seemingly hurt, placing his left hand on his chest. After a pause, he sighed, continuing, Miss Noah, my feelings for you are genuine, witnessed by heaven and earth, attested by the sun and moon. Can you lower your voice, Bert Damon? Meadow found his increasing volume worrying. But Damon didn't seem inclined to lower his voice. Miss Noah, you should know the standing of our family in Heian County. It matches your Noah family perfectly, and we are similar in age. You're 19, I'm 20. In terms of appearance, scholarship, and character, we match incredibly well. Damon didn't give Meadow a chance to respond. Let go. Meadow struggled to free herself, but Damon held her tightly. This scene immediately attracted the attention of most tea guests, who began whispering and pointing. Amidst Meadow's confusion and helplessness, a voice came from behind Damon. Hey, as a man, are you really going to bully a woman in public? Do you have any shame? Chapter 84. Hero rescuing the beauty? Emmanuel, who came forward to uphold justice, had not gone far but only moved to a distant window to enjoy the street view. Upon hearing Meadow's voice, he promptly returned. Jason, Meadow felt instantly touched as Emmanuel spoke up for her. At this moment, Danny realized his actions were excessive and quickly released Meadow. The next instant, Meadow ran behind Emmanuel, silently rubbing her wrist, with a frown on her face. She had never experienced such public humiliation from birth until now. Her impression of Danny, previously quite favorable, plummeted dramatically in that instant. Are you okay? Emmanuel turned and softly asked. Meadow's wrist was already red, but she still shook her head and replied, I'm fine. Danny regretted immensely, hurriedly apologizing. Sorry, Xianger. I got too carried away and lost control of my emotions. Did I hurt you? Is it serious? Sandin asked Meadow. Isn't that right, Miss Noah? Emboldened by Emmanuel's support, Meadow nodded immediately. Mr. Damon, please don't call me like that. We're just ordinary acquaintances through business. To emphasize their simple relationship, Meadow specifically added, through business. Xianger. Hearing this, Danny suddenly felt as if his heart was being sliced. Hold on. Didn't I tell you not to call her that? Are you deaf? Emmanuel impatiently retorted. Danny suddenly flew into a rage, glaring at Emmanuel. Baker, don't push your luck. At this point, Danny appeared menacing, all previous handsomeness and grace gone. Seeing Danny's aggressive stance, Emmanuel became agitated. Rolling up his sleeves, hey, with my temper. Say that again, Despite being half a head taller, Emmanuel showed no fear, ready for a fight. Jason, don't be rash. He has practiced martial arts since childhood. Meadow, worried Emmanuel might be at a disadvantage, grabbed his clothes. Pointing at Emmanuel, Danny burned with jealousy. Xianger, tell me the truth. Did you refuse my proposal because of him? Meadow hadn't expected such a question and quickly grew angry. Danny, what nonsense are you spouting? Emmanuel interjected immediately. Miss Noah, don't get mad. It means you've won. Treat it like flatulence. Danny raged. Baker, who are you calling flatulent? Emmanuel raised an eyebrow, glaring. You, what else? Just as the tension escalated, 2 servants from the Damon household rushed over. Sir, calm down, don't act rashly, one elder servant advised. Yes, sir, remain calm, another servant joined in, standing between Emmanuel and Danny, fearing they might really fight. Persuaded by the 2 servants, Danny finally agreed to leave first. Before leaving, he bowed deeply to Meadow. Xianger, today was my fault. I will visit later to apologize. Cut the crap and just go. Emmanuel impatiently waved. Meadow remained silent, still hiding behind Emmanuel without even glancing at Danny. Finally, under the persuasion of the servants, Danny left dejectedly. Once Danny disappeared down the stairs, Meadow relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief. Seeing the crowd still watching, Emmanuel began dispersing them. Nothing to see here, everyone. Keep enjoying your tea. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and the tea house returned to normal. Without the spectators, Meadow felt much lighter. Jason, thank you for helping earlier. I wouldn't have known what to do without you, Meadow sincerely thanked. Emmanuel waved it off, guiding Meadow back to the table. Emmanuel poured Meadow a cup of tea, placing it before her. Miss Noah, drink some tea to calm down. Meadow nodded, and slowly sipped the tea. Turning to Nathan, Emmanuel instructed, Amenjiu, watch the staircase. If that guy tries to come up again, kick him down. Yes, master. Nathan responded. Meadow urgently said, Brother Emin, don't listen to your master. Just stop him from coming up, don't really hit him. Nathan looked at Emmanuel. Emmanuel nodded, signaling Nathan to follow Meadow's words. After Nathan left, Emmanuel jokingly asked, Miss Noah, was I the hero rescuing a beauty just now? You, what? Meadow was taken aback, her cheeks and neck flushing slightly. For some reason, Meadow felt a strange sensation in her heart. Emmanuel laughed, waving his hand. Miss Noah, lucky you didn't agree to Danny's proposal earlier. Let me tell you, though he appears polite and elegant, he's actually a typical domestic abuser. Anyone marrying him would have a tough life. Domestic abuser? The term was new to Meadow, but she understood its meaning. Emmanuel nodded. Yes, he's definitely a domestic abuser. I can spot them a mile away. Curious, Meadow asked, Jason, how did you determine he's a domestic abuser? Emmanuel explained. Domestic abusers have several traits. Overly suspicious, easily doubting others. Like just now, didn't he suspect something between us? Meadow immediately nodded. Emmanuel continued. Then there's inconsistency, quick emotional shifts, strong controlling tendencies, and violent inclinations. Think about it. Didn't he exhibit these traits just now? Meadow thought for a moment and realized, seems so. Emmanuel slapped his thigh. See, told you he's a domestic abuser. As soon as these words were spoken, Nora walked over from the stairway entrance. Miss, when I came back just now, I saw Bert Damon. He looked very unhappy. I greeted him, but he didn't respond. Nora was unaware of what had transpired. Meadow merely glanced at Nora and said nothing. Emmanuel chuckled. Miss Nora, that Bert Damon was just here and suffered a bit of a setback. It's quite alright if he didn't give you a cold shoulder. You can't expect him to respond cheerfully. Nora was thoroughly confused, looking at both of them with a puzzled expression. Hashtag chapter 85. Ulrich fulfills the wager. Mid-morning at the main city tower. After an hour, Dawson, Billy, Lane, and others finally welcomed Ulrich. Ulrich, with a face swollen like a pig's head, climbed up to the main city tower. Immediately, Dawson and his group surrounded him. Dawson, we agreed that you would be here by mid-morning. It's already half an hour past. You're really late. Dawson complained. Lane nodded in agreement. That's right, Master Hamlin. Today's sun is so intense. It's almost burning us alive. Ulrich retorted angrily. Dawson, I told you not to choose today, but you wouldn't listen. There are too many people out today, and the carriage couldn't move. I had no choice but to walk here. Dawson shot back instantly. Stop making excuses. You're just doing this on purpose. Would it kill you to leave earlier? Seeing the two were about to argue again, Billy quickly intervened. Both of you, please stop bickering. Time is running out. Let's not make everyone wait any longer. You're right. Let's not keep everyone waiting. Dawson immediately agreed, nodding vigorously. Then, Dawson had someone fetch a gong and wave them over. Come on, Ulrich. Ulrich stared at the gong in Dawson's hand and frowned. What do you need this for? Clang. Dawson struck the gong and said, to announce it, of course. Dawson then grinned mischievously. Master Hamlin, I've waited for this day for so long. I can't let you off the hook easily. We need to make some noise to ensure everyone can see this. Isn't that right, everyone? Everyone around him, including Billy and Lane, nodded and chuckled in agreement. Ulrich gritted his teeth, but had no recourse. After all, he was the one who lost. Honestly, a month ago, when Fenghua Tavern was far ahead of Zhenshu Tower, Ulrich had already planned for this day. He had considered hiring a drumming troupe to parade through the streets, buying fireworks to set off, and even composing stories for storytellers to narrate. Unfortunately, the outcome wasn't what he had hoped for. Dawson carried the gong to the parapet of the city tower and loudly struck it several times. Clang, clang, clang. The sound quickly drew the attention of people below, who began looking up excitedly. Many had come specifically to watch this spectacle and immediately became animated, pointing upwards and exclaiming, It's starting, it's starting. In a nearby tea house, Emmanuel and Meadow were also watching the scene unfold at the main city tower. After striking the gong for a while, Dawson pressed his hand on the gong's surface and shouted loudly, "Everyone, 3 months ago, Ulrich, the eldest son of the Hamlin family, made a bet with me." He quickly recounted the details of the bet. Then, Dawson struck the gong once more and shouted, "As the saying goes, a bet is a bet. So, now, please welcome Master Ulrich to admit publicly that he is a useless person." Clang, clang, clang. Asterisk asterisk. With that, Dawson rapidly continued striking the gong, welcoming Ulrich onto the stage. The people below joined in the applause, their cheers growing louder, and some even whistled enthusiastically. The atmosphere at the city tower rivaled that of a bustling New Year's lantern festival. Soon, Ulrich approached the parapet, exposing his upper body to the crowd below. "Hey look, how did Master Hamlin's face get all bruised up?" "That's right, what happened to it?" People with keen eyes quickly noticed something amiss with Ulrich. Someone nearby commented, "Isn't it obvious? Clearly, he was beaten by old Master Hamlin. If my son disgraced himself like this, I'd beat him too." This comment garnered nods of agreement from everyone present. Up on the tower, seeing Ulrich hesitate to start, Dawson urged, "Ulrich, are you stalling? Hurry up. Don't rush me. No one set a time limit. Even if I stand here until nightfall, you'll still have to wait." Ulrich replied irritably. Dawson had no real counter-argument, so he nodded, "All right, just stand there. Let's see how long you can delay." Billy and Lane didn't press further either, chatting quietly with Dawson, occasionally bursting into laughter. Some in the crowd grew impatient and started shouting up at Ulrich, "Hurry up, Master Hamlin. Yes, don't waste time. Just get it over with. Master Hamlin, don't fall asleep here. Go home to sleep after this." Suddenly, Ulrich shouted, "I'm useless." But his voice was too quiet. Only those closest to the tower could barely hear him. "We can't hear you. Too soft. Louder." Immediately, the crowd erupted with similar complaints. On the tower, having finished shouting, Ulrich prepared to leave, but was stopped by Dawson. "Ulrich, are you cheating or what? We agreed to shout as loud as possible. Was that your best effort?" Dawson challenged. Billy and Lane also insisted that it was too quiet and needed a redo. Dawson struck the gong a few more times, rallying the crowd. "Did everyone hear that? Should we do it again?" Instantly, cries of "redo" echoed from below, creating quite a stir. With no other choice, Ulrich braced himself and took a deep breath before shouting at the top of his lungs, "I am useless." This time, he nearly burst his vocal cords, and the last word ended in a broken note. Immediately, the crowd burst into loud laughter. Some still clamored for more, shouting that they still couldn't hear properly. Even Emmanuel and Meadow in the tea house couldn't help but laugh. Ignoring the crowd, Ulrich turned and asked Dawson angrily, "Is that enough now?" "Yes, absolutely. Our Master Hamlin certainly keeps his promises." "Ha ha ha ha." Dawson laughed heartily, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Lane and the others also laughed joyfully, feeling this rare moment was even more entertaining than the Lantern Festival. Billy, though laughing, quickly regained his composure and consoled Ulrich. "Master Hamlin, it's just a game between friends. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Don't take it too seriously." Patting Ulrich on the shoulder, Billy hoped to soothe his feelings. Dawson quickly chimed in, smiling, "Yes, as Billy said, it's just a game. Why be so upset? If it were me, I wouldn't mind. Ha 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 ha." The more Dawson said this, the angrier Ulrich felt. For a moment, he thought his lungs would burst from frustration. Humph. Feeling affronted, Ulrich brushed off his sleeve and started to leave. Dawson, however, wasn't ready to let him go so easily. Holding the gong, he followed behind, continuously striking it and shouting, "Clang, farewell, Master Hamlin. Clang, please walk slowly, Master Hamlin. Clang, watch your step, Master Hamlin. Clang, next time, come again." Ha ha ha. The tower rang with laughter once more. Chapter 86. How could you go to a brothel behind your sister-in-law's back? Noon, at Jinshu Building. In Dawson's room. Bang. Dawson suddenly slammed his hand on the table, fuming with anger. "Bastard! How dare Danny make things difficult for my sister in public?" After watching Ulrich's humiliation, Meadow wanted to thank Emmanuel and insisted he stay for lunch before leaving. Davian this time, Dawson learned about what Danny had. Meadow asked, "Jason, do you think we prepared too few sample soaps?" They were gone in less than a quarter of an hour. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. "Miss Noah, it wasn't that we prepared too few, but the scene was chaotic, which made them go quickly." Indeed, when the samples were distributed, Emmanuel was there the whole time. Honestly, he found the scene quite amusing. It was more like a scramble than a distribution. However, Emmanuel did not blame Meadow. After all, it was her first time organizing such an event, and she lacked experience in many areas. Meadow acknowledged the chaos and blamed herself. "Jason, this is my fault. I didn't foresee this. Don't worry, next time I will instruct them to maintain order, ensuring nothing like today happens again." Emmanuel shook his head. "Miss Noah, this isn't your fault. With so many people and limited staff, it's normal we couldn't control the situation." Dawson suddenly suggested, "Sister, next time you distribute the soap, why not do it at the county government gate? I bet those people won't dare cause trouble there." "Nonsense. How can we do that in front of the county office? Do you want to see me thrown into jail?" Meadow frowned. Dawson grinned. "Sister, I was joking. Why are you taking it seriously?" Emmanuel was inspired by Dawson's comment and said, "Miss Noah, although we can't distribute the samples at the county office, we can ask them for help maintaining order." Confused, Meadow asked, "Jason, what do you mean?" Emmanuel explained solemnly, "Actually, I've met Chief Constable Jared of the county office. He's decent, and we got along well." As he said this, Emmanuel couldn't help but chuckle. He got along with Xiong because of money, not really personal chemistry. Continuing, Emmanuel said, "So I think if we give him some extra money, Chief Constable Xiong should agree to help with maintaining order." Through his predecessor's memories, Emmanuel knew that while constables held public positions, Liang dynasty law did not prohibit them from taking private jobs. Moreover, they had no salary, only annual food allowances called work meal money. These allowances varied by county. Wealthy counties might provide around 12 guan annually, roughly 1 guan per month. Poorer counties, like Xian Prefecture, topped out at 7 guan annually, less than half that of wealthy counties. Therefore, Emmanuel believed that offering a little extra compensation would ensure Xiong wouldn't refuse. Timing it on a day Xiong wasn't working would keep it from affecting his official duties. Meadow was delighted and immediately agreed. Jason, this is an excellent idea. After lunch, Emmanuel bid farewell and headed home with Nathan. They fetched their donkey cart, loaded it with the ordered dried flower petals and spices, and headed straight to Erikshan village. By the time they returned, it was late afternoon, nearly sundown. Paula and Kay welcomed them immediately upon arrival. Seeing Emmanuel looking travel-weary, Paula quickly led him to change clothes for a bath. Just as Emmanuel finished changing, Paula brought him a bowl of water. Husband, drink some water. Emmanuel took the bowl and drank eagerly. As he did, Paula inquired about household matters, to which Emmanuel responded one by one. After finishing his drink, Emmanuel took Paula's hands and gently rubbed them. Paula blushed and tried to pull away, but Emmanuel held on tightly. Husband, it's not even dark yet. What are you doing? Paula lowered her head shyly. Suddenly, Emmanuel's expression grew serious. Aislinn, did you use the hand cream I bought for you while I was gone? Look at your hands. How are they cracked again? Paula hurriedly explained, Husband, I used it, but these cracks were from before and haven't fully healed. Really? Let me see. Emmanuel took Paula's hand and examined it closely. Without warning, he kissed her hand gently. Ah. Paula gasped in surprise, her face flushing red. Emmanuel then declared formally, you did use it. I can smell the fragrance of the hand cream. This made Paula blush even more. Just as Emmanuel was about to embrace Paula tenderly, Kay suddenly appeared at the bedroom door. With a furrowed brow and stern expression, she demanded, Cousin, how could you go to a brothel behind your sister-in-law's back? Brothel? Shocked, Paula's eyes widened as she stared at Emmanuel, dumbfounded. Chapter 87. What are you going to do? Emmanuel hastily said, Jaslyn, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. I did go to the brothel, but I didn't. Before Emmanuel could finish, Gemma lowered her head and spoke in a very melancholy voice, Husband, now that you are wealthy again, it is only natural for you to visit a brothel. There's no need to explain yourself to me. With that, Gemma turned around and ran out of the bedroom, rushing out of the hall and into the yard. Emmanuel was about to chase after her, but was stopped by Kay. Big cousin, don't go. Today you must explain clearly why you went to a brothel. Kay stood there with hands on her hips, looking rather fierce. Emmanuel explained, I did go to the brothel yesterday, but it wasn't for that kind of thing. I just met a few friends there. Nothing else happened. Kay wouldn't believe him and kept pressing Emmanuel on why he had gone to the brothel. Unable to convince her otherwise, Emmanuel frowned and shouted loudly, Nathan, come here now. Hurry up. Soon, Nathan walked in from outside, her head down and looking guilty as she avoided eye contact with Emmanuel. Emmanuel demanded, Nathan, what exactly did you tell Hui? She has misunderstood everything. Nathan, feeling aggrieved, replied, Master, I didn't say much. When Hui asked what we did yesterday, I mentioned that besides going shopping at the market, we also went to the brothel. Then, before I could finish, Hui rushed over here in a hurry. Kay immediately exclaimed, What kind of place is a brothel? What else can men do there if they visit? Don't take me for a fool. Emmanuel, feeling speechless inside, rolled his eyes and said to Kay, Hui, can you give me a moment to explain what happened yesterday? Kay thought for a while then nodded, All right, go ahead. But don't lie to me, or both I and sister-in-law will never forgive you. Ever since they settled in Ancient Village, Kay and Gemma's relationship had grown closer, like two peas in a pod. Yesterday, I was invited by young Tucker to visit Li Shui Pavilion. As Emmanuel began speaking, Kay suddenly interrupted, Wait a moment, big cousin. Then, Kay said, Minjiu, get out, go far away, as far as possible. Nathan looked confused, not understanding why Kay wanted her to leave. Kay frowned and continued, I'll listen to what my cousin has to say first, then I'll talk to you alone later. If your stories don't match, that means you're lying to me. Emmanuel couldn't help shaking his head, thinking this girl was quite cunning, even knowing to question them separately to prevent collusion. Only then did Nathan nod and obediently left the house, heading to a tree far away in the yard. Still uneasy, Kay walked to the window, watching Nathan closely to make sure she didn't sneak back to eavesdrop. Then she said, All right, big cousin, you can speak now. Emmanuel had nothing to hide and thus narrated the events of last night in detail. While listening, Kay kept questioning him, trying to find inconsistencies. However, since Emmanuel recounted real events, his explanations were logical and reasonable, ultimately making Kay believe him. After finishing his story, Emmanuel added, Hui, that's what happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask Minjiu right now to see if I lied. Kay immediately responded, Of course, I'll go ask her now. Saying so, Kay ran out to find Nathan, pulling her towards a distant spot. Taking advantage of this time, Emmanuel searched the workshop area but found no sign of Gemma. Helpless, Emmanuel returned home. Soon, Kay came back with Nathan. Upon entering the yard, Kay approached Emmanuel, bowed her head apologetically, and said, Sorry, big cousin, it was my misunderstanding. Emmanuel, not blaming her, shook his head and said, Forget it, stop talking about that. Help me find your sister-in-law. I have no idea where she's gone. It's almost dark. Kay promptly replied, Don't worry, big cousin, to be upset, and turned into the bedroom. Seeing this, Gemma hurriedly followed him. Inside the bedroom, Emmanuel sat on the edge of the bed, still wearing an angry face. Husband, Gemma called out softly. Emmanuel said, Close the door. Gemma complied immediately, shutting the door behind her. Emmanuel gestured for Gemma to sit beside him. Wanting to calm Emmanuel down, Gemma didn't hesitate and sat next to him. No sooner had she sat down when Emmanuel pulled her close and laid her down on the bed. Startled, Gemma's face flushed red as she whispered, "Husband, what are you doing? What do you think I'm going to do?" Emmanuel asked. Their faces were now only inches apart, creating an instantly intimate atmosphere. At that moment, Gemma noticed Emmanuel's hand beginning to wander, alarming her into shaking her head vigorously. "Husband, no, please. Hui Hui is still outside, and Daryl will be back soon." Emmanuel, slightly aroused, insisted, "It's fine. We'll be quiet. They won't hear us." Gemma refused, shaking her head firmly. "No, husband. Hui Hui and I still need to prepare dinner." Undeterred, Emmanuel "So they're back. Why are you so nervous? They won't come in here." Without bothering to argue with Emmanuel, Paula turned and pulled him up, then quickly tidied herself before opening the bedroom door. Paula, fearing Xander would notice her flushed face, lowered her head and quickly passed through the hall to hide in the kitchen. Kay was already busy in the kitchen and saw her sister-in-law come in. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed her rosy cheeks and laughed softly. "Sister-in-law, it's not even dark yet, and you're already getting cozy with my brother?" Kay asked in a low voice. Paula blushed furiously and pinched Kay's arm, making her wince. "If you mock me again, I won't talk to you," Paula said in frustration. Kay quickly apologized and said, "Sister-in-law, I wasn't mocking you. I meant you should take advantage of this time to give us a chubby grandson." How can you, a young girl, be so shameless? If you want a child, go get one yourself. Why keep urging me?" Paula said, avoiding Kay's gaze. Kay replied, "I'm not married yet. Who would I have a child with?" Paula retorted, "A Minjiu. I'll talk to Daryl later and get him to marry you to a Minjiu. Then you can have your own child." "Who wants to marry him? He's just an old stick in the mud. No fun?" Though Kay said this, her heart rippled with happiness. In the outer hall, Emmanuel joined Xander and Rolf in conversation after coming out. Emmanuel was most concerned about the soap factory's production. Xander told Emmanuel that the current production at the soap factory was running smoothly. They had ample supply of wood ash, and the hired villagers were now familiar with the production process and rhythm. Recently, soap production had been around 2,000 to 2,500 bars, while the production of scented soap was slightly lower at around 500 bars. Actually, the factory's capacity could be increased further, but Emmanuel didn't do it because their target market was high-end consumers, and higher production might not necessarily be beneficial. To put it simply, Emmanuel wanted a perfect rhythm where the products sell out, leaving customers anxious but still patient, before replenishing them just in time. That night, in the bedroom, Emmanuel was already naked, lying on the bed without a stitch of clothing. Meanwhile, Paula was outside washing up, and Emmanuel could faintly hear her chatting with Kay. Thinking about spending the night with Paula, Emmanuel felt inexplicably excited and nervous. After waiting agonizingly for 15 minutes, footsteps finally approached the bedroom door. This familiar sound could only belong to Paula. Soon, the bedroom door opened, and in came Paula indeed. "Yusin, is Daryl asleep?" Emmanuel asked softly. Paula quietly closed the door and latched it before replying, "Terry just checked. Daryl is already asleep." Overjoyed, Emmanuel couldn't help sitting up and excitedly patted the bed, urging, "Yusin, come here quickly." Uncovered, Emmanuel's upper body was exposed. Thinking she was afraid of being heard, Emmanuel assured her, "Don't worry, wife. We'll just be quiet. No one will hear us. Trust me." After saying this, Emmanuel undid another button. With the neckline open, Paula's seductive collarbone was revealed, making Emmanuel swallow hard. Paula covered the next button and whispered, "Husband, I heard from Michelle that a woman's first time. It will hurt a lot and there will be bleeding. I'm scared of that." Emmanuel pondered for a moment and comforted her, "Wife, you don't need to be so afraid. The first time does hurt a bit, but it's not as bad as you think. As for the bleeding, it's not as scary as you imagine. It's just a little blood. It's a necessary rite of passage for women, normal and inevitable after marriage." Paula listened intently, her eyes blinking, mesmerizingly beautiful. Emmanuel added, "And the pain is only for a short while. Once it passes, it feels incredibly good. Hee hee." At this, Emmanuel couldn't help chuckling. "Feels good? How does it feel?" Paula asked, puzzled like an innocent child. Caught off guard by the question, Emmanuel paused. "Well, how do I describe it?" Thinking hard, Emmanuel said, "It's like being in ecstasy, unable to stop, or perhaps losing oneself in passion, intoxicated and lost, something along those lines." "Really?" Paula asked, half believing. Nodding firmly, Emmanuel said, "Absolutely true. More real than gold." Then, Emmanuel moved Paula's hands away and swiftly undid the remaining buttons. Before long, Paula's alluring and graceful body lay bare before Emmanuel. Admiring the masterpiece under the lamplight, Emmanuel eventually swallowed hard and sincerely praised, "Wife, you're so beautiful." Originally lacking confidence, Paula regained it upon hearing her husband's compliments. Emmanuel embraced Paula, intending to pull her into bed, but Paula suddenly pushed him away. "What is it, wife?" Emmanuel asked, puzzled. Paula pointed at the oil lamp on the table. "Husband, the lamp is still on." Saying this, Paula was about to blow out the lamp. Emmanuel pulled Paula back with one hand and held her, grinning mischievously. "Why turn off the light? I prefer it a bit brighter, hee hee." Hearing these words, Paula instantly blushed furiously and buried her head deeply in Emmanuel's chest. Chapter 89. Fully revived. After a night of passionate intimacy, Emmanuel, who had been exerting himself continuously, slept until noon. When he woke up, he found himself alone in bed. Yueling. Emmanuel called out twice, but received no response from Adeline. Just as he was about to get out of bed and put on his clothes, footsteps could be heard outside the door. Then, Adeline pushed the door open and said, "Husband, you're awake?" Just as she finished speaking, Adeline caught sight of Emmanuel standing naked, ready to get out of bed. "Ah!" Adeline was startled and let out an involuntary scream before quickly turning away. Emmanuel asked in confusion, "Dear, why such a big reaction? Haven't you seen me like this before?" "Last night, when they were inseparably entwined. Adeline wasn't acting like this now that daylight had broken. Adeline turned her head slightly and whispered, "Husband, seeing you like this in broad daylight, I'm not used to it yet." Emmanuel smiled and said, "All right, bring me my clothes then." He pointed to a nearby stool where his clothes were neatly folded. Adeline quickly shut the door, lowered her head, and hurried over to hand him his clothes. Unexpectedly, Emmanuel didn't take the clothes but suddenly embraced Adeline and pressed her down onto the bed instead. "Ah!" Adeline cried out in surprise. In the next moment, she covered her mouth, realizing her scream had been too loud. "Husband, there are people outside. Please stop," Adeline said nervously. Emmanuel paused and asked, "People? Who?" Adeline replied, "Fifth Annie and the others. They're all busy in the yard." Emmanuel laughed. "I thought you meant someone else. They're far enough away. It's fine." No, husband, let me go. Not now." Adeline struggled to free herself, but Emmanuel held on tighter, his hands becoming more exploratory. Though she had already experienced the pleasure of their intimate moments, Adeline wasn't ready for anything during the day. Seeing Emmanuel becoming more aggressive, Adeline pleaded, "Husband, last night you were very tired. Please rest today, or your body won't hold up." "It's fine. After sleeping for so long, I'm fully revived. Don't believe me? Feel it yourself." With that, Emmanuel grabbed her hand, intending to guide her to touch him. Shocked, Adeline quickly pulled back and shook her head. Such stimulating scenes made her heart race, instantly reddening her cheeks and neck. Even her body started to heat up involuntarily. "Don't be shy, dear. We've done this before." The more she refused, the more excited Emmanuel became. He then leaned close to her ear, teasing with a mischievous smile, "Dear, you weren't like this last night. You even ate." Adeline, horrified, immediately covered his mouth to stop him from continuing. She felt her entire body burning with embarrassment. Just as Emmanuel was about to continue, Kay's voice came from outside the room. "Sister-in-law, are you inside?" "Sister-in-law." This time, Adeline almost jumped out of her skin. "Husband, Terry is here. Let me up please, husband." Emmanuel reluctantly let go, sighing, "Sigh, what a buzzkill." Outside, Kay called again. Adeline hastily got out of bed and answered, "Terry, I'm here. Wait a moment, I'll come right out." She quickly tidied herself and rushed out. Emmanuel dressed while thinking to himself that another house might be necessary. Otherwise, with people coming and going, things would never be convenient. As Emmanuel just finished dressing, Adeline returned with a still flushed face. "Why did you come back?" Emmanuel asked. Adeline walked up to him and whispered, "Terry just needed to ask me something and left after." "Oh." Emmanuel responded simply and continued dressing. Worried Emmanuel might be upset, Adeline whispered, "Husband, don't be angry. Let's wait until tonight. It's too embarrassing during the day." Emmanuel smiled and pinched her nose. "Little fool, do I seem like someone who gets upset easily?" Relieved that Emmanuel wasn't mad, Adeline sighed in relief and fetched a comb to help him dress his hair. Once everything was set, Emmanuel washed up and headed to the workshop. At the soap workshop, everyone worked efficiently without any chaos, which pleased Emmanuel greatly. Just then, Xander arrived. "Emmanuel, you came at the right time. I need to discuss something with you," Xander said seriously. "What is it, Daryl?" Emmanuel asked. "Which job?" Xander asked eagerly. "He can join the delivery team, helping with loading and unloading goods. It's not too difficult, and the pay is decent. What do you think, Daryl?" While Emmanuel wouldn't hire a known sluggard like Ambrose, he couldn't ignore Daryl's request, especially considering the deceased Andy's good relationship with Ambrose's aunt. This way, both parties would be satisfied without affecting the workshop. Thus, he arranged for Ambrose to join the delivery team, maintaining harmony in the village while preserving the workshop's efficiency. Chapter 90. You wouldn't be thinking of using force, would you? Okay. This job is good. Xander suddenly became very happy, nodding in agreement continuously. Although delivering goods was not as prestigious as working in the workshop, it was still a decent job, and this way, he could also give an account to Ambrose's aunt. Eager to share the news with Ambrose's aunt, Xander bid farewell and quickly left the workshop. After Xander left, Emmanuel strolled around the workshop for a couple more rounds before heading home. After lunch, Emmanuel, having nothing better to do, suggested to Paula that they take a leisurely stroll in the nearby woods. The moment she heard this, Paula shook her head, refusing repeatedly, feeling that Emmanuel might have some ulterior motive and could bully her anytime. Emmanuel assured her very earnestly that he just wanted to take a walk and would not act improperly towards her. Only after Emmanuel swore an oath did Paula reluctantly believe him, and the two slowly made their way into the depths of the forest. The afternoon sunlight was intense, but filtering through the gaps between leaves, it felt neither hot nor uncomfortable, instead creating a cozy warmth that made one feel lazy and sleepy. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Emmanuel suddenly noticed a fallen dead tree ahead. The tree was huge and thick, almost reaching his waist in height where it had fallen. From its appearance, it was clear that it had lain there for many years. Emmanuel pulled Paula over to the tree, then turned and leaned back against the trunk. Seeing this, Paula also leaned back beside Emmanuel, enjoying the warm sunlight. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. "Husband, are we considered rich now?" Paula asked suddenly. Emmanuel thought for a moment and replied, "It depends on who we compare ourselves to. If we compare ourselves to the wealthiest merchants, we still have a long way to go. But if we compare ourselves to ordinary people, then we're doing quite well," Emmanuel explained. "We fall short of those above us, but fare better than those below." Paula said, "Husband, I think differently. I feel we're already rich. Back then, I never imagined we'd make so much money in a day." Emmanuel smiled and said, "With me here, we'll make even more money in the future, so be prepared." Paula immediately replied, "Husband, I don't aspire to earn vast sums of money. I just want to live peacefully with you, have a few more children, and our family can live happily together." Moved by such sincere words, Emmanuel gently put his arm around Paula's shoulder and said softly, "Aislinn, I'm incredibly lucky to have a wife like you. Paula blushed slightly, smiling, and then slowly rested her head on Emmanuel's shoulder. For a long time afterward, the two simply sat there quietly, enjoying the lazy afternoon. 5 days later, at noon, Nathan drove a donkey cart carrying Emmanuel into the city. Once inside the city, Emmanuel headed straight for the county government office. His goal was to discuss maintaining order during the upcoming big market day in Shinjo with Jared. The big market day was different from regular market days. More people attended, and it was livelier, featuring opera troupes performing on stage. It was similar to the temple fairs held during festivals. Miriam believed this was a great opportunity to promote the mutant soap products. Thus, she sent a letter to Emmanuel detailing the plan and asking him to help contact Officer Stone. Upon arriving at the county office, Emmanuel quickly met with Jared. Upon seeing Emmanuel, Jared's usually stern face lit up warmly. Learning that Emmanuel needed his assistance, he immediately invited him to a nearby tea house for a chat. Emmanuel waved his hand. Miss Noah, no need for formalities. As your general distributor, helping you means helping myself. We're all in the same boat. Miriam couldn't help but laugh. Sugongzi, being in the same boat doesn't sound too positive. Emmanuel laughed and asked, then what should we say? Miriam thought seriously and replied, we should say, prosper or suffer together. Right. Miss Noah is indeed knowledgeable, Emmanuel chuckled. Sugongzi, don't tease me, Miriam said shyly. After laughing, Emmanuel suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Miss Noah, did Danny return to Hyang? Upon hearing Danny's name, Miriam's expression turned gloomy. Emmanuel instantly understood and asked, Miss Noah, did that guy harass you again? Miriam sighed, helplessly saying, ever since that day. He blocks my door every day. I've told him everything I need to, but he still insists, driving me crazy. You're kidding. That guy is so persistent? Emmanuel was surprised. Miriam shook her head and sighed again, clearly exasperated with Danny. Emmanuel frowned in thought for a moment and suggested, Miss Noah, let me escort you home today. If we encounter him, don't worry, I'll handle it. Miriam became concerned and asked urgently, Sugongzi, you wouldn't be thinking of using force, would you? Of course not. Emmanuel shook his head seriously. I'm not someone who uses violence without reason. Then, with a confident smile, Emmanuel added, Miss Noah, rest assured, I will deal with Danny properly for you. Miriam was skeptical but ultimately agreed, as she truly didn't want to see Danny anymore. At that moment, Emmanuel suddenly stood up and said while walking toward the door, Miss Noah, I have one more thing to do. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Make sure you wait for me. Sugongzi, where are you going? Sugongzi. Miriam's voice faded as Emmanuel disappeared out the door. Chapter 91. You're in big trouble now. The hour of the rooster. Meadow's carriage stopped in front of the Noah family mansion gates. The moment the carriage halted, a man strode over from a short distance away. It was none other than Danny. For days now, Danny had been stationed outside the Noah residence, appearing each morning when Meadow left and again each evening when she returned. Each time he showed up, he begged for her forgiveness, repeating himself incessantly. This behavior greatly annoyed Meadow, who repeatedly asked him not to disturb her. However, Danny remained undeterred, making it a daily ritual to appear unfailingly in the morning and evening. But luckily, Danny exercised some restraint. He never went to seek Meadow at the fragrant skin specialty shop, which would have truly pushed her past her limit. Truth be told, Danny had considered going to the shop, but ultimately thought better of it. He knew that such an action would anger Meadow, leaving little hope for her forgiveness. Xianger, you're back. You seem to be home earlier today compared to yesterday, Danny started speaking as soon as he reached the carriage. At the same time, he instinctively moved the small stool from beside the driver. This small stool served as a footrest, aiding passengers in getting in and out of the carriage. Over these past few days, Danny consistently set up this stool to express his sincerity and apology towards Meadow. The carriage driver had become accustomed to this routine. While waiting for Meadow to exit the carriage, Danny added, oh, by the way, Xianger, I noticed that a nearby store makes excellent rice wine dumplings. Why don't we go there together? As he finished speaking, the carriage curtain was lifted, but the person stepping out was not Meadow but Emmanuel. At the sight of Emmanuel, Danny froze. Emmanuel widened his eyes in surprise and said, oh, isn't this Master Damon? What are you doing here? Danny took a step back, checking the carriage. This is definitely Xianger's carriage with her driver, so why is Emmanuel getting out? Stepping out of the carriage, Emmanuel noticed Danny's actions and chuckled. Master Damon, you're quite thoughtful, preparing the stool even for me. Not bad at all. Thank you, Master Damon. Saying this, Emmanuel stepped down using the stool. Why were you in the carriage? Danny immediately furrowed his brow. Ignoring Danny, Emmanuel turned to the carriage. Moments later, another person emerged. It was Meadow herself. Noah, miss, please be careful. As Emmanuel spoke, he extended his hand gracefully to help Meadow down from the carriage. Seeing that they returned in the same carriage and Meadow even held Emmanuel's hand, jealousy surged within Danny, and his anger flared up. Xianger, how could you let him sit in the same carriage as you? Danny pointed at Emmanuel and exclaimed. Meadow remained silent, glancing at Emmanuel. On their way, Emmanuel had advised her to remain silent upon meeting Danny and let him handle everything. Emmanuel replied, Master Damon, Miss Noah invited me over for dinner. Is there something wrong with me riding in her carriage? What's it got to do with you whether we ride together or not? Who are you to question us? Emmanuel retorted without any politeness. Meadow was surprised by Emmanuel's rudeness and worried that a conflict might break out between them. Enraged, Danny pointed at Emmanuel and accused Meadow. Xianger, I don't understand how you can cooperate with someone like him. He's a gambling addict who lost all his family's wealth and even pawned his wife. The academy expelled him too. He's nothing but a degenerate. Felt as if he had been stabbed through the heart. Xianger, you weren't like this before. How can you be like this now? Danny was heartbroken, shaking his head repeatedly. Emmanuel was growing anxious, thinking, what are you doing, girl? Don't mess up my plan. Just as Danny felt disheartened and turned to leave, Emmanuel suddenly shouted, Danny, thinking of running away, huh? No way. With that, Emmanuel rushed over and pushed Danny with both hands. Despite being tall and strong, Danny, having trained in martial arts since childhood, had a solid stance. Emmanuel's push had no effect and instead caused Emmanuel to take a step back. Emmanuel's actions completely enraged Danny. With intense fury, he shoved Emmanuel forcefully in the chest, sending him staggering several steps back until he fell heavily to the ground. Aya! In the moment he hit the ground, Emmanuel screamed loudly, exaggerating his reaction. Broken, broken, my waist is broken. Emmanuel cried out in agony, loud enough for the entire street to hear. What happened, Lord Su? Meadow was shocked and rushed over to try and help Emmanuel up, but Emmanuel shook his head vigorously, crying out, No, miss, don't apply too much force. My waist hurts badly, really badly, Aya. Danny was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a simple push could result in such a dramatic fall. Lying on the ground, Emmanuel pointed at Danny, saying, You're in big trouble now. You've injured me, and you've got yourself into deep waters. Someone, call the authorities. Quickly, call the authorities. I won't let this go. Emmanuel yelled, continuing to display an agonized expression. Soon, a crowd gathered, casting skeptical looks and pointing fingers at Danny. I didn't. It wasn't me. He fell by himself. This has nothing to do with me. Danny tried desperately to explain, the word unjustly seemingly written on his forehead. Suddenly, Cosmo and 4 officers appeared, striding briskly toward the scene. Cosmo parted the crowd and sternly asked, What's going on here? What happened? Emmanuel quickly responded, Brother officer, you arrived just in time. Arrest him. He attacked me. Ah, my waist, my old waist. Note. In translating this passage, I ensured to maintain the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 92. Seymour is arrested. Bring him in. He assaulted someone in broad daylight. Quickly seize him. Jared ordered the arrest without even questioning the matter. Immediately, 4 constables surrounded Seymour. Seymour was terrified, shaking his head and waving his hands, insisting he hadn't hurt anyone. He pointed at Emmanuel, saying he had fallen on his own. But Jared paid no attention to Seymour's defense and urged the constables to move faster. In a moment, Seymour was bound with chains. Take him back. With a wave of Jared's hand, the constables led Seymour towards the county jail. This panicked Seymour, who screamed at the top of his lungs, It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You've got the wrong person. Let me go. Jared then glanced at Emmanuel, nodded lightly, and walked away. Only after Jared and the guards disappeared did Emmanuel stand up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Nathan also rushed over to help Emmanuel clean himself off. Miriam, who had been worried about Emmanuel being hurt, now understood what had just transpired. Baker, so this was all your plan? Miriam exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the crowd around them, Emmanuel quietly reminded her, Miss Noah, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk about this. Why don't we go inside? Miriam frowned slightly but nodded and headed for the gate. Emmanuel followed her into the Noah family residence, and they soon arrived under a pavilion by the front court. Shelley and Nathan stayed behind, only watching from afar. Suddenly, Miriam stopped and turned around, asking, Baker, you bothering you until next year? Miriam understood this point, but still felt it was too harsh to lock someone in jail, especially since their families had known each other for many years. But Baker, how am I supposed to explain this to the Damon family if he's imprisoned? Miriam frowned. Emmanuel immediately countered. Explain what? Has he ever thought about explaining his harassment to your family? Miriam was stunned. Yes, he had never considered her feelings. At that moment, Miriam nodded involuntarily, deeply agreeing with Emmanuel's words. But soon she began to worry again. However, Baker, the Damon family has a long-standing relationship with us Noah family. Putting Seymour in jail feels too severe. Emmanuel shook his head inwardly, thinking Miriam looked cold-hearted, but was actually softer than anyone else. He said, Miss Noah, please don't have any guilt. To be honest, Seymour won't stay in jail for long, just one night, as punishment for harassing you for days. Miriam looked puzzled at Emmanuel. Baker, what do you mean? Emmanuel explained, Miss Noah, Shong and I agreed that tomorrow morning, he will send Seymour back to Heian County and leave the case to the local authorities. The Damons aren't minor figures in Heian County. Such a trivial matter won't lead to serious charges there. Emmanuel sneered. Miriam seemed bewildered. Can this really happen? Surprised, Emmanuel asked, Miss Noah, haven't you read the laws of Lianghua? Miriam shook her head. No. So, Emmanuel explained to her, according to the criminal code of Lianghua, if civilians commit offenses outside their home jurisdiction, they can either be tried locally or escorted back to their hometown for trial, depending on the seriousness of the case. Magistrates generally handle major cases such as murder, arson, rape, etc., while petty disputes like Seymour's would be dealt with directly by clerks. As a veteran bailiff, Jared could influence how this case would be judged. Upon hearing Emmanuel's explanation, Miriam sighed with relief, feeling less burdened. She then asked, What if he comes back afterward? Emmanuel confidently replied, Don't worry, Miss Noah. If he dares to harass you again, I have 1,000 ways to deal with him, guaranteed to make him give up. Miriam felt a sense of security with Emmanuel's reassurance. She lowered her head slightly and softly said, Baker, please don't take what Seymour said earlier to heart. Relax, I'm like a boiled pig. I'm quite tough. Emmanuel laughed. Miriam couldn't help but chuckle at Emmanuel comparing himself to a boiled pig. Seeing that everything was settled, Emmanuel said, If there's nothing else, Miss Noah, I'll be heading back. He turned to call Nathan, preparing to leave. Miriam hesitated for a moment, then called out, Baker, you've done so much for me today. How could I let you leave without offering you a meal? Emmanuel looked at the sky and saw it was dinner time. Thinking it didn't matter where he ate, he nodded and agreed. All right, thank you, Miss Noah. Miriam waved her hand, indicating it wasn't a bother and felt extremely happy. Immediately, She summoned Shelley and instructed her to prepare food in the kitchen. Chapter 93, Salt Refinement. After dinner, Miriam had a car sent to take Emmanuel and Nathan away. Just as Miriam was about to head back home, the servant of Old Tucker came over to relay a message that Old Tucker wanted to see her. Miriam knew without asking that it must be related to Danny. Soon enough, they arrived at Old Tucker's room. Miriam entered and approached his bedside, observing his complexion before saying, "Father, your complexion has improved a lot recently. Indeed, old ginseng really works." Old Tucker remained silent, only nodding with a slight frown. He then gestured for Meadow to sit beside the bed and waved away the servants. After the servants left, he asked, "Xianger, why did you treat Mr. Damon coldly after he specifically came all the way from Haeong to find you? Not only did you reject him daily, but why did you also report him to the authorities?" Meadow explained, "Father is in the silk business? Have you inquired about the silk shop's business recently?" Meadow was speechless. Indeed, she had spent all her energy on soap business lately, neglecting the family's silk shop. "I want to remind you today that Emmanuel is already married. I will never agree to you becoming his concubine." Old Tucker's tone was heavy and resolute. "Father, what are you talking about?" Meadow became anxious and raised her voice. "When did I say I wanted to marry him as a concubine? We're only business partners with no personal relationship." Old Tucker laughed coldly. "Maybe you don't have such thoughts now, but that doesn't mean you won't in the future. I called you here today to warn you to abandon these ideas early. As long as I am alive, it's impossible between you and him." 2 days later in the morning, Ancient Mountain Village. Emmanuel didn't go to the soap workshop but was busy in his backyard instead. He was about to pour coarse salt into a large wooden bucket filled with water when Paula and Kay arrived. Seeing this, Kay asked in surprise, "Cousin, what are you doing? Why are you pouring salt into water?" Paula was also puzzled but figured Emmanuel must have his reasons and wouldn't waste anything unnecessarily. Emmanuel didn't stop and poured half a bag of coarse salt into the bucket. Putting down the salt bag, Emmanuel explained, "I'm refining the salt. Consuming too much coarse salt can lead to diseases. In the future, we should eat refined salt." Then, he picked up a wooden stick and began stirring the salt water. "Cousin, isn't refined salt sold at the market? Why bother making it ourselves?" Kay was very curious. Emmanuel replied while stirring, "The refined salt sold at the market is only filtered to remove visible impurities. Invisible impurities remain inside the salt." Invisible impurities? Kay didn't understand and glanced at Paula. Paula was also confused and asked, "Husband, what are visible and invisible impurities?" Emmanuel answered, "Visible impurities are generally mud and sand, also known as insoluble impurities. Invisible impurities include magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, etc., which stay in the salt and are soluble impurities. Long-term consumption is harmful to health." Emmanuel further explained that coarse salt contains high levels of sodium, leading to water sodium retention. This could cause edema, sustained high blood pressure, kidney damage, and an increased risk of kidney disease. Both Paula and Kay were dumbfounded. They didn't understand terms like magnesium chloride, calcium chloride, water sodium retention, and sodium. "Cousin, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Kay scratched her head. Although Paula didn't understand the technical terms either, she grasped the essence. "Terry, husband just wants us to know that eating too much coarse salt is harmful." Emmanuel nodded immediately. "Yes, exactly. That's precisely what I meant." Kay objected, "But everyone always eats coarse salt, and nobody seems sick." Emmanuel smiled, not bothering to explain further. "Fine, continue eating coarse salt then. I, however, will eat refined salt." Kay was displeased. "No way, I want refined salt too." Emmanuel smiled and continued stirring. After a while, he stopped, carefully observed the salt water, and nodded, "Good. Now it can be filtered after sedimentation." Seizing this moment, Emmanuel asked Paula to fetch some fine linen cloth to filter the salt water soon. With their help, he filtered out most of the mud and sand. Seeing the filtered impurities, Paula understood immediately. "Husband, these are insoluble impurities." "Exactly." Emmanuel nodded and praised her. "My dear, you're indeed very intelligent. I haven't wasted my efforts loving you." Paula blushed and lowered her head shyly upon hearing this. Kay rolled her eyes and muttered, "Disgusting." Next, Emmanuel added slaked lime powder to a new bucket. Before adding water, Emmanuel warned, "Aislinn, Terry, step back. Don't get splashed by lime water." After they stepped back, he poured water into the bucket. It immediately started steaming, and the water gradually boiled. Paula asked, "Husband, what is this for?" Emmanuel retreated next to her and explained, "Slaked lime will form calcium hydroxide when mixed with water. Adding it along with caustic soda to the salt water will remove the invisible soluble impurities." #####Chapter 94, Detour through Changlong Gambling Den. While the slaked lime was forming, Emmanuel went to fetch lye water and filtered it twice to reduce impurities. Afterward, he added the slaked lime to the salt water, followed by the lye water. The addition of slaked lime and lye water quickly showed results. Soon, impurities appeared in the salt water. Emmanuel explained to Paula and Kay that these impurities were soluble substances like magnesium chloride and calcium chloride, which had now been extracted. After filtering the salt water twice, Emmanuel took it to the kitchen. The next step for Emmanuel was to separate the salt from the water through evaporation. He poured the salt water into a large iron pot and began heating it. Throughout the process, he continuously stirred the solution to ensure even heat distribution and prevent premature crystallization. Eventually, all the water evaporated, leaving behind fine, white salt. Emmanuel tasted a bit with his fingers and nodded happily. "Yep, this is good." Seeing this, Kay mimicked her cousin and asked, "Elder cousin, why is fine salt less salty than coarse salt?" Paula also tasted it and said, "Indeed, it's milder, and it doesn't have the fragrance of coarse salt." Emmanuel explained, "Of course, the impurities in coarse salt stimulate our taste buds, making its flavor and saltiness more intense." Also, when magnesium chloride in coarse salt heats up, it releases hydrochloric acid gas, which helps break down proteins in food into amino acids with a fresh taste, making coarse salt seem more fragrant. Paula and Kay exchanged puzzled looks, as they didn't understand the explanation. Emmanuel laughed and said, "It's okay if you don't understand. Just remember that fine salt is better for you than coarse salt." They laughed along and nodded. After spending a whole morning purifying the salt, Emmanuel produced a large jar of fine salt. "This jar should last us for a while," Emmanuel remarked, looking at the full jar. Kay nodded and then suggested, "Elder cousin, your fine salt is much better than what's sold in the market. Why don't we open a store in town to sell this type of fine salt?" Before Emmanuel could respond, Paula interrupted, "That's not possible, Terry." "Why not, sister-in-law?" Kay asked, confused. Paula explained, "Terry, selling salt isn't something anyone can do. You need approval from the authorities and permission from the court. Otherwise, privately selling salt carries serious consequences." "Oh," Kay sighed, disappointed. Paula turned to Emmanuel and asked, "Dear, you must know about this, right?" Emmanuel smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Aislinn. I won't risk selling private salt. We're producing this fine salt just for our own consumption. Eating too much coarse salt is really bad for health." Paula felt relieved. The day before the big market fair in Shinjo City. After lunch, Emmanuel, Paula, and Nathan set off for Shinjo City. Paula accompanied them because she hadn't been to a market fair in a long time and wanted to enjoy shopping and socializing. Additionally, it was almost the end of the month, and Emmanuel planned to meet Miriam to settle their accounts. They decided to return to the city a day early because the market fair would attract many people, and it might be impossible to get through the gates with the donkey cart on the actual day. On the way, Paula was very happy, chatting and laughing with Emmanuel, her mood infectious. Time flew when one was having fun. Soon enough, they could see Shinjo City ahead. Upon entering the city, they noticed advertisements for peony soap and fragrant skincare specialty store hanging everywhere, more numerous and colorful than before, catching everyone's attention. Looking up at the banners, Paula asked, "Dear, how much does it cost to put up so many flags?" Emmanuel replied, "I'm not sure. It's all arranged by Miss Noah. You'd have to ask her." Paula sighed. Miss Noah is truly adept at business. She certainly knows how to make an impact. Emmanuel nodded. Yes, she is very capable when it comes to business. Hearing Emmanuel praise Miriam, Paula couldn't help but glance at him. Emmanuel caught her look and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Paula quickly shook her head, avoiding his gaze. Emmanuel was about to pursue the matter, but thought better of it. The donkey cart moved along the street until suddenly, the road ahead was blocked. They found out that someone had been hit by a vehicle and was arguing with the owner, holding up traffic. Emmanuel instructed Nathan to take a detour. Unfortunately, the detour led them straight past the Chonglong gambling den. Even worse, due to heavy traffic, their cart was temporarily stuck right at the entrance of the gambling den. Seeing the signboard of the Chonglong gambling den, Paula couldn't help but recall those dark days. Noticing her somber mood, Emmanuel immediately held her hand gently, saying, "Aislinn, don't dwell on those unhappy times. It's all in the past." "I know, dear," Paula said. "I couldn't help it. I'm sorry." Emmanuel shook his head, pained. "Why are you apologizing? If anyone should apologize, it's me." "I'm sorry, my dear," Emmanuel said sincerely. "Dear, you've apologized so many times already. There's no need to apologize again." Paula hurriedly replied. Emmanuel smiled and nodded. "All right, let's put all past events behind us from now on. No one is allowed to mention them again. If anyone does, they'll be severely punished." Paula giggled and asked, "Severely punished? How severe, dear?" Emmanuel smirked mischievously and whispered something in her ear. Paula's face turned red. "Dear, can you please be serious?" Paula frowned playfully. Emmanuel burst into laughter, leaving Paula helpless. At that moment, someone was being forcibly ejected from the Chonglong gambling den. A thin, sickly-looking boy of around 16 or 17, dressed in tattered clothes, stood there. "You little beggar, scram, or I'll make you wish you hadn't been born," a thug threatened viciously. "I'm not a beggar. I came here to find someone who cheated me. That money was meant for my mother's medicine. I need it back," the boy insisted. Trying to rush inside, he was immediately kicked back by the thug and fell heavily to the ground. The small, frail boy stayed curled up in pain for a while. Their donkey cart happened to be parked nearby, so Emmanuel and Paula saw everything clearly. Suddenly, Amal emerged from the gambling den. "What are you doing? This is your first day? Can't you move this kid somewhere else? Blocking the entrance is bad for business." Amal scolded the thugs. The thugs bowed and nodded apologetically. Then, someone lifted the boy to remove him from the scene. Seeing this, Paula immediately grabbed Emmanuel's hand. Hearing that the other party wanted to report them, the thug froze on the spot, unsure of what to do. Amal stepped forward, coldly saying, "Baker, since you became wealthy, your tone has completely changed from before." Emmanuel didn't bother with idle talk and instructed Nathan, "Amenjiu, go report it immediately." Worried about Emmanuel, Nathan asked, "But sir, if I leave, what will happen to you and madam?" "Don't worry about us. Just go. I don't believe they would dare do anything to me in broad daylight," Emmanuel replied. Nathan agreed after some thought, nodded, and turned to run towards the magistrate's office. "Hold it!" Amal shouted loudly, blocking Nathan's path. He then said, "Baker, no one here has committed a crime. Who do you want to arrest by reporting this?" Of course, Amal wouldn't allow Emmanuel to report them to the authorities. After all, gambling dens were extremely wary of officials. If officials arrived, they would scare away most of the gamblers, causing significant financial losses. Most importantly, if the boss found out officials came today, Amal himself would definitely face a severe scolding. Emmanuel calmly responded, "Amal, did you not hear? The person who cheated him of the money for medicine is inside your gambling den. Who do you think I want to arrest?" Finishing, Emmanuel turned to the little beggar, asking, "Little brother, are you sure the person who cheated you is inside?" "Yes, I'm sure." He wears a blue shirt with patches, and there's a black mole beside his left nostril. Even if he turned into ashes, I'd recognize him. The little beggar nodded forcefully, indignant. Emmanuel immediately nodded. Great. Little brother, when the officials arrive, you lead them to arrest that person. Okay. The little beggar nodded vigorously again. Emmanuel quickly urged, Engsub, what are you waiting for? Go report it. Yes, sir. Nathan took a step to leave. Amal stopped Nathan again, then whispered menacingly, Emmanuel, last time you injured my people, we haven't settled that score yet. If you meddle today, do you think I'll let you off easily? Emmanuel laughed sarcastically. Oh. Then he stepped closer to Amal, his voice heavy. Amal, the day you threw manure at my house, we also haven't settled that score. So today, I will meddle. Hearing this, Amal was puzzled and frowned. Emmanuel, what are you talking about? When did I throw manure at your house? Don't spread lies. Seeing Amal deny it, Emmanuel scoffed disdainfully. Dare to act but not take responsibility? Are you even a real man? Enraged instantly, Amal roared. I always take responsibility for my actions. If I did it, I'll admit it. If I didn't, don't pin things on me unjustly. Their angry gazes met, and tension filled the air. Seeing this, Paula bravely stood next to Emmanuel, facing Amal angrily along with her husband. Engsub, still not going? Emmanuel urged again. Nathan dared not hesitate anymore and immediately avoided Amal, running towards the county offices. Amal did not block her this time, knowing it was futile. Amal sneered, Emmanuel, do you really think reporting helps? Do you really think our Changlong gambling den is incompetent? Since its opening, Changlong gambling den had regularly bribed the local officials, especially the chief clerk Tiger from Xinzhou City. They gave more bribes to him than to the magistrate and secretary combined. This was because as an official in charge of arrests and prisons, the chief clerk frequently interacted with places like gambling dens. Though the chief clerk wasn't a high-ranking official, he held significant power, which is why Changlong valued him highly. Actually, Amal wasn't truly afraid of Emmanuel's report. He just didn't want the officials to appear and scare away the gamblers, affecting business and earning him a scolding from the boss. After about 15 minutes, Nathan led a group of constables over. Among the officers was not only Jared but also a middle-aged man in his 30s, of medium build, with a short beard, looking stern. Amal recognized this man. Seeing him, he hurried forward, greeting respectfully, Chief Clerk Xiao, you've finally arrived. Someone is intentionally causing trouble, seriously disrupting our business. Chief Clerk Xiao, you must help us. This man was Chief Clerk Tiger of Xinzhou County. Originally, Tiger hadn't planned to come, but upon hearing it involved Changlong gambling den, he immediately dropped everything to rush over. Tiger remained stern, asking, Supervisor Su, what's going on? Look at the commotion you've caused, blocking the road. By then, the area outside Changlong gambling den was packed with spectators, severely congested. Chief Clerk Xiao, here's what happened. Amal began narrating the events, pinning all blame on Emmanuel. While Amal and Tiger talked, Jared approached Emmanuel and quietly advised, Baker, this minor issue doesn't need to be escalated. As a businessman, it's best not to offend Changlong gambling den. They're tough to handle. On the way, Jared had learned the details from Nathan. Emmanuel replied softly, Captain Stone, honestly, I'm not targeting Changlong gambling Denver. My target is only Amal. Jared asked curiously, what did he do to you? Emmanuel's lips curled up in a silent sneer as he recounted the incident of manure being thrown at his home. Jared was shocked, immediately indignantly exclaiming, damn, that guy is such a bastard, utterly bullying others. Emmanuel nodded immediately, then asked, Captain Stone, if you were me, could you tolerate it? Without hesitation, Jared shook his head and fervently said, I can't. If it were me, I'd throw that guy into a cesspool. Chapter 96. Money alone is useless. Soon after, Tiger finished his conversation with Amal and walked over to Emmanuel. Jared immediately stepped forward, smiling apologetically. Magistrate Xiao, this trivial matter doesn't need your attention. We can handle it. Tiger ignored him and walked straight up to Emmanuel, asking, Are you Emmanuel, who was expelled from the Academy for gambling? Emmanuel remained calm and bowed slightly. Yes, that's me. Tiger's expression was stern. Emmanuel, tomorrow is the day of the Grand Market, which the county magistrate considers very important. He has repeatedly instructed that the city's security must be maintained during this period. There must be no disturbances. Otherwise, the authorities will punish severely. Do you understand what I mean? Emmanuel instantly understood that Tiger was warning him not to cause trouble, or else he wouldn't be lenient. Magistrate Xiao, I'm not causing trouble. I just witnessed an injustice and wanted to help this young brother catch the villain who swindled him. But the people from Changlong Casino not only refused to assist but also drove the boy out. Using excessive force, Emmanuel spoke calmly and firmly. The little beggar, still unaware of Tiger's alignment, hastily pleaded, Sir, my money was taken by a bad man. It was meant to buy medicine for my mother. Please catch that villain. My mother is waiting for me to bring the medicine home. After speaking, the little beggar continuously bowed to Tiger. Tiger's face turned grim as he questioned, If someone stole your money, why didn't you report it to the authorities instead of making a scene here? The little beggar replied quickly, Sir, I saw the thief enter the casino, so I followed. He's inside right now. I can identify him and take you to catch him. Evidence? Tiger said sternly. Just because you say he's inside means he is? What proof do you have? Without evidence, how can I confirm your words? Do you know that making false accusations could result in severe punishment? The little beggar was speechless, having no evidence to provide. Hearing the mention of punishment for false accusations made him fear-stricken. Emmanuel suddenly bowed and said, Magistrate Xiao, may I speak with you privately? Emmanuel was thinking about using his wealth to resolve the situation. However, Tiger saw through his intentions and immediately refused. Emmanuel, whatever you have to say it in front of everyone. I don't want any misunderstandings. Emmanuel was taken aback, realizing there was no chance for bribery without being noticed. Tiger stopped engaging with Emmanuel, waving gently at the little beggar. All right, go back. Don't linger here, or I'll really arrest you. Upon hearing this, the little beggar became completely intimidated. He retreated behind Emmanuel and whispered nervously, Young master, I don't want to be arrested. My mother needs me. I should go back. Then, he fled from the crowd, valuing his mother's care more than the lost money. At this moment, Emmanuel felt both helpless and regretful. He had intended to use his connection with Jared to create trouble for Amal, but hadn't anticipated that Changlong Casino had even stronger backing within the government. Emmanuel felt foolish for not considering that a major casino would definitely have protection within the local authority. As he dwelled on his failure, Paula rushed out of the crowd and called back the little beggar. She quietly asked him a few questions, and then handed him a small piece of silver. Seeing the silver, the little beggar thanked her profusely and hurried away. Tiger witnessed this exchange, and turned to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, the victim has left. You shouldn't stay here either. Leave and don't cause more trouble. Turning around, Tiger headed towards Amal while issuing orders. Captain Stone, disperse the crowd and clear the street. Yes, Magistrate Xiao. Jared responded promptly. He whispered to Emmanuel, Jason, you see the situation. Let's call it a day. As they say, revenge is best served cold. There will be other opportunities. With that, Jared joined the constables in dispersing the crowd in vehicles. Paula returned to Emmanuel and whispered, Dear, we can't win against someone with such connections. Let's go home. Nathan agreed, though he too was enraged. Indeed, boss, civilians cannot contend with officials. Let's leave now and find a way to deal with him later. Emmanuel's face darkened for a long time, feeling frustrated and helpless. Here was the person who defiled his home standing right before him, yet he was powerless to do anything. At this moment, Emmanuel realized something critical. Having wealth alone in this feudal dynasty wasn't enough to prevent others from bullying him. One needed status, position, and power. Feeling humiliated, Emmanuel silently vowed to become someone of influence in the future. Let's go home, he muttered, preparing to board the mule cart. Unexpectedly, Amal approached, mocking loudly, Well, aren't you leaving? Isn't gambling your favorite? Go play a few rounds. But remember, don't get carried away. You wouldn't want to lose another wife. Ha ha ha. Amal burst into laughter. Seeing this, Nathan rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Amal, but Emmanuel held him back. Amenjiu, calm down. If you attack him now, it plays into his hands. Emmanuel yearned to beat up Amal but knew better than to act impulsively. Otherwise, they'd end up in jail. Come on. Hit me. Hit me. My face itches. I want to be hit. Amal taunted further. Paula was livid, her chest heaving with anger. Amal, you will get what's coming to you. Laughing wildly, Amal strutted away, his smug demeanor pushing Emmanuel to clench his fists tightly, wishing he could kill him right then and there. Ultimately, Emmanuel controlled his rage and boarded the mule cart. Paula quickly followed. Nathan spat in Amal's direction before pulling the cart forward. Throughout the journey, Emmanuel was deeply despondent and silent. Paula tried to soothe him. Dear, don't be upset. I have an idea. While it won't exact revenge, it might make you feel better. Curiously, Emmanuel asked, What idea? Master, the owner of Changlong Casino is Assad from Rongxing Bank. Since Miss Noah is soon settling our account, let's not deposit our money there, no matter how high the interest rate. If he finds out, it'll infuriate him, she explained. Emmanuel chuckled. Aislinn, we never planned to deposit our money with Rongxing. Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence, his smile vanishing. Dear, what's wrong? Why did you stop smiling? Paula asked urgently. In the next moment, Emmanuel snapped his fingers, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Aislinn, I've just figured out how to deal with Amal. Paula was caught off guard. Emmanuel immediately said, Amenjiu, let's not go home yet. We're heading to Rongxing Bank. I need to have a good chat with Assad. Chapter 97, Assad. Rongxing Bank, head office. In the back courtyard's accounting room, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump build and fair skin was reviewing the ledgers. This man was none other than Assad, the owner of Rongxing Bank and also the owner of Changlong Gambling House. Rongxing Bank was a prominent bank in the Xinzhou and Heiang regions, but it still lagged behind Sci-fi Bank in terms of scale and strength. Assad continued to frown as he reviewed the ledger, clearly dissatisfied. Two managers stood silently in the room, heads slightly lowered, waiting for instructions. After a moment, Assad closed the ledger and threw it on the table. What's going on? Why have deposits dropped by more than 30% recently? Assad asked, his brow furrowed. Titus replied, Sir, Sci-fi Bank has recently reduced its storage interest rates. Many people have heard about it and are now depositing their money there. Assad was taken aback. Reduced interest? When did this happen? Bodhi quickly added, Sir, it was 7 days ago when Sci-fi Bank reduced the storage interest rate by 10%. It's important to note that unlike modern times, in Liang Kingdom, banks did not offer savings interest. Instead, depositors had to pay storage interest. The main clients of these banks were usually merchants and wealthy individuals, not ordinary households. 10%? Assad suddenly became angry and shouted, Why wasn't I informed? Titus said plaintively, Sir, we wanted to tell you earlier, but you were in the capital city and unreachable. Bodhi chimed in, Yes, sir. We were planning to inform you as soon as you returned, but didn't get the chance yet. Assad waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Stop making excuses. Immediately pass my order. Our Rongxing Bank will also reduce the storage interest by 10%. No, 15%. I don't believe we can't compete with Sci-fi Bank. Titus was startled and glanced at Bodhi before saying, Sir, isn't 15% too much? Sci-fi Bank is a major bank in the capital city with branches nationwide. Our financial resources can't match theirs. Bodhi nodded vigorously in agreement. Assad retorted irritably, Do you even think? Sci-fi Bank took advantage of my absence to suddenly lower their interest rates, catching us off guard. They already gained an edge. If I don't reduce our rates further, will customers come to Rongxing Bank to deposit their money? If no one deposits, where do we get the funds to loan out and earn interest? Having spoken his piece, Assad left the two managers speechless. You follow my lead. Despite being from the capital, don't forget this is Xinzhou County, and my Rongxing Bank is the head office here. Do you think I will let a small branch overshadow me? Assad couldn't bear the indignity. Managers A and B nodded, indicating they would post the announcement to reduce the storage interest by 15% immediately. Feeling somewhat calmer, Assad then asked, speaking of which, how many gamblers have been frequenting the new Ahili gambling house in town while I was away? The two managers looked at each other nervously. Then Titus gestured subtly for Bodhi to speak up, but Bodhi insisted that Titus should say it. They exchanged several glances, neither willing to speak first. Losing patience, Assad pointed at Titus. You speak. Reluctantly, Titus described the situation at Ahili gambling house. Before he finished, Assad slammed the table. What did you say? Many of our gamblers have gone to Ahili gambling house? Titus hastily assured him, Sir, don't worry. People go to new places for novelty. Once it wears off, they'll return. Assad was not so optimistic. He paced the room for a while, then stopped and turned. Listen carefully. Pass my order. Starting tomorrow, reduce the monthly interest rate on loans by 3/10. 3/10? Titus was astonished and looked at Bodhi. Bodhi was equally shocked but remained silent. Assad added, also, summon Amal to meet me immediately. I need to talk to him. The managers nodded and left the room. Assad resumed pacing, pondering how to attract more wealthy households to deposit in Rongxing Bank while simultaneously undermining Sci-fi Bank. At that moment, a servant rushed in to report, Sir, there's a baker outside who wants to see you. Assad was not in the mood for visitors. Did he mention anything? The servant replied, he has a large sum of money he wishes to deposit with Rongxing Bank, but wants to discuss it with you due to the amount. Hearing about potential deposits, Assad's spirits lifted. Bring him to the rear hall. I'll be right there. In the rear hall, Emmanuel sat alone sipping tea. Just as Emmanuel finished a few sips, Assad entered the hall. Seeing Emmanuel was surprisingly young, Assad was momentarily taken aback but hid his surprise. Assad greeted politely, I am Assad. I apologize for keeping you waiting, baker. Emmanuel did not rise or set down his teacup. Instead, he gave Assad a fleeting glance and took another sip of tea. The tea here is quite ordinary, Emmanuel commented after finishing his drink. Assad bristled internally, but maintained his polite demeanor for the sake of business. Attendance. Assad called. Serve better tea for baker. Yes, sir, came the immediate response. Turning back to Emmanuel, Assad smiled apologetically. Please forgive the poor service, baker. Emmanuel nodded approvingly. Not bad. Before I came, I heard you have a temper and are quick to anger, but you seem less extreme. Assad laughed lightly. Don't believe everything you hear, baker. Nodding again, Emmanuel got to the point. Let's cut to the chase. I have a substantial sum of money and am considering whether to deposit it with Sci-fi Bank or Rongxing Bank. It's a headache trying to decide. As he spoke, Emmanuel shook his head in mock frustration. Smiling, Assad asked politely, Baker, could you tell me the exact amount? Without hesitation, Emmanuel raised his right hand and extended one finger. 10 million strings of cash. Assad was secretly alarmed and scrutinized Emmanuel closely. May I ask what kind of business you are in, Baker? Chapter 98. No rabbit, no hawk. Emmanuel said, Mr. Zhao, don't worry about what kind of business I'm in. Right now, I just want to ask if I should deposit this 10,000 strings of cash here or at Sci-fi. Assad immediately blurted out, of course you should deposit it at our Rongxing Bank. Baker, we've just lowered the storage interest by 1.5%, Assad quickly added. You have come at the perfect time. After saying that, Assad looked at Emmanuel with an expectant gaze. Emmanuel smiled slightly and said, Mr. Zhao, depositing 10,000 strings of cash at your Rongxing is not a problem. However, I have a condition. If you can agree to it, depositing even more money here won't be a problem in the future. Assad immediately responded, Baker, whatever the condition is, please say it. As long as Zhao can do it, I will certainly agree. Emmanuel reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Zhao, you will definitely be able to handle it. Baker, please continue. Assad urged. Emmanuel's expression became serious. Staring at Assad, he said, Mr. Zhao, I need your help. Please ask your subordinate Amal. Amal. Assad was utterly puzzled, wondering why Amal was brought up. Emmanuel nodded and said, ask him for me. Why did he refuse to admit to defecating on my house? A man who doesn't stand by his actions, is he still a man? Assad was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Baker, did you say, defecate? That's right. Emmanuel replied sternly. The word for excrement, also known as feces. Assad was startled. He instantly realized that Emmanuel's real intention was Amal. Frowning, Assad said, Baker, I don't know what Amal has done to you, but every grudge has its source. You should resolve this with him, not with me. With that, Assad called out, somebody, escort the guest out. At this moment, Assad believed that the 10,000 strings of cash didn't exist and was merely an excuse Emmanuel used to meet him. In the next instant, a servant appeared at the doorway, ready to escort Emmanuel out. However, Emmanuel didn't get up, remaining seated calmly and asked, Mr. Zhao, by doing this, you will lose a big client like me? Assad, with his hands behind his back, said, Baker, I basically know all the major businessmen around Xinzhou County. But seeing how young you are, probably only 20-something, claiming to have 10,000 strings of cash, it's hard for anyone to believe that, isn't it? Emmanuel smiled and slowly asked, since that's the case, does Mr. Zhao know who the owner of Peony brand soap is? Upon hearing this, Assad's expression changed immediately. Nowadays, Peony brand soaps were well known far and wide, and his own family used them as well. Furthermore, Assad's wife particularly loved using the scented soaps, especially during baths, an unwavering preference. Although Assad hadn't met the owner of Peony brand soap, he knew that the person was surnamed Sue. The bold young man before him was also surnamed Sue. Could it be? Thinking this, Assad couldn't help but ask, Baker, could you possibly be the owner of Peony brand? Emmanuel smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. Despite having guessed it, Assad was still surprised upon confirming it from Emmanuel's mouth. He couldn't help but appraise Emmanuel again. Immediately after, Assad gestured for the servant outside the hall to leave, and the servant promptly retreated. Emmanuel then stood up, clasped his hands, and introduced himself again. Mr. Zhao, allow me to reintroduce myself. This humble one is Emmanuel, the owner of Peony brand soap. Young and talented, indeed impressive, Baker. Assad clearly became much more polite. Subsequently, Assad asked about the feces incident. Emmanuel didn't hide anything, explaining how he had once borrowed money from Changlong gambling den and later repaid it while beating up Amal's men, among other things. Assad was quite shocked, wondering how Emmanuel managed to repay 130 strings of cash within 5 days. Then, Assad suddenly realized something and asked, Baker, did you manage to repay the 130 strings of cash so quickly thanks to soap? Emmanuel nodded. Assad immediately remarked, impressive. Pausing for a moment, Assad asked, Baker, why didn't you report Amal to the authorities? I assure you, Mr. Zhao, without evidence, what can I report? What can I use to catch him? Emmanuel sighed. Assad retorted, since there's no evidence, how did you determine it was Amal who did it? Emmanuel replied, besides Amal, I can't think of anyone else. Assad pondered for a moment and asked, Baker, if I help you deal with Amal, would you then deposit these 10,000 strings of cash into our Rongxing bank? Absolutely, Emmanuel nodded and added, not only these 10,000 strings, but any money I earn in the future will also be deposited here. We can work together for mutual benefit. Fine, let's seal it with a handshake. Assad was very pleased. For Assad, who desperately needed funds, exchanging Amal for a 10,000 string deposit was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Moreover, Amal's actions were excessively outrageous, and teaching him a lesson was necessary. Otherwise, it would tarnish Assad's reputation and potentially damage Changlong gambling den's image, benefiting Ahili gambling den instead. After a brief thought, Assad proposed, Baker, how about this? Once your 10,000 strings of cash are deposited, I'll have Amal brought over immediately for you to deal with. Having been in business for many years, Assad never acted rashly without clear evidence. He wouldn't be fooled by Emmanuel's words alone. Emmanuel naturally understood this logic and thus said, Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment. The money is already on its way. Emmanuel came alone because he had anticipated this scenario. People weren't stupid. They wouldn't act unless they saw the money first. Therefore, Emmanuel had Paula and Nathan find Meadow, entrusting her to deliver 10,000 strings of cash to Rongxing Bank immediately. Very well. Assad nodded, smiling. Following that, Assad walked to the doorway and loudly called out, What's going on? You were supposed to bring Baker better tea. Why hasn't it been served yet? Soon after, a servant arrived with a new cup of tea. Upon closer inspection, the teacup was noticeably more luxurious. Emmanuel then understood that Assad's earlier request for better tea was just for show, and the good tea was only brought in after negotiations concluded. Chapter 99. Treat them as they treat you. While Emmanuel waited for Miriam to deliver the money, Amal was also about to reach Rongxing Ticket Shop. When Rongxing Ticket Shop notified Amal that Assad wanted to see him, Amal instantly became anxious. He thought the authorities visiting Changlong gambling den had been reported by Assad. So on his way, he kept pondering over how he would explain. Soon enough, Amal arrived at Rongxing Ticket Shop. After reporting in, he was led into the back courtyard by a servant. Just as he reached the door of the hall, Amal saw Emmanuel inside. At this moment, Emmanuel was smiling and chatting with Assad. The atmosphere between them seemed harmonious. Why is this guy here? Amal was startled internally. Emmanuel then noticed Amal outside and immediately looked at Assad. Assad whispered to Emmanuel, Boss Sue, I've already ordered someone to bring him over before you arrived. Emmanuel nodded silently and continued sipping his tea. Amal was about to enter the hall but Assad shouted before his foot touched the ground. Did I tell you to come in? Get out. Amal froze mid-step and slowly retracted his foot, obediently standing outside the door. Coldly, Assad added, Stand in the yard. Don't go anywhere without my permission. Boss, don't you understand me? Without giving Amal a chance to speak, Assad's tone turned even colder. Having no choice, Amal walked to the center of the courtyard and stood there gloomily. Assad then turned towards Emmanuel and smiled, whispering, Boss Sue, the man is here, just waiting for your 10,000 strings of coins. Emmanuel nodded slowly, saying, Boss Xiao, rest assured, the money will be here shortly. Since they were some distance apart, Amal couldn't hear their conversation but he could see the smile on Assad's face. Amal was confused why Emmanuel had become Assad's guest and chatted so amicably. This left Amal with an ominous feeling. For nearly half an hour, Assad ignored Amal, leaving him stranded in the yard. Just when Amal felt irritable and decided to find out what was going on, a servant rushed over. Master, Miss Noah has arrived looking for Boss Sue, said the servant. Assad was delighted and exclaimed loudly, Bring her in quickly. Finally, Emmanuel saw Meadow, casting a cold glance towards Amal in the courtyard. Soon, the staff from Rongxing Ticket Shop carried in 4 large chests into the hall. Next, Meadow and Paula entered the backyard with Nathan and Shelley following closely behind. Upon entering, Paula noticed Amal and pointed at him, whispering to Meadow. Seeing this, Meadow frowned and casted a look of disgust towards Amal. After exchanging pleasantries with Assad, Meadow addressed Emmanuel, Baker, as you urged. I didn't count carefully but rest assured, these 4 chests contain more than 10,000 strings of coins. Emmanuel bowed, smiling, Thank you, Miss Noah. She shook her head indicating it wasn't a problem. Emmanuel then opened the 4 chests one by one in front of Assad. 3 chests were filled with silver while the 4th had miscellaneous items, including varying sizes of silver ingots and mostly copper coins. Boss Zhao, does this put your mind at ease now? Emmanuel asked. Nodding, Assad sternly ordered, get Amal bound. Amal was shocked, shouting, Boss, why am I being bound? What did I do wrong? Immediately, 4 burly men rushed in, tying Amal to a pillar under the porch. Despite struggling and shouting, Amal's face and neck turned beet red with bulging veins. Walking up to Amal, Assad asked seriously, Amal, usually you seem straightforward despite your flaws. Who knew you'd stoop this low? It's deeply disappointing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Amal pleaded, shaking his head. It wasn't me, it really wasn't. Looking at Emmanuel, Assad accused, you had people dump feces at Boss Su's home at midnight. Isn't that beneath you? No, I didn't. Amal yelled, vigorously shaking his head. It's not me, swear to God. Frowning, seeing Amal deny it, Assad's contempt for him increased. Amal fumed, yelling insults at Emmanuel. Paula could no longer contain herself and shouted, pointing at Amal, Amal, you did this. My husband only defended us that night. Your grudge led you to send people to soil our house. You're scum, a complete rascal. Calmly, Emmanuel pulled back Paula, shaking his head. My dear, there's nothing to discuss with such a person. Turning to Assad, Emmanuel called softly, Boss Zhao. Assad understood and promptly commanded, hit him hard. The 4 burly men surrounded Amal and started pummeling him. Soon, Amal was bruised all over, bleeding from mouth and nose. A few minutes later, Assad halted the beating, asking again, is this your doing? With great effort, Amal shook his head painfully. Really? It's not me. I swear. He even swore a series of terrible oaths. Seeing this, Assad paused, taking Emmanuel aside. Boss Su, since Amal dared swear so intensely, could he be innocent? Emmanuel stroked his chin in thought, wondering if it might be true. Just then, Meadow walked forward and suggested calmly, Boss Zhao, why not use his method against him? Assad immediately got it, clapping, yes. Why didn't I think of that? He then loudly commanded, go get a bucket of human waste from the toilet. Hearing this, Amal froze. Next, he began violently shaking his head, sobbing, no, please boss, it's not me, really not me. Emmanuel looked at Meadow in surprise, realizing her hidden ruthlessness. This translation adheres to the original paragraph structure and line breaks, maintains the same tone and style, ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness. Chapter 100, The Malicious Barak. Before long, a bucket of fresh night soil was brought over. Deviant to the intense smell, everyone pinched their noses. Assad ordered the bucket to be placed beside Amal's feet. An indescribable stench immediately rose skyward, causing Amal to heave repeatedly. Amal, almost suffocating, kept his eyes shut, shaking his head vigorously and pleading Assad to let him off, insisting that he wasn't the one who did it. The stench was unbearable for Assad as well, so he stood far away while holding his nose and asked, Amal, this is my last question. Did you do it? After saying that, Assad gestured to the servant with the dung ladle to stand ready. It wasn't me, sir. I really didn't do it. Please believe me. I'm not lying. Amal cried in desperation, but still denied sending anyone to pour the filth. Assad was getting increasingly annoyed. He thought Amal was being stubborn. Even if Amal admitted, what would happen? Does he have to pour dung on himself? I'll count to 3. If you don't confess by then, I will really pour it on you. Assad shouted loudly. He began, 1, 2. At this moment, Emmanuel, Paula, Miriam frowned deeply, while Nathan and Shelley tightly pinched their noses. Just before counting 3, Assad waited for a bit, but Amal refused to concede and continued to shake his head, crying out that he was wronged. 3. Assad couldn't help but shout out. As soon as the word left his lips, the servant holding the ladle walked to the bucket, dipped a full ladle of night soil, took a few steps back, and prepared to pour it over Amal. Seeing that he was about to become a manure man, Amal yelled frantically, I know who did it, sir. Upon hearing this, Assad immediately stopped the servant and told him to wait. Assad asked hurriedly, who is it? Speak quickly. Amal, along with Paula and Miriam, fixed their gazes on Amal. It's Barak. It must be him. Who is Barak? Assad had never heard of this name and looked confused. Emmanuel and Miriam also didn't know who this person was. However, upon hearing this name, Paula turned pale with shock. Emmanuel noticed and asked her, wife, do you know this Barak? Paula nodded silently. Who is he? Emmanuel asked again. Paula was at a loss for words, bowing her head and fumbling her fingers. Assad, seeing Paula remain silent, turned to Amal and said, tell us who Barak is and why you're so sure he did it. He's from Haeong and claims to have a grudge against Boss Su. He paid me to think of ways to get Boss Su addicted to gambling until he lost everything and became destitute, Amal explained. Assad was shocked and turned to Emmanuel saying, Boss Su, this Barak is quite malicious. Having heard this, Emmanuel had already identified someone in mind. He said to Assad, Sir Zhao, please let your people disperse. I want to talk to him. Assad nodded and had the servants take away the dung bucket and retreat, giving Emmanuel space. Approaching Amal, Emmanuel sternly demanded, Amal, from start to finish, what did Barak make you do? As long as you tell everything without withholding anything, I will forgive you. Amal had suffered enough and didn't want to suffer more, so he recounted the entire process. From when he first met Barak to all the tasks Jeffrey made him carry out. A year ago, just after Emmanuel's wedding, Barak was drinking alone at an inn where he accidentally met Amal. Upon learning Amal worked at Changlong Gambling House and lent high-interest loans, Jeffrey offered him a 10-tael silver ingot to help him achieve a sinister goal. He promised monthly payments of 10 taels and an extra 50 taels reward at the end. Motivated by money, Amal readily agreed. This task involved teaching Emmanuel how to gamble, making him addicted, leading to the eventual loss of all his possessions, including his wife, leaving Emmanuel with no hope of redemption. Hearing this, Miriam could no longer hold back and asked, "Baker, what grudge does Barak have with you? Why such malice?" Emmanuel did not respond directly but instead asked Amal, "Did Barak tell you the reason for his enmity?" Amal shook his head. "No, I asked him several times, but he refused to tell me and warned me not to meddle. So, I stopped asking." Amal added, looking desolate, "Boss Sue, this was all Barak's doing. It was my fault. I was blinded by greed. I deserve punishment. Please forgive me this time." Emmanuel was silent, frowning deeply. He then glanced at Paula and noticed her trembling slightly, with a visibly worse complexion. "Wife," Emmanuel called softly. "Ah." Although Emmanuel's voice wasn't loud, it startled Paula, who appeared extremely panicked. Walking beside Paula, Emmanuel gently said, "Wife, come with me. There's something I need to ask you." Thinking Emmanuel might be angry at her, Paula felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Reacting swiftly, Emmanuel caught her around the waist and asked concernedly, "Wife, what's wrong?" In Emmanuel's embrace, Paula burst into tears, saying apologetically, "Husband, this is all my fault. It's because I didn't explain clearly." Emmanuel comforted her, "Wife, you don't need to say more now. I understand everything. Let's sit down in the hall for a while and discuss the rest at home." With that, Emmanuel carried Paula into the living room and asked Miriam and Shelley to look after her. Later, Emmanuel spoke to Assad, "Sir Zhao, please release Amal. I've understood everything." Assad nodded and had Amal released, yelling, "Now get lost." Grateful for the reprieve, Amal stumbled away. Emmanuel then added, "Sir Zhao, my wife isn't feeling well, and we urgently need to go home. Could you expedite counting the silver and exchange it into your banknotes?" "No problem, Boss Sue," Assad replied happily, relieved that the deal was secured. Half an hour later, Emmanuel and Paula returned home in Jimming Alley. After entering the bedroom, Emmanuel wanted Paula to rest, but she refused. There were many things Paula wanted to say, yet she struggled to find the right words, once again rubbing her fingers nervously. Emmanuel observed and said, "Aislinn, do you know? A year ago, on our wedding day, a stranger came to see me. He claimed he and you were in love and asked me not to marry you, urging me to step aside for him. I drove him away." Pausing briefly, Emmanuel added, "If I'm not mistaken, that stranger was Barak, wasn't he?" Translation notes. Maintained proper paragraph structure. Names are transliterated correctly using pinyin. Preserve the tone and style of the original text. Ensured coherence with the previous content. Made the translation natural and fluent while avoiding grammatical errors. Chapter 101. The hatred of losing a wife. Hearing the phrase, mutual affection, Paula immediately panicked. Paula, visibly agitated, said, "Husband, it's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like him at all. He has unrequited feelings for me and keeps jochaning me." Note, the word jochan should be translated to maintain fluency. Here's the improved version. Paula, visibly agitated, said, "Husband, it's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like him at all. He has unrequited feelings for me and keeps hounding me." Emmanuel quickly pulled Paula's hand and sat down with her on the edge of the bed, gently saying, "Aislinn, calm down. How could I not believe you?" Seeing Emmanuel's sincere eyes, Paula instantly felt relieved. Emmanuel patiently asked, "Aislinn, how did you meet Barak? Can you tell me about what happened between you two?" Paula immediately nodded. "Of course. Husband, I'll tell you everything. I won't lie one bit." Emmanuel smiled and nodded, waiting for her to continue. Paula told Emmanuel that she had met Barak 2 years ago. Back then, the Chen family hadn't yet faced the crisis of annihilation. There was some rapport between the elders of the Jeffrey and Chen families, so they tried to match their young ones, Paula and Barak. Barak had high standards for a wife. Before meeting Paula, he had already adopted an arrogant attitude, planning to refuse the marriage if anything didn't meet his expectations. However, when he actually saw Paula, Barak completely changed his mind. He seemed to have decided on her, showing an attitude that he would only marry her. But Paula didn't fancy Barak. Deviating their interactions, she discovered that Barak had many flaws, such as being overly ambitious, prone to boasting, and having a narrow mind with a grudge-holding nature. Therefore, Paula explained her reasons to her family, who respected her decision and politely declined the Jeffrey family. Initially, there were no hard feelings between the two families, but Barak himself couldn't get over it. He thought of Paula day and night, frequently traveling from Haeong to Xian Prefecture to see her. At first, out of respect for the relationship between the families, Paula would still meet Barak. However, over time, she found it increasingly bothersome and began to avoid him with excuses. But Barak didn't give up. He continued visiting at intervals, impressing even Paula's parents with his persistence. Later, the Chen family faced a huge crisis, and to protect Paula, her parents arranged her marriage to Emmanuel. Upon hearing this, Barak was shocked and raged at home for several days. On the day of Paula's wedding to Emmanuel, Barak secretly approached Paula's previous self, claiming that they were mutually in love and hoped for her cooperation. Her previous self promptly scolded Barak away and neglected Paula on their wedding night. According to logic, a normal person should move on after losing someone they loved. But Barak couldn't let go. He always found ways to meet Paula. For instance, he would visit her when Emmanuel wasn't home or pretend to run into her while she was buying groceries, seizing every opportunity to see her. This troubled Paula deeply. As a married woman, if neighbors and acquaintances noticed her close contact with another man, it would invite gossip and make her husband less tolerant of her. One day, when Barak came again, Paula sternly asked him never to come back. But he refused to listen, persistently following her and persuading her to divorce Emmanuel and be with him. Finally, Paula slapped Barak hard and stopped talking to him altogether. Barak became despondent for many days, believing that Emmanuel had stolen Paula from him. The enmity ran deep. His narrow-mindedness led him to harbor resentment and decide to seek revenge against Emmanuel and Paula due to the humiliation caused by her slap. Barak's thoughts were extreme. If he couldn't have her, neither should anyone else. He wanted them both to pay the price. Unbeknownst to Emmanuel and Paula, Barack schemed to make Emmanuel addicted to gambling through a mall and gradually led him astray, causing him to lose all his property within a year and even bet Paula away. After detailing everything, Paula suddenly blamed herself. Husband, it's all my fault. If I hadn't slapped him, he wouldn't hate you so much. It's all my fault. She started tearing up again. Emmanuel wiped away her tears gently and smiled. Aislinn, how can this be your fault? You did the right thing. That slap was justified and relieving. Even now, I feel better knowing you stood up for yourself. Paula blinked and asked, really, husband? You don't blame me? Emmanuel firmly replied, yes, Aislinn. If anyone is to blame, it's me for not standing firm and succumbing to temptation, but it's all over now. Paula nodded vigorously, wiping her tears. Emmanuel, feeling heartbroken, embraced Paula and they remained together in silence. After a while, Emmanuel suddenly asked, by the way, Aislinn, what does Barack's family do? Realizing what Emmanuel was thinking, Paula quickly left his embrace and sat up straight. Husband, don't be rash. The Jeffreys have connections in the court. We commoners can't possibly stand against them. Emmanuel reassured her, Aislinn, don't worry. I'm not planning anything. I just want to understand things better. Are you sure? Paula was still unsure. Emmanuel nodded earnestly. I promise you, Aislinn, before I have absolute strength and ability, I won't provoke anyone stronger than us. Paula nodded lightly and added, Barack's uncle is a wealthy salt merchant in Heian County, and his father holds a 7th-rank official position in the capital's Ministry of Justice. Emmanuel initially thought it exaggerated for a mere 7th-rank official to scare her so much, but then he remembered that officials in the capital held higher influence than local counterparts. His next thought was Tiger, which made him understand Paula's fear. Even a minor local official instilled fear in common people, not to mention a 7th-rank official in the capital. Chapter 101. The hatred of a wife being taken away. Upon hearing the phrase, mutual affection, Paula immediately became agitated. Paula, emotionally upset, said, husband, it's not like that. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't like him at all. He's only infatuated with me and constantly harasses me. Emmanuel quickly held Paula's hand, sitting together with her on the edge of the bed, gently saying, Aislinn, don't be so upset. How could I not believe you? Seeing Emmanuel's sincere eyes, Paula instantly felt relieved. Emmanuel patiently asked, Aislinn, how did you meet Barack? Can you tell me more about what happened between you two? Paula immediately nodded. Of course. Husband, I'll tell you everything. I won't lie to you. Emmanuel smiled and nodded, waiting for her to continue. Paula told Emmanuel that she had met Barack 2 years ago. At that time, the Chin family had yet to face the clan crisis, and the elders from both the Jeffrey and Chun families had some connection. So they wanted to matchmake the young couple, Paula and Barack. Barack was quite arrogant and set up aside. However, the previous Emmanuel scolded Barack away and neglected Paula on their wedding night. Logically, anyone should move on after losing someone they loved, forgetting the past and starting anew. But Barack didn't. He continued finding ways to meet Paula. For example, he visited her when Emmanuel was away, or pretended to bump into her while she was out shopping. He seized every opportunity to see her. Paula found this extremely troubling. As a married woman, being seen interacting too closely with another man could invite gossip and worsen her relationship with her husband. One day, when Barack came again, Paula sternly told him never to visit her again. However, he didn't listen and kept persuading her to divorce Emmanuel and be with him. Eventually, Paula lost her temper and slapped Barack hard, cutting off communication with him completely. This left Barack depressed for days. He harbored the belief that Emmanuel had stolen Paula from him. The hatred of losing a spouse was unbearable. Deviant to his narrow-mindedness, this incident deeply hurt Barack, leading him to develop a vengeful heart almost overnight. His targets included both Emmanuel and Paula. That slap was an immense humiliation to him. Barack's thinking became extreme. If he couldn't have her, neither should anyone else. He wanted them both to pay the price. However, Emmanuel and Paula were unaware of these thoughts. Emmanuel believed Barack merely hated him. Later, through a mall, Barack induced Emmanuel to develop a gambling addiction. Then he orchestrated schemes that led Emmanuel to lose his fortune within a year, and eventually lose Paula as well. After recounting everything, Paula felt guilty. Husband, it's my fault. If I hadn't slapped him, he wouldn't hate you so much. It's all my fault. She started crying again. Emmanuel wiped her tears gently, smiling, Aislinn, how can this be your fault? What you did was right. That slap was well-deserved and gave me relief just thinking about it. Paula blinked, asking, really? Husband? You're not mad at me? Emmanuel assured her firmly, yes, Aislinn. Blame me for not standing firm and succumbing to temptation by developing a gambling habit. But fortunately, it's all over now. Yes. Paula nodded, wiping her tears. Emmanuel, feeling empathetic, pulled Paula into his arms and held her silently for a moment. After a while, Emmanuel asked, by the way, Aislinn, what does Barack's family do? Understanding his intention, Paula quickly left his embrace and sat up straight. Husband, don't be rash. Jeffrey's family has connections in the government. Ordinary people like us can't compete with them. Emmanuel replied, Aislinn, don't worry. I'm not planning anything. I just want to understand better. Really? Paula was still uncertain. Emmanuel nodded seriously, Aislinn, I promise I won't provoke stronger forces until I'm capable and strong enough. Paula nodded lightly and continued, Barack's uncle is a major salt merchant in Heian County, with substantial wealth. His father works in the capital's criminal department and holds a 7th-rank official position. Emmanuel first thought that a mere 7th-rank official shouldn't scare her so much, but then he reconsidered. Such a rank wasn't insignificant. Historically, officials from the capital held higher prestige and might be treated respectfully even by local officials. At the next moment, Emmanuel thought of Tiger and understood Paula's fear. A minor court clerk could make commoners tremble with fear, let alone a 7th-rank official from the capital. Chapter 102. Regional Distributor. The next morning, Emmanuel took Paula and Nathan to the big market. Paula hadn't enjoyed shopping for a long time, and she was like a child all morning, smiling with joy. By noon, when they returned home, their hands were full of things: food, clothes, toys, and miscellaneous items too many to count. After tiring themselves out from shopping, Paula stayed at home to rest after lunch. Emmanuel wanted to see Meadow's promotional campaign, so he set off with Nathan towards the main city tower. The closer they got to the main city tower, the more advertisements there were for the fragrant skin specialty store. In particular, around the main city tower area, banners had been erected in abundance, several times more than last time. On the street, it was common to see people carrying promotional flags and shouting slogans like, "Buy Peony brand soap, come to the fragrant skin specialty store." Especially next to the main city tower, one shop had been completely transformed into a temporary branch of the fragrant skin specialty store. Outside the shop, there was drumming and gong beating, while inside stacks of soap piled up like mountains, and the clerks vigorously called out to attract customers. Despite the crowd being so dense that no water could pass through, the order wasn't chaotic because Jared was leading a group of officers in maintaining order. Although Jared and his men were in civilian clothes today, most people recognized him, so no one dared to misbehave. Emmanuel had barely stood behind the crowd for a moment when Jared noticed him and came over smiling to greet him. But before they could chat for long, Jared hurried back to maintain order again. Not wanting to disturb Jared, Emmanuel moved to a farther spot to continue observing. Emmanuel noticed that although the majority of the onlookers were just observers, the sales of soap were still quite good. Some people who didn't look like high-income individuals had even purchased soap out of curiosity, and some even bought together, immediately cutting the soap in half and splitting it. Emmanuel knew very well that if the price of soap could be lowered further, even more people would buy it, and the sales figures would be even more impressive. Just then, Emmanuel heard someone say from behind him, "Young Jason, I've been waiting for you all morning. Why did you only come now?" Emmanuel turned around and saw Meadow standing there. He immediately clasped his hands and greeted, "Miss Noah, this morning I accompanied my wife shopping, so I didn't come over. I'm really sorry." Meadow wasn't really upset about it. She just couldn't resist mentioning it upon seeing Emmanuel. She smiled and said, "Young Jason, since your wife can go shopping, it means she's fine now, doesn't it?" Emmanuel nodded and laughed. "Yes, she's fine now, bouncing around all morning." "Then why didn't Madame Sue come along?" Meadow asked. "She's tired and resting at home," Emmanuel replied. Meadow nodded and then gestured toward a tea stall by the alley entrance. "Young Jason, let's sit over there and talk." "All right," Emmanuel readily agreed, taking Nathan with him to join Meadow and Shelley at the tea stall. Soon after they sat down, the stall owner brought them tea. Emmanuel pointed to the opposite temporary branch and asked, "By the way, Miss Noah, how long have you rented this shop?" Meadow took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "I didn't rent it, I bought it." Emmanuel was slightly surprised. "Bought it?" Meadow nodded and put down her teacup. "Young Jason, the shop originally wasn't for sale, but I offered 30% more, and the owner finally agreed to sell it to me." Emmanuel pondered for a moment, then asked, "Miss Noah, wouldn't renting be more cost-effective? Why did you buy it, and at a higher price?" Meadow immediately laughed. "Young Jason, aren't you asking what you already know?" Emmanuel smiled without answering. Meadow continued, "Young Jason, this shop may not be large, but its location is excellent. Everyone coming in and out of the city gate will see it, so I think buying it as a branch of the fragrant skin specialty store is perfectly suitable." Emmanuel nodded in agreement. Meadow went on, "If we don't use it as a branch later, we can always operate something else or rent it out. In short, it's a sure profit." "Indeed, Miss Noah, you have an excellent business mind. I admire that," Emmanuel praised. Meadow humbly waved her hand and said, "Young Jason, if things go smoothly in the future, I plan to gradually open fragrant skin specialty stores near the main gates of Haeong County, Kai County, and Fuchun County. What do you think?" Emmanuel thought for a moment and replied, "Miss Noah, it's fine to open branches in Haeong County and Kai County, but I strongly oppose opening one in Fuchun County." "Why?" Meadow looked puzzled. Emmanuel explained, "Miss Noah, Haeong is less than 500 miles from Xian Prefecture, and Kai County is 600 miles away. A fully loaded cart can travel no more than 100 to 140 miles a day under ideal weather and road conditions. That means transporting goods from Xian Prefecture to Haeong takes at least 3 days, and to Kai County at least 4 days. Round trip, it would take twice as much time. The distance can handle transportation costs for soap, human and animal feed, etc., but Fuchun County is different. Fuchun County is more than 1,000 miles away and separated by a river. Transporting goods will take at least 10 to 15 days. This makes both the transportation and time costs too high, which is not cost-effective, Miss Noah." Meadow hadn't considered this in such detail before. After hearing Emmanuel's analysis, she frowned immediately. Emmanuel continued, "Moreover, the longer the transport time, the less secure it becomes. If everything goes smoothly, all is well, but what if bandits attack? The loss of goods is minor compared to personal safety, which is a major concern." Meadow nodded immediately and said, "Young Jason, I oversimplified this matter. Thank you for reminding me. Let me rethink this." At that moment, Meadow fell into deep thought, pondering if there was a better solution. Seeing this, Emmanuel couldn't help but tease, "Miss Noah, looks like you haven't thoroughly read our signed contract of items." So he told Paula, "Wife, Miss Noah means well. Let's not refuse and just accept them." "You're also too casual," Paula immediately replied. Emmanuel smiled. "We are already so familiar. Why be formal?" Meadow followed up, "Yes, Lady Sue. We've known each other for so long. You should accept them." Then she continued, "Besides, Sir Sue helped me come up with a brilliant idea yesterday, which I haven't thanked him for yet. If you don't accept these simple things, I would feel bad." Only then did Paula nod and agree to take the gifts. They exchanged a few more words before starting to reconcile the accounts. While Meadow and Paula focused on the accounts, Emmanuel stood idly by. So Emmanuel suggested, "Wife, Miss Noah, I can't help with this. I might as well go outside for a walk to pass the time." All right. Fine. Surprisingly, both women agreed simultaneously and laughed at their own synchronicity. Emmanuel left the account room and walked towards the stairs. At this moment, Nathan followed and asked, Master, where are you going? Just around the neighborhood to kill some time. Emmanuel kept walking. Nathan trailed behind for a few steps and then said, Master, I'd like to buy something for Anika. Will you accompany me? What? Emmanuel turned and looked at him. Nathan quickly replied, hand cream, the one you bought for Lady last time. Emmanuel reached the stairs and asked curiously while descending, why did you suddenly think of buying hand cream for her? Following Emmanuel down the stairs, Nathan scratched his head and explained shyly, well, Master, Anika often praises how good the hand cream you bought is, so I thought I could get her a box too. Hee. Emmanuel laughed. Who are you, Nathan? Seems you've got some tricks under your belt, knowing how to give gifts to girls, huh? Nathan blushed and chuckled nervously. Once downstairs, Emmanuel suggested, all right, let's go buy some hand cream together. Your sister-in-law's supply is nearly finished. Sure. Nathan readily agreed. Soon, they exited the skincare store and headed to the same shop as before. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the shop selling hand cream. Unfortunately, it had sold out yesterday and wasn't due to restock for another half-month. To prevent wasting another trip, Emmanuel paid a deposit to ensure they reserved 2 boxes when restocked. But Nathan was still disheartened and sullen until Emmanuel patted his shoulder. Come on, don't be upset. We've already paid the deposit. When it arrives, you'll still surprise Anika. Nathan nodded, but remained low-spirited. Emmanuel pondered and proposed, Nathan, how about we browse elsewhere and pick another gift for Anika? This immediately lifted Nathan's spirit. Shaking his head, Emmanuel insisted, these are still not clear enough for my needs. He explained his requirements. The shopkeeper laughed. You're referring to crystal mirrors. You'd need to try your luck in the capital. Places like Shinjo won't have them. Crystal mirrors? Emmanuel asked. The shopkeeper nodded and explained crystal mirrors made from polished crystal, boasting higher clarity than any metallic mirror. They are quite pricey, Emmanuel remarked. Yes, sir. The shopkeeper pointed to a regular-sized bronze mirror. A crystal mirror of this size costs no less than 500 ounces. 500 ounces? Not too bad, Emmanuel nonchalantly responded. Gold ounces, the shopkeeper added with a smile. Startled by the conversion, 5,000 silver ounces, Emmanuel gasped, that expensive? Nathan couldn't believe it either. A single mirror couldn't be worth that much, no matter what. Thus, Emmanuel's interest in crystal mirrors was dampened, but he now had a better understanding of the value placed on such rarities in this era. Hashtag Chapter 104. The Blind Old Man Selling Swords. Under Emmanuel's recommendation, Nathan finally chose a bronze mirror with sea beast and great patterns, priced at 5 guan. The so-called exotic beast. Okay, noted. We can settle this when you have more money. Truthfully, Emmanuel never intended to ask Nathan to repay him. He believed that Nathan would eventually become his brother-in-law, and spending money on family wasn't something to worry about. A few moments later, the shopkeeper gave Emmanuel 5 taels as change, packaged the bronze mirror in a wooden box wrapped in a cloth bag, and handed it to Nathan. Nathan held the wooden box and couldn't stop smiling, making passers-by who were unaware think he had purchased some precious treasure. Leaving Mingjing's High, the two lost interest in further browsing and returned along the original route toward the Xiangfu specialty store. After walking for a short while, Nathan curiously asked, Boss, did that shopkeeper really mean it when he said a crystal mirror costs 500 taels of gold? Emmanuel paused, nodding, maybe. After all, finding such a large piece of crystal to grind and polish is quite challenging and rare, so its high price is understandable. I wonder what a crystal mirror looks like and if it's truly that effective. Nathan glanced at the wooden box in his arms. Emmanuel smiled and said, Minjiu, actually, making mirrors isn't too difficult. Once we go back, I will study the process, first focusing on producing glass. Once we have that, creating mirrors shouldn't be far off. Boss, what is glass? Nathan looked puzzled. Emmanuel thought for a moment and asked, do you know what great glass windows are? They let in light, prevent wind and rain, and look stylish and beautiful, top-notch indeed. Emmanuel became more excited the more he spoke, eager to return home and start working on glass. On their way back, Emmanuel continued discussing the benefits and uses of glass, leaving Nathan thoroughly engrossed and fascinated. Suddenly, Emmanuel heard a voice. Hey, old blind man, are you crazy? This broken sword, without even a scabbard, and you're asking 50 guan? Following the voice, Emmanuel saw a gray-haired old man sitting by the roadside. His eyes were covered with black cloth, indicating he was blind. In front of him lay a broken sword, suggesting he was selling it. These words came from a passing man who, upon noticing the peculiar sword, had asked about its price. When the old man demanded 50 guan, the man reacted angrily. The blind old man impatiently replied, Move along, don't bother me. The man shook his head in disdain and stormed off. Once the man left, the blind old man began shouting, Selling swords, world-class swords. Emmanuel chuckled at the thought of calling a broken sword world-class, finding the blind old man rather bold. Out of curiosity, Emmanuel led Nathan to the blind old man. As soon as Emmanuel stood still, the blind old man sensed their presence and immediately asked, Young men, interested in swords? Emmanuel was surprised that the old man knew they were young before they even spoke. Old man, how did you know I'm young? Emmanuel asked curiously. The blind old man smiled. By hearing, of course. When one loses sight, their ears become sharper. By listening to your breathing, I can tell your approximate age. Surprised, Emmanuel turned to Nathan and asked, Is that possible? Nathan nodded, Yes, boss. The blind old man then remarked, Judging by this young brother's breath, he must be a martial artist, right? Yes, elder. I've trained in martial arts since childhood, Nathan replied. Not bad, not bad. Since you're a martial artist, you should be able to recognize that this sword isn't ordinary, the blind old man said proudly as he touched the broken sword. I'm sorry, elder. I practice hammer techniques, so I don't know much about swords and can't see anything special about this one, Nathan replied. Thinking he had found someone who appreciated the sword, the blind old man was disappointed again. Move along quickly. Don't waste my time. The blind old man waved them off, seemingly irritated. Hashtag chapter 105. The blind swordsman. Emmanuel said, Elder, I apologize. He's still young and speaks directly. Please don't be angry. After saying this, Emmanuel glanced at Nathan, slightly shaking his head to signal him not to speak recklessly. The blind old man was silent for a moment, then asked again, So, are you buying the sword or not? Emmanuel replied, Elder, 50 strings of cash for a broken sword seems a bit steep to me. The blind old man immediately grew displeased. Too steep? Do you know this is the Zhong sword once used by the famous swordsman Terry? Swordsman Terry? Zhong sword? Emmanuel hadn't heard of this person before, so he turned to Nathan and asked, Have you heard of him? Nathan shook his head in confusion. No. The blind old man didn't want to waste more time on Emmanuel and Nathan, waving his hand impatiently. Go, go, go. Nathan disliked the blind old man's attitude and whispered, Boss, let's leave. Not yet. Emmanuel shook his head and then asked the blind old man, Elder, can I examine the sword closely? The blind old man coldly mocked. You don't even know who Terry is. What use do you have examining it? Do you even understand swords? Emmanuel wasn't offended and smiled. Elder, it's rare to find a customer interested like me. Would you really chase me away? The blind old man then asked, From your tone, do you intend to buy it? I would like to, but 50 strings isn't a small sum. I need to inspect it thoroughly first, Emmanuel explained. The blind old man had been selling the sword in the city since early morning, initially hawking it along the streets. After walking until he was tired and frustrated, he decided to set up a stall here. Fine, take a look. But remember, don't waste my time. If you're not buying, leave quickly, the blind old man warned. I understand. Emmanuel smiled in response, then squatted down and picked up the broken sword for a detailed inspection. Upon examination, Emmanuel found that the quality of the broken sword was indeed quite exceptional. Firstly, the patterns on the blade were clear and fluid, with no rust spots on the edge. Secondly, both sides of the blade were symmetrical, and the spine was perfectly straight. Lastly, there were no chipped areas on the edge, which remained incredibly straight. Most importantly, the grip felt comfortable, and the weight was just right for Emmanuel. Emmanuel stood up, swung the sword, and asked, Elder, can I test its sharpness? Of course, but be careful. This Zhong sword can cut through iron like butter. Don't hurt yourself, the blind old man cautioned. When Emmanuel heard, cut through iron like butter, his heart leaped with excitement. He then had Nathan fetch a bamboo stick about half a person's height and as thick as a calf leg, and began the test. After the trial, Emmanuel's expression showed immense surprise because the Zhong sword was extraordinarily sharp, cutting through the bamboo effortlessly with a clean, straight cut. An excellent sword. Emmanuel couldn't help but praise. The blind old man proudly said, I told you, this is the Zhong sword once used by a renowned swordsman. It's an extraordinary blade. Old man here wouldn't sell it if not for needing money urgently. Emmanuel nodded and asked, Elder, why did such a fine sword break? The blind old man immediately frowned, irked. Hey, what's with you? Are you here to buy a sword or listen to stories? Emmanuel replied, Elder, I'm just curious. Asking casually, the blind old man thought for a moment and said, All right, as long as you pay the 50 strings, I'll tell you. Emmanuel immediately agreed. All right, I'll buy this sword. Saying this, Emmanuel pulled out his money pouch to make payment. Seeing this, Nathan shook his head repeatedly, thinking how extravagantly his boss spent money. Emmanuel only had silver notes on him, lacking enough cash for 50 strings, and the blind old man refused to accept silver notes. Out of options, Emmanuel took the blind old man to a nearby bank to withdraw silver. On the way, Emmanuel asked, Elder, may I ask your name? The blind old man replied indifferently, Just call me Farrell. No need for formalities. Emmanuel immediately responded, Farrell Sr. I'm Emmanuel, and he's Nathan. No need to tell me your names. Hurry up and get the silver. The sword is yours, and the money is mine. We part ways here, Farrell stated. Soon, Emmanuel withdrew 50 taels of silver from the Sifong bank and handed it to Farrell. Once he got the money, Farrell became elated, weighing and biting the silver to confirm its authenticity. Emmanuel asked, Senior, can you tell me now? Farrell put the silver into his pocket and recounted. Back then, swordsman Terry fought a martial arts expert. He lost due to inferior skill and, in anger, broke the Zhong sword himself, disappearing from the martial world thereafter. Emmanuel curiously followed up, Senior, who defeated the swordsman? What's their name? How should I know? I wasn't there, Farrell shrugged. Then, Farrell concluded, All right, I've said what I needed to. Farewell. With that, Farrell walked off with his cane, soon disappearing into the crowd. At this point, Nathan couldn't hold back and asked, Boss, why spend so much silver on a broken sword? What use does it have? Emmanuel held up the Zhong sword, turning it over, and said, I plan to turn it into a dagger. Ever since the encounter with bandits, Emmanuel had considered getting a self-defense weapon. This Zhong sword, being of excellent quality and exceptionally sharp, fit his needs perfectly. Of course, there was another significant reason. Davioning his high school days, while reading The Deer in the Cauldron, Emmanuel admired Wei Xiaobao's iron-cutting dagger, which was made from a broken iron sword. Nathan, however, thought spending 50 strings on a broken sword was a loss and muttered quietly, 50 strings could buy a whole stack of daggers. Initially, Emmanuel wanted to visit the blacksmith where they fixed the mallet last time, but it wasn't on the way, and it was already noon, so they decided to return to the skincare specialty store and visit the blacksmith after lunch. At the skincare specialty store, in the accountant's office, Paula and Meadow had finished reconciling the accounts an hour ago. As Emmanuel hadn't returned, they sat drinking tea and chatting. They started with discussions about the soap workshop and Irikun village, eventually moving on to other topics that women typically found interesting. Throughout the conversation, they complimented each other liberally. Paula praised Meadow's beauty, while Meadow extolled Paula's charm, creating a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. After a brief silence, Meadow suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, Mrs. Sue, I heard that your family moved to the capital?" "Yes," Paula nodded, wondering how she knew this. Did her husband tell her? Actually, it wasn't Emmanuel who mentioned it, but rather something discovered when Meadow investigated Emmanuel's background. Meadow smiled and asked, "Mrs. Sue, now that the Peony brand soap is thriving, have you considered visiting your parents in the capital with Baker?" Paula paused, looking at Meadow. Meadow hurriedly explained, "Mrs. Sue, my point is that after Baker faced some troubles and strayed, he has now founded the Peony brand, steering back onto the right path and achieving some success. I believe your parents would be very happy and proud to hear about this and wouldn't worry too much about you in the future, don't you think?" Mentioning her parents, Paula felt sentimental, slightly bitter laughter escaping her lips as she shook her head. "Miss Noah, the soap workshop is busier day by day, and I need to help with accounting. How could I possibly go to the capital? Besides, even if I had the time, my husband wouldn't have the time," Paula said softly. Meadow suggested, "That's not necessarily true. Why don't we ask Lord Sue when he returns, Mrs. Sue?" Paula immediately shook her head. "No need. There's no point in asking. The capital is so far away. I don't even want to go myself." She had barely finished speaking when a knock sounded at the door of the accountant's office. Immediately after, Emmanuel's voice was heard. "Wife, Miss Noah, I'm back." Note: for consistency and natural flow in English, Nangzer is translated as wife and Shirting as Emmanuel. The term Shirfuran from the earlier part would be translated as Mrs. Sue. Ensure the names and terms are consistent throughout the entire text. Then they heard Emmanuel's voice. "My dear, Miss Noah, I'm back." Note: the last line maintains the original Chinese as it was not fully translated into English in the provided text. For a full English translation, it would be, "Then they heard Emmanuel's voice. My dear, Miss Noah, I'm back." Chapter 106, Meeting Farrell Again. Paula immediately got up and ran to open the door upon hearing that Emmanuel had returned. "Husband, where did you go? You've been gone so long," Paula asked. Emmanuel smiled and glanced at Nathan behind him, saying, "I accompanied Minjiu to buy a copper mirror for Terry." Nathan, holding the wooden box, started giggling when she saw Paula. Emmanuel stepped into the room and asked, "Wife, what were you and Miss Noah talking about just now? I thought I heard you mention the capital." Paula quickly replied, "Nothing much. We were just chatting." With that, she turned around and gave Meadow a meaningful glance, signaling not to bring up the topic of going to the capital. Meadow understood instantly. She pointed at the long object wrapped in cloth in Emmanuel's hand and changed the subject by asking, "Baker, what do you have there?" On his way back, Emmanuel had found some cloth to wrap the purple rainbow sword in. Only now did Paula notice the object in Emmanuel's hand, and she also asked, "Husband, what did you buy?" Emmanuel walked to the table and placed the purple rainbow sword on it, smiling as he said, "Wife, Miss Noah, let me show you something good." He then unwrapped the cloth, revealing the purple rainbow sword to them. "Wife, why is it a broken sword?" Paula exclaimed in surprise. Meadow was equally puzzled by Emmanuel buying a broken sword. Emmanuel raised his voice. "You mustn't underestimate it. This was once used by a sword master. Though it's broken now, it can still cut through iron like butter. Incredibly powerful." As he spoke, Emmanuel recounted the story of how he acquired the sword from Farrell. Upon hearing that Emmanuel had paid 50 guan for the broken sword, both Paula and Meadow were dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief without knowing what to say. Emmanuel was very familiar with their expressions. It reminded him of his ex-girlfriend's astonishment when he secretly bought a PS5 and a pile of genuine games. Emmanuel gestured towards the purple rainbow sword with both hands and said, "Hey, this was used by the great swordsman Terry, rare and precious indeed." Meadow frowned slightly. "Baker, how do you know this was used by a swordsman? Have you had it appraised? In these days, scammers are everywhere. Even if you're wealthy, it isn't wise to spend money this way." Paula nodded in agreement. "Husband, I'm not stopping you from spending money, but 50 guan for this. It's such a bad deal. Why don't we return it?" Emmanuel immediately responded, "No, you wouldn't understand. That blind old man is incredibly skilled. He could tell our ages just by our breathing sounds. I asked Minjiu, and this isn't something an ordinary person can do. Only a master can." At this point, Emmanuel looked at Nathan at the doorway, who promptly nodded to Paula and Meadow. Emmanuel continued, "Moreover, I closely observed his mannerisms. He's definitely someone with a storied past, possibly of high standing." Paula asked, "Husband, even if what you say is true, what use is a broken sword to you?" Meadow shared the same question. "To make a dagger," Emmanuel explained. "This sword cuts through iron like butter. With some modifications, it can become a dagger. When traveling, one must have a means of self-defense, right?" Seeing Emmanuel put it that way, Paula and Meadow didn't argue further. 50 guan wasn't too much. If they were cheated, it would serve as a lesson. Emmanuel wrapped the purple rainbow sword back up, smiling. "Miss Noah, wife, it's noon already. Let's go eat. I'm hungry, haha." Meadow immediately agreed and called for Shelley to prepare the carriage to go to Zenxius Lu. Emmanuel remarked, "Miss Noah, Zenxius Lu is always so busy. We won't get a seat at this hour." Meadow smiled. "Don't worry, Baker. Last night, I asked Yuri to reserve us a private room today." Meadow had planned this meal for Emmanuel and his wife after balancing the accounts. "All right then, no problem. Haha." Emmanuel chuckled. The group then went downstairs and boarded the carriage heading to Zenxius Lu. Business at Zenxius Lu was as bustling as ever. When Emmanuel and his party arrived, 2 attendants were already trying to discourage customers outside the door from queuing due to the overwhelming number of guests they couldn't accommodate. Just as Emmanuel's group was about to enter, a commotion arose among the queue. "The old blind man, I'll pay you. So why won't you give me your place in line? How stubborn can you be?" The man in a brown robe was visibly irritated. Turning around, everyone saw a man in a brown robe berating an old blind man in the queue. Emmanuel immediately recognized the old blind man as Farrell. He wondered where he'd gone, but hadn't expected him to be here for a meal. Nathan also recognized him and exclaimed, "Master, isn't that the blind old man?" Paula and Meadow looked at Emmanuel with puzzled expressions. "Yes, that old man is Farrell," Emmanuel nodded. Farrell coldly replied, "I don't need your money. Why should I sell my place to you?" The man in the brown robe sneered, "Hey, you blind old man, you think you're hot stuff? It's just you. No need to take up a whole table, right? And besides, you're blind. Can you even see what you're eating? I bet you'd stick food up your nose." His 4 servants burst into laughter, and some in the queue snickered. Farrell snapped, "Leave me alone. Stop making noise in front of me." The man in the brown robe frowned, thinking for a moment before shouting, "Old blind man, I'll add another guan, making it 2 guan total. Will you give me your place now?" Farrell ignored him completely. "Old blind man, don't look a gift horse in the mouth." The man's face darkened, but Farrell remained unmoved. The man in the brown robe turned and barked orders at his 4 servants. "Pull him out. Find somewhere to talk to him properly." His tone was domineering, and he didn't even look back. The 4 servants moved to drag Farrell out of the queue. Everyone nearby backed away in fear. Paula became anxious and urged, "Emengiu, help him." Meadow had the same thought, and was about to instruct Shelley to call for help. But Emmanuel stopped everyone, confident. "Relax, he can handle it." Just as he finished speaking, Farrell made his move. Using his cane in a flurry of swift strikes, the 4 evil servants fell to the ground one by one, covering their mouths, faces, and heads, looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 107. Officials from the Yamen arrive. As soon as the brown-robed man realized something was amiss and turned his head, he froze in shock. Everyone around them also cast surprised glances at the blind swordsman, murmuring amongst themselves, You old blind man, actually dare to hit someone in broad daylight. Do you believe me if I report you to the authorities?" The brown-robed man stammered, clearly frightened. The blind swordsman immediately pointed his cane at the man and coldly said, "If you don't leave now, old man will make sure you taste this too. You just wait, don't run away if you have guts." Realizing he had met his match, the brown-robed man quickly bluffed, then fled with his 4 henchmen. Once they were gone, several onlookers clapped and cheered. However, the blind swordsman remained unfazed, continuing to wait in line to enter the Zinxius Lu for a meal. Emmanuel chuckled nearby and said to Paula and Meadow, "See, I told you this elder could handle himself. He's no ordinary person." Paula nodded and replied to Meadow, "Miss Noah, given this, the sword this senior sold to my husband should not be counterfeit." Meadow responded, "That's good news indeed." Emmanuel thought for a moment and asked, "Wife, Miss Noah, why don't we invite this senior to dine with us?" Paula agreed readily. Meadow questioned, "Baker, are you inviting him because you noticed his remarkable martial arts skills and want to learn from him?" Emmanuel laughed and shook his head. "Let's not go there. I can't endure the hardship of martial arts training. I'm simply interested in getting to know him." Meadow nodded without further comment. Emmanuel approached the blind swordsman and greeted him. "Senior, what a coincidence running into you here." The blind swordsman's hearing was exceptionally sharp, recognizing Emmanuel instantly. "Is it you?" Then his face turned serious. "Young man, item sold by old man cannot be returned." Emmanuel smiled. "Senior, you misunderstand? I'm not here to ask for a refund. I came here to eat as well." Upon hearing he wasn't seeking a refund, the blind swordsman's expression eased. Emmanuel continued, "Senior, there's still a long queue ahead of you. If you're not opposed, why don't you join us? We've reserved a private room, so you won't need to wait." The blind swordsman was taken aback and asked, "Young man, we're strangers. Why such kindness?" Emmanuel solemnly replied, "Senior, I witnessed your prowess earlier. I've always admired such masters, and I would like to get acquainted." After a brief hesitation, the blind swordsman nodded. "Very well, your words seem sincere. Old man will join you." Emmanuel guided the blind swordsman inside Zinxius Lu, followed by Paula and Meadow. Inside the private room on the second floor, everyone settled down, and Emmanuel introduced everyone. "This is my wife," he began. Paula politely greeted the blind swordsman, who acknowledged her with a nod. "Miss Noah," Emmanuel introduced next. Meadow bowed slightly. "I greet you, senior." Again, the blind swordsman nodded. Lastly, Emmanuel introduced himself, only stating his name. Uncomfortable with social settings, the blind swordsman changed the subject. "Emmanuel, I'm very hungry. How long before our dishes arrive?" "Not long, sir. They'll be here shortly," Emmanuel reassured him with a smile. Seeing some awkward silence, Emmanuel initiated conversation, gradually engaging the blind swordsman. Through their chat, Emmanuel learned that the blind swordsman had traveled from even farther than Fujian County to try the authentic stir-fried dishes of Xianzhou County. Stir-fried dishes had become trendy in the capital, popular in many restaurants. Upon learning that Xianzhou County was the birthplace of stir-fry, the blind swordsman eagerly came here. However, his travels were expensive, and by the time he reached Xianzhou, his funds were nearly depleted. To fulfill his wish to enjoy authentic stir-fried dishes, he sold the purple rainbow sword. Hearing this, Emmanuel promptly instructed the waiter to bring all the stir-fried dishes. This gesture earned Emmanuel the blind swordsman's respect, significantly improving his attitude towards Emmanuel. Davioning the meal, Dawson briefly stopped by, but had to leave due to his busy schedule. Soon, the table was filled with various dishes, including signature items like scrambled eggs with chives, black fungus and chicken stir-fry, red braised pork, and newly developed dishes like celery and mutton stir-fry. Emmanuel enthusiastically described each dish, making the blind swordsman nod approvingly, his appetite fully revealed. After tasting a few dishes, the blind swordsman praised the stir-fried offerings, claiming none compared to those of Zinxius Lu. His appetite was impressive, and he consumed half the table almost single-handedly. Observing the enjoyment, Emmanuel subtly inquired about the blind swordsman's true identity and background. However, the blind swordsman deflected, insisting he was just a wandering man. Emmanuel, not pressing further, continued the conversation over food. Suddenly, Dawson burst in. Sister Baker, officials from the Yamen are here. Dawson glanced at the blind swordsman, frowning. They demand we hand over the old blind man, or they'll come in and arrest him. It turns out the brown-robed man had indeed reported the incident, and now officials were here to arrest the blind swordsman. The blind swordsman stood up, bowing respectfully. Everyone, thank you for your hospitality. Since this matter involves me, I must address it personally and not disrupt your business. Let's meet again if fate allows. With that, he started toward the door with his cane. Emmanuel immediately blocked his path. Senior, let us handle this. Please remain seated. Sue, your intentions are appreciated, but I've always believed one should take responsibility for one's actions. It's not in my nature to flee, the blind swordsman stated. He walked out of the private room. Emmanuel insisted, Senior, I will accompany you. Emmanuel joined him, and moments later, Paula, Meadow, Dawson, Nathan, and Jide followed closely behind. Chapter 108. An overbearing display of authority. Emmanuel accompanied the blind swordsman out of Zhenxiu Tower quickly. From a distance, Emmanuel saw the man in the brown robe and a group of people from the magistrate's office. He was talking to an official dressed in green attire. Although Emmanuel couldn't hear what they were saying, the man's agitated gestures indicated that it wasn't pleasant conversation. At that moment, the official turned around, and Emmanuel immediately recognized him. It was Tiger, the county clerk. Emmanuel frowned, wondering why it was him. Tiger, now facing the scene, spotted the blind swordsman and said to the man in the brown robe, he's come out. Just as he finished speaking, Tiger saw Emmanuel and felt a bit surprised, inwardly grumbling, why is he everywhere? Seeing the blind swordsman emerge, the man in the brown robe cast a furious glance and shouted, County Clerk Xiao, this blind beggar injured my men, defying the law. Arrest him quickly. Tiger, though displeased, kept his expression calm. Lord Hamlin, please calm down. I assure you, this matter will be addressed properly. The man in the brown robe was named Alexander, residing in Liwang Village, 20 li south of the city. Known locally as a wealthy landowner, Alexander often looked down on others because of his wealth. This time, while coming to Zhenxiu Tower during a fair, he arrived late due to oversleeping and missed the queue. Unwilling to wait another day, he targeted the blind swordsman's ticket, assuming it would be easy to take from an old blind man. However, not only did he fail, but he also received a thorough scolding from the blind swordsman, causing him immense embarrassment. Infuriated, he reported to the local magistrate, coincidentally meeting the duty officer Tiger. Upon hearing the full story, Tiger initially intended to persuade Alexander to settle the matter amicably, as the servants had started the fight first. However, Alexander refused and bribed Tiger with a silver ingot, promising more rewards if he arrested and punished the blind swordsman. Seeing the bribe, Tiger agreed. Knowing Zhenxiu Tower belonged to the Noah family, who held significant influence in Xianzhou County, Tiger approached cautiously, sending someone inside to inform them before waiting outside patiently. For any other restaurant, he might have stormed in with his men. While Tiger spoke, Paula and Meadow also arrived. Meadow and Dawson were familiar to Tiger. Miss Noah, young Tucker, we received a complaint about an unlawful incident involving injuries. Tiger pointed at the blind swordsman and loudly asked Alexander, Lord Hamlin, did this man injure your servants? That's right. It's him. Alexander almost leaped up, pointing angrily at the blind swordsman. For servants who were beaten also identified the blind swordsman, visibly upset. The blind swordsman raised his voice, yes, I hit them. It felt satisfying and just. Bring him in. Tiger commanded loudly. Arrest this person and take him back to the magistrate's office. Yes, sir. The bailiffs moved forward, but Emmanuel interrupted, wait. The bailiffs paused mid-step. Emmanuel smirked, County Clerk Xiao, you issue orders without investigating the facts. What an imposing air of authority. Tiger sized up Emmanuel, then coldly replied, who are you? Are you related to this case? I'm an eyewitness. I saw everything clearly, Emmanuel said. Tiger sneered. In that case, bring him along to the magistrate's office as well. Waving his hand, the bailiffs began moving again. Paula rushed to shield Emmanuel, while Nathan stepped forward, brandishing her copper hammer, ready for a confrontation. Tiger's face changed drastically. Bold, indeed, openly challenging the magistrate's authority. Do you know what crime this warrants? I don't care, but if you try to arrest my master, I'll fight. Nathan shouted. Tiger flared up, about to order her arrest, when Emmanuel suddenly shouted, Aminjiu, step back. Calm down. Nathan hesitated, then stepped back, lowering her weapon. Tiger wouldn't let Nathan off the hook, deeming her behavior a public affront. Think you can leave easily? Bring all three of them in. Before he could finish, Meadow interjected, hold on, County Clerk Xiao. Stepping forward, she addressed Tiger, County Clerk Xiao, may I say something? Despite being angry, Tiger couldn't ignore Meadow's request. Suppressing his anger, he responded, Miss Noah, please speak. Meadow glanced disdainfully at Alexander and spoke louder. County Clerk Xiao, both Emmanuel and I witnessed the entire incident. It was clear he instructed his servants to attack first. Don't let his deceptive words fool you. From behind, Dawson added, County Clerk Xiao, my sister never lies. You must uphold justice. Realizing the special relationship between Meadow, Dawson, and Emmanuel, Tiger quickly reassessed the situation. Seeing Tiger hesitate, Alexander blurted out impulsively, County Clerk Xiao, arrest them quickly. If you do, I'll pay double. Lord Hamlin. Tiger interrupted sharply, his face turning extremely awkward. He wished he could kill Alexander on the spot, but instead glared furiously, cursing inwardly. Alexander, realizing his mistake, covered his mouth and lowered his head. Dawson stepped forward with a smirk. County Clerk Xiao, you didn't really accept that silver, did you? No, of course not. As today's duty officer, it's natural to investigate complaints. Tiger's smile was strained. Meadow rebuked, Yuheng, how can you say such things? Recalling the magistrate's praise for Tiger's integrity, Meadow added, the magistrate praised County Clerk Xiao for his impartiality since taking office. Such an upright man wouldn't take bribes. Tiger's face darkened, understanding Meadow's warning. She would expose him to the magistrate if he acted unjustly. ####end of chapter 108. #####chapter 109. The true swordmaster. Absolutely, Miss Noah is right. How could someone like Tiger do such a thing? It's impossible. It's impossible. Tiger's expression changed in an instant. Tiger had already seen through the Noah siblings' intentions to protect Emmanuel and the blind swordsman, so he wanted to wrap up this matter quickly. Otherwise, dragging it on would inevitably offend the Noah family. Thus, Tiger cleared his throat forcefully, then put on an official demeanor, feigning seriousness as he began questioning the entire incident. Meadow cooperated by recounting everything she witnessed in detail. As soon as she finished, Tiger glared at Alexander. You surnamed Hamlin, you were the one who started the trouble. The old man was merely defending himself. How dare you twist the facts and deceive an official? Without waiting for Alexander to react, Tiger ordered, Men, take these 5 back to the yamen. Alexander was instantly stunned, thinking that they should be the ones arrested. How did it turn around so quickly? Before Alexander could react, the constables moved swiftly, restraining him and his 4 servants. Alexander panicked and shouted, Magistrate Xiao, why are you arresting me? I just gave you silver. You can't do this. Initially, Tiger didn't intend to arrest Alexander for real but just to make a show of it. Take them away from the scene and release them later in a secluded spot. However, Alexander's outburst completely changed the situation. This was right outside Jinxiolu, one of the busiest areas in the city. Instantly, Tiger felt countless eyes upon him, making him feel incredibly embarrassed and pressured. Slap. Enraged, Tiger slapped Alexander for helping me today. This old man owes you a favor, and I shall repay it someday. He then bid farewell to everyone and walked off with his cane. Emmanuel followed and asked, Elder, where are you headed? Let me send you in a carriage. The blind swordsman shook his head and smiled. No need. I came to Xinzhou not just to enjoy the cuisine at Jinxiolu, but also to taste other local delicacies nearby. Plus, I plan to visit a friend at the border. Taking a carriage might cause me to miss many good meals. Emmanuel walked a few steps beside the blind swordsman and suddenly said, Elder, if I'm not mistaken, you must be the true swordmaster Terry. At this, the blind swordsman stopped and laughed. Su young friend, you jest. An old cripple like me couldn't possibly be the swordmaster Terry. Haha. Emmanuel countered, Elder, if you aren't Terry, why would you carry a broken sword with you from afar? Moreover, this broken purple rainbow sword is kept in excellent condition. Who would take such care of a broken sword? The only possible explanation is that this sword means something extremely important to its original owner. As Emmanuel spoke, he watched the blind swordsman's changing expressions, trying to discern something. The blind swordsman fell silent for a moment. Terry? Emmanuel nodded. Yes, I'm certain. Dawson replied. I heard years ago that Terry was critically injured during a duel and died shortly after. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Emmanuel sighed. After that event, perhaps Lee Sr. gained many insights, leading to his present state. Dawson nodded and then said excitedly, Baker, if what you say is true, you've hit the jackpot. This is the genuine purple rainbow sword, worth a fortune even if broken. Emmanuel turned to look at Dawson, a slight smile forming on his lips. Want to help me find a buyer? We can split the commission once it sells. Sure. Dawson readily agreed without hesitation. Continuing, Dawson suggested, if you trust me, give me the purple rainbow sword. I'll get it appraised and handle the sale for you. Saying this, Dawson reached out to take the purple rainbow sword. Emmanuel pulled his hand back quickly, leaving Dawson empty-handed. Emmanuel gave Dawson a sideways glance. What are you thinking? Even if you sell yourself, you can't compare to its value. Saying this, Emmanuel walked over to Paula. Dawson pouted and muttered, I'm not worth as much as the purple rainbow sword. Translation notes. Character names are transliterated using pinyin. Maintain the paragraph structure and style to ensure a smooth flow. Ensured consistency in tone and context alignment with previous content. Chapter 110. Is it real now? After the blind swordsman left, Emmanuel couldn't wait to head to the blacksmith shop. He specifically sought out the most experienced master blacksmith and handed over the purple rainbow sword, formally requesting that it be transformed into a dagger. The blacksmith, being knowledgeable, couldn't help but praise the purple rainbow sword as soon as he saw it, while also lamenting that it had broken. Despite this, the blacksmith readily agreed to the request to transform it into a dagger for 2 reasons. First, Emmanuel was willing to pay whatever it took to achieve a perfect transformation. Second, the material and craftsmanship of the purple rainbow sword were of exceptional quality, making it a rare masterpiece that presented a challenge which the blacksmith was eager to tackle in order to enrich his career. In addition to the transformation, Emmanuel custom-ordered a wearable sheath for the dagger. He drew the blueprint on the spot, designing a sheath that could adjust in length, suitable for binding around the thigh, calf, or waist, depending on various situations and occasions. Upon seeing the design, the other blacksmiths and apprentices marveled at its cleverness and innovation. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Emmanuel returned to the skincare specialty store and went with Meadow to the Four Seas Draft Bank. In nearly a month, the total sales from soap and scented soap sold through the store amounted to just over 50,000 strings of cash. According to the agreement between Emmanuel and Meadow, profits were split 65% to 35%. This meant Emmanuel received 65% of 50,000 strings, totaling approximately 32,500 strings, while Meadow received the remaining 17,500 strings. However, Emmanuel had to give 40% of his share to his uncle Xander, about 13,000 strings. Thus, Emmanuel's final earnings came to roughly 19,500 strings, of which 10,000 were already deposited in the Rongxing Draft Bank, leaving him with 9,500 strings for the day. After completing the deposit transaction at the Four Seas Draft Bank, Emmanuel divided the banknotes into 2 boxes, one for his uncle's share and one for himself. Then, accompanied by Nathan and Paula, they set off in a mule cart out of Shinjo City. On the way back to Eric Mountain Village, Paula stared at the box before her, lost in thought. Initially, Emmanuel didn't interfere, but seeing her remain silent and absorbed, he finally couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Aislinn? You've been zoning out for quite some time. What are you thinking about?" Paula snapped back to reality, expressing her complex feelings to Emmanuel. "Husband, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Suddenly, we have so much money, and it all seems unreal." Without a word, Emmanuel pinched Paula's cheek, causing her to cry out in pain. "Ow! What did you do that for, husband?" she asked, rubbing her sore cheek while looking at him reproachfully. Emmanuel smiled and asked, "How does it feel now? Is it real?" Instantly, Paula understood why he pinched her and couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly serious, Emmanuel said, "Aislinn, remember when I promised you that we would eat white rice and meat every day and live well? Did I lie to you? Have I kept my promise?" "Of course not, husband. You truly have kept your word," Paula replied, beaming. At that moment, the cart stopped abruptly, causing both of them to lurch forward. Turning their heads, they saw the mule stubbornly refusing to move despite Nathan's repeated urging. Frustrated, Nathan gave the mule a couple of lashes with no effect, rendering him helpless. Neither Emmanuel nor Paula knew how to handle the situation, so they waited patiently for the mule to calm down. Emmanuel led Paula off the cart and stood beside it, admiring the scenery. Suddenly he suggested, "Aislinn, let's buy a horse carriage. A mule-drawn cart is too slow and unpredictable. If it acts up during a long journey, it'll be too inconvenient." Paula hesitated, saying, "But, husband, horse carriages are expensive. Isn't it unnecessary? We only travel between Eric Mountain Village and Shinjo City, and the mule cart works fine." Emmanuel shook his head. "How can it be unnecessary? If we visit your parents in the capital, wouldn't it be more convenient to travel by horse carriage?" Startled, Paula looked at Emmanuel. You said what?" Emmanuel chuckled. "I said we should visit your parents in the capital. Don't you want to go?" Earlier, while Paula and Meadow chatted in the account room, Emmanuel had overheard the word capital and quickly guessed they were talking about Paula's parents. Now that Emmanuel had made money and their life improved, and given Paula's long absence from her parents, he felt it was necessary to visit her parents in the capital. "How could I not want to?" Paula hastily replied, shaking her head. "It's just that I feared you wouldn't want to." There was reason behind her concern. When Paula's father initially wanted her to divorce Emmanuel and move to the capital, Paula refused. Her father was extremely upset and confronted the previous Emmanuel, speaking harsh words. The previous Emmanuel, harboring resentment, vented his anger on Paula and vowed never to speak to her parents again. Emmanuel, recalling this memory, understood Paula's concerns and gently held her hand. "Aislinn, I did many wrong things in the past and owe you so much, but now things are different. I've changed, and our lives are better. We should take time to visit your parents in the capital. Otherwise, they won't know about your well-being, and as parents, they can't rest easy." Hearing this, Paula's eyes welled up, threatening to spill tears. Without hesitation, she leaned into Emmanuel's embrace, whispering, "Husband, you're so good to me." Emmanuel smiled, patting her shoulder. "Aislinn, we must buy a horse carriage, the best one available. What do you say?" "Yes." Paula nodded vigorously, no longer opposing the idea. She eagerly anticipated the day she would see her parents in the capital. Meanwhile, Nathan, noticing his employer and mistress embracing, turned away awkwardly, pretending not to notice. Lost in his own thoughts, he began imagining moments with Kay. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text while ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. Chapter 111, Scholar Jeffrey. In the morning, around 9 a.m., in Shinjo City, a group of more than 10 villagers from Ancient Village delivered the latest batch of scented soaps and laundry soaps to the fragrant skin specialty shop. Renee was among them. The delivery team leader was named Fate, a 30-year-old man who had previously served in the military but returned home after losing an eye during battle. He eventually became a farmer. When Emmanuel started the soap workshop and needed a delivery team leader, Fate took up the position on the Ilias's recommendation. Despite having lost an eye, Fate was recognized as the most capable leader among the young people in Ancient Village. He had 2 younger brothers, Daviansti and Tad. Daviansti was 27 years old, and Tad was 23. They had learned some martial arts from their older brother and currently helped with deliveries, serving as his right-hand men. The family would go out in the morning and return in the afternoon, making it a stable job for them. Under Fate's command, the villagers quickly unloaded the goods and moved them into the warehouse of the fragrant skin specialty shop. With this, their delivery task was complete. However, they wouldn't head back to the village immediately. Fate allowed everyone an hour and a half to roam freely in the city, typically used for shopping or running errands for family, relatives, friends, or neighbors. Even if one chose not to buy anything, they could stroll around the city as long as they gathered outside the city walls by the designated time to return together. Fate had a strict rule. If anyone failed to return by the set time, they would be dismissed from the delivery team. The pay for the delivery team wasn't as high as that of the workers inside the soap workshop, but it was much less strenuous, so everyone valued this opportunity and always adhered to the rules. After unloading the goods, Fate reminded everyone to gather on time before he and his 2 brothers headed to the market. The others gradually dispersed, including Renee. Most people went in pairs or small groups, but Renee always went alone. His reputation in the village wasn't good, so no one was willing to spend time with him. Thus, after each delivery, Renee usually spent his time independently. He didn't mind. In fact, he preferred being alone as it gave him freedom. He would frequent cheap tea houses, listen to storytellers, sometimes wander through the market, occasionally visit small taverns for drinks and snacks, enjoying a peaceful life. However, recently, Renee had become obsessed with dice gambling. not in official gambling dens, but at makeshift gambling stalls and narrow alleys. He walked for about 15 minutes before turning into an inconspicuous alley where several people were already engrossed in gambling. Seeing this, Rene hurriedly pushed his way through the crowd, shouting, "Wait for me! Wait for me! I haven't placed my bet yet." The stall owner recognized Rene since he had been coming for several days. So, he waited for Rene to place his 5 cash wager on small before starting. Bets are closed now. Soon, the stall owner uncovered the bowl to reveal a 1-2-3, totaling 6 points, a small win. Rene, seeing he won, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Great start. I knew I'd have good luck today. Ha ha ha." The stall owner immediately handed Rene 10 cash coins, saying with a smile, "Brother Sanshue, you only bet 5 coins. You wasted your good luck. Not to worry, I'll show you how to lose your pants soon." Rene boasted loudly. Everyone laughed as the next round began. Rene's luck held strong, and he continued winning for 5 consecutive rounds, gradually increasing his bets. In no time, he had accumulated over 100 cash coins. Feeling exceptionally fortunate, Rene grew confident, aiming to win even more. However, his luck quickly turned sour. Within the span of less than an incense stick burning time, about 15 minutes, Rene lost all his winnings and even the money he had brought with him. With no more funds, the stall owner told Rene to stop and suggested he return when he had more money to try again. But Rene refused to accept his loss, angrily accusing the stall owner of cheating and demanding his money back. This enraged the stall owner, who beat Rene and threw him out onto the street. Pointing at Rene on the ground, he shouted, "Don't come here to disgrace yourself if you have no money. Get lost." Once the stall owner left, Rene slowly stood up, spat on the ground, and cursed under his breath, "Bah, snobbish dog eyes." While muttering curses towards the alley, Rene noticed a young scholar approaching from behind, who asked, "Excuse me, sir, are you from Ancient Village?" Rene turned around, unfamiliar with the young scholar, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you? How do you know I'm from Ancient Village?" The young scholar smiled, "Sir, not only do I know you're from Ancient Village, but I also know you're Rene, part of the delivery team for the Ancient Village soap workshop." Startled, Rene carefully examined the man, confirming he had never met him before. The young scholar politely introduced himself, "My surname is Jeffrey. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient here. Let's go to the tea house nearby and talk over some tea. Would you like that?" Rene was thirsty after his loud gambling sessions and, considering it a free offer, agreed. Soon, they entered a nearby tea house and sat in a secluded corner. The young scholar ordered a pot of good tea and 2 plates of dim sum. As the waiter served the tea and dim sum, Rene began eating and asked curiously, "How do you know my name? Who are you, and what do you want from me?" The young scholar gently shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am right now. I simply want to ask if you're interested in earning silver." Saying this, he pulled out a piece of broken silver, roughly 3 taels, and slowly slid it across the table to Rene, adding, "Brother Sanshue, this is a gift. If you're willing to cooperate with me, you can earn even more." Jeffrey's eyes locked onto Rene's with a knowing smile. Rene hesitated, scrutinizing Jeffrey closely before asking, "Master Jeffrey, what kind of cooperation do you have in mind?" Jeffrey lowered his voice, becoming serious. "Brother Sanshue, if you can find out the recipe and method for making soap, 100 taels of silver will be yours." "Eh, 100 taels?" Rene gasped in shock. To be honest, he had never seen 100 taels of silver in one go. Jeffrey did not waste any words and promptly produced a banknote worth 100 taels, declaring, "I never lie." Indeed, this young scholar was none other than Barak. After his scheme to discredit Emmanuel was foiled, Barak returned to Haeong but hadn't given up on his plans to exact revenge on Emmanuel and Paula. About half a month ago, he regrouped and returned to Shinjo to secretly investigate Emmanuel and Paula's activities. Learning that Emmanuel was the major shareholder of the soap workshop, Barak felt both jealous and furious. His jealousy stemmed from Emmanuel's immense wealth from the soap business. Anger arose because this meant Paula's life would get better and better, and he truly did not want to see Paula live a good life. Chapter 112. The Difficulties of Making Glass. Ambrose's eyes lit up the moment he saw the 100 taels silver note. Barak, seeing that the effect had been achieved, promptly tucked the note away and said, "Brotherly, this shouldn't be too difficult for you, right?" Ambrose very much wanted to earn this money, but he also knew it would not be easy. He replied, "Bert Jeffrey, I am merely a delivery man and can't even enter the soap workshop. I'm afraid." At this point, Ambrose shook his head and quietly sipped his tea. Barak interjected, "Brotherly, let's not talk like this. As a person from Erikshan village, don't tell me there isn't anyone familiar with you among those working in the soap workshop?" Hearing this, Ambrose could not help but raise his head to look at Barak. Barak continued, "Brotherly, you must be more familiar with your villagers than I am. In any case, I have enough money to offer. You only need to help persuade them. I can't believe that everyone in Emmanuel's soap workshop has 3 locks on their mouths." Ambrose hesitated, finding himself in a difficult position. He said, "But, Bert Jeffrey, if the villagers find out about this, I won't be able to live in the village anymore." Barak retorted coldly, "If you can't stay, then don't stay. What's there to miss about a poor place like Erikshan village? Let me make this clear. If you succeed, you can come with me, and I'll ensure you never worry about food or clothing, living a life 1,000 times better than now." Of course, Barak was not being benevolent. He was simply luring Ambrose into stealing the soap recipe for him. Once Ambrose succeeded, Barak would cast him aside without hesitation. However, Ambrose did not know what Barak was thinking. He seemed a little tempted but still hesitated, drinking his tea with his head down, not speaking for a long time. Barak soon lost his patience and reached out to retrieve the broken silver piece. Ambrose immediately panicked, snatching the silver piece and saying, "Bert Jeffrey, didn't you say this is a token of our first meeting? There's no reason to take back a gift like that." Barak calmly replied, "Ambrose, while I do have plenty of silver, It's not something I give away easily. If you can't help me, I certainly should take it back. Having said that, Barack gestured for Ambrose to return the silver. Clutching the silver tightly, Ambrose said, Bert Jeffrey, I just said it's quite difficult, not impossible. Why don't you give me some time to think of a way? I will definitely give you an answer within 3 days. After a brief silence, Barack retracted his hand and said, fine, I'll give you 3 days. Meet me here at the same time 3 days later. I hope to hear good news from you. Immediately after, Barack stood up and left the tavern, quickly disappearing from sight. Ambrose suddenly remembered that Barack hadn't paid the bill, but by the time he realized this, it was already too late, and he had no choice but to pay for it himself. Ambrose thought that these snacks couldn't go to waste, so he started eating while muttering under his breath. You promised to treat me to tea, yet when it came to paying, you ran faster than a rabbit. Truly stingy. Meanwhile, Emmanuel had been pondering how to make glass ever since he returned to Erikshan village. Initially, Emmanuel thought it wouldn't be too difficult, but as he delved deeper into it, he realized making glass was far more complex than he had imagined. To make glass, several materials were needed: quartz sand, limestone, feldspar, calcite, and soda ash. Limestone and soda ash were relatively easy to obtain. Limestone was commonly used for construction purposes and was readily available in markets at reasonable prices. For Emmanuel, soda ash was even simpler, as it could be derived from wood ash by increasing the concentration of alkali solution, which was sufficient for glassmaking. The challenge lay in obtaining the other three materials. Firstly, quartz sand was made from crushed quartz stone, not just ordinary sand. Common sand contained silica dioxide, but also numerous impurities and had low purity levels. Therefore, pure quartz stone was essential for glass production. While quartz mines existed in Lianghua, none were located near Xinzhou, meaning high transportation costs if purchased from afar. Next, feldspar and calcite presented similar issues. Though these minerals could be found in Lianghua, Xinzhou lacked local deposits, necessitating lengthy journeys and high prices. Given these obstacles, Emmanuel decided to temporarily set aside his plans for glassmaking. 2 days later, around noon, Paula was tidying up the yard when Emmanuel, having nothing else to do, entertained her with jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from Paula. Suddenly, a carriage approached from the distance, accompanied by a group of guards. Emmanuel instantly recognized Meadow's carriage and her guards. Paula also identified them and asked, "Husband, why is Miss Noah here?" Emmanuel responded, "She probably came to urge me to increase soap production again due to shortages." By the time the carriage drew near, Emmanuel and Paula had already greeted them outside. Soon, the carriage stopped, and Meadow alighted with Shelley. Emmanuel stepped forward, smiling and clasping his hands together. "Miss Noah, what wind brings you here?" Paula gave a light bow next to Emmanuel and greeted, "Miss Noah." Meadow returned the courtesy but looked troubled as she explained, "Baker, Lady Sue, I come today reluctantly, hoping you both can understand." "Reluctantly?" Emmanuel asked, puzzled, glancing at Paula. Paula inquired, "Miss Noah, has something happened? If you need our help, please don't hesitate to ask." Finding it hard to speak, Meadow suggested, "Let's go inside, Baker, Lady Sue." Emmanuel nodded, accompanying Meadow into the house along with Paula. Seated in the hall, Paula poured tea for Meadow while asking, "Miss Noah, what has happened?" Emmanuel also watched curiously. Meadow sighed helplessly and began, "Baker, Lady Sue, Danny, he's back again." Emmanuel was surprised, frowning. Paula, unaware of the situation, asked Emmanuel, "Husband, who is Danny?" Emmanuel recounted the incident where he tricked Danny into being caught and sent back to Haeong. Paula now understood the context. Emmanuel then asked, "Is Danny bothering you again?" "Don't worry. As long as you nod, I will send him back to Haeong right away. If he comes again, I'll keep sending him away until he stops." Meadow shook her head. "Baker, that plan may not work this time." "Why?" Emmanuel asked. Meadow replied, "This time, Danny has come with his father, along with a renowned doctor from Haeong who claims to visit and check on my father. My father has already welcomed them into our home. They will likely stay for at least 10 to 15 days. Sigh. Meadow sighed, shaking her head in despair. Chapter 113, The Trey's Plan. Emmanuel remarked, "This Damon Zetian has learned from his mistakes and become smarter." Meadow remained silent, her expression showing her helplessness. "Baker, Madam Sue, I actually came here today to ask if... At this point, Meadow lowered her head, unable to finish her sentence. Paula immediately replied, "Of course you can." She then turned to look at Emmanuel and asked, "Right, husband?" "Ah." Emmanuel was taken aback, wondering what she meant since Meadow had not finished speaking. Meadow said in surprise, "Madam Sue, I haven't finished yet." Paula smiled and said, "Miss Noah, even if you don't finish, I know what you're thinking." She then kindly added, "Miss Noah, rest assured living in the village. You can return home whenever that Damon Zetian leaves. Husband, right?" Emmanuel was slightly startled but quickly nodded in agreement. "Sure, as long as Miss Noah isn't bothered by the poor conditions here, you are welcome to stay for as long as you need." At that moment, Meadow finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about being refused, but did not expect Paula to agree so readily. Meadow stood up and deeply bowed to them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much, Baker and Madam Sue." Seeing this, Paula hurriedly lifted Meadow and said with a smile, "Miss Noah, please don't be like this. We're already so familiar with each other. It's nothing to thank us for such a small matter." Emmanuel added, "Miss Noah, I will talk to the Ilias later and find a bigger house for you." "Thank you, Baker," Meadow thanked him. Emmanuel waved his hand, and then left the house to find the Ilias. Emmanuel soon found the Ilias and explained his purpose. Upon hearing that Meadow and her companions would temporarily stay in the village, the Ilias instantly felt a bit stumped. The village had no inns. The last time Meadow stayed overnight, the Ilias had arranged for a villager to temporarily vacate their home in exchange for money. However, this time the situation was different. Meadow's stay would likely be around 10 days, and it wasn't feasible to keep villagers out of their homes for that long. It would be like the cuckoo taking over another bird's nest. Not that the village lacked extra houses, but who was Meadow? She was the young mistress of the Noah family in Shinjo City, whose status was extremely high in the eyes of the Ilias. Most of the available houses were old, dirty, and some even considered dangerous. How could he let Miss Noah live there? After pondering for a while, the Ilias suddenly said, Baker, I've come up with a solution that should work for 10 days or so. Emmanuel asked, Trey, what's your plan? The Ilias suggested, Baker, why not have Miss Noah and her maidservant stay at your Daryl's house? Stay at my Daryl's house? Emmanuel was surprised and shook his head. Trey, how can they fit? My uncle's house only has 3 rooms. Daryl and Pingen share one. Terry has one alone, and my wife and I have another. 5 people just fit. Where can Miss Noah and her maidservant stay? The Ilias smiled and waved his hand, saying, Don't worry, hear me out. He explained that Braden and Gordy could move next door to Nathan's house. Nathan lived alone, so accommodating 2 more people wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Braden and Gordy's room could be made available for Kay, leaving Kay's room for Meadow and Shelley. Although this arrangement could work, Emmanuel still felt it was inconvenient. Trey, having Miss Noah under the same roof as my wife and me? It doesn't seem quite appropriate. The Ilias shrugged and said with a smirk, What do you suggest then? Unless we send Miss Noah back to the city, which might be easier for everyone. Emmanuel fell silent for a moment before asking, Trey, what about Miss Noah's servants and guards? There are about 10 of them. The Ilias smiled confidently, Baker, you don't need to worry about that. As all men, they can stay anywhere. He assured Emmanuel that if Miss Noah agreed to pay for accommodation, the servants and guards could be housed separately in villagers' homes, ensuring everyone had a place to stay. Emmanuel nodded and said, Trey, I'll go back and ask Miss Noah. He bid farewell and returned home. At this moment, Paula and Meadow were chatting inside, both smiling. Seeing Emmanuel return, Paula immediately asked, Husband, what did the Ilias say? Meadow also looked at Emmanuel expectantly. Emmanuel detailed the Ilias' proposal, then looked at both women, asking if they thought this arrangement would work. Meadow nodded, Baker, I have no problem with it. But won't it be too much trouble for your Daryl and Pingen to move out? Paula agreed, Yes, husband. What if Daryl doesn't agree? Emmanuel couldn't make the decision for Braden and Gordy, so he said, Miss Noah, I'll ask Daryl and Pingen first. If they disagree, we'll find another solution. With that, Emmanuel left for the soap workshop. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Kay coming out. Kay asked, Cousin, isn't Miss Noah here? Why aren't you talking to her? Emmanuel explained that Meadow and Shelley would be staying in Kay's room. Before Emmanuel finished, Kay frowned, Cousin, won't sister-in-law mind if Miss Noah stays with us? She has agreed. Now we just need Daryl and Pingen's approval, Emmanuel confirmed. Saying this, Emmanuel quickly entered the soap workshop. Kay, puzzled, followed him, somewhat unhappy, calling out, Cousin, I haven't agreed yet. They soon found Braden and Gordy. Before Emmanuel finished explaining, Braden readily agreed without hesitation. Gordy always listened to his father, so he also agreed promptly. Suddenly, Kay pouted, I disagree. Surprised, Emmanuel asked, Why do you disagree? Kay hesitated, wanting to voice her concern about Emmanuel and Meadow becoming too close, but couldn't bring herself to say it in front of her father and brother. Braden saw this and pulled her aside, telling Emmanuel, ignore her. This girl doesn't understand propriety. Let's finalize this. Dad. Kay was frustrated, but powerless to stop it. Chapter 114. Ambrose's Demand. This morning, after delivering the goods, Ambrose left the team and hurriedly went to the tea house as previously agreed. When he arrived outside the tea house, he did not go in directly but walked around nearby for a while, making sure no one was following him before quickly entering the tea house. At this time, Barack had not yet arrived, so Ambrose ordered the cheapest tea and huddled in his seat, drinking while waiting. After about a quarter of an hour, Barack finally walked into the tea house. As soon as Barack approached the table, Ambrose complained, Bert Jeffrey, why are you so late? I've been waiting for quite some time. Barack didn't respond immediately but asked, Brotherly, 3 days have passed. Have you come up with any plan? Ambrose glanced around and whispered, Bert Jeffrey, let me cut to the chase. I can definitely get it done, but with only 100 taels, it's not worth it. Upon hearing Ambrose's response, Barack was inwardly surprised but kept a calm expression. Brotherly, can you really obtain the formula and manufacturing process for soap? Barack asked seriously. Ambrose raised his eyebrows, looking proud. Bert Jeffrey, don't hide it from you. I already know the formula almost completely. Oh. Barack couldn't help leaning forward slightly. Ambrose continued, just knowing the formula isn't enough. The crucial part is understanding the manufacturing process. It's a bit difficult, but it's doable for me. He sipped the tea, his eyes radiating confidence. Barack immediately offered, if you succeed, I'll give you another 100 taels. Ambrose's face filled with disdain as he coldly said, Bert Jeffrey, are you treating me like a beggar? Davian these 3 days, Ambrose had carefully considered his value. Each delivery he made was worth over 2,000 taels, and for just this small sum, he wouldn't do it. After some thought, Barack asked, how much do you want? Ambrose held up 2 fingers, saying, at least 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels? Barack frowned, thinking Ambrose's demand was too high. Before Barack could respond, Ambrose added, also, I want to visit Lishui Pavilion and enjoy the ladies, and you must cover those expenses. Ambrose, due to his lazy nature, was still unmarried at over 30 and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to indulge himself. When Barack heard this request, he smiled slightly, but inside, he despised Ambrose for being so unambitious. Ambrose finished stating his conditions and said, Bert Jeffrey, don't try to bargain with me. These are my only 2 demands. If you agree, we cooperate. If not, we never met. Saying that, Ambrose looked out the window and leisurely drank his tea. Though Ambrose appeared calm, he was actually very nervous. He expected Barack to negotiate and told himself that the lowest amount acceptable would be 1,000 taels. However, unexpectedly, Barack nodded shortly after, saying, all right, as you say. Hearing this, Ambrose got so excited that his hand trembled, spilling some tea, luckily unnoticed by Barack. Barack paused and said, "Brotherly, 2,000 taels is no problem, but I must make it clear. If the method you obtain doesn't work to produce soap, you won't get a single coin." Ambrose replied immediately, "Fine." Barack nodded, and then agreed to meet Ambrose at the old temple outside the city in 5 days. Barack prepared to leave, but just as he stood up, Ambrose reached out and said, "Bert Jeffrey, you haven't paid yet. How can you leave?" Barack retorted, "What payment? You haven't accomplished anything yet, and you want money?" Ambrose quickly responded, "Bert Jeffrey, last time you clearly said you would provide the money, and I would persuade them for you. Without money, how can I convince anyone?" Ambrose subtly motioned for Barack to hurry up and pay. After some thought, Barack asked, "How much?" Ambrose answered, "Give me 10 taels first." Barack took out 10 taels of silver and placed it on the table. Ambrose immediately picked it up and quickly put it in his pocket. Barack warned sternly, "Ambrose, don't always think about swindling food and drinks from me. You'd better get the job done. Otherwise, you'll not only have to return the money but also suffer physical punishment." With that, Barack turned and quickly left the tea house. At this moment, Ambrose felt extremely excited, unable to contain his joy at earning 2,000 taels soon. He eagerly ordered 2 expensive pastries and enjoyed them heartily. Ambrose dared to agree because he had indeed thought of a plan. Among the villagers working at the soap factory was a man named Gordon. Gordon was 28 years old, unmarried, and had previously worked in Shinjo City, where he earned around 40 coins per day, which was enough for his living expenses. However, Gordon fell in love with a girl who was a third-tier maid in a wealthy household. Third-tier maids were the lowest ranking and were not allowed into the master's room without permission. They mostly did menial tasks like watering flowers, feeding birds, carrying water, or maintaining stoves. Gordon wanted to marry this girl, but her father demanded 10 strings of cash as dowry. For Gordon, this was an astronomical sum. Despite this, Gordon did not give up and worked hard to save up. But recently, Gordon became anxious because the girl's father came to Eric Mountain Village and gave him an ultimatum. If Gordon couldn't gather 10 strings of cash within 2 months, the girl would marry someone else. Learning this, Ambrose was confident he could persuade Gordon. In Eric Mountain Village, Su Taishao and Rolf moved to Nathan's house that afternoon. Kay, albeit unwillingly, moved into her father and brother's room. After Shelley cleaned and arranged everything, Miriam moved into Kay's room. Initially, Miriam found it uncomfortable, but after a couple of days, she adapted well to life there. Miriam's height and build were similar to Paula, so she wore Paula's coarse clothing and often helped her with various chores, appearing to outsiders as though they were sisters. However, Miriam's arrival caused some inconvenience for Emmanuel. The most obvious issue was using the latrine. For 2 nights, Emmanuel encountered Miriam in the latrine, narrowly avoiding awkwardness thanks to Shelley waiting outside. End of Chapter 114. Chapter 115. Enemies meet, their enmity blazes anew. Miriam had only been staying in Ancient Village for 3 days when Dawson found her. Under a large tree outside the house, sisters and brother Miriam and Dawson were talking alone. "Sister, when are you going back?" Dawson asked. Miriam countered, "Is Danny gone? I'll return if he's left." Dawson asked, "Sister, do you mean that you won't go back unless Danny leaves?" Miriam answered firmly, "Yes. If he doesn't leave, neither will I." Dawson immediately appeared distressed. "Sister, aren't you making it difficult for me? Danny asks me every day where you've gone. He's driving me crazy." Miriam asked immediately, "Yuhung, did you tell him I'm here?" Dawson shook his head instantly. "Of course not. How could I betray you? I am your own brother." "Well, that's more like it," said Miriam. At this point, Dawson suddenly lowered his voice. "But sister, father has guessed you came here." Miriam was taken aback, anxiously saying, "How could father guess that?" Dawson shook his head. "I don't know how, but father did figure it out and told me to persuade you to come home soon, not to be so stubborn." He added quickly, "However, rest assured sister, father didn't tell Lord Damon or Danny where you are." Miriam immediately felt relieved and nodded, easing her breath. There was a brief silence before Miriam spoke. "Yuhung, do you think I want it this way? If father wasn't always trying to matchmake between Danny and me, I wouldn't have run away." Dawson suddenly became curious, asking, "Sister, if you don't wish to marry Danny, then whom do you want to marry?" Miriam hesitated, saying, "I don't want to marry anyone. Being single is just fine for me." Dawson sighed, shaking his head. If Baker hadn't already married, things would be different. Honestly, looking around, none other than Baker in our county matches up with you. Upon hearing this, Miriam blushed uncontrollably. "What nonsense are you spouting? What if someone hears?" Dawson laughed. "Relax, there's no one around who can hear us. Besides, it's just a thought. Why are you getting work?" Miriam recoiled a few steps as though touched by electricity, lowering her head shyly, her face and neck turning bright red. Emmanuel was caught off guard by Miriam's reaction and was momentarily speechless. As the sound of the carriage approached, Miriam snapped back to reality. "Baker, Danny is here. I must hide." She sidestepped Emmanuel, heading for her room. Peering through the window, Emmanuel saw a strange carriage drawing closer. Puzzled, Emmanuel headed towards the doorway and asked, "Why would Danny know you're here?" Miriam frowned. "He must have followed Yuhung. Otherwise, how else would he arrive right after Yuhung left?" Seeing Miriam worried, Emmanuel comforted, "Don't worry, I'll see him off." With that, Emmanuel strode out of the house. Bo-Yisa rushed in from the backyard. "Miss, I think I saw a carriage from the Damon family." Miriam pulled Bo-Yisa into the room, closing the door. "Stay here, don't go out." Noticing Miriam's red face, Bo-Yisa asked, "Miss, what's wrong with you? Your face is very red." Touching Miriam's cheek, she exclaimed, "Your face is burning hot, Mississippi." Feeling guilty, Miriam turned away. "I ran too fast, that's why." Meanwhile, Emmanuel reached the courtyard, where the Damon family carriage had stopped nearby. Paula turned to see Emmanuel approaching and walked over, somewhat anxious. "Dear, what should we do?" "Calm down. I'm here," reassured Emmanuel. He stepped outside boldly, standing at the gate, waiting for Danny. Soon, Danny emerged from the carriage, rushing towards Emmanuel with visible anger. Glaring fiercely at Emmanuel, Danny roared, "Emmanuel, you despicable coward!" Since the last encounter which led him back to Haeong, Danny harbored deep-seated resentment against Emmanuel. Now enemies met, their hatred flared intensely. Seeing Danny looming ominously, Paula worried about her husband and rushed to pull him back. But Emmanuel refused resolutely. "My dear, I'm no coward." Pushing her hand aside, he faced Danny. "Danny, you're unwelcome here. Leave immediately." Chapter 116. The Mounting Technique. "Did I come here because I wanted to? Move out of my way. Don't stop me from seeing Seonger," Danny shouted loudly. As he spoke, Danny had already walked up to Emmanuel. He raised his hand, intending to push past Emmanuel into the courtyard. Earlier in the carriage, Danny had glimpsed Meadow's figure far away in the yard. Knowing she had retreated inside, he wanted to rush in. But this was Emmanuel's territory. How could Danny be allowed to act as he pleased? The moment Danny touched Emmanuel executed a joint lock, firmly grabbing Danny's thumb. "Ow!" Danny instantly cried out in pain, his body twisting with Emmanuel's force. Emmanuel glared at Danny and barked harshly, "Miss Noah won't see you. Get lost." As he spoke, Emmanuel increased the pressure on Danny's thumb, making Danny's cry go even higher. Next, Emmanuel shoved hard. Caught off guard and still in pain, Danny landed heavily on the ground, nearly sprawling face first. Seeing Danny fall, Paula sighed in relief, secretly clenching her fists in approval for Emmanuel. "Master!" From beside the carriage, two servants of Danny called out simultaneously at the sight. They ran over immediately, attempting to help Danny up from either side. Danny was livid. He was clearly taller and stronger than Emmanuel, yet this guy had taken him down. A humiliation indeed. "Master, are you all right?" Colton asked worriedly. Cedric hurriedly brushed dust off Danny's clothes. "Move aside." In a fury, Danny pushed the two servants away, pointing at Emmanuel and shouting, "Emmanuel, if you have guts, fight me fair and square. Whoever uses dirty tricks is a coward." The technique Emmanuel used was a finger lock, a move from wrestling. To Danny, this sophisticated feeling severe chest pain. Fortunately, Emmanuel had some experience in fighting, and had witnessed many matches where smaller opponents faced bigger ones. He knew if Danny kept attacking relentlessly, his stamina would soon dwindle. Emmanuel aimed to wear him down before striking back. So Emmanuel continuously dodged and retreated, allowing Danny to waste more energy. While Emmanuel was not as strong as Danny, he was certainly quicker and more agile. As time passed, Emmanuel gradually understood Danny's punches, making dodging easier. Frustrated by missing 7 or 8 times, Danny became more aggressive and relentless. But Emmanuel moved like a monkey, sidestepping and darting about, infuriating Danny endlessly. Finally, Emmanuel hid behind a tree, playing cat and mouse with Danny. Danny almost exploded in rage, yelling, "Emmanuel, you coward! Stop running and fight me." Emmanuel retorted, "You're the coward. Your speed is nothing compared to mine." Provoked again, Danny resumed chasing Emmanuel in another round of cat and mouse. Soon, Danny was panting heavily, supporting himself with his hands on his knees. Even though Emmanuel had expended considerable energy, he paused to catch his breath behind the tree, resting alongside Danny. "Emmanuel, do you even intend to fight?" Danny asked angrily. "I'm fighting," Emmanuel replied. "Why are you running then?" Danny seethed. "Davian. It's called controlled mobility, an advanced single combat tactic," Emmanuel mocked. Infuriated, Danny opened his mouth to curse, until Emmanuel suddenly straightened up and looked behind Danny, exclaiming, "Miss Noah, why did you come out?" Startled, Danny turned his head, "Seonger," but there was no sign of Meadow. Realizing he'd fallen for Emmanuel's trick, Danny tried to turn back, but Emmanuel was already upon him. Thump! A swift kick to the chest sent Danny crashing to the ground. Blinded by the impact, Danny felt intense pain in his chest and struggled to breathe. Exhausted from the chase and caught off guard, this kick was devastating. A textbook perfect strike. Before Danny could regain his breath, Emmanuel jumped on top of him and started punching mercilessly. This scene was all too familiar to Nathan. First Jensen, then Ulrich, now Danny. Despite Danny's strength, Emmanuel's punches were powerful. After a few punches, Danny was thoroughly dazed, unable to defend himself. Seeing their master defeated, the two servants rushed forward to beg for mercy. Emmanuel, who hadn't intended to cause serious harm, stood up and approached Paula, smiling, "Wife, am I impressive?" Paula nodded approvingly. Then Nathan approached, asking, "Boss, I've seen you use this move 3 times. What is it called?" Caught momentarily off guard, Emmanuel quickly responded, "This is called the mounting technique. I learned it from a master in seclusion." He glanced at Paula with a mischievous smile. Paula slightly paused but quickly understood Emmanuel's implication. The next moment, Paula felt her heart racing and her cheeks burning hot. She lowered her head, no longer daring to look at Emmanuel, and Nathan, not understanding the implication, still asked curiously with a foolish look on his face, "Boss, who is this master in seclusion?" Chapter 117. My worries were unfounded. Just moments ago, inside the room, not long after Emmanuel left, Meadow heard voices from outside. It was Emmanuel and Danny arguing with each other. Meadow suddenly felt worried about Emmanuel and wanted to open the door to check on him. Just as she walked toward the door, Nora stopped her. "Mistress, didn't you say you would stay here? Why are you going out now?" Meadow hesitated, but eventually decided not to go out just yet. However, Meadow couldn't sit still and started pacing around the room, making Nora feel dizzy. After a while, Meadow heard Emmanuel and Danny arguing again, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Unable to stand it, she cracked open the door slightly to listen more carefully. Only then did she realize that Emmanuel wanted to challenge Danny in a one-on-one fight. This alarmed Meadow greatly. Danny knew martial arts while Emmanuel did not, and Danny was much bigger and stronger than Emmanuel. It It was obvious that Emmanuel would be at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Meadow pulled Nora over and said, "Nora, quickly go to the window and see what's happening." Nora nodded and rushed to a window in the hall, peeking out secretly. Meadow waited anxiously by the door, occasionally poking her head out, listening intently for any sounds outside. Soon, Meadow heard Nora's panicky voice. "Oh no, mistress, Jason has been hit by Danny." Shocked, Meadow ran out of the room and stood beside Nora, watching anxiously. At this moment, Emmanuel had just begun fighting Danny. Deviant to his unfamiliarity with the combat rhythm, he accidentally took 2 punches to the chest. Seeing Emmanuel desperately dodging and rubbing his chest, Meadow's heart tightened. "I can't let Danny hurt Jason. I have to go out." Before she could step out, Nora held her back. "Mistress, wait. Jason isn't losing yet." Frowning, Meadow said, "Nora, Jason is already at a disadvantage. If I don't stop them, he might really get hurt. How could I live with that?" With that, she moved towards the door. But Nora stopped her again. "Mistress, look, the situation seems different now." Turning her head, Meadow saw Emmanuel and Danny circling a tree in a game of cat and mouse. Danny was furious, but couldn't catch up to Emmanuel, who showed remarkable agility. Seeing Danny frustrated, Nora couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Mistress, Danny can't hit Jason anymore. You don't need to worry so much," Nora remarked. But Meadow couldn't laugh. Still frowning, she replied, "Even though Danny can't hit Jason, this can't go on forever. Jason will never win in terms of martial skills." As she spoke, Meadow noticed both Emmanuel and Danny panting heavily behind the tree. Thinking Emmanuel was running out of energy, she said, "Nora, I must go out. I need to talk some sense into Danny." Just then, she heard Emmanuel ask, "Miss Noah, why did you come out?" Startled, Meadow thought to herself, I haven't even gone out yet." In the next moment, she saw Danny turn his head, and Emmanuel suddenly dashed toward him, kicking him down with a swift move. Emmanuel then sat astride Danny, raining punches upon him. Meadow and Nora stood frozen, unsure of what to say. After a few moments, Nora finally exclaimed, "Mistress, Jason, he actually cheated." Meadow couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking to herself, I should have known he had a plan all along. My worries were unfounded. Humiliated I am?" Danny valued his reputation highly. Despite having superior physical condition and martial arts training, he was utterly defeated by Emmanuel, a gambler. If this news spread, he'd lose face completely. Furthermore, Danny believed that if he reported the matter, Meadow would surely look down on him. Since he proposed the challenge himself, it would be disgraceful to turn to authorities after losing. Therefore, he couldn't report it and needed to find another way to seek revenge. All the way back to the city, Danny pondered deeply about how to take vengeance, but found no clear path. When his carriage arrived at the gate of Shinjo City, a group of villagers blocked the road, laughing and shouting. After inquiry, he learned these were delivery men from Erikshan Village Soap Workshop, delivering soap and detergent to a specialty store. They were gathering here to prepare for their return journey. Seeing this group, an idea flashed across Danny's mind. He immediately pulled a servant close and whispered something into his ear. The servant looked surprised but quickly nodded. "Understood, sir. I will handle it well." Chapter 118. Curious Meadow. At night, well past the hour of dawn, Boyisa had already fallen into a deep sleep, but Meadow lay on her bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Meadow couldn't stop thinking about Emmanuel. One moment she would remember how nimbly he dodged Danny's attack. The next, she recalled him mercilessly beating up Danny. Then there was that moment when she bumped into Emmanuel and felt his arms wrap around her waist. Each time she thought about how closely Emmanuel had been to her, Meadow's heart would race, and her face would turn red. Fortunately, Boyisa was already asleep. Otherwise, if she had seen this, it would have necessitated another round of explanations. Suddenly, Meadow needed to use the restroom, so she quietly got out of bed. Usually, Meadow would ask Boyisa to accompany her to the restroom, but now Boyisa was sound asleep. Thus, Meadow decided not to wake her and went alone, dressed in her night clothes. Having lived here for several days, Meadow was familiar with the surroundings and reached the restroom without any trouble. Afterward, Meadow still felt wide awake. Looking up at the bright moon, she decided to take a short walk before returning to bed. Just as Meadow took a few steps, she noticed that Emmanuel and Paula's room was still lit. Meadow wondered, "It's so late. Why aren't they sleeping yet?" At that moment, Meadow heard voices coming from Emmanuel's room. Since it was some distance away, she couldn't make out what was being said, but it was clearly Emmanuel and Paula talking. Originally intending to leave, Meadow hesitated after a few steps. She turned back and silently approached the window of Emmanuel's room. Inside, Paula's shy voice could be heard. "Husband, don't do this. Miss Noah and Boyisa are right next door. They might hear." Then Emmanuel's voice came through. "They won't hear, Aislinn. They sleep like logs and sometimes snore. They won't notice." Outside, Meadow frowned tightly. She mentally retorted, "Nonsense, I never snore." The next moment, Meadow suddenly became nervous, wondering, how does he know I snore? Has he eavesdropped on us? Shaking her head forcefully, she told herself, impossible. Jason isn't that kind of person. He's just teasing. Paula spoke inside, "Husband, don't say such things. Miss Noah is a well-bred lady. She wouldn't snore. Don't slander her." Emmanuel laughed immediately. What harm in teasing her a bit? Besides, who says refined ladies don't snore? Maybe louder than a man. As Meadow heard Paula laugh, she frowned deeply, thinking, "So you two talk behind my back when no one's around?" Feeling slightly offended and planning to return, Meadow stopped when Emmanuel spoke again. "Dear, I've endured this for days. I can't bear it anymore. Please, don't torture me like this. Come on, wife." His earlier pitiful tone shifted to a mischievous laugh at the end. Paula then exclaimed softly, "Husband, don't take off my trousers." Upon hearing this, Meadow's face and neck instantly flushed, her heart racing faster. It was clear what Emmanuel and Paula were doing, even to a fool. Paula's suppressed, shy sounds followed, and Meadow could hardly breathe as her entire body grew hot. Surprisingly, a thrilling sensation coursed through her. Though Meadow knew she could leave at any moment, she didn't. Her curiosity drove her to stay, even though she acknowledged that eavesdropping was wrong. She told herself she would only listen for a short while before leaving. To avoid making any noise, she covered her mouth tightly with both hands, barely moving, her nerves stretched to the limit. After a while, the bed began to creak slowly, rhythmically at first, but gradually speeding up. Accompanying the bed's movement, Meadow heard Paula's muffled gasps, clearly trying to suppress her sounds. As the bed's movements quickened, Paula's controlled sounds grew higher. Finally, Meadow couldn't bear it any longer. Turning around, she walked quickly away. By now, Meadow's face was completely red, her body burning, breathing heavily, and heart pounding intensely. Even as she moved farther away from Emmanuel's room, she could still hear the bed's creaking and Paula's breathy moans echoing in her mind. Unable to go back to her room immediately, fearing Emmanuel might hear her, she found a place to sit temporarily. She waited, hoping Emmanuel and Paula would fall asleep soon so she could sneak back in. Eventually, she fell into a light sleep. When she woke up, deciding Emmanuel and Paula must be asleep by now, she stood up to return to her room. But at the courtyard entrance, she hesitated and retraced her steps. She wanted to ensure they were truly asleep before entering. Approaching Emmanuel's room, she leaned in to listen. Before she could fully focus, someone behind her asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled nearly out of her wits, Meadow almost screamed but was silenced by a hand covering her mouth. "Don't hit me, it's me." Recognizing Emmanuel's voice, Meadow opened her eyes to find him indeed covering her mouth. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented level of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish immediately from Emmanuel's sight. Chapter 119. Pretend nothing happened. Emmanuel saw that Meadow had calmed down and slowly released his hand from her mouth. First, he made a shoot gesture at Meadow, then went to the window to check inside the room. Seeing that Paula was undisturbed, Emmanuel finally relaxed. He turned around, pointing toward the distant woods, signaling Meadow to follow him there. Soon, they arrived in the woods. "Why were you spying on us, Miss Noah?" Emmanuel asked as soon as they stopped. I wasn't." Meadow's face flushed red as she hurriedly shook her head in denial. Emmanuel frowned slightly, still denying it. "You were caught red-handed." After speaking, Emmanuel shook his head in disappointment. "I really didn't expect this. The dignified Miss Noah of the Noah family actually likes to spy." Meadow hastily responded. Who enjoys spying? Don't make things up. I didn't. I just. Emmanuel pressed on, seeing Meadow falter. "Just what? I didn't spy on you. You can't accuse me." Meadow stamped her feet in frustration, her voice growing louder involuntarily. "Miss Noah, why don't you speak louder so the whole village can hear?" Emmanuel remarked. Realizing her voice had grown too loud, Meadow quickly shut her mouth. Seeing how distressed she was, Emmanuel continued. "All right, Miss Noah, I'll give you a chance to explain. Why were you outside my room's window, peeking around like that? Please don't tell me you were taking a walk." Meadow hesitated again, unsure where to start. Emmanuel waited patiently, but Meadow kept stammering, unable to provide a coherent explanation. Finally, Emmanuel sighed. "Miss Noah, as a lady of high birth, you should consider changing such peculiar habits. It's lucky it was me who found you. If someone else had, your reputation would be." As he spoke, Emmanuel heard sobbing and realized Meadow was crying. "Why are you crying, Miss Noah? I haven't said anything wrong." "All right, let's drop it this time. I'll keep this between us, but remember not to do it again." Feeling somewhat exasperated, Emmanuel thought, "Here I am, the one who got caught, and she's crying first." Immediately after Emmanuel's words, Meadow squatted down, covering her face with her hands and sobbing quietly. Not knowing how to console her, Emmanuel stood beside her helplessly, waiting for her to finish crying. After a while, Meadow finally stopped crying. She raised her head and explained to Emmanuel, "I wasn't spying on you. I just wanted to know if you two had fallen asleep." Emmanuel was puzzled. "Why does it matter whether we're asleep or not?" Meadow stammered again. If you were asleep, I could go back to my room. Otherwise, I was afraid I might wake you when I entered the house." Emmanuel still couldn't understand. "But, Miss Noah, why would returning to your own room disturb us?" Meadow hesitated, finding it hard to explain the awkward situation she was in. Suddenly, Emmanuel realized something and exclaimed, "Wait, Miss Noah, when you said you wanted to know if we were asleep, did that mean you were outside before my wife and I fell asleep?" Startled, Meadow glanced up at Emmanuel, but quickly lowered her head when their eyes met, remaining silent. Her reaction confirmed Emmanuel's suspicion. "Miss Noah, when my wife and earlier, did you see anything?" No, I didn't see anything. Really, I saw nothing." Meadow panicked, shaking her head rapidly like a rattled drum. Emmanuel looked troubled. "Miss Noah, you can't do this. My wife and I kindly allowed you to stay, but you spied on us. Don't you fear eye infections?" "I didn't." Meadow was on the verge of tears again. "In any case, Miss Noah, your behavior is truly speechless." Emmanuel's brows furrowed deeply by the end of his sentence. "It's not like that, Sir. Please listen to me." Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Meadow mustered the courage to explain the truth. "Sir, I didn't mean to spy. I was going to the privy and happened to hear sounds coming from your room. Then I don't know why, I walked over and heard you and Lady Sue." Recalling those sounds, the rhythmic creaking of the bed and Paula's soft moans, Meadow blushed fiercely and dared not look up. After composing herself, Meadow continued, "I initially intended to return to my room immediately, but I worried the noise would wake you up. That would have been too embarrassing, so I stayed outside, waiting until you both fell asleep. But then..." Honestly, Meadow being caught by Emmanuel was just bad luck. If either of them had left earlier or later, this wouldn't have happened. Pausing for a moment, Meadow finally gathered the courage to look at Emmanuel. Sir, I really didn't spy on you. I swear. Please believe me. Emmanuel believed Meadow and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, now I understand. Miss Noah, you should have said this sooner. You gave me quite a fright. Meadow vigorously shook her head, too embarrassed to speak or look at Emmanuel. With everything clarified, Emmanuel said, Miss Noah, this was all a misunderstanding. Let's pretend nothing happened tonight. Neither of us saw each other, and no one should mention this again, all right? Hearing this, Meadow nodded vigorously. Okay. All right, it's settled then. Seeing the misunderstanding cleared, Emmanuel added, Miss Noah, you should go back to sleep. I need to use the privy. I'm about to burst. With that, Emmanuel jogged towards the privy. Watching Emmanuel's retreating figure, Meadow suddenly heard the bed creaking and Paula's moans in her mind again. She shook her head vigorously and covered her face, silently telling herself, Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Chapter 120. Ambrose succeeds. At the same time, behind an old courtyard in ancient village, Ambrose was gently tapping on a window while keeping watch in all directions. After a moment, the window opened. Ambrose lowered his voice, tinged with some resentment. Gordon, what's wrong? Didn't we agree to meet by the river after dark? Why didn't you come? The person inside was indeed Gordon. He wasn't tall but had a sturdy build and a square face with thick eyebrows, giving off an impression of honesty. Gordon frowned. Brother Sanchouet, I've thought it over carefully. You should find someone else for this matter. Just as he was about to close the window, Ambrose urgently blocked it with his arm. Gordon, don't you want to marry your sweetheart? Gordon quickly responded, Why wouldn't I? He then added, But I can't betray Daryl, Sue, and Jason. Before Ambrose could reply, dog barks echoed from not far away. Scared, Ambrose hurriedly said, Gordon, let me in first. It would be disastrous if someone saw us. Helpless, Gordon helped Ambrose climb in through the window. Once inside, Ambrose quickly closed the window and listened intently outside, only relaxing after confirming no one was around. Lowering his voice, Ambrose said, Brother Housey, since you call me Brother Sanchouet, I will definitely help you get married. As he spoke, he pulled out half a silver ingot from his chest and handed it to Gordon. Here are 5 taels, take them, Ambrose said generously. The 10-tael silver ingot given by Barak had been cut in half by Ambrose. He only gave Gordon half to lure him into joining his scheme. Surprised, Gordon asked, Brother Sanchouet, where did you get so much money? Ambrose explained seriously, Brother Housey, I told you a few days ago that the master I know is very generous. He said this is just a token gift. If you reveal the soap-making process to him, he'll give you another. He raised a finger. 100 taels. 100 taels? Gordon was astonished. Ambrose nodded firmly. Brother Housey, this is a great opportunity to make money. If you pull this off, you'll not only be able to marry the girl you like, but you can also use the remaining money to build a new house, buy a few acres of farmland, raise livestock. Your father-in-law will court you wholeheartedly. While Ambrose offered 100 taels, he never intended to pay. His plan was to leave Ancient Village immediately once he got 2,000 taels and start a carefree life somewhere no one knew him. Gordon, being an honest man, never considered Ambrose might be misleading him. Holding the 5 taels, Gordon gradually became tempted. The last time his future father-in-law visited, he criticized Gordon harshly, mainly because of his poverty. This had made Gordon harbor resentment, wishing to become rich to win his father-in-law's respect. After hesitating for a while, Gordon, still worried, said, Brother Sanchouet, if people find out the process came from me, how will my family live in the village? Daryl, Sue, and Jason have been so kind to us. Villagers will gossip about us. Brother Housey, are you stupid? Ambrose tapped Gordon's forehead. Not just you work in the workshop. How can they possibly know it was you? You can deny it. Without evidence, what can they do? He tapped again. Moreover, with 100 taels, does your family need to stay in this poor village? Is it necessary? Suddenly enlightened, Gordon thought, right? With 100 taels, I can take my parents to my wife's hometown, build a house, buy farmland, and live comfortably. Ambrose continued to paint a beautiful picture of their future, making Gordon imagine and yearn for it. Well, Brother Housey, can you give me a straight answer? Ambrose looked at Gordon expectantly. But Gordon still hesitated, unwilling to give a definite response. Having wasted enough breath, Ambrose grew impatient and took back the silver sternly. Brother Housey, if you don't want to marry or get rich, I won't force you. I didn't come here tonight. Goodbye. This move was inspired by Barak. Gordon, having just gotten warm holding the silver, was suddenly anxious when Ambrose took it back. Brother Sanchouet, I'll do it. I promise. Gordon held Ambrose, retrieving the silver from his hand. Inside, Ambrose was delighted but dared not show it. Brother Housey, quickly tell me the process. Ambrose was somewhat nervous, his heart pounding faster. Gordon scratched his head and asked, Brother Sanchouet, the 100 taels. Ambrose immediately assured him, Brother Housey, you'll get the 100 taels, but the master also needs to verify the process's authenticity. If he can't produce soap, why would he pay? Makes sense, right? Gordon agreed it was reasonable and foolishly revealed the soap-making process to Ambrose. Brother Housey, wait, did I hear correctly? It's this simple? Stunned, Ambrose had expected a long, complicated process, but it turned out to be mixing wood ash water and lard. Gordon confirmed earnestly, Brother Sanchouet, it's true. Soap is that simple. For scented soap, add petals and fragrances during mixing. Ambrose shook his head silently, cursing inwardly, damn, Emmanuel, you deceitful merchant. Selling such a cheap product at such a high price, too greedy. Brother Sanchouet, Brother Sanchouet? Seeing Ambrose in a daze, Gordon pushed him lightly. Ambrose snapped back, Brother Housey, give me 10 days. I've set up a meeting with the master for verification. Once it's confirmed, I'll send you the 100 taels immediately. Good. Brother Sanchouet, I entrust this to you. Excitement filled Gordon's face. Don't worry. As your brother, who else would I help? Ambrose patted Gordon's shoulder, smiling. Ambrose planned to meet Barack at Laojun Temple in 5 days, but told Gordon 10 days to have extra time to escape, staying as far as possible. Soon, Ambrose climbed out the window, vanishing into the night. Gordon, thrilled, lay in bed imagining his bright and happy future. Hashtag chapter 121. The delivery team is robbed. 3 days later in the morning, Emmanuel and Xander were talking inside the soap workshop when they suddenly heard commotion from outside. Just as they were puzzled, Kay rushed in anxiously, saying, "Father, cousin, it's not good. Our soap has been robbed." "What?" Xander exclaimed, immediately looking at Emmanuel. Emmanuel frowned right away. Kay pointed outside and said, "Father, cousin, you should come out and see. Several people from the delivery team are injured." Upon hearing this, Xander sprinted out instantly. Emmanuel and Kay also hurried after him. Soon, the villagers working in the soap workshop also heard about the robbery. They all lost their focus on work and ran out to see what was going on. When Emmanuel came out, Fade and the villagers from the delivery team were already outside the soap workshop. Many villagers had also gathered, making the scene somewhat chaotic. Xander and Nathan were examining the injuries of the wounded, both showing deep concern. "Jason is here. Jason is here." A villager saw Emmanuel and immediately shouted aloud. Seeing his employer arrive, Fate quickly called Daviansti and Tad to greet him. The three of them were disheveled, with torn clothes in several places, and Daviansti and Tad had some minor injuries on their faces. Fade looked solemn and said apologetically, "Master, I'm really sorry. We couldn't protect the goods, and everything was taken by those bandits." At this moment, Emmanuel wasn't worried about whether the cargo was saved. He was more concerned about the safety of the people. He immediately asked, "Fate, did anyone die?" Fade shook his head immediately. "Master, no one died. Everyone only suffered light injuries, nothing serious." Hearing that no one had died, Emmanuel sighed in relief. "As long as no one died, that's fine." Daviansti was indignant, frowning and saying, "Master, rest assured, the cargo that those people took away, we three brothers will definitely find a way to recover it." Tad nodded eagerly when he heard his brother say this. "Master, we will get the cargo back?" Fade also nodded heavily. Although he didn't speak at that moment, his determination to recover the goods was the strongest among the three brothers. Emmanuel said, "Let's talk about the cargo later. Right now, we need to treat everyone's wounds and take care of the injured." Just as he spoke, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, the Ilias is coming. Old Brian is coming." Emmanuel turned to look and indeed saw a few people coming down the village road, including the Ilias and the elderly man skilled in medicine. The elderly man surnamed Bryant was affectionately called Old Bryant by the villagers. Last time when Meadows people were injured in the village, it was Old Bryant who treated their wounds. Emmanuel instructed Daviansti and Tad to help while calling Fade aside to a quieter place and asking him to recount the events of the robbery in detail. From Fade's account, they encountered bandits just half an hour after leaving Ancient Mountain Village. Because the number of bandits was too large, the dozen or so members of the delivery team couldn't defend themselves. Following the principle of prioritizing human life, Fate decided to abandon the cargo and withdraw. After carefully questioning Fate, Emmanuel learned that the group of bandits numbered at least 34, led by two individuals. One was tall and thin, the other short and fat, and both wore masks. Emmanuel immediately recalled the gang of bandits he had encountered before. So, Emmanuel described the features of the two leaders, and upon hearing it, Fate nodded quickly and confirmed, "Yes, it's them." Emmanuel said, "Fate, the fat one is named Norman, the thin one Finley. We met them last time." Fate clenched his fists and nodded heavily. "Norman, Finley. All right, I'll remember them, and I'll settle this with them eventually." Emmanuel was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Strange, the bandits only had a few people last time. How did they expand to 34 so quickly?" After some thought, Fade replied, "Master, it seems that many of these people are refugees who fled from the north. They probably followed Norman and Finley because they had nowhere else to go." Emmanuel asked, "How can you be sure they are refugees from the north?" Fade responded, "Master, many of them looked malnourished and weak, wearing tattered clothes. Apart from the lack of women, there were old and young ones alike, using sticks or stones, without even decent weapons," he added. "And there were a few men with knives in the back, always directing the others. If the refugees refused to join, they would beat and scold them, even using knives to slash them." Nodding, Emmanuel said, "That explains it. They must be refugees." Just then, Paula and Meadow rushed over, urgently asking for details. "Fade, go take care of everyone first. I'll come over shortly," Emmanuel instructed. Fate nodded and ran toward the crowd. After Fade left, Emmanuel told the two of them about the incident. When Meadow heard that the entire shipment had been stolen, she became agitated. "Jason, report this to the authorities immediately. We can't let this go unpunished." Meadow was very angry. Paula agreed wholeheartedly and nodded along. Emmanuel frowned. "We definitely need to report it, but for now, the most important thing is to calm everyone down and figure out how to deliver the goods to the city." The skincare specialty store's inventory was limited. If they didn't deliver within 2 days, they would run out of stock. Meadow immediately said, "Jason, I have 10 bodyguards who can help with the delivery. If you think it's still not enough, I'll arrange for more." Emmanuel nodded and said, "Miss Noah, let's discuss this later. I need to check on everyone's injuries first." Then, Emmanuel went to tend to the injured from the delivery team. After examining everyone's injuries, Emmanuel was finally reassured. Davian to Fade's correct decision, everyone's injuries were minor and could heal with some medication in a few days. While Emmanuel and Xander were calming the crowd, an elderly woman repeatedly shouting, "Sanshui," rushed into the gathering. She was Ambrose's mother. Upon hearing that the delivery team had been attacked by bandits, she hastily rushed over to inquire about her son's condition. To her surprise, however, Ambrose didn't even show up at the team today, and no one knew where he had gone. But Ambrose's mother mentioned that her son had left early in the morning. Though she didn't find her son, Ambrose's mother temporarily relaxed. thinking he might have gone somewhere to slack off and would return later. Chapter 122. The King of Cold Weapons. After the villagers dispersed, Emmanuel convened a meeting inside with everyone. Besides Paula and Dinham's family of 3, Miriam, Nathan, the Ilias, and the delivery team's brothers Fateh, Daviansti, and Tad were also present. Once everyone had settled down, Emmanuel stood up and said, "Everyone, although our goods were robbed today, thankfully no one was hurt, which is my greatest comfort." Hearing this, the Ilias and the 3 Eliot immediately nodded. Everyone felt that Emmanuel was very considerate. Emmanuel continued, "I want to share my thoughts. Although the cargo was stolen, and everyone feels very discouraged and angry, I hope we don't dwell on what happened today because we have much more important matters to address." Next, Emmanuel laid out 3 points. Firstly, they must immediately report the incident to the authorities. After the meeting, he and Miriam would head into town to meet with the magistrate. Secondly, send some villagers to gather information about White Fur and Finley's gang. This would provide valuable intel for the authorities and allow them to understand the bandits' movements, achieving a strategic advantage. Thirdly, and most importantly, increase the number of people in the delivery team and enhance their armament. No one objected to Emmanuel's suggestions. Seeing everyone agreed, Emmanuel began assigning tasks. First, investigating the bandits. Emmanuel entrusted this task to the Ilias. He readily accepted, saying he would select several experienced hunters from the village who knew the terrain well and could travel quickly to gather information efficiently. Then, increasing the delivery team. Emmanuel announced he would recruit 30 more people into the team, tripling their wages, including for the existing members. If anyone felt afraid after today's events, they could leave the team without any hindrance. Finally, enhancing the team's weaponry. Fateh suggested equipping each member with a saber and intensifying saber practice, while Daviansti and Tad added that a squad of archers would greatly boost combat effectiveness and intimidate the bandits. Except for the Eliot, no one else was familiar with these matters. Everyone looked at Emmanuel, waiting for his opinion. Emmanuel thought for a moment before responding to the Eliot. "I agree that giving everyone sabers and practicing swordsmanship, as well as adding archers, are good ideas, but I believe they aren't suitable for us right now." Confused, Fateh asked, "Why not, Master?" Daviansti interjected, "Master, are you worried about the cost of purchasing sabers for everyone?" Tad echoed the sentiment, frowning in agreement. Emmanuel shook his head, "You misunderstand. It's not that I'm unwilling to buy the sabers. While it's easy to purchase sabers, mastering them is another matter." Emmanuel explained that the villagers had varying physical strengths, martial arts aptitudes, armed force. Emmanuel believed spears were the best choice. His passionate explanation drew peculiar expressions from everyone. They exchanged glances, none speaking for a moment. Perplexed, Emmanuel asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Paula gently tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Husband, spears are not allowed." "Why not?" Emmanuel was confused. Upon hearing his question, Miriam frowned. Others were also surprised. Miriam clarified, "Baker, didn't you know that spears are banned by the government?" "Banned? Really?" Emmanuel genuinely didn't know. Fateh confirmed, "It's true, Master." He then explained that the court had strictly forbidden private ownership of armor, horse armor, crossbows, halberds, and spears. However, only those exceeding 9 feet, 3 meters, were prohibited. Shorter ones were permitted. Initially disappointed, Emmanuel brightened upon realizing a loophole. "This can be arranged. We'll use spears under 9 feet, which will still handle those bandits," Emmanuel exclaimed. Fateh, however, cautioned, "But Master, even if we follow your suggestion, no one dares to forge spearheads due to the severe penalties for sedition. Manufacturing spears involve the risk of being accused of rebellion, leading to execution if caught. Thus, few dared to forge spearheads." Frowning, Emmanuel pondered the issue. Miriam suggested, "Baker, perhaps we should stick with sabers. Having any weapon is better than nothing, and it will boost morale. As for combat effectiveness, we can train rigorously." Fateh and his brothers nodded in agreement. The Ilias and Dinham also found her argument sensible. However, Emmanuel remained deep in thought. Suddenly, Emmanuel noticed a small bamboo stool inside the room. An idea struck him. He snapped his fingers excitedly and declared, "We don't need to forge spearheads. Let's use bamboo spears." Thus, a new plan emerged. Chapter 123. Avoiding a meeting. There were plenty of bamboo poles in the area around Ancient Mountain Village. Once the right thickness was selected, the poles could be used after sharpening one end and soaking it in tung oil. Fateh immediately said, "Jason is right. We can use bamboo spears without having to forge spearheads." Daviansti and Tad nodded in agreement. Seeing that the 3 brothers agreed, Meadow, Xander, and the Ilias had no objections either. After the meeting, the Ilias went to arrange for the hunters to gather information about the bandits. Emmanuel instructed Xander and the 3 Eliot to organize people to cut and prepare the bamboo spears, ensuring they did not exceed 9 feet in length. As for the tung oil needed for soaking, Emmanuel and Meadow were planning to go into the city to buy it shortly. After making all the arrangements, Emmanuel and Meadow shared a carriage, while Nathan drove another mule cart separately, escorted by Noah family guards as they headed toward Shinjo City. Everyone remained vigilant along the way, always alert to any unusual movements around them. However, no bandits appeared until they reached the outskirts of Shinjo City. Upon entering the city, Emmanuel and Meadow proceeded straight to the county office to request an audience with the county magistrate. Unfortunately, it was a rest day, and the county office was closed. Anxious, Meadow did not want to wait until the next day, so she gave a piece of silver to the on-duty constable, asking him to pass a message. The constable, upon learning that Meadow was from the Noah family, became polite and courteous, then hurried off to deliver the message. Soon, the constable arrived at the inner courtyard of the county office. Just as he was about to enter, a middle-aged scholar came out, nearly colliding with him. The scholar frowned. "What's the rush?" The constable respectfully said, Nigel, Miss Noah from the Noah family has come to see the county magistrate. The middle-aged scholar named Beryl, who had been a scholar for years but never passed higher examinations, later became a clerk due to financial difficulties after his family's circumstances changed. Beryl furrowed his brows. Doesn't she know today is a rest day? The magistrate rarely gets a day off. Ask her to come back tomorrow. The constable quickly responded, Nigel, Miss Noah said there's something very important she needs to discuss with the magistrate. Could you please ask the magistrate? Beryl, feeling annoyed, said, No, I won't disturb the magistrate. He hates being interrupted on rest days. I don't want to invite trouble. With that, Beryl left, instructing the constable not to enter. Having received silver from Meadow, the constable felt uneasy if this matter wasn't handled well. He thought for a moment, then caught up with Beryl, smiling and saying, Nigel, since Miss Noah has come personally, there must be something significant. Perhaps you could meet Miss Noah first, understand what she wants, and then decide whether to inform the magistrate. Beryl found this reasonable, and stopped to consider it seriously. After a brief moment, he nodded, All right, I'll meet her. Soon, Beryl met Emmanuel and Meadow. After some pleasantries, Beryl asked, Miss Noah, since today is a rest day, can whatever matters you have wait until tomorrow? Meadow replied gravely, Nigel, this morning our cargo was robbed by a group of bandits outside the city. That's why I've come to request an urgent audience with the magistrate, hoping he can dispatch forces to eliminate the threat and recover our goods. Hearing this, Beryl's eyebrows furrowed. You're saying bandits robbed your cargo? Yes. Meadow nodded emphatically. Over half of the dozen men escorting the cargo were injured, and all goods were taken, causing severe losses to our fragrant skin boutique. Please understand our predicament and help us inform the magistrate. She bowed respectfully. Upon hearing fragrant skin boutique, Beryl hurriedly asked, Miss Noah, how much did you lose? Meadow frowned. More than 30,000 strings of coins. This amount unsettled Beryl. Miss Noah, please wait. I will inform the magistrate. Beryl bowed slightly and turned towards the inner offices. Inside the inner room, Elijah Maotsuan was napping when the knocking woke him. Who is it? An annoyed Hu Maotsuan asked. Outside, Beryl's voice came, Magistrate, Miss Noah requests an audience, stating her fragrant skin boutique's cargo was robbed, with losses exceeding 30,000 strings of coins. Hu Maotsuan sat up, opened the door, and let Beryl in. Beryl continued, Magistrate, this isn't a minor issue. You should meet Miss Noah. Hu Maotsuan remained silent, sitting down, and then spread his hands, asking, Nigel, of course, I know this isn't minor, but tell me, what am I supposed to say to Miss Noah once I meet her? Looking troubled, Hu Maotsuan shook his head. Nigel, Miss Noah must want me to send troops outside the city to suppress the bandits. But you know our situation. This poor county has no money or manpower. How can I suppress bandits? Should I agree or refuse? Hu Maotsuan spread his hands again. Beryl understood the difficulties but still suggested, Magistrate, even though this is the case, Miss Noah has come in person. You should meet her. The Noah family was a significant taxpayer in Shinjo County. Beryl believed it was necessary to show respect. However, Hu Maotsuan felt it too troublesome, firmly shaking his head. No, tell her I'm ill and can't see her. We'll talk about it another time. Beryl frowned. Although just a clerk, he genuinely thought Hu Maotsuan shouldn't handle this problem this way. Wanting to persuade further, Beryl couldn't get a word in before Hu Maotsuan interrupted. Nigel, stop. I only stay here for 3 years. 2 are over, and in a few months, I'll be transferred. Why bother with these issues? Hu Maotsuan complained irritably. Helpless, Beryl remained silent, quietly exiting the room. Shortly, Beryl returned to the entrance of the county office and met Meadow and Emmanuel. I'm truly sorry, Miss Noah. The magistrate is unwell and can't meet you today. Try again in a few days when he recovers. Apologizing, Beryl bowed and walked back inside. As the county office door closed, Meadow felt deeply frustrated. Finally, she couldn't hold back her anger. What kind of official is this? When the citizens suffer heavy losses, he refuses to see us. This is outrageous. Although disappointed, Emmanuel hadn't expected much from reporting it in the first place, so his disappointment was minimal. Emmanuel advised, Miss Noah, since the authorities are no help, let's rely on ourselves. Don't waste time here. Meadow agreed and nodded. Let's buy the tung oil now and return to the village as soon as possible. Emmanuel nodded and got back into the carriage with Meadow, heading to the market. Chapter 124, Meeting West. At the market, Meadow accompanied Emmanuel to buy over 500 pounds of tung oil, filling 10 wooden barrels. Just as Emmanuel had finished paying and loading the goods, Dawson suddenly appeared. Dawson greeted Emmanuel briefly and then walked up to Meadow, saying, Sister, Father wants you to come home. Meadow frowned slightly and asked, How did Father know I was back? Dawson replied, Sister, Father has had people stationed at the city gates for a while now. He knew when you entered the city and sent me to find you. Meadow said coldly, I won't go back. Dawson quickly added, Sister, Danny has already left. You can go back now. Left? Meadow seemed doubtful. When did he leave? Dawson explained, He left yesterday. Baker beat him black and blue. He lost face and left town. After hearing this, Meadow remained silent, looking quite hesitant. Sister, just come back with me, Dawson pleaded with a troubled expression. Father said if I can't persuade you to return, he won't let me go out anymore. Meadow still didn't speak. At this moment, Emmanuel approached and advised, Miss Noah, since Danny is gone, you should go home. The silk shop and perfume store still need your management. Meadow immediately responded, But Baker, what about Erikshan village? Emmanuel interrupted, Miss Noah, I'll take care of things in the village. Rest assured, the new batch of soap will be delivered soon. Emmanuel added, Miss Noah, with bandits around the city, Erikshan village is far less safe than the city. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't be able to explain it to your family. Please listen to me and go home. Seeing Emmanuel's sincere expression and tone, Meadow nodded and said, All right, I'll go back, but my guards will continue following you. With them, you'll be safer delivering the goods. Out of the question, miss. A deep voice sounded from behind Dawson. Emmanuel and Meadow turned to see a middle-aged man dressed as a steward speaking. His temples were gray, his face stern, and he looked to be in his early 50s. Elon? Meadow was surprised, then looked at Dawson. Dawson sighed. Sister, father insisted on having Elon come along. Elon approached, bowed to Meadow, and said, Miss, several batches of silk need to be delivered to nearby counties tomorrow, and we're short on manpower. So the guards need to accompany us to protect the cargo. Turning to Emmanuel, Elon continued, My apologies, Baker, but we cannot assist you. I'm truly sorry. Emmanuel smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Elon nodded and then added, Baker, Master wishes to invite you to our residence. He has some questions he'd like to ask you personally. Don't worry, it won't take long, Elon assured. Upon hearing that her father wanted to meet Emmanuel, Meadow became nervous. She quickly said, Baker, it's getting late. You should deliver the tung oil back to Erikshan village soon. It will be difficult to travel after dark. Curious about what West wanted to ask, Emmanuel thought for a moment and nodded to Elon. Then I must follow your lead. Elon smiled and gestured, Baker, please, this way. Emmanuel turned to Meadow and smiled, Miss Noah, I should have visited earlier. Now that West has invited me, how can I refuse? With that, Emmanuel followed Elon into another carriage. The group left the market and headed toward the Noah residence. In the carriage, Meadow felt extremely nervous, guessing what her father might want to ask Emmanuel, her heart racing. About an hour later, they arrived at the Noah residence. Inside, Elon stopped Meadow and said, Miss, Master wishes to speak with Baker alone. Please stay here for now. Elon led Emmanuel through the corridors and courtyards to Tucker's quarters. As soon as Emmanuel entered the courtyard, he smelled medicinal herbs. Following Elon, Emmanuel came to a room. Elon opened the door but stayed outside, politely inviting, Baker, please enter. Emmanuel nodded and stepped inside. The smell of medicine and sandalwood permeated the air, strange yet not unpleasant. West reclined in a lounge chair, covered by thick quilts. His complexion was pale, and he appeared to be resting with closed eyes. Hearing Emmanuel enter, West slowly opened his eyes and sized up Emmanuel. Elon gently closed the door, leaving the two alone. Emmanuel stopped 5 paces away and greeted, This humble student Emmanuel pays respects to West. I thought you would be more handsome and suave. West's voice was low but clear. Emmanuel smiled, not offended, and asked, What did you wish to ask me, West? Pausing, West inquired, Emmanuel, I heard you've been married for over a year. Is that true? Yes, Emmanuel nodded. West continued, I also heard you used to gamble excessively, losing all your property, being expelled from the academy, and even mortgaging your wife. Are these all true? Emmanuel frowned but admitted, Yes, but that was the past. Now I have. West interrupted, I know the present situation. No need to elaborate. Confused, Emmanuel asked, West, could you speak more directly? West paused and then asked, Do you know why Xianger refused to marry Danny? Emmanuel remained silent, knowing West wasn't done. Indeed, West continued, Because of you. His gaze was sharp but fleeting. Because of me? Emmanuel was taken aback. West slowly explained, Our Noah family is prominent in Xianzhou City. Xianger is my only daughter, so I would never allow her to become a concubine. Frowning, Emmanuel asked, What do you mean, West? West went on, Emmanuel, I know about your strategies for Zengxala and your invention of soap. Despite your past misdeeds, you are smart and talented. West concluded, Since you're intelligent, there's no need for me to beat around the bush. Pausing, he added, If you want to be with Xianger, divorce your wife and join our family as a son-in-law. Chapter 125. To make you completely give up. Emmanuel laughed after hearing, Alan, you called me over just to say this? Alan said, Emmanuel, I can give you 3 days to consider. After that, you can come back with an answer. Emmanuel immediately replied, No need, Alan, I can answer you right now. Then Emmanuel firmly stated, Impossible. Alan instantly frowned. Emmanuel, think carefully. Being the son-in-law of the Noah, he needs to divorce his wife first and then become our son-in-law by marrying into our family. Father. Meadow suddenly became agitated. How? How could you say such things to Jason? Meadow, usually composed and calm, was visibly upset. Father, what you're doing is truly too much. How will your daughter face Jason in the future? If you don't know how to behave, then don't meet him anymore. Alan's voice suddenly rose. Perhaps due to his agitation, Alan started coughing. Cough, cough. After calming down from the coughing fit, Alan continued slowly. Xianger, you should understand now that Emmanuel won't divorce his wife, and you cannot marry him as a concubine. There is no future between the two of you. Father is doing this so you can completely let go. When Meadow fled to Eric village to avoid Danny, Alan realized something. His daughter's feelings for Emmanuel had grown deeper, and she couldn't control them anymore. This was evident because despite having many places to hide from Danny, she chose Eric village and lived under the same roof as Emmanuel. Thus, for his daughter's future, Alan deliberately called Emmanuel and proposed these unreasonable demands. Alan knew from the start that Emmanuel wouldn't agree. He wanted Emmanuel to dislike him so that they wouldn't have close contact, creating a rift between them and gradually drifting apart. Meadow lowered her head without speaking, tears silently streaming down her face. Alan added, Xianger, since you don't like Danny, Father won't force you anymore. But remember, as long as I live, Emmanuel will never happen. After saying this, Alan fell silent. Meadow stood there silently weeping for a moment before suddenly turning and running out of the room, disappearing down the corridor. Alan then called in the head steward, instructing him, Watch Xianger closely these days. Don't let her meet Emmanuel anymore. The head steward immediately acknowledged the order. Alan sighed deeply, looking up to the sky and whispering, Xianger, one day you'll understand that Father did this for the right reasons. After leaving the Noah residence, Emmanuel first went to the blacksmith shop via a mule cart to retrieve the Zihong sword that had been modified into a dagger. Emmanuel tested the dagger at the blacksmith shop and found it sharper than before. Upon inquiry, he learned that the blacksmith had thoroughly polished the dagger after the modification, making it capable of slicing through metal effortlessly. Additionally, the custom-made leather sheath was very good. Although its appearance was plain and even a bit rustic, the craftsmanship was excellent, durable, and robust upon touch. Emmanuel slid the dagger into the sheath and strapped it to his calf. Walking around with the Zihong dagger and testing its draw and insertion, Emmanuel was right. Xander nodded forcefully. After that, Emmanuel, Xander, Gordy, and Nathan unloaded the tung oil. Once the tung oil was unloaded, Emmanuel inquired about Fateh. Xander informed him that Fateh had taken people to the mountains to cut bamboo and would definitely be back before dark. Emmanuel wanted to check the quality of the bamboo, so he took Nathan toward the foot of the mountain. As they neared the base of the mountain, Emmanuel saw villagers descending, carrying large bundles of bamboo on their shoulders, chatting happily as they approached. Emmanuel hurriedly went forward to meet them. The villagers greeted him enthusiastically when they saw him. Emmanuel nodded in response and began inspecting the bamboo they carried. After examining several pieces, Emmanuel felt reassured. The bamboo was as thick as an adult's wrist, perfect for making bamboo spears. Chapter 126, Layman's Talk. Jason, you're back. At that moment, Fateh's voice came from afar. Emmanuel looked up and saw the three Elliot walking towards him, each carrying a bundle of bamboo on their shoulders. Emmanuel immediately went over to greet them, smiling and said, "You've cut quite a lot of bamboo, huh?" Fateh asked, "Jason, do these bamboos look okay?" Emmanuel nodded. "They look great, just the right thickness. They should make excellent spears." The Elliot were very pleased and started talking about how much effort they had put into finding the right size of bamboo. On the way down the mountain, Emmanuel inquired about the recruitment of the delivery team members. Hearing this, Fateh laughed. "Jason, not long after you and Miss Noah left, all 30 people were recruited." Fateh told Emmanuel that because the delivery team had triple pay, almost all the men in the village, from 70-year-old elders to teenagers around 14 years old, came forward. Finally, Fateh selected 30 people based on physical fitness and age. Those who weren't selected were very disappointed, and it took a long time for Fateh and others to explain, before everyone gradually dispersed. "Jason, I have already arranged for them to gather at the open space in the center of the village tomorrow at dawn for spear training," Fateh said. Emmanuel immediately nodded. "Great." Soon, the bamboo they had cut was piled up outside the Su family residence. A rough count showed about 200 bamboo poles. Looking at the large pile of bamboo, Emmanuel said, "Fateh, can you do me a favor? Tomorrow morning, please find some people to come here and help turn half of these bamboos into bamboo spears. I'll pay for the labor." Fateh was puzzled and asked, "Jason, shouldn't the bamboo be soaked in tung oil first? Why are we doing it directly?" Emmanuel explained, "Soaking the bamboo thoroughly in tung oil takes at least half a month. We can't wait that long to start practicing. So, let's make half of them into spears now and soak the other half in tung oil. By the time the first batch is worn out, the new ones should be ready." "Understood, Jason," Fateh nodded. Nothing significant happened overnight. The next day, just as dawn broke, some villagers gathered outside the Su family residence, each holding knives, obviously summoned by Fateh to make bamboo spears. After making a sample bamboo spear with the purple rainbow dagger, Emmanuel handed the task over to Paula and Kay. Meanwhile, Emmanuel headed to the central open space in the village. He was more concerned about the spear training of the delivery team than the making of the spears. When Emmanuel arrived, it was exactly dawn, Mao hour. By then, the Elliot had almost finished organizing the team. Seeing Emmanuel, Fateh immediately said, "Jason, everyone is here. Do you think my selections are okay?" Emmanuel glanced over and loudly replied, "Very good. Everyone looks spirited. Listen up, I will ask Michelle to prepare more meat for lunch. As long as everyone trains well, we will have meat every day." Upon hearing this, the villagers cheered joyfully. In reality, Emmanuel wasn't entirely satisfied with the overall appearance of the villagers. Their heights and ages varied widely, and most were undernourished. So, he immediately decided to provide more meat to improve their strength. Otherwise, there would be no stamina for training or fighting bandits. The newly recruited 30 people, plus the original team members totaled about 45. Since the bamboo spears were not yet ready, they used unsharpened but equally long bamboo poles instead. However, once the bamboo was distributed, Emmanuel became overwhelmed by the chaos. Villagers chatted and horseplayed, completely ignoring Fateh's commands despite his efforts to maintain order, even shouting and scolding. Moreover, many elderly, women, and children gathered around the open space, watching and discussing, with playful children occasionally running into the formation, disrupting the training. Finally, Emmanuel couldn't take it anymore. He climbed onto a large rock beside the open space and addressed the crowd. "Listen carefully. If any child disrupts the training again, not only will their family's ash no longer be collected by our workshop, but if anyone from their family works there, they will be dismissed immediately." Sure enough, the crowd was instantly intimidated. Parents quickly pulled their children away, keeping them far from the area, fearful of offending Emmanuel. Soon, the scene calmed down. Next, Emmanuel tightened the discipline of the delivery team. As an example, 2 young villagers were kicked out of the team due to constant chatting and laughing, despite repeated warnings. They deeply regretted it as soon as they were escorted out by Davianstein and Tad. This was a highly coveted job with triple pay and daily meat. The expelled young villagers quickly sought the Ilias' help to plead for forgiveness, but Emmanuel remained firm, refusing to reinstate them. The Ilias also had no choice but to console and dismiss them. From that moment, everyone realized that Emmanuel was serious. Afterward, the discipline of the delivery team dramatically improved, with no one joking or playing around anymore. Everyone focused intently on training. Fateh, who had learned some spear techniques during his military service, stood in front of the team and shouted, "Watch me demonstrate a set of spear techniques. Remember what you can, and don't worry if you can't remember everything." I'll teach you each move step by step later. Then, using bamboo as a spear, Fate performed a series of sharp and swift moves. Daviansti and Tad clapped and cheered for their brother, and the rest of the team followed suit, impressed by the demonstration. Emmanuel watched this, frowning internally, thinking it felt more like a street performance. When Fate finished, he appeared proud and confident. Alright, starting now, follow me step by step, Fate announced. Just as Fate was about to organize the team, Emmanuel interrupted. Fate, time is tight. Isn't it too slow to teach the entire routine step by step? Emmanuel asked. Fate was confused and slightly frowned. Jason, what do you suggest? Emmanuel proposed. Can we focus on teaching 2 simple moves, thrusting and withdrawing the spear? If everyone's movements and rhythm are synchronized and each thrust is executed with full force, combat effectiveness could significantly improve in a short time. Fate disagreed with Emmanuel's suggestion but spoke politely, considering Emmanuel's status as the master. Has Jason ever practiced spear techniques before? Fate asked. Emmanuel shook his head. No, I haven't. Fate smiled slightly. I see. No wonder you're saying such layman's talk. Translation provided while maintaining paragraph structure, tone, and narrative flow. Hashtag chapter 127, squad training. Fate said earnestly, Boss Sue, the techniques of spear fighting involve thrusting, stabbing, sweeping, deflecting, blocking, pressing, and splitting. If we're going to train, we need to cover all these aspects comprehensively. Focusing on just 1 or 2 moves wouldn't be proper spear training anymore, would it? Emmanuel smiled and replied, Fate, I understand what you mean, but we don't have enough time to teach everything right now. We need to focus on a quick training method, do you get it? We can slowly teach the other techniques later. Fate still disagreed, shaking his head with a frown. Daviansti and Tad, overhearing their conversation, immediately sided with their elder brother, believing that spear techniques should be learned as a whole system. Emmanuel thought for a moment, then suggested, Fate, Daviansti, Tad. How about this? Why don't we settle this with a competition? Whoever wins, we'll follow their way. How does that sound? Upon hearing this proposal, the 3 brothers looked at each other, quite surprised. In fact, Emmanuel could have made a final decision using his authority as the boss, but he didn't want anyone to obey him reluctantly, so he came up with this idea. Fate hurriedly asked, Boss Sue, what kind of competition? How will it be conducted? Emmanuel explained. We'll divide the team members equally into 2 squads. You and I will each train 1 squad. By evening, our 2 squads will face off. The winner's methods will be followed. How's that? Agreed. Fate didn't hesitate, thinking this was very fair. Daviansti and Tad nodded in agreement right away. They believed their elder brother was certain to win. The reason was simple. Their elder brother had learned spear techniques before, while Emmanuel knew nothing about martial arts. How could Emmanuel possibly win? Emmanuel nodded, then announced the plan to everyone and immediately began dividing the groups. Emmanuel first allowed volunteers to choose sides, asking those who wanted to train under him to go to the left. Soon, over 10 villagers from the delivery team stepped out and gathered on the left side of the open area. Next, Emmanuel picked a few more people to complete his squad. However, when the 2 squads were compared, it became apparent that Emmanuel's squad was generally shorter by half a head and physically weaker than Fate's. Feeling this wasn't fair, Fate proposed swapping a few members to balance the team's strengths. Unexpectedly, Emmanuel firmly rejected the idea, stating that the current division was just fine. The open area was then divided into 2 sections. The left half belonged to Emmanuel's squad, and the right half to Fate's squad. With the help of Daviansti and Tad, Fate quickly started teaching spear techniques, instructing every move meticulously. The team members were also learning diligently. On Emmanuel's side, things were different. He began by ordering everyone to set down their bamboo spears and practice moving forward and backward without any equipment. Emmanuel shouted 1, 4 stepping forward and 2, 4 stepping back, demanding perfect synchronization and no hesitation from the squad. Initially, Emmanuel's squad moved rather uncoordinated, often being either too fast or too slow, looking quite chaotic. However, Emmanuel remained patient, demonstrating repeatedly. As practice continued, their movements gradually became synchronized. The morning passed quickly, and Emmanuel's squad only practiced forward and backward steps. Not even, though slightly better, Emmanuel still felt unsatisfied, and repeated the question 3 times until the collective response was perfectly aligned. Following this, Emmanuel had the squad repeatedly practice thrusting and retracting, with a break every half an hour. Davian this time, Paula, Kay, and Nathan found a moment to watch the training. Seeing how simple and monotonous Emmanuel's training method was, they were puzzled. Kay grew anxious and wanted to ask Emmanuel why. Paula stopped her, telling her not to interrupt, as she believed Emmanuel must have his reasons and was confident he would win. As evening approached, the villagers gathered around the open area, eager to see if the former soldier Fate or the non-martial artist Emmanuel would triumph. This naturally included Paula, Nathan, and Emmanuel's family. Kay enthusiastically asked Paula, sister-in-law, who do you think will win? Without hesitation, Paula replied, of course, your elder brother will win. Shaking her head, Kay remarked, but I feel like Fate will win. Your elder brother doesn't know spear techniques. What can he teach us? Right, a Minjiu? Turning to Nathan beside her, Kay sought agreement. Nathan scratched her head and said, Terry, I think either could win. Funny, you didn't say anything useful, Kay retorted with a dismissive glance. Soon, the 2 squads lined up. Fate's squad used a freestanding formation. Instantly, cries of pain echoed from around the circular formation. 6 or 7 of Fate's team members fell to the ground almost immediately. Some clutched their chests, others their stomachs, all with pained expressions. As they collapsed, the bamboo rods they held slipped from their hands. Of course, it wasn't just these 6 or 7 who were hit. A few others also took hits but managed to stay standing. 2. Seeing the success of the first strike, Emmanuel quickly issued the second command. In the next instant, his team members retracted their spears with precision and returned to a ready position for another attack. This display left the Fate brothers stunned. They couldn't believe that after only one day of practice and 2 moves, Emmanuel's men could fight so effectively. Taking advantage of Fade's team being momentarily bewildered, Emmanuel shouted loudly, "Those who have fallen should immediately leave the field. If we were using bamboo spears, you would already be dead." He was right. At that speed and force, if real bamboo spears had been used, those men would have bleeding wounds by now. Fade understood this as well and promptly yelled, "Those who are down, get off the field. You're dead." The fallen men withdrew to the side in pain. Fade was not willing to give up easily. Clutching his bamboo rod tightly, he called out loudly, "Follow me. Charge." In the next moment, Fade charged towards Emmanuel's circular formation, intending to break through with sheer strength, which would instantly dismantle Emmanuel's formation. Seeing their elder brother leading the charge, Daviansti and Tad immediately joined in with loud shouts. The rest of the team also snapped back to reality and joined the assault. Observing calmly, Emmanuel saw the Eliot attacking again and, seizing the right moment, he shouted once more, "One." Following the command, Emmanuel's team lunged their bamboo rods forward in perfect unison. Aya! Arg! Ouch! Instantly, 6 or 7 more of Fade's men fell to the ground. Fade's own offensive attempts, along with those of Daviansti and Tad, failed miserably as they were all blocked outside the circular formation. 2. Emmanuel immediately ordered the retraction of the spears. His circular formation then returned to a ready state, its imposing presence causing fear among Fade and his remaining men. After this round, fewer than half of Fade's team remained on the field. Many villagers watching from the sidelines expressed astonishment. They had expected Fade, with his military background and training experience, to have a superior team compared to Emmanuel, who had no martial arts background. But the reality turned out to be quite the opposite. Fade clenched his teeth, feeling frustrated. How could this happen? I taught them an entire set of spear techniques with all my heart, yet they can't match this simple move. Why? Fade couldn't comprehend it, and his brows furrowed deeply. Beside the clearing, Kay kept shaking her head in surprise. She said to Paula, "Sister-in-law, did your brother-in-law use some kind of magic? This single thrust is incredibly powerful. How amazing." Paula smiled happily and replied, "Hui. I told you before that your brother-in-law would win." Nathan nodded approvingly, adding, "Madame Dong, Lord Dong is truly amazing." Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, Fade did not give up easily. He quickly rallied Daviansti, Tad, and the remaining team members to continue the attack on Emmanuel. However, apart from the Eliot, the rest of the team had lost confidence. In their minds, if they couldn't break the formation when numbers were equal, how could they succeed when outnumbered by half? As a result, only the Eliot continued the assault, while the other team members stood idly at the front of the formation, pretending to engage in combat with Emmanuel's men just to make some noise. Before long, the Eliot were also knocked to the ground. Stop! Seeing Fade fall, Emmanuel immediately called a halt to the battle and stepped out from the circular formation. Coming to Fade, he extended a hand, saying, "It's over. Get up." Fade looked dejected, but reached out to grasp Emmanuel's hand and felt utterly dejected. Some stood silently, some muttered curses, and others shook their heads in despair. It was understandable. After practicing intensely under Fade for a whole day, they ended up utterly defeated without even touching their opponents. Even the Eliot felt ashamed and regretful, but the outcome was clear, and there was nothing else to say. To prevent affecting morale, Emmanuel promised that each member of the losing side would receive a live chicken, and he would cover the cost. However, there would be no mutton, since victory and defeat must have different rewards. Otherwise, what would winning mean? Next, Emmanuel found Ernesto and asked him to apply medicinal alcohol to the injured and prepaid for the consultations and medicine. As everyone began to disperse, Emmanuel came to Paula's side. Holding Paula's hand, he asked, "Dear wife, am I impressive?" Because there were too many people around, Paula blushed and immediately pushed away Emmanuel's hand. But she nodded happily, "Husband, you are truly amazing." Hearing this, Emmanuel laughed, then leaned close to Paula's ear and grinned mischievously, "Wife, later let's practice together. I'll definitely show you the power of my spear techniques." The moment he spoke, Paula's face and neck turned completely red. She lowered her head. "Go out of their way." Emmanuel couldn't figure it out immediately and asked, "Chief, did you find anything else out?" The Ilias replied, "Indeed. They found some suspicious people outside the village. Whenever our people approached, they immediately ran off. We don't know what they were doing." Emmanuel frowned in thought, then realized the reason. He told the Ilias, "Chief, if I'm correct, Finian and Finley's gang is targeting me specifically." "Ah." The Ilias was astonished. "Why do you say that, young Jason?" Emmanuel explained, "Chief, those suspicious people were sent by Finian and Finley to monitor us. Believe me, as soon as the soap workshop sends goods to the city, that gang will definitely ambush us." The Ilias frowned, thinking, "Young Jason, why would those bandits target you?" Emmanuel sneered, "Because someone hates me." But the Ilias still had doubts. So Emmanuel said, "Chief, if you don't believe me, let's test it out." The Ilias asked, "How?" Emmanuel smiled faintly. "You'll see when the time comes." 2 days later in the morning, 40 members of the delivery team gathered, escorting 2 large carts of goods towards Shinjo City. Including Emmanuel, everyone was equipped with a bamboo spear. These spears were sharpened and polished, quite lethal if used with full force. Emmanuel dressed like the villagers, looking in the center. Emmanuel, Nathan, and Fate stood in the center. More bandits emerged from the woods, clearly outnumbering the delivery team. Seeing so many bandits, some team members began trembling nervously, clutching their spears tightly. "One of them, aren't there more of them now?" someone called out, sounding panicked. It was an older member of the team, injured during the previous attack. Concerned about morale, Fade shouted, "Stay calm. Just follow my orders, and we'll win." Emmanuel added, "Listen up. If we repel the bandits, each of you will get 5 guan as a reward." Promised 5 guan each, the initially tense team members perked up. In a Rikishan village, 5 guan could sustain a family for a year. Motivated by the prospect of earning so much money, the team members tightened their grip on their spears, ready for battle. From the woods, a short stout man and a tall skinny man walked out, wielding single-bladed knives. They were Finian and Finley. Emerging from the woods, the bandits tightly surrounded Emmanuel and his men. Finian jumped onto a rock, shouldering his knife and shouting towards Emmanuel, "Listen up. If you want to live, leave the goods and scram. Otherwise, you'll all go straight to hell." Finian threatened loudly. Finley, standing beside him, sneered, "Brother, we outnumber them greatly. Even spitting on them would drown them. Is all this talk necessary?" Finian whispered, "Books say, to subdue the enemy without fighting is the highest form of strategy. With more of us, we'd still suffer losses. Scaring them off is smarter." Finian added. Finley, surprised, retorted, "You can barely read and you quote books?" Finian defended, "I may read little, but I'm not deaf. Can't I listen to others?" Finley smirked and nodded. "All right, let's see how you scare them off today." Chapter 130, Fragile as a Spider's Web. Fateh heard Boicas shouting from the formation and asked Emmanuel, "Master, how should we respond?" Without hesitation, Emmanuel blurted out, "Tell him to die." Immediately understanding, Fateh shouted at the top of his lungs, "Go to hell." Boicas was waiting for Emmanuel to admit defeat, but instead received this reply. He became furious, nearly exploding with rage. Finley beside him laughed out loud, "Brother, this is the kind of winning without fighting you wanted? Ha ha ha." Unable to contain his anger, Boicas issued an order in silence, pointing his saber forward, "Charge." At his command, the surrounding bandits began yelling and rushed over like a swarm of bees. Seeing the attack begin, Fateh immediately called out, "Prepare." Timing it perfectly, he then shouted, "Thrust." Seeing that the bandits were still charging, Fateh gave the third order, "Kill." By now, the team fully understood the power of the bamboo spears and thrust with even more confidence and ferocity. After 3 rounds of attacks, nearly 30 bandits lay outside the circle, dead or dying. Blood was everywhere, and the horror level increased dramatically. Most of the spear tips were stained red, some dripping blood in a grotesque scene. The remaining bandits, seeing the carnage, hesitated, fear overtaking their faces. Encouraged by the bandits' hesitation, Daviansti shouted from the front line, "Come on, come on." Releasing the frustration and anger from the previous defeat, Daviansti felt immensely satisfied and relieved. Boicas, watching from outside the forest, panicked upon realizing they couldn't break through the formation. He turned to Finley, "Brother, what do we do? Their bamboo spears are too deadly." Finley frowned, acknowledging the lethal nature of the spears, but believed their numbers could still overcome the enemy. "Keep charging. We have the advantage of numbers. We'll crush them," Finley said fiercely. Startled, Boicas warned, "Brother, if we continue blindly, more people will die." Finley glared at him. "What else can we do? So many are already dead. If we let them go now, wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Realizing the truth in Finley's words, Boicas agreed. Losing so many men in just moments would indeed be devastating. While Boicas was hesitating, Finley, brandishing his saber, led a few men forward. "Keep charging. Anyone who dares to flee, I'll kill on the spot." Finley and his companions wielded their weapons menacingly, urging the others on. Reluctantly, under this pressure, the bandits charged again. Predictably, another 7 or 8 bandits fell instantly, yet the circular formation remained unshaken. This time, the bandits completely lost heart. No matter how much Finley shouted, no one dared move forward. Suddenly, a bandit fled, abandoning his stick and running into the woods, screaming, "I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here." Finley quickly ordered one of his lieutenants to pursue. The escapee was caught and killed on the spot. Finley pointed to the body, roaring, "You saw that. Anyone who tries to run meets the same fate." Everyone froze, no one daring to flee again. "What are you standing around for? We outnumber them. Charge. Everyone charge." Despite Finley's fury, no one dared approach the circular formation. Everyone knew that rushing forward meant certain death given their limited skills and inferior weapons. Finally unable to stand it, Boicas grabbed Finley by the collar and said gravely, "We should retreat. Morale is lost. Let's not be stubborn." Finley knew Boicas was right, but refused to admit defeat. Understanding Finley's obstinacy, Boicas yelled, "Retreat. Retreat now." The order given, the bandits around Emmanuel turned and fled, leaving the injured behind. In moments, they disappeared into the woods, with Finley dragged along by Boicas. All that remained were the agonized cries of the wounded. Then, the delivery team erupted into cheers, hugging each other in victory, the atmosphere electric with triumph. Fateh remarked to Emmanuel, "Master, these bandits really were just a disorganized mob, easily defeated." Emmanuel nodded, examining his bamboo spear, then sighed, "A pity. The battle ended before I could even act. How unsatisfying." Fateh and Nathan chuckled at his comment. Fateh then asked, "Master, what should we do with the injured bandits?" Emmanuel, along with Fateh and Nathan, inspected the scene. A few bandits were already dead, while others had injuries too severe to save. Only 6 or 7 were lightly wounded, perhaps survivable. Pulling Fateh aside, Emmanuel whispered, "For those beyond saving, finish them off mercifully. Those who can walk, take to the county office. Their fate is up to heaven." The victory, though bloody, marked a triumphant day for Emmanuel's team. Chapter 131. I have an idea to deal with them. About half an hour later, Norman and Finley finally stopped running with the rest of their gang. Under a tree, Norman handed Finley a water flask. "Drink some water," he said. Finley was still angry and frustrated, so without thinking, he pushed the flask away. "No, I'm not in the mood." Norman sighed and advised, "Brother, what's the point of being angry when we're already in this situation? Instead of hurting yourself over it, let's think of a way to deal with their bamboo spear formation." Finley replied coldly, "You figure it out. Your brain works better than mine." I can't come up with anything. Norman was at a loss for ideas too, so he sighed. We need to plan carefully. Everyone is exhausted from running. Let's have everyone rest for now and count our numbers, Norman added. You do it. I'm annoyed, Finley said as he grabbed the water flask from Norman and began drinking greedily. Norman shook his head helplessly and turned to count the remaining members. About 15 minutes later, Norman returned while Finley was chewing on a stale, yellowish pancake. Seeing Norman approach, Finley pulled out another pancake from his pocket and handed it to him. Norman bit into the pancake and chewed thoughtfully. I counted. We started with 98 people, but now there are only 62 left. 36 gone in just a short time. This is a huge loss. Hearing this, Finley flared up immediately. Brother, that Damon fellow must compensate us for these 36 lives. At least 10 strings of coins each, 360 strings total. Norman nodded in agreement. Right, he must pay. As he spoke, Norman sighed regretfully. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have taken on his job. Finley was displeased. Brother, last time when we drove them away in panic, you didn't say such things. Norman fell silent, shaking his head and focusing on eating the pancake. The Damon Finley mentioned was actually Errol. On that day, after Errol encountered the soap workshop's delivery team, he decided to hire someone to ambush them. He sent his servant to inquire if anyone near Xi and Zhou could take the job. However, no one dared to accept it because they were all too weak. Some gangs only had 4 or 5 people, while others had even fewer. Meanwhile, Emmanuel's delivery team had over a dozen members, including Lawrence, who was a former soldier. Errol then expanded his search area until he contacted Norman and Finley from Kuei-Ron Mountain. Initially, Errol sent his servant to negotiate, but Norman and Finley ignored him. With no other choice, Errol met them personally, bringing a generous gift. Only then did he manage to talk to them. Yet, he did not reveal his true identity and only mentioned his grudge against Emmanuel, asking for their help in taking revenge. Initially, Norman wasn't keen on accepting the job, but during the conversation, they discovered Emmanuel was the same person they had previously encountered and suffered defeat against. Finley, with his fiery temper and vengeful nature, insisted they take the job. Perhaps due to Errol's generous offer, Norman eventually agreed. They left a few men behind to watch the base and led the rest, about 40 people, straight to Erikshan village. On the way, they came across more refugees and increased their number to 98. Davioning the first attack on the delivery team, Norman didn't involve the newcomers but had them observe from a distance, ensuring they witnessed their power. Hence, Fade and others thought there were only 30 to 40 bandits. If Emmanuel had known the actual number, he would have recruited more villagers. But judging from the current situation, the newly armed delivery team with bamboo spears seemed sufficient. Finley was quietly eating his pancake when Norman suddenly exclaimed, Brother, I've figured out how to deal with them. Finley looked up. What's the plan? Norman approached Finley. They use bamboo spears, so can we. Bamboo. To maintain good relations, Emmanuel discreetly gave the gate officer a silver ingot. The officer smiled, waving them through. End of chapter 131. Chapter 132. An unimaginable event. After entering the city, Emmanuel arranged for Daviansti and Tad to take some people to deliver the goods to the Xiangfu specialty store. Emmanuel himself, along with Nathan and Fate, took the captured bandits to the county government office. The on-duty constable saw that someone had captured bandits and immediately ran to report it. Soon after, Beryl, the clerk, came out. Beryl had met Emmanuel that day, but since Emmanuel didn't speak and stood beside Meadow, he mistakenly assumed that Emmanuel was Noah's steward or something else. So, upon seeing Emmanuel, Beryl thought they were from the Noah family. He politely greeted Emmanuel, flattering the Noah family warmly. Emmanuel did not interrupt Beryl, just smiling patiently as he listened. Fade couldn't hold back anymore and blurted out, Nigel, you've got it wrong. This is our master of the mutant brand soap, not from the Noah family. Emmanuel bowed and said, Nigel, I am Emmanuel. Beryl was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, is this Emmanuel? He hurriedly apologized. My apologies, my apologies. So, this is the owner of Mutant Soap, Baker. Emmanuel waved his hand and said, Nigel, today while delivering goods into the city, we encountered bandits on the way. After a bloody battle, we finally repelled the attackers. Emmanuel briefly recounted the battle against the bandits. After hearing it, Beryl was stunned, mouth slightly open, unable to speak. It was important to note that when Hu Zhixian, the magistrate, took office in Xinzhou City, he had spent considerable resources and money organizing and training local militia to fight bandits. At that time, there was a group of fierce bandits numbering more than 20 men. The militia outnumbered them by 2 to 1. Despite their numerical advantage, the militia suffered 20 wounded, 3 dead, and 1 man who lost an arm permanently in that battle. Now, Emmanuel and his group, numbering only about 40, faced over 100 bandits and emerged unscathed. Even more astonishingly, the bandits suffered 36 casualties. This was simply unimaginable to Beryl. Shaken, Beryl couldn't help but admire Emmanuel and his team. He thought, if such brave militia could have been recruited earlier, things would have been very different. Bring these bandits to the jail. Beryl commanded loudly. The constables behind him responded promptly, yes, sir. Beryl then added, and find 2 doctors to treat their wounds. If anyone dies in the jail, I will hold you responsible. Yes, Nigel, the constables answered again. The constables took over the bandits and escorted them to the county jail. Seeing the bandits handed over, Emmanuel was ready to leave. But Beryl called him back and invited him warmly to meet Elijah inside. Honestly, Emmanuel didn't like this Elijah, but Beryl was quite friendly and enthusiastic. Eventually, Emmanuel agreed. He asked Nathan and Fade to wait outside and followed Beryl into the county office. On the way, Beryl kept praising Emmanuel, saying he was fearless, courageous, and truly a blessing for the people of Xinzhou. Emmanuel humbly disagreed and quickly changed the subject. Oh, Nigel, there are about 30 corpses of bandits outside the city. Could you arrange for someone to handle them? Leaving them in the woods for long wouldn't be appropriate, Emmanuel said. Beryl immediately replied, rest assured, Baker. This matter will be handled by the county office. You needn't worry. Hearing that the county office would handle it, Emmanuel nodded and smiled. He didn't want to spend time burying those bodies. He had other important things to do. Soon, Emmanuel followed Beryl past the main hall to the second hall. Baker, please wait here for a moment. I'll ask the magistrate to come out. Beryl left the second hall briskly. This was the first time Emmanuel visited the county office after crossing over, so he curiously wandered around, looking at everything. In the study, Beryl found Elijah Maotsuan. Maotsuan was practicing calligraphy and asked without pausing, Nigel, who captured the bandits? Beryl replied loudly, report to your excellency, it's Emmanuel, the owner of Mutant Soap Workshop. Mutant Soap Workshop, Emmanuel? Maotsuan knew Mutant Soap well, since he used it himself. However, it was the first time he heard Emmanuel's name. Beryl nodded and continued. Today, while delivering goods to the city, Emmanuel and his men encountered bandits en route. After a fierce battle, they killed about 30 bandits and captured 6, all now in the jail. Maotsuan nodded while writing, good, very good. Killing 30 and capturing 6, indeed brave. Wait, how many again? Maotsuan was stunned. The dot he was writing turned into a long stroke. Seeing Maotsuan's reaction, Beryl almost laughed aloud but maintained his composure. Your Excellency, Emmanuel and his men killed about 30 bandits and captured 6, Beryl reiterated. Maotsuan confirmed he hadn't misheard. Nigel, did you ask how many people Emmanuel had, how many bandits, and any casualties among Emmanuel's group? Maotsuan put down his pen. Beryl knew what Maotsuan was thinking, remembering the previous anti-bandit operation. Your Excellency, Emmanuel had about 40 men. The bandits numbered about 100. Pausing a bit, Beryl then said, Emmanuel's group had no casualties. What? Maotsuan walked out from behind his desk. No casualties? Beryl nodded firmly, looking directly at Maotsuan. Refusing to believe it, Maotsuan said, impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head, frowning. 2 years ago, with over 50 militia, we fought 20 bandits and still had nearly half the casualties. Today, they faced 100 bandits with no casualties? I can't believe it. Beryl suggested, Your Excellency, Emmanuel is waiting in the second hall. If you don't believe it, go see him and inquire about today's situation. Maotsuan immediately headed out, but stopped after a few steps, turning to ask, Nigel, did Emmanuel come to see me on his own? Before Beryl could answer, Maotsuan added, why did you let him in? If he asks for rewards, where will I get the money? Translation of the provided Chinese text into English has been completed, adhering to the requested guidelines. ##### Chapter 133. Angelo, who thinks deeply. Over a decade ago, the nation of Liang was plagued with bandits in various regions. The court, in order to encourage civilians to combat these bandits, issued an edict. Anyone who captured or killed a bandit would be rewarded by the local government after verification, with the reward money coming from the local county's treasury. Because the funds were provided locally, the reward amounts varied across. It's because of Emmanuel. Elijah was surprised. Oh. Angelo immediately recounted all that he knew about Emmanuel. Although Elijah was shocked, he still didn't quite grasp the full picture. So he asked, Angelo, can you explain more clearly? Angelo almost rolled his eyes, thinking how could he still not understand? Angelo explained, Sir, Emmanuel managed to make Xinxiu Tower flourish in such a short time, and he invented soap and laundry soap. This shows he excels in business strategies, making him a rare talent. Elijah acknowledged this and slowly nodded. Angelo went on, the prefect has mentioned several times that our current commercial tax revenue is too low. This affects both the court's impression of you and your performance evaluation. Hearing this, Elijah frowned. It directly affected his next posting. He desperately wanted a transfer to a richer county and did not wish to remain in this poor one any longer. Angelo added, why not take this opportunity to ask Emmanuel for help? If he agrees, our commercial sector might develop, significantly increasing the commercial tax. Elijah finally understood, nodding vigorously. Exactly. You think far ahead. Xinzhou is so barren that only through commerce can we boost tax revenue. Talking about Xinzhou's location, it was the closest county to the Wei border to the north. Normally, foreign merchants would use she's. Take a seat, Elijah replied, taking his place at the head of the table. Angelo stood beside Elijah. Soon, a guard brought in tea. Once the guard left, Elijah began, Young Jason, we heard about today's encounter. Killing 30 bandits and capturing 6 without casualties is truly impressive and uplifting. Emmanuel modestly replied, and Elijah lavished him with praise. Talented, promising, youthful vigor, remarkable ability, until Emmanuel felt embarrassed. Just as Emmanuel wondered when the meeting would end, Elijah stood up. I suddenly recalled a calligraphy piece suitable for you. Wait a moment, I'll fetch it. Turning to Angelo, he instructed, please entertain young Jason. I'll return shortly. Yes, sir, Angelo bowed. As Elijah left, Emmanuel wondered why he went personally for such a trivial task. Shouldn't Angelo, or a servant handle it? Suddenly, Angelo spoke, Young Jason, I heard you turned Xinxiu Tower from barely surviving into a bustling success in just a month. That was merely luck, Emmanuel demurred. Angelo asked, if turning Xinxiu Tower around was luck, then inventing soap must also be luck. Why couldn't others do the same? Angelo, what do you mean? Emmanuel asked. Angelo smiled. Young Jason, with your business acumen, could you help solve a challenge for Xinzhou? Realizing this, Emmanuel understood why Elijah fetched the calligraphy himself. He had a favor to ask and wanted to give Emmanuel a graceful exit. If Emmanuel agreed, Elijah could present the calligraphy as a gift. If refused, Elijah wouldn't feel embarrassed. Translation complete, maintaining the original paragraph structure and style as requested. After all, as the chief official of a county, he did not wish to fall into such an awkward situation. By then, County Elijah would not need to appear. Clerk Emin could directly dismiss him. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and aligned the translation with the previous context provided. If you have more text to translate or need further adjustments, feel free to let me know. ##### Chapter 134, Young and Promising. Emmanuel asked, Nigel, what's the problem? Nigel immediately explained the issue of the low commercial tax rates in Shinjo County. After finishing his explanation, Nigel said, Young Jason, do you have any ideas on how to attract merchants from the western regions? Emmanuel smiled and replied, Nigel, they say one shouldn't offer advice when it's not their responsibility. Shouldn't this be something for the magistrate to consider? Why are you asking me? Nigel shook his head, looking troubled. Young Jason, I won't hide it from you. The magistrate has been very distressed over this matter for the past 2 years. Those western region merchants seem bewitched. No amount of persuasion can get them to pass through our county. The magistrate and I are at our wits' end. He then clasped his hands together. Young Jason, please help the magistrate. Beryl is indebted to you in advance. With that, Nigel bowed deeply, almost 90 degrees. Emmanuel hurriedly stood up to support him, saying, Nigel, don't do this. I can't bear it. Nigel pleaded again. Young Jason, please help us. Even if it doesn't succeed, the magistrate won't blame you. Emmanuel thought carefully, then with a serious expression, he said, Since you've put it like that, Nigel, it would be rude of me to refuse. Upon hearing this, Nigel's heart soared with joy. Emmanuel continued, however, this isn't something that can be solved with just a couple of suggestions. I need time to fully understand the specific situation in Shinjo and Haeong, analyze the issues, find the root cause, and then formulate a targeted solution. It won't be done in just a day or two. Nigel understood and nodded immediately. Of course, young Jason. As long as you agree to help, the magistrate will give you all the time you need. Emmanuel nodded. All right, let's discuss this further another day. I have other urgent matters today, and must take my leave now. With that, Emmanuel made his farewells and hurried off. As soon as Emmanuel left, Elijah walked in, holding a scroll of calligraphy. Master, did you hear that? Young Jason agreed. Nigel was delighted. Elijah, however, couldn't bring himself to smile. He went to his seat and tossed the scroll onto the table. Seeing Elijah's displeased look, Nigel knew he was unhappy. Sir, don't be angry. Young Jason had an emergency and couldn't wait for you to return. Please don't take it personally, Nigel guessed. Elijah didn't reply immediately. He sipped his tea and then said, Nigel, the more I think about Emmanuel's response, the more I feel he's just putting me off. Nigel was taken aback. Recalling the scene, he said, Sir, I don't think so. Young Jason seemed quite sincere. Elijah put down his teacup and remarked, We'll see if he comes back. That'll tell us whether he's serious. Nigel thought it over and nodded without a word. Just then, several people passed by the hall, Tiger and some constables, discussing something. Seeing Tiger, Elijah called out, Chief Clerk Xiao, come here. Tiger quickly rushed into the hall, bowing respectfully. This subordinate greets you, sir. What can I do for you? Elijah asked, Chief Clerk Xiao, have you heard of Emmanuel? The young owner of Peony Soap. Tiger nodded. Sir, not only have I heard of him, I've dealt with him multiple times. Really? Elijah hadn't expected to get such a direct answer. How well do you know him? Elijah pressed on. He's known to me inside and out, sir, Tiger assured. Tell me more. Elijah urged. Tiger immediately began. Emmanuel lives on Cockrow Alley. His family once had modest wealth, and he was a student at the Shinjo Academy. But he developed a gambling habit and borrowed money from everyone at the academy, often refusing to pay it back. The situation became so dire that the academy finally expelled him. What? He was expelled? Elijah was astonished, glancing at Nigel as if questioning his recommendation. Nigel hadn't expected this part of Emmanuel's history either, and felt a bit anxious. Tiger continued. After being expelled, Emmanuel spent his days in gambling dens, losing all his family's assets. He even sold his wife's dowry, and eventually, in a fit of desperation, he pledged his wife in a promissory note. Such behavior is terrifying. Elijah was stunned speechless. Nigel, also alarmed, asked, Chief Clerk Xiao, is this true? Absolutely, Nigel. How could I deceive you, sir? Tiger looked solemn. Elijah sighed and said, All right, Chief Clerk Xiao, go back to your duties. Tiger bowed and exited the hall, smiling to himself outside, feeling immensely satisfied. Once Tiger left, Elijah slammed his fist on the desk and shouted angrily, Nigel, you're endangering me. Nigel quickly calmed him. Please calm down, sir. I failed to investigate Emmanuel thoroughly, which is my fault. But I believe his situation can't be as bad as Chief Clerk Xiao described. Don't you trust Chief Clerk Xiao, our county clerk? Elijah asked. Nigel responded seriously, Sir, based on my understanding, there were unpleasant encounters between Chief Clerk Xiao and Emmanuel in the past. So, Elijah frowned. You're suggesting Chief Clerk Xiao is deliberately defaming Emmanuel? Nigel shook his head. Not at all, sir. I'm only saying that Chief Clerk Xiao's account is one-sided. I should verify it myself. Perhaps there are hidden details we don't know. Elijah pondered for a moment before stating, Nigel, go verify immediately. If it's as Chief Clerk Xiao says, Emmanuel will never be employed by me. Saying this, Elijah grabbed the scroll from the table and threw it into a corner angrily. He then stormed out of the hall. Only then did Nigel dare frown, thinking, why vent anger on the calligraphy? A man of great learning and lover of antiques, Nigel found Elijah's behavior highly distasteful. He picked up the scroll, dusted it off meticulously, and opened it. When he saw the 4 characters on the scroll, young and promising, he instantly understood why Elijah was so upset. The story unfolds with a mix of tension and intrigue as Emmanuel's background is brought to light, revealing a troubled past that challenges the trust placed in him. The interactions highlight the political dynamics within the county office and set the stage for future developments. Chapter 135. More trouble, better not to meet. Fade and Nathan waited outside the county office for a long time without seeing Emmanuel. Everyone wanted to go in and ask about it. At that moment, Emmanuel emerged. Nathan immediately rushed over. Jason, why did it take so long? Fade also approached, asking, Jason, is everything okay? The others also looked at Emmanuel with concern. Emmanuel shook his head with a smile. Why wouldn't it be? The magistrate was praising us all along. I couldn't even get a word in. Hearing that the magistrate praised them, everyone laughed happily, feeling greatly honored. At this point, Emmanuel took out several silver bills and handed them to Fade. Fade, you lead a few people and buy some items separately. What are we buying, master? Fade asked as he looked at the silver bills. Emmanuel listed the items for Fade to buy: mutton, pork, live chickens, and ducks as food, then about 40 pieces of light but sturdy wooden shields. Fade understood buying mutton, pork, live chickens, and ducks, but when he heard they also needed 40 wooden shields, he was puzzled. Emmanuel explained, though the bandits were repelled this time, their numbers still exceed ours. They've experienced the power of our bamboo spears. If I were them, I'd surely copy us and equip everyone with bamboo spears before coming back. So, we must prepare protective gear beforehand. Otherwise, next time won't be as easy as today. After hearing Emmanuel's words, Fade and Nathan nodded repeatedly, finding it very reasonable. Then, Emmanuel arranged a meeting time with everyone at the Xiangfu specialty store, after which Fade led a group to buy the items. Emmanuel and Nathan went to the Xiangfu specialty store together. On the way, Emmanuel suddenly saw an apothecary shop and bought some hemostatic medicines and wound dressing materials inside. Emmanuel knew well that if they encountered bandits again, it could be a more brutal fight. Casualties might occur, so these medicines must be prepared in advance. After purchasing the medicine, Emmanuel arrived at the Xiangfu specialty store. By then, Daviansti, Tad, and others had finished unloading and were waiting outside. Seeing Emmanuel and Nathan arrive, everyone greeted them warmly. Finding no issues with everyone, Emmanuel instructed them to find Fade in the market to help carry the purchased items back. Meanwhile, Emmanuel went upstairs into the Xiangfu specialty store. Just as he reached the second floor, someone called him from below. Jason, it was a woman's voice. Emmanuel turned and saw it was shopkeeper Christy. Christy quickly climbed up the stairs and bowed respectfully. Jason, are you here to see Miss Noah? Emmanuel nodded. Yes. Without changing her expression, Christy moved to block the path leading to Meadow's room. Jason, Miss Noah isn't here today. If there's anything, you can tell me. Christy said. Emmanuel immediately knew Christy was lying, and Meadow must be in the room. He paused slightly and then asked, Shopkeeper Sia, does Miss Noah not want to see me? Christy hesitated slightly before answering. No, Jason, Miss Noah really isn't here. Perhaps you should come another day. Not wanting to argue further, Emmanuel replied, all right, I'll visit another day. Saying this, Emmanuel turned and walked downstairs, leaving the store. Only after confirming Emmanuel left did Christy go to Meadow's room. Knocking twice, Shelley opened the door. Meadow was calculating something but appeared distracted. Miss Noah, Jason has left, Christy reported. Meadow nodded slowly and calmly asked, did he say anything? Despite appearing calm, Meadow was secretly hopeful that Emmanuel would have said something to her. Christy answered, Miss Noah, Jason asked me if you didn't want to see him. And how did you respond? Meadow asked eagerly. I didn't answer him. I just said you weren't here, so he left, saying he'd come back next time, Christy responded. Meadow felt somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Deep down, Meadow hoped Emmanuel would break through Christy's defense and rush into the room to find her. She asked again, right, shopkeeper Sia, they encountered bandits today. Is Jason all right? Christy nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Miss Noah, Jason is fine. Understood, thank you. You can return to your duties now, Meadow replied. After Christy left, Shelley closed the door, and Meadow walked to the window. Shelley approached and whispered, Miss Noah, will you really never see Jason again? Meadow sighed lightly and shook her head slowly. More trouble, better not to meet. After Emmanuel left Noah's family home, Meadow locked herself in her room, silently crying through the night. That night, Meadow gradually realized she probably couldn't be with Emmanuel. To avoid deeper entanglement, it was best to cut ties early. In the afternoon, Emmanuel's 2 cargo carts were fully loaded with wooden shields, mutton, and pork. Davy into the sheer quantity, Emmanuel added 2 more carts filled with live chickens and ducks, as well as medical supplies. After Fade counted the team, Emmanuel gave the command, and they set off grandly toward a Rikishan village. On the way back, Emmanuel suddenly remembered someone. Hey, Fade, has Ambrose returned? Fade shook his head. No. I've sent Tad to check every day, but Ambrose hasn't returned or left any messages. His mother is worried sick. Emmanuel frowned slightly. Let's search the nearby mountains when we get back. Make sure nothing happened. Understood, Jason. As soon as we return, I'll organize a search party, Fade promised. But little did Emmanuel know, Ambrose was already hundreds of miles away in Heian County. This town was called Xiang Town, known for its large salt mine. Most residents engaged in salt mining business. Ambrose hadn't willingly come to Xiang Town. After meeting Barak at Laojun Temple, he was soon knocked unconscious from behind and forcibly taken to Xiang Town. Upon arrival, Ambrose was thrown into a dark cell in the salt mine. Even if Ambrose screamed until he was hoarse, no one paid attention. Regret filled Ambrose as he continuously cursed Barak, sobbing uncontrollably. In the reception hall, Barak was sipping tea and chatting with the local mine supervisor. The conversation eventually turned to Ambrose. The supervisor smiled. Jeffrey Bird, leave it to me. He'll never leave Xiang Town without my approval. Haha. Barak nodded. I trust you, but if he talks. Before Barak finished, the supervisor interrupted. Rest assured, Bert Jeffrey. Tonight, I'll make him mute, ensuring he won't talk. Thank you, supervisor. Barak thanked with clasped hands. Next, Barak placed 200 tael silver bills on the table, smiling. A small token of my appreciation. The supervisor gladly accepted the bills. Bert Jeffrey, please greet your father and uncle for me. Certainly, certainly, Barak replied eagerly. Chapter 136, Preparations in Advance. As everyone returned to the village, Emmanuel spotted Paula's figure at the village entrance. It turned out that Paula had been waiting there for a while, hoping to see Emmanuel return safely as soon as possible. Several other villagers were also there, all family members of the delivery team members. Seeing the delivery team return unharmed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and greeted them happily. Paula ran up to Emmanuel, her face beaming with joy. "Husband, I heard the returning hunters say you drove off the bandits and won a great victory." Emmanuel smiled and replied, "You already know?" "Yes." Paula nodded and then asked, "Husband, did you get hurt? Injured?" "Haha." Emmanuel laughed, shaking his head. "I didn't even have time to act before those unruly people fled. I think it would have been hard for me to get injured. It's good you're not hurt." As she spoke, Paula noticed Nathan looking around anxiously. Paula smiled and said, "Aminjiu, don't look any further. Terry is at home preparing dinner. She knows you won the battle and said she wants to cook something nice for you and husband." Nathan immediately brightened up and ran towards home, disappearing from sight. Then Emmanuel recounted the encounter with the bandits to Paula. Despite knowing the outcome, she still felt anxious hearing Emmanuel's account. Paula asked, "Husband, after this major loss, will the bandits dare come back again?" Emmanuel shook his head. "Aislinn, from my analysis, these bandits were likely hired by someone to target me. So, I believe they will definitely come back, and the next confrontation will not be as easy as today." Hearing this, Paula became tense and worried. Emmanuel held her hand, smiling to reassure her. "Aislinn, don't worry. I already have a plan. If they come back, I can still defeat them thoroughly. I trust you, husband." Paula nodded affirmatively. While talking with Paula, the Ilias approached and greeted, "Baker." Emmanuel, seeing the Ilias, immediately said, "Chief, you came just in time. I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter, Baker?" the Ilias asked. Emmanuel led the chief to the wagon and showed him the medical supplies for stopping bleeding and dressing wounds. "Chief, I think we should teach the village women how to stop bleeding and dress wounds. You know, Chief, we only have Dr. Bryant as our doctor. If we face bandits again and more people get injured, Dr. Bryant won't be able to handle it alone." The Ilias responded, "Is this really necessary, Baker? Didn't you easily repel the bandits today without anyone getting hurt?" Emmanuel explained, "Today was special because it was our first time using bamboo spears, and the bandits were caught off guard. But they are not fools. After this defeat, they will find ways to counter us. My intuition tells me they might also start using bamboo spears. We must prepare for the worst." The Ilias thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, Baker. I'll speak with Dr. Bryant and inform every household about this." "Thank you, Chief," Emmanuel smiled. Next, Emmanuel told the chief that the pork on the wagon was bought to promote this initiative. When he informed the households, anyone who agreed to send someone to learn could receive 2 pounds of pork per person. The chief praised Emmanuel's idea since offering meat would greatly boost participation among the village women. Before leaving, Emmanuel gave the chief a basket of chickens and ducks to present to Dr. Bryant for teaching the skills. After the chief left, Emmanuel called over the 3 Eliot. Considering their feud with the bandits, he believed they should prioritize village security. They all agreed. Emmanuel made 2 suggestions. First, build lookout towers at the village entrances with round-the-clock guards. Second, form a neighborhood watch team to patrol at night, preventing bandits from infiltrating and causing harm. Fateh immediately pledged to handle the neighborhood watch from the kitchen. Emmanuel glanced at Paula, and both burst into laughter. Hearing this, Kay rushed out, her face flushed red. "What's so funny? Stop laughing." But her words only intensified their laughter. ####Chapter 137. A substitute for iron caltrops. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Emmanuel was awakened by the rooster's crow. In the dimly lit room, Emmanuel slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at Paula beside him. She was sleeping soundly, completely undisturbed by the outside world. Emmanuel gently kissed her forehead and then carefully sat up, preparing to get out of bed and dress. Yesterday, he had agreed with Fateh to start teaching the team how to use spears and shields together today, so he needed to head to the open field early. But before Emmanuel could fully sit up, Paula woke up. "Husband, it's not even light yet," she mumbled sleepily, her voice laced with laziness. Emmanuel replied, "I made an arrangement with Fateh yesterday." Before he could finish, Paula hugged him and pulled him back under the covers. Then, she tightly embraced Emmanuel, one leg draping over his body, and said in a playful, teasing tone, "Husband, it's still early. Let's sleep a little more." When they were around others, Paula appeared shy and timid, but only when they were alone did she show this more playful side. Emmanuel felt himself getting stirred, quietly, closing his eyes and trying to suppress his desires. Seeing Emmanuel close his eyes without saying anything, Paula thought he was upset. She whispered softly into his ear. Upon hearing her words, Emmanuel was stunned because it was the first time Paula had taken the initiative to say such things to him. Incredulous, Emmanuel asked, "Really?" Paula, avoiding his gaze, nodded slightly and covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Suddenly, Emmanuel felt both excitement and anticipation welling up inside him. Soon after, Paula sank lower under the covers. After a short while, Emmanuel felt enveloped in warmth and couldn't help but moan with pleasure. After their intimate moment, Emmanuel dressed neatly and washed up before calling Nathan. Together, they headed to the open field in the center of the village. By then, dawn had brightened the sky, and most of the team members had already gathered in the field. Everyone greeted Emmanuel enthusiastically as he arrived. After chatting with the team for a while, Fateh and his 2 brothers came pushing a cart filled with wooden shields. Once Fateh organized the team, Emmanuel began distributing the wooden shields. Soon, everyone received a shield, including Emmanuel and Nathan. Emmanuel explained that starting today, they would practice using bamboo spears alongside wooden shields to enhance both offense and defense, making the training more balanced and effective. However, during practice, Emmanuel immediately noticed a problem. Holding a spear in one hand while wielding a shield in the other made the attack significantly weaker. The power was halved since the spear was now wielded with only one hand. Emmanuel worried that if they faced bandits this way, their formation might be easily broken, leading to heavy casualties. Deviancy and Tad, along with some team members, suggested abandoning the shields and going back to using both hands on the spear for full force attacks. Emmanuel, however, disagreed about giving up the shields but couldn't think of a better solution right away. Just as he was troubled, Fateh proposed a plan. He suggested that the first row of men use wooden shields and shorter bamboo spears for better single-handed control. The second row could continue using regular spears with both hands, hiding behind the shields to provide maximum firepower. Emmanuel liked the idea and promptly swapped the front row members to stronger villagers, increasing the defensive stability. By noon, Emmanuel felt that this combination worked quite well. Though overall attack power was reduced, the defense had notably improved. During lunch, Emmanuel, Nathan, and the Elliot sat together discussing ways to increase the formation's offensive capabilities. The Elliot suggested incorporating the village hunters who could shoot arrows from carts to provide long-range support, enhancing combat efficiency. Emmanuel agreed and decided to talk to the Ilias after lunch. While eating, a group of excited children ran over, the eldest holding a fat wild rabbit caught by a trap in the woods. Seeing the rabbit, Emmanuel suddenly got an idea and exclaimed, "I have an idea." "What is it, Jason?" Fateh hurriedly asked. Nathan and the Elliot looked at Emmanuel expectantly. "Have you heard of iron caltrops?" Emmanuel asked. Everyone nodded, acknowledging they knew about them. Emmanuel continued, "We can have the front row carry iron caltrops. If the enemy advances, they can scatter them in front of the shields, causing them to focus on their feet and lose attention. This will give our bamboo spear formation a stronger edge." Nathan and the Elliot thought it feasible and nodded in agreement. Fateh, however, pointed out, "Jason, that's a good idea, but we don't have iron caltrops, and there's no time to make them at the blacksmith shop." Emmanuel frowned but then said, "It's okay, we can use a substitute. We'll make iron caltrops later." "Jason, what substitute?" Fateh inquired. "Bamboo caltrops," Emmanuel replied. Thus, they decided to forge ahead with their innovative plan, determined to improve their defense mechanisms further. Chapter 138. Strung bamboo caltrops. "Bamboo caltrops?" the three Elliot said in unison. Nathan also found it curious. "Master, can bamboo really be made into caltrops?" Emmanuel nodded. "Yes. Cut thin bamboo into small segments to form bamboo tubes, then insert sharpened bamboo spikes into these tubes. Add a few more spikes, and you have bamboo caltrops." Deviancy asked, "But master, will caltrops made of bamboo be useful?" Emmanuel replied, "They might not be effective against those with thick-soled shoes, but for refugees, they definitely will be." Fateh immediately understood, slapping Deviancy on the shoulder. "Second brother, master is right. Those people are fleeing and mostly don't wear shoes. Bamboo caltrops will certainly work." "Right, how could I forget that?" Deviancy said with a laugh. After the meal, the three Elliot continued training. Emmanuel took Nathan to find the Ilias and expressed his wish for the hunters in the village to join the delivery team. The Ilias readily agreed to help ask around but wouldn't guarantee everyone would come. He promised to do his best to persuade them, but if they didn't want to come, he couldn't force them. Emmanuel was already very grateful and assured him that anyone who joined would not be treated unfairly. Having spoken about this, Emmanuel then mentioned making bamboo caltrops, saying women could do it easily. Hearing this, the Ilias instructed Emmanuel to find Michelle, as she held significant influence among the village women. If she spoke up, many women would be willing to work. Emmanuel promptly thanked the Ilias and then went to find Michelle, explaining the situation. Without a word, Michelle directly asked Emmanuel how many workers he needed. Emmanuel, doing this for the first time without a clear concept, said at least 200 or 300 were needed, and left the specifics to Michelle's discretion. Michelle agreed and turned to walk briskly away. Within half an hour, Michelle returned with a group of village women. Their ages ranged from mid-20s to early 50s, all reputed to be good workers. Ring this time, Emmanuel hadn't been idle. He had already drawn the blueprint for the bamboo caltrops so everyone could follow it. After looking at it, the women laughed, agreeing that it was simple to make. Each could easily produce 20 or 30 by nightfall. Seeing this, Emmanuel quickly reiterated his requirements. The bamboo caltrops should not be too big or too small. The spikes must not be too fine or too long but must be sharp and hard. Essentially, they should be easy to step on and cause bleeding, making them instantly annoying to the enemy. Emmanuel also promised to pay 50 cash coins to each person after completion, provided the quality met the requirements. Upon hearing there was money involved, the women were delighted, rushing home to fetch their machetes before heading into the mountains to cut bamboo. Meanwhile, construction of the watchtower at the village entrance began, under the supervision of Xander. Being an old carpenter, Emmanuel trusted Xander completely, handing over all related matters. He then returned to the open area to continue overseeing the training. An hour before dark, Emmanuel came to inspect the bamboo caltrops made by the women. After checking, Emmanuel was highly satisfied. The caltrops, roughly the size of a child's fist, were extremely hard and sharp. A few he tested even survived being smashed with wooden planks, embedding firmly into them. By dusk, the efficient women had produced over 600 caltrops, averaging more than 30 each, all of high quality. Pleased, Emmanuel offered to increase the payment by 10 cash coins to 60 per person. The women were thrilled, praising Emmanuel for his generosity and handsome appearance, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. Before paying, Emmanuel made another request. He asked them to string the caltrops in groups of 10, neither too densely nor too loosely. Nathan was puzzled and asked, "Master, why string the caltrops together?" Emmanuel smiled. "You don't understand this yet. Stringing them allows faster deployment, almost instantaneous. Imagine encountering enemies outside. If they suddenly attack, we won't have time to throw them one by one, and that could risk hurting ourselves. With a rope, it's different. Attach the strung caltrops to shields and throw them out immediately when enemies appear. This way, it's convenient and fast. Nathan realized this and nodded. Master, you're brilliant. This way, it's quick both to deploy and retrieve. Exactly. Emmanuel nodded. He added, caltrops. Only the first row of 20 short spear shield bearers received them, 2 strings each. The reason was simple. They bore defensive duties and could conveniently carry the caltrops attached to their shields. The rear long spear wielders needed both hands for their spears, making carrying or holding caltrops impractical. As the strongest attack point of the team, they had only one task, to deal maximum damage with full effort. Hashtag chapter 139. Encounter with bandits again. 2 days later in the morning, Emmanuel took Nathan and set out with the delivery team to deliver goods. As before, the convoy encountered bandits just half an hour after leaving Eric Hill village. It was still Bowie-Cass and Finley's gang, but this time they were armed with bamboo spears, just like Emmanuel's men. The moment the bandits appeared, Fateh immediately shouted, "Form the formation." In the next moment, the team swiftly formed a circular formation. The front-line shield bearers aligned their wooden shields tightly in front of them, their expression serious. The rear-line spear wielders stood in the gaps between the shield bearers, their sharp bamboo spears pointed forward, ready for action. The 3 archers climbed onto the wagons, searching for the most comfortable shooting positions. Fateh then shouted, "Front line on my order. Scatter caltrops." Instantly, the shield bearers hurled the bamboo caltrop strings hanging from their shields to the ground in front of them. A defensive ring of bamboo caltrops encircled the perimeter of the formation. Meanwhile, the bandits with bamboo spears slowly approached, much more cautiously than last time, likely still haunted by memories of the previous massacre. Fateh gripped his bamboo spear, observing the bandits warily while whispering to Emmanuel, "Sir, you are truly clairvoyant. These fellows are indeed using bamboo spears now." Emmanuel, holding his own bamboo spear, responded while keeping an eye on the situation outside, "Captain Yo, we 3 will be responsible for filling in gaps during the battle. We must not let our formation break easily." "Understood, sir." Fateh replied firmly, his voice tinged with excitement. Emmanuel quickly turned to address the 3 archers on the wagons. "Shoot when the bandits get close. No need to ask me for permission." The archers nodded promptly, drew their bows, and aimed at the distant figures. Suddenly, Finley's voice rang out from the back of the bandit group. "What are you all doing? Move faster. Hurry up." Despite his urging, the speed increased only slightly, still slow overall due to lingering fear from the previous encounter. Finley bellowed angrily, "Move faster, all of you. We outnumber them, and we have the same weapons. What are you afraid of?" Bowie-Cass, concerned about morale, intervened. "Brothers, let me handle this." Then he shouted, "Everyone listen up. 5 guan for each kill, 10 for a double kill." The promise of substantial rewards revived the bandit spirits. Their pace quickened instantly. Whoosh! An arrow shot out from the bamboo spear formation. Ah! A bandit fell clutching an arrow embedded in his chest, blood quickly soaking his clothes. Though not immediately fatal, the wound was deep enough to render him unable to fight. "Beware. They have archers." One of the leading bandits warned urgently. Most of the bandits crouched low as if that would help them avoid arrows. Ah! Ah! More screams echoed as 2 more bandits fell to arrow shots. The archers continued firing, but the bandits had become more cautious, reducing the hit rate. Finley, losing patience, yelled, "Damn it, hurry up. Do you all want to be shot dead?" Clearly unwilling to serve as archery targets, some bandits finally broke rank and charged forward with their bamboo spears. With a leader taking the initiative, the rest followed suit, shouting as they advanced. The bandits' morale surged, changing the dynamic of the encounter. "Front line, defend." Fateh roared. "Rear line, prepare to attack." The attacking bandits clashed against the bamboo spear formation, while the rear line defenders retaliated fiercely. Yells, cries, and groans filled the air, echoing across the sky. Some additional sounds punctuated the chaos. Bandits at the front stepped on the bamboo caltrops littering the ground, cursing in frustration. What the hell is this? Many had noticed the caltrops and tried to avoid them initially. However, the surge of bandits behind them inevitably pushed them forward, forcing them onto the caltrops. After repelling the first wave, the short spear wielders began their counterattack. Despite having shorter spears, the protection provided by wooden shields allowed them greater agility to strike from various angles. Especially effective were attacks on injured bandits who had stepped on caltrops. They were quickly felled, either dead or severely wounded. Meanwhile, the rear-line spear wielders kept attacking relentlessly, causing the number of fallen bandits to increase steadily. Emmanuel, Nathan, and Fateh joined the fray, replacing anyone injured, which greatly boosted morale. As the battle raged on, the number of fallen bandits grew, giving Emmanuel's side a clearer advantage. But casualties on Emmanuel's side also increased. Already 7 or 8 men had fallen, their fate unknown. Injuries were countless, with some wounded shield bearers discarding their spears and defending solely with shields to create openings for rear-line attackers. Seeing their numbers dwindle, Bowie-Cass and Finley, his hands clutching the bamboo spear trembling uncontrollably, entering the battle, Emmanuel had no time to think much, but now that it was over, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Despite living 2 lives, this was the first time he experienced such a brutal fight. The previous encounter with bandits didn't count. It was merely a one-sided slaughter. This time, however, Emmanuel not only truly participated, but also personally killed several bandits, their bodies lying right before him. Emmanuel tried hard to calm himself, standing still and breathing deeply. Yet, every breath filled his nostrils with the stronger smell of blood, making his mood even more complex. "Sir Su, are you okay?" Fateh noticed Emmanuel's unusual state, and hurriedly approached him with concern. Emmanuel shook his head quickly, forcing a composed tone. No, just a bit tired. I'll be fine after resting." Fateh, who had been to the battlefield, understood Emmanuel's feelings all too well. He moved closer and whispered, "Sir Su, you did great. My first time fighting was terrifying. I was so scared my legs turned to jelly, and I couldn't even move. Really? Emmanuel doubted, thinking Fade was trying to comfort him. Fade affirmed, yes, Sirsu. If not for an old soldier kicking me awake, I would have been shot by an arrow and died there. Sirsu, it's normal to feel like this the first time. If you don't, something is wrong, Fade added. Hearing Fade's words, Emmanuel nodded vigorously. Right. Subsequently, Emmanuel followed Fade to check the situation on the scene. Since the heavily injured team members couldn't be moved easily, Fade sent people back to the village to fetch assistance for stopping the bleeding and bandaging wounds before transporting them to the city for treatment. As for the bandits, Emmanuel instructed Fade to finish off those with severe injuries beyond saving and to bind the lightly injured, who would later be taken to the county magistrate. After dealing with the aftermath, Emmanuel began to worry about Nathan. It had been almost an incense stick's worth of time since Nathan chased after the bandits, yet he hadn't returned. Fade suggested, Sirsu, let me send some people to check on him. Immediately, Fade called Daviansti and a few other less injured team members to look for Nathan. Emmanuel insisted on joining them. Fade, worried, tried to stop him. Just as they were persuading each other, Daviansti suddenly saw someone approaching in the distance. Brother, Sirsu, look, Aminjiu is back. Daviansti pointed excitedly. Emmanuel and Fade turned to look. Nathan was escorting a fat man and dragging a thin one toward them. The fat man, limping, was occasionally kicked from behind by Nathan, displaying quite a ruthless style. The thin man, motionless, seemed either dead or unconscious. Emmanuel, Fade, and Daviansti immediately went to meet him. Aminjiu, are you hurt? Emmanuel asked with concern. Nathan shook his head vigorously. Sirsu, I'm fine. These guys can't hurt me even if they practice for 100 years. Relieved, Emmanuel asked Nathan to recount what happened. Nathan described how he chased for at least 2 miles and eventually caught Norman and Finley. After a fight against multiple bandits, Finley was knocked out cold, and Norman was captured alive. Where are the others? Emmanuel asked urgently. They're all tied up and knocked out. Send people to bring them back before they wake up, Nathan replied. Emmanuel immediately instructed Daviansti to fetch the bound bandits. As Fade and the others walked away, Emmanuel unexpectedly tapped Nathan on the head. Stunned, Nathan asked, Sirsu, why did you hit me? Emmanuel rolled up his sleeves. Not only will I hit you, I'll kick you too. Lifting his leg, Emmanuel feigned a kick, causing Nathan to drop Finley and run. Emmanuel chased a few steps and shouted, Who told you to go alone? What if something happens to you? How can I face Terry? Nathan hastily explained, Sirsu, see, I'm fine. Not being hurt isn't everything. You disobeyed orders and acted on your own. Do you respect me as your boss? Angry, Emmanuel beckoned Nathan with a finger. Come here. Let me kick you once. I need you to learn a lesson. Seeing Emmanuel's anger, Nathan obediently walked up and turned around, presenting his backside. Emmanuel didn't hesitate, delivering a strong kick. When Nathan turned back, he was smiling. No smiling, be serious. If you dare do this again, you won't work with me anymore. Emmanuel scolded sternly. Hearing this, Nathan stopped laughing. At that moment, Emmanuel heard cries and pleas for mercy coming from behind. Turning around, he saw Fate fiercely beating Norman. Emmanuel didn't want Norman dead just yet. Captain Yo, stop. Leave him alive. I need to ask him questions. Fate stepped back, clearly displeased but obedient. Approaching Norman, Emmanuel saw the fat man bruised and bloody, 2 front teeth missing, his nose and mouth streaming with blood. A pitiful sight. Baker, please let me go. I promise I won't dare again. I'm a terrible person. I made a mistake. Norman knelt, banging his head repeatedly on the ground, snot and blood mixing together. Frustrated by Norman's strength to keep banging his head, Emmanuel kicked him down flat on his back. Damn, who told you to do this? Speak. Norman quickly confessed. A young master surnamed Damon. I don't know his name, only that he's from Haeong. Mentioning Damon and Haeong, Emmanuel immediately suspected a certain person. Smirking, Emmanuel muttered, You Damon, daring indeed. Norman further revealed that this Damon offered them 1,000 strings of cash to ambush the delivery team outside Arikishan village. They were supposed to hijack the goods and share them equally based on market value. Shaking his head, Emmanuel said dismissively, Look at you, selling your lives for 1,000 strings. Do you know how much my cargo is worth? Norman nodded rapidly. I know. That Mr. Damon promised to split the stolen goods according to market price. Suddenly, Fade roared, What about the goods you stole last time? Startled, Norman hesitated before responding. They're in the forest. We haven't given them to Mr. Damon yet. They're hidden nearby in the woods. Chapter 141. Life is most important. After Emmanuel asked his question, he didn't speak to Bowie Cass anymore and said to Captain Fade, Captain Yo, keep an eye on them too tightly after binding them up. Once we have taken care of the injured, we will go find the cargo. Fade nodded. Understood, sir. Then Fade had someone bring ropes to bind Bowie Cass and Finley together. Soon after, Daviansti returned with the several bandits who were knocked out. Emmanuel also got busy, taking Ernesto and some of the women to treat the critically injured, asking for his help. While busy, Emmanuel heard a woman wailing nearby. Turning around, he saw the woman sobbing over a body in despair. The deceased man was one of the 3 dead team members. The Ilias also heard the cries and sighed. Alas! Her husband died, leaving 2 children and her mother-in-law. How can they live on? Emmanuel felt guilty. They sacrificed themselves protecting the cargo. Emmanuel pondered and then said, Chief, for these 3 brothers who passed away, I will provide generous compensation to their families and ensure they are well taken care of. Emmanuel continued, Not only the families of the deceased will be compensated, but the injured team members will also receive compensation. Rest assured, I will outline details once back in the village and implement it as soon as possible. Hearing this, the chief bowed deeply to thank Emmanuel. Soon after, the families of the other 2 deceased arrived, bringing another wave of grief-filled cries. Husband, husband. While Emmanuel was helping bandage the severely injured, he suddenly heard Paula's voice. Emmanuel stood up and looked in the direction of the voice. Paula and Kay were coming over, both anxiously looking for him. Wife, Terry, I'm here. Emmanuel immediately raised his bloody hands to wave. Paula and Kay spotted Emmanuel and rushed over hurriedly. Seeing Emmanuel covered in blood, Paula thought he was injured and burst into tears. Kay remained calm. Seeing her cousin full of energy, she knew he was fine and said, "Don't cry, sister-in-law. It's not his blood." She pointed to the critically injured person behind Emmanuel. Paula understood and stopped crying immediately. However, she was still anxious, asking repeatedly if Emmanuel was hurt and circling around him, checking him thoroughly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. With my high martial arts skills, no ordinary person can get close," Emmanuel laughed, jokingly. Before he finished speaking, Paula touched the wound on Emmanuel's left forearm, causing him to yelp in pain. Worried, Paula quickly rolled up his sleeve, and upon seeing his injury, tears began to fall uncontrollably again. Emmanuel wiped her tears, smiling. "Why are you crying? It's just a scratch, I won't die." Paula became somewhat displeased hearing this, silently blaming him for laughing when she was worried. Without speaking, Paula turned to fetch bandages and medication. Only then did Kay ask, "Cousin, where's Eminju?" Kay was somewhat worried while asking despite her confidence in Nathan's martial arts skills. Looking around, Emmanuel wondered aloud. Strange, where did Eminju go? He was here just now. After searching for a while, Emmanuel found Nathan helping to treat another critical patient. Because he was squatting behind someone, he hadn't seen him before. At this point, Paula returned with medication and bandages. Kay then said, "Cousin, sister-in-law, I'll go find Eminju." Saying this, Kay ran off. Next, Paula started bandaging Emmanuel's wound, but remained silent throughout, obviously sulking. Emmanuel tilted his head to look at her and tried to joke around to cheer her up, but Paula kept a stern face without a smile. Feeling helpless, Emmanuel held her hand and softly said, "Aislinn, don't be mad. I know you don't want me in danger." "You knew yet you still came," Paula interrupted, clearly scolding him. Emmanuel replied quickly, "Aislinn, I promise I won't do it next time, okay?" Looking at Emmanuel, Paula asked, "Really? You're not lying?" Emmanuel nodded firmly, "Yes, really. I won't lie to you." Upon receiving Emmanuel's assurance, Paula's mood improved, and she gradually spoke more. After a while, under Ernesto's assistance, the critically injured received temporary treatment. But this was far from enough. They needed to be sent to the city hospital promptly to survive, otherwise, it would be too late. Emmanuel decided immediately to unload all the cargo from the wagons and transport the severely injured to the city first. As for the cargo, they would ask everyone to move it back to the village first, and deliver it later since life was the most important. Soon, with the help of the villagers, all the goods from the 2 large carts were unloaded. The 5 critically injured were loaded onto the cart and transported to the city by Ernesto, Daviansti, and another dozen villagers. The rest, including the captured Boicas and Finley, and the injured bandits, returned to ancient mountain village under Emmanuel and Fade's direction. Chapter 142. Returning to the city the next day. After returning to the ancient village, Emmanuel first had Finley and the other captives locked up under the watch of Tad and his men. As for Norman, Emmanuel entrusted him to Fate, instructing him to retrieve the goods that were seized during the last robbery. Following this, Emmanuel went to the Trey's home. After discussions, it was decided that Emmanuel would provide 20 strings of coins as condolence money to the families of the 3 deceased. Each family with a severely injured member would receive 10 strings of coins, along with all medical expenses covered by the soap workshop. The remaining team members would each receive 5 strings of coins as rewards. Additionally, Emmanuel thought it appropriate to give all the team members' families extra pork, mutton, live chickens, and ducks to reward them for their bravery in the battle. Upon arriving home, Emmanuel felt utterly exhausted, yearning only to lie down somewhere motionless. Paula hurriedly helped him change out of his dirty clothes and brought water and soap so he could wash his face and hands properly. After cleaning up, Emmanuel finally lay down on the bed, feeling a wave of relief. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. By the time Paula entered the room to check on him, Emmanuel had already fallen asleep. Not wanting to disturb him, she gently closed the door and left. However, Emmanuel's sleep wasn't peaceful. He had a nightmare about the recent battle, where he was repeatedly stabbed by the bandits, resulting in a horrific scene of bloodshed. He eventually woke up abruptly, sitting straight up in bed. "Husband, what happened?" Paula rushed over, holding his hand worriedly. Emmanuel took a few deep breaths and looked around, realizing it was just a dream. He let out a heavy sigh. "Husband, did you have a nightmare? You're drenched in sweat." Paula immediately pulled out a handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully wiped the sweat off Emmanuel's forehead. After catching his breath, Emmanuel glanced outside and asked, "Aislinn, how long have I been asleep? What time is it now?" Paula replied, "You've been asleep for 2 hours. It's afternoon now." Emmanuel nodded, then got out of bed and put on his shoes, asking, "Have you been watching over me this whole time?" Paula nodded. "I didn't mean to, but you were talking in your sleep and shouting kill several times. I was worried, so I stayed in the room to watch over you." Emmanuel realized how much the nightmare had affected him, even causing him to shout in his sleep. After dressing, he asked, "By the way, has Fade returned yet?" "More than half an hour ago. They found the goods and saw you were sleeping, so they went home first," Paula answered. Nodding, Emmanuel said, "I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Paula quickly responded, "Yes, I kept some hot food for you on the stove." She then went to the kitchen to fetch it. After eating, Emmanuel headed to Fade's house. Fate was telling stories of the day's battle to his children when Emmanuel arrived. He immediately invited Emmanuel inside. After some casual talk, Emmanuel handed Fade 20 taels of silver. Surprised, Fade tried to refuse, saying, "I can't accept this, sir." Emmanuel insisted, "Captain Nyo, you deserve this. As the leader of our team, you carry the greatest responsibility." Fate argued, "Sir, I heard from the tray that everyone, except the deceased and severely injured, will receive 5 strings of coins, meat, and poultry. Why are you giving me this much? Emmanuel replied, Captain Yo, you're the leader, and your role is indispensable. You certainly deserve this. Eventually, under Emmanuel's insistence, Fateh accepted the silver. He expressed endless gratitude and swore to serve Emmanuel faithfully in the future. This was exactly what Emmanuel wanted to hear, knowing that with Fateh leading the delivery team, he could rest assured. 3 days after the battle, at home, Paula was not happy. She felt that Emmanuel hadn't kept his promise. Previously, Emmanuel had assured her that he wouldn't put himself in danger again. Yet, barely a day had passed, and he was planning to accompany the delivery team to the city. Holding her pouting face, Emmanuel smiled and said, My dear, I haven't broken my promise. The bandits are all dead. Where's the danger? Frowning, Paula pushed away his hand and rubbed her cheeks. Emmanuel continued, Moreover, I need to hand over the captured bandits and explain everything to the county office. I also need to check on the wounded and offer my condolences. You always find a way around your promises, Paula muttered, turning away. Emmanuel hugged her from behind, kissing her earlobe gently. Don't worry, Aislinn. I'll be back soon. Wait for me, all right? Knowing she couldn't stop him, Paula turned to embrace him tightly, whispering her concerns. An hour later, Emmanuel set off with Nathan and the delivery team. The cargo volume this time was more than double the previous load. All lightly wounded team members and newly recruited ones were part of the convoy. 2 hours later, Emmanuel and his team, escorting Norman, Finley, and several captured bandits, arrived at the city gates of Xinzhou. The gate officer, hearing of their victory and the capture of the bandit leaders, expressed admiration. After paying the cargo tax, Emmanuel and his group entered the city smoothly. Emmanuel and Fateh split up. Emmanuel and Nathan took half the men to the county office with the prisoners, while Fateh delivered the goods to the perfume shop. They planned to meet at the clinic and return to the village together later. Upstairs at the perfume shop, Meadow was calculating accounts when Shelley suddenly barged in, startling her. What's the rush, Shelley? I've taught you better manners, Meadow scolded. Before Shelley could apologize, she blurted out, Miss, Emmanuel's men have come to deliver the goods. Thinking Emmanuel was here to see her, Meadow stood up, instructing, Lock the door and stay quiet. Don't let him know we're here. Shelley shook her head. No, Mississippi, Emmanuel isn't here. Relieved yet slightly disappointed, Meadow asked. Then why are you panicking? Shelley explained. I heard they fought a fierce battle with bandits 2 days ago. 3 delivery men died, 5 were seriously injured, and the rest have minor injuries. Meadow felt a pang of anxiety and immediately asked, What about him? Shelley replied, They say Emmanuel was injured, but no one knows where or how badly. What? Startled, Meadow rushed out of the room, her face tense and anxious. Chapter 143, Fury. Boisa did not dare to speak more and hurriedly followed Meadow. Meadow rushed downstairs toward the warehouse, quickly spotting Fateh. He was directing his team in unloading cargo at that moment. Captain Yo, Meadow called out as she approached. Fateh turned around, seeing Meadow, and immediately greeted with a respectful bow. Miss Noah. Given the crowd nearby, Meadow pulled Fateh aside. Captain Yo, I heard that you had a fierce battle with bandits 2 days ago, and even lost some men? Meadow asked. Fateh nodded, sighing lightly, and said, Yes, we lost 3 people. 5 were seriously injured and are still lying in the clinic, while the rest have various injuries. But Miss Noah, all the bandits have been eliminated by us, and the 2 ringleaders were captured. The master is now sending them to the county magistrate's office. They should be there by now. Meadow asked, Captain Yo, was your master hurt? Fateh nodded, yes, but it's not serious. Just a cut on his forearm. Saying this, he pointed to his left forearm. Learning that Emmanuel was fine, Meadow felt relieved, letting out a silent sigh. Next, Meadow inquired about more details regarding the bandits. Fateh spoke openly, describing the battle situation and casualties among the bandits in detail. By the end, he even mentioned that the bandits were hired by someone else. Meadow was shocked and promptly asked, Captain Yo, who hired them? Fateh shook his head. The ringleader didn't know the full name of the person, only that he was surnamed Damon and from Haeong. Heeziang, surnamed Damon? Meadow's heart skipped a beat, immediately thinking of Danny. The first time, Emmanuel had helped Meadow out of trouble at the tea house, offending Danny. The second time, Emmanuel had set up a scheme to get Danny locked up and sent back to Haeong to help Meadow escape his harassment. The third time, Emmanuel had beaten Danny in front of everyone in Erikshan village. Considering these points, Meadow could think of no one else besides Danny. Fateh nodded, yes, that's what the ringleader said. It's unclear what kind of grudge the master has with this Mr. Damon, but to hire bandits. Spitting, what a bastard. Meadow did not respond but felt her anger rising inside her. Initially, when Emmanuel had beaten Danny, Meadow harbored a hint of guilt. Now, however, she felt no such burden and even thought Emmanuel should have hit him harder. Seeing Meadow silent, Fateh assumed he had offended her with his coarse language. Miss Noah, I'm sorry. I'm just a simple villager, not good with words. Please don't mind. Fateh apologized. Meadow shook her head and asked, Captain Yo, will your master come over later? Fateh replied, he said he won't come. We are going to the clinic to visit the 5 severely injured, meeting up there. Oh, I see. Meadow felt somewhat disappointed but responded, Captain Yo, please continue with your work. I have some matters to attend to and won't disturb you further. Thank you, Miss Noah. Walk slowly. Fateh bowed. Meadow nodded slightly and then turned to leave. At the staircase, Meadow suddenly stopped and turned to Shelley. Shelley, find out which clinic the injured are staying in. Buy some items and visit them on my behalf later. Shelley couldn't resist asking, Miss, aren't you going yourself? Meadow frowned slightly, questioning back. What do you mean? Shelley whispered, Miss, since you're so worried about young Jason, why not use this opportunity to see him? This would be a good reason. Hearing this, Meadow instantly flared up, yelling, rubbish. Shelley paled and fell to her knees, apologizing repeatedly. Everyone, including Jada and other staff and customers, saw this but dared not ask, merely watching from afar, wondering what had happened. A moment later, Meadow realized she had lost control of her emotions and felt a bit regretful. Meadow hastily calmed herself and coldly ordered, "Get up. Don't ever say such things again." "Yes, miss, I will never do it again," Shelley panicked. Then Meadow quickly went upstairs. Shelley thanked her hastily and followed. Once Meadow disappeared into the second-floor staircase, a female staff member walked to Jada and asked quietly, "Shopkeeper, what's wrong with Miss? Why did she flare up so suddenly? She has never acted like this before." Jada glanced at her sternly, replying impatiently, "Do you have too much free time?" No, I have work." The female staff member stuttered and ran away. Meanwhile, at a tea house near the county office, Emmanuel and Ismail were sitting at a table, drinking tea and talking. Just moments ago, Emmanuel had handed over the bandits, Norman and Finley, to the county office. However, Elijah Moutsuan did not meet Emmanuel due to his meritorious service, citing official business, and sent Ismail to handle the matter. Thus, Ismail invited Emmanuel to a nearby tea house, apologizing sincerely. Emmanuel was puzzled and asked, "Ismail, last time when I met the magistrate, his attitude seemed, why did it change so drastically after just a few days?" Without beating around the bush, Ismail asked Emmanuel if his notorious past was true. Instantly, Emmanuel understood the abrupt shift in Elijah's attitude towards him. There was nothing to explain, so Emmanuel admitted everything straightforwardly. Ismail frowned immediately, saying, "Baker, why didn't you tell me earlier? The magistrate values the virtue and character of young people. If so, it might be very hard for him to rely on you." Emmanuel smiled faintly, replying calmly, "In that case, I respect Elijah's decision and won't request any favor." Emmanuel had agreed to help Elijah mainly to establish a closer relationship with him. As Xian Prefecture County was his base, maintaining good relations with the local magistrate would decrease the likelihood of being bullied. But since Elijah minded his past, Emmanuel wouldn't force the issue. Then, Emmanuel stood up and saluted, "Ismail, I must go to the clinic to visit the injured villagers and cannot chat longer. Farewell." With that, Emmanuel left the tea house, leading Nathan and others away. Ismail sighed deeply. To be honest, Ismail was quite disheartened because Elijah's prejudice led to missing out on talented personnel. Over the past few days, Ismail had already investigated Emmanuel. While his notorious past was true, it was undeniable that Emmanuel had outstanding commercial abilities. Deep down, Ismail disagreed with Elijah's view. After all, everyone makes mistakes. Hiring Emmanuel to revitalize the county's commerce was not giving him the magistrate's position. Translation notes asterisk. Maintained original tone and style. Used English names correctly for Chinese characters. Ensured fluent and grammatically correct English. Kept the storyline coherent and aligned with previous content. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 144. Digging behind the stinky latrine. In Heian County, at the Damon family residence. That morning, one of Danny's trusted servants who had been left behind in Shinjo City hurriedly returned. The servant came back to inform Danny that the bandits from Quirin Mountain had been completely wiped out, and even their 2 leaders were captured. Upon hearing this news, Danny was momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Norman and Finley, with so many men, had been annihilated by Emmanuel's group of villagers. Seeing Danny standing there dazed for a long time, the servant hurriedly asked, Bert, are you alright?" Danny finally snapped back to reality, but his expression was now extremely panicked. What do we do? Those 2 bandit leaders have seen me. If they implicate me, I'm doomed." As he spoke, Danny began pacing around the room anxiously. The servant quickly tried to reassure him. "Bert, don't panic. Although those 2 bandit leaders have met us, they don't know your name or who we are. There are many people surnamed Damon in this world. The authorities can't just arrest people based on that." Hearing this, Danny's heart calmed down somewhat. But then, Danny started worrying again. No. Those 2 bandit leaders know I'm from Heian and that my surname is Damon. Once they confess, Emmanuel won't be stupid. He'll guess it's me right away. The servant responded, "Bert, even if he guesses, what can he do without evidence? As long as we stick to our story and claim ignorance, nothing will happen." Danny immediately retorted, "Nothing will happen? And what if the authorities come and ask those 2 bandit leaders to identify me in person? What do I do then?" The servant suddenly found himself speechless. The servant then said, "Bert, it shouldn't come to that. With your status, why would the authorities believe the words of bandits? What if they do? What if they listen?" Danny countered. The servant fell silent, his brow furrowing slightly. At this moment, Danny, feeling increasingly agitated, resumed pacing around the room while grumbling, "It's all your fault. I told you I shouldn't show my face, that I shouldn't show my face. But you insisted I meet those 2 fools. Now look what's happened. Trouble has brewed." The servant could only keep silent, thinking to himself that if those bandits had been willing to see him, would he have needed to involve Danny? Suddenly, Danny stopped and turned to the servant, saying, "Listen, I don't care how you do it, but those 2 bandit leaders must die." Danny thought that if the bandit leaders died, there would be no evidence against him, and he'd be safe. The servant hesitated. "But Bert, they're already locked up in the county jail. How can we kill them?" "Idiot," Danny sneered. "Can't you bribe the guards and poison them?" The servant was speechless, thinking that while it sounded easy, it would be incredibly difficult to carry out. Nonetheless, while the plan was hard, it wasn't bad. With no other choice, the servant steeled himself and replied, "Bert, I will do my utmost." "Not your utmost, you must succeed." Danny growled, pointing at the servant. "If they don't die, when things come to light, I'll pin all the blame on you and make you serve the sentence for me." At this, the servant's face turned pale. He knew very well that Danny meant what he said. Moreover, with the Damon family's resources, it wouldn't be hard to make him take the fall. "Bert, rest assured, I will succeed even if I have to go through fire and water." Since wiping out Norman and Finley's gang, the road from Erikshan village to Shinjo City had become peaceful. People thought they could live in peace, But after a few days, refugees appeared near the village. However, these refugees were different from Norman and Finley's gang. They mostly brought their families, and nearly half were women and children, looking harmless. When questioned, it was revealed that a locust plague had struck some areas in the north, forcing these people to flee southward. Initially, the villagers didn't pay much attention, but later, they noticed things going missing from the village. Mostly food items like chickens, ducks, fish, leftovers, and even dried wild vegetables were being stolen. One night, villagers finally caught some thieves. As expected, they were refugees. The refugees pleaded for mercy, explaining how they hadn't eaten for days and neither had their wives and children. They emphasized their desperation. Villagers, being simple-hearted and kind, felt pity. They wanted to give them a beating as punishment, but couldn't bring themselves to do it. So, Emmanuel, the village head, Fate, and others decided to reorganize the village defense team to protect the village day and night. They also added watchtowers and built high fences in certain places to prevent refugees from sneaking in and stealing. One morning, Paula cooked breakfast and went to call Emmanuel. But after searching the house, she heard someone respond from the latrine area. Upon finding Emmanuel digging soil behind the latrine, Paula was surprised. Next to Emmanuel was a wooden bucket filled with half a bucket of soil. "Husband, what are you doing?" Paula asked curiously. Emmanuel looked up at her and smiled. "Can't you see? I'm digging." "Digging what?" Paula asked, wondering why anyone would dig behind such a smelly place. Feeling playful, Emmanuel sang humorously, "Behind the stinky latrine, digging and digging, digging white soil to." After 2 lines, Emmanuel got stuck trying to find a rhyming word. "Aislinn, wait a minute, let me think of a rhyming word." Paula couldn't help laughing at Emmanuel's comical behavior. "Husband, speak normally. What are you really doing so early in the morning?" Paula asked with a smile. Emmanuel became serious. "Aislinn, I'm collecting this white soil. You don't know, this is precious." Paula was taken aback, thinking her husband must be delusional to consider latrine soil as treasure. She reached out to touch Emmanuel's forehead, asking, "Husband, are you not feeling well?" Emmanuel quickly dodged her hand. "I'm fine. I'm making niter. These white soils are raw materials for niter." Translation notes asterisk. The names are kept in pinyin, Danny, Emmanuel, etc. The translation maintains the tone and style of the original text. Paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original format closely. Contextual adjustments ensure the storyline remains coherent with previous content. ####Chapter 145. Black Aran Powder. Extracting niter? Paula glanced at the bucket and indeed saw white substances mixed in the soil. Emmanuel nodded and explained, "Yes, we just need to mix this soil with wood ash, then repeatedly rinse it with water until all soluble components dissolve. After that, we'll boil the rinsing water." "Ah." Paula was startled. "Husband, this soil smells awful. Why do you weapons? The villagers wouldn't have suffered casualties." Additionally, with an increasing number of refugees around the village, creating black gunpowder seemed necessary for the village's safety. Should the refugees attack Eric Hill village one day, black gunpowder weapons could prove useful. An hour later, Emmanuel filled a bucket with nitrate-laden soil and headed back home contentedly. After breakfast, he called Nathan, and they began working behind the house. They worked through the afternoon, missing lunch entirely. Paula tried several times to help, but Emmanuel refused, saying he didn't want her to get stinky. Kay also came by once but ran away when she encountered them boiling sewage water and didn't return. By mid-afternoon, Emmanuel finally produced satisfactory niter. Nathan looked at the white dried crystals and asked, "Master, what use are these white things?" Emmanuel, too busy to explain, said, "Don't ask now. You'll know soon." He instructed, "Amenjiu, fetch the charcoal and sulfur I bought. I'm going to start mixing the black gunpowder." Nathan nodded and fetched the materials. Making black gunpowder required 3 ingredients: charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. While charcoal and sulfur were easy to obtain, saltpeter was hard to come by, so Emmanuel had to make it himself. As Nathan fetched the supplies, Emmanuel found a wooden basin. "Master here." Nathan soon arrived with 2 cloth bags, one containing sulfur, the other powdered charcoal. The ratio for black gunpowder was 75% saltpeter, 10% sulfur, and 15% charcoal. Emmanuel used a small bowl to mix the ingredients according to the ratio, stirring thoroughly before adding water and grinding. While grinding, Emmanuel cautioned Nathan, "Remember, never use iron tools during this step, it can be fatal." Nathan was skeptical. "Master, this can kill people?" Emmanuel grinned darkly. "You'll see its power later." Continuing to grind, Emmanuel eventually turned the mixture into a paste-like consistency. He then sifted it into small granules on a fine screen. Finally, he placed the wet granules in a cool place to dry. That night, Emmanuel made a long fuse with regular gunpowder under Paula's assistance. The process was simple. Wrap a small amount of gunpowder in paper, roll it into a strip, and compress it tightly. The next morning, Emmanuel eagerly checked the black gunpowder. It had dried overnight, much to his delight. He quickly found a small jar, filled it with black gunpowder, inserted a fuse, sealed it, and thus completed his makeshift bomb. Examining his creation, he exclaimed, "Not bad. Now we just need to test its power." After breakfast, Emmanuel took Paula, Kay, and Nathan to a remote hillside. Stopping at a relatively flat area, Emmanuel picked a half-person-sized rock as his target. First, he had Nathan dig a hole beneath the rock and buried the bomb shallowly, leaving only the fuse exposed. "Everyone, stand back," he shouted. Paula, Kay, and Nathan retreated a few steps. Emmanuel urged them to move even farther and hid them behind a tree to avoid potential injuries from flying debris. After instructing them not to move, Emmanuel returned to the fuse and struck a flint. Soon, the fuse ignited. Emmanuel sprinted toward the others, reaching them just as a massive explosion erupted from the rock. Boom! All 4 were shocked by the sudden blast. Debris flew everywhere, some landing nearby, some whizzing overhead, some striking tree trunks. The experiment was a resounding success, validating Emmanuel's efforts and demonstrating the immense power of homemade black gunpowder. Chapter 146, Mingzhu Brand Soap. The deafening explosion also startled the birds in the mountain forest. A large flock instantly took flight, whirring away into the distance. Emmanuel couldn't help but think to himself, damn, is gunpowder this powerful? Or did I use too much in that jar? Emmanuel was unable to answer these questions for now, and would have to experiment more to determine the cause. Boo. Bu. Husband. Suddenly, Emmanuel heard Paula's voice. Turning his head, he saw her pale face, still shaken from the shock, struggling to speak coherently. Don't be afraid, it's okay now, everything is fine. Emmanuel quickly held her hand and consoled her. Kay and Nathan were also struck with shock. Though Emmanuel had repeatedly told them of the immense power of gunpowder while climbing the mountain, they hadn't taken it seriously, thinking how powerful could it possibly be? Paula's hands trembled slightly as she looked at the rock area and said in a trembling voice, Husband, the black powder you created. It's terrifying. After offering a few more words of reassurance, Emmanuel then said, let's go check it out. With that, Emmanuel led Paula by the hand towards the rocks. Upon reaching the rocks, all four were immediately astonished. The bottom half of the large rock had been blasted out to create a hole the size of a watermelon, and several cracks appeared on its surface. Below the rock, the mud ground had also been exploded into a small pit, which was still emitting smoke. Emmanuel was very satisfied with the homemade bomb's power and immediately asked, Mingzhu, do you dare underestimate the power of gunpowder now? I don't dare anymore, master. Nathan shook her head immediately while touching the crack on the stone. Kay then asked, Cousin, why are you making something so frightening? What are you planning to do? Paula nodded urgently, looking at Emmanuel, sharing the same question. Emmanuel blurted out, of course, it's to protect our village. Pausing for a moment, Emmanuel said very seriously, you can see there are so many refugees outside. Almost half of our villagers are elderly, weak, women, and children. If one day those refugees rush in to rob us, without weapons with enough destructive power, how can we deal with them? The three found his argument reasonable and immediately nodded in agreement. Emmanuel suddenly said, Mingzhu, I have a task for you. What task, master? Nathan asked. Emmanuel replied, from today onward, you're responsible for collecting nitrate soil, as much as possible. Without nitrate, we can't make bombs. This is an extremely important task. Before Nathan could respond, Kay protested, Cousin, are you making a Mingzhu dig through feces soil? No way, I won't agree, absolutely not. Emmanuel smiled and said, Terry, a Mingzhu hasn't even refused yet. Why are you getting worked up? Then, Emmanuel turned to look at Nathan. Kneeling, Nathan immediately nodded and assured, Master, rest assured, I'll take care of this. I know where all the outhouses in the village are, and I will definitely dig back all that soil. At this remark, Kay instantly imagined mountains of fecal soil and couldn't stand it. Rolling her eyes, she said, Stop talking. Just imagining it makes me feel sick. Smiling, Emmanuel instructed, Mingzhu, remember. I want the soil with white substances. Don't bring anything random. Yes, master, Nathan nodded. Emmanuel added, also, the corners of walls where people often urinate will also have layers of white nitrate soil. If you see them, make sure to collect it. Kneeling again, Nathan responded promptly, Understood, master. When the time comes, I'll go door to door to gather every bit. Unable to bear it any longer, Kay turned to leave. Seeing this, Nathan hurriedly asked, Terry, where are you going? Kay, visibly upset, retorted over her shoulder, Don't talk to me, go dig your poop. I'm just extra baggage here. Saying this, Kay strode off. Nathan chased after her, asking why she suddenly got angry. However, Kay didn't say a word and stormed down the mountain angrily. Emmanuel and Paula couldn't help but laugh at the two squabbling figures walking away. Subsequently, Emmanuel extended his hand to Paula and said, Let's go back. Paula nodded, reached for Emmanuel's hand, and together they walked down the mountain happily. Upon returning home, the four discovered the Noah family carriage parked outside the courtyard. Immediately, Paula said, Husband, is it Miss Noah who has come? Uncertain, Emmanuel approached the carriage. As he walked, down came not Meadow. Then, he frowned and muttered dejectedly, Our technology has leaked. What? Kay exclaimed. Following this, she said, No way, I must tell father. With that, Kay ran toward the soap workshop. Paula and Nathan's expressions grew grave. Emmanuel asked Dawson, West, when did this happen? Dawson replied, Just this morning. Dawson explained to Emmanuel that early this morning, when Meadow arrived at the skincare specialty store, several merchants informed her that a new brand of soap called Mingzhu brand had appeared on the market. Not only was its cleaning effect identical to Peony brand, but it was also cheaper. Initially, Meadow didn't believe it, but soon someone placed a Mingzhu brand soap in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe it. The merchants told Meadow that the Peony brand soap was too expensive and hoped she would immediately lower the price, at least matching the price of Mingzhu brand. However, the pricing authority rested with Emmanuel. Therefore, Meadow found Dawson and asked him to immediately invite Emmanuel to discuss the matter in town. Without a second thought, Emmanuel hopped onto Dawson's carriage and rushed towards Xian Prefecture City. Chapter 147, Strategy to Respond. At the Shangfu specialty store, Emmanuel met Meadow inside a room. Meadow, who hadn't seen Emmanuel for days, appeared slightly uneasy but still gracefully greeted him with the respectful bow, Young Jason, it has been a while. How have you been? Emmanuel suddenly felt a sense of distance, as Meadow had never been this formal since they started collaborating, reverting back to their initial demeanor. Emmanuel understood why this was happening and empathized with Meadow's feelings. Miss Noah, Emmanuel respectfully returned the greeting with a bow. Meadow turned to Shelley and said, Shelley, please stand guard outside and ensure no one disturbs us. Shelley nodded in agreement and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. In the next moment, only Emmanuel and Meadow remained in the room. After Meadow invited Emmanuel to sit down and took a seat opposite him, she directly addressed the matter at hand. Young Jason, what are your thoughts on the Pearl brand soap issue? On his way here, Dawson had already briefed Emmanuel on the situation with Pearl brand soap. It had just hit the market in recent days, first appearing in Heian County, followed by Kaisian County and Fuchun County, with Xinzhou County being the last. The current market price for Pearl brand soap was 5 guan per bar, 3 guan cheaper than Peony brand. With similar effects and weight, Pearl brand immediately demonstrated strong market competitiveness, leading Meadow to feel threatened and necessitating this meeting. Emmanuel pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Miss Noah, let me be straightforward. Aside from reducing our prices, there is no other way to counter Pearl brand. Since learning about Pearl brand, Meadow had been contemplating strategies, and Emmanuel's suggestion aligned with her own thoughts. So, young Jason, how much should we reduce the price? Should we match the price of Pearl brand? Meadow asked. No, we must go lower than Pearl brand. Emmanuel shook his head. How much lower? Meadow inquired again. Emmanuel thought for a moment and suggested, what if, no matter what price Pearl brand sells for, we always sell Peony brand for 100 when less, until we can't lower it anymore? Hearing this, Meadow was taken aback. Emmanuel quickly added, not only that, we need to launch various promotional activities like buy more, get more freebies, or special discount bundles and so on. While Meadow understood the concept of buy more, get more, the idea of a special discount bundle confused her. Emmanuel explained, a special discount bundle is actually a set. It includes not only soap and fragrant soap but also gifts like soap dishes, towels, scented sachets, etc. In short, it's designed to offer exceptional value. He then gave an example. Suppose we package 3 bars of soap, 1 bar of fragrant soap, a soap dish, a towel, and a scented sachet into a bundle priced at 12 guan. Do you think people would eagerly purchase it? Surprised, Meadow responded, young Jason, selling so much for just 12 guan. Will we still make a profit? Emmanuel thought Meadow didn't realize how low the production cost of soap was. Even at 12 guan, there would still be a good profit. However, he wasn't ready to reveal the actual cost of soap to Meadow yet, so he adopted a helpless expression and said, Miss Noah, even if we don't earn much, or even take a small loss, we must do this. We cannot allow Pearl brand to rapidly capture the market. Peony brand is the leader in the soap industry, Emmanuel declared. Meadow slowly nodded, acknowledging that Emmanuel made sense. But young Jason, as far as I know, Pearl brand only offers regular soap, not fragrant soap. Is it really necessary to include fragrant soap in the bundle? Meadow questioned. Meadow, I understand your thinking. You believe that without competitors for fragrant soap, we don't need to reduce prices, correct? Emmanuel asked, and Meadow nodded. Emmanuel continued, Miss Noah, based on my judgment, Pearl brand will soon introduce fragrant soap. They haven't done so yet, because they may not be entirely satisfied with their fragrance formulation. This belief stemmed from the fact that the family had long controlled the formula for the fragrances used in fragrant soap, and outsiders couldn't easily replicate it. Formulating a pleasant and lasting scent required considerable time. Therefore, Miss Noah, we must include fragrant soap in our bundles before Pearl brand does. This will leverage our existing advantage to rapidly increase sales and expand our market share, Emmanuel advised. To be honest, Meadow wasn't entirely convinced by such a significant price reduction, but who could refuse Emmanuel? After careful consideration, Meadow ultimately agreed to follow Emmanuel's advice. Seeing a hint of worry in Meadow's eyes, Emmanuel reassured her, Miss Noah, even if soap and fragrant soap don't bring as much profit in the future, I can find other ways to earn money. All you need to do is trust me unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Meadow couldn't help but turn to look at Emmanuel, feeling a surge of security. Emmanuel, looking intently at Meadow, firmly nodded, hoping to boost her confidence. But Meadow quickly turned away, blushing slightly. Emmanuel, feeling somewhat awkward, stood up and said, Miss Noah, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Emmanuel prepared to depart. Seeing Emmanuel about to leave, Meadow hurriedly stood up, feeling secretly anxious. It was strange. After not seeing Emmanuel for several days, Meadow hadn't missed him particularly. Yet today, upon meeting him, she felt a sudden sense of reluctance to part. Young Jason. Just as Emmanuel reached the door, he heard Meadow's voice. Emmanuel turned around to face her. Meadow avoided making eye contact, nervously asking, Are you fully recovered from your injury? Emmanuel shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Miss Noah. I'm fine now. It was just a minor wound that has started to scab over. Meadow blushed lightly, nodding, That's good. Emmanuel bowed in farewell once more and left the room. Meadow hesitated about following him, but ultimately did not move. After leaving the Xiangfu specialty store, Emmanuel did not ask the Noah family carriage to take him back to the village right away. Instead, he headed to the market. There, he bought several bags of sulfur and charcoal, as well as 2 large baskets of small clay jars. These jars were slightly smaller than those used for earth bombs, roughly the size of an adult man's fist plus a little extra. Emmanuel planned to use these jars to make grenade-like devices, which could serve as secret weapons if needed in the future. Translation provided aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Hashtag chapter 148. More important matters await us. The moment Emmanuel returned to the ancient village, Xander and Kay found him and brought up the matter of the soap formula leak. Paula, Nathan, and Rolf were also present, clearly concerned about the situation. Emmanuel said, Everyone, don't be so downcast. Didn't I already tell you? Making soap is too simple. This technology would eventually leak out. It's just a matter of time. Xander frowned. You're right. But I thought we'd have at least a year or 2. I didn't expect it to happen in just a few months. Sigh. Kay interjected, Elder brother, we can't just let this go. We need to find out who leaked. Not wanting the conversation to veer off course, Emmanuel clapped his hands to interrupt. Everyone, listen to me first. The room quietened down. Emmanuel spoke earnestly. In my opinion, this case will be very difficult to solve. For one, there are too many people in the workshop, and everyone except us could be suspects. Secondly, finding evidence will be tough. Who do we believe, and who should we doubt? We won't be able to tell. If we keep investigating without results, it will affect relationships and the production efficiency of our workshop. Emmanuel believed that the leak was already a fact. Even if they found the leaker after much effort, it wouldn't change the current situation. Darling, are you saying we stop investigating? Asked Paula. Emmanuel nodded firmly. Yes, stop it. There are more important things waiting for us to do. Xander asked anxiously. What things? The others were equally curious, their gazes focused on Emmanuel. Emmanuel said seriously, we must quickly capture the mid to low-end consumer market and not let the Mingzhu brand take the lead. Xander didn't quite understand, so he asked, what do you mean by mid to low-end market? Kay explained, Papa, those who buy our soaps now are wealthy families. This is called the high-end market. The mid to low-end market refers to less affluent ordinary households. Elder brother means we need to quickly as long as they worked diligently. Kay and Paula enlisted Michelle and a few other women to set up a table in the village square, shouting out invitations for people to sign up if they wish to work at the soap workshop. As word spread, villagers flocked to the square, eagerly signing up, especially those who missed out last time. They were now exceptionally proactive. Fortunately, Michelle and the other robust women were there to help manage the crowd, or else Kay and Paula would have been overwhelmed. Within an hour, the registration list was filled with names, as if the whole village had signed up. Xander and his son were efficient, negotiating with over 20 carpenters to start work in the village within 2 days. 2 days later, the workshop expansion began, bringing a flurry of activity to the village. With more workers and higher wages, everyone labored enthusiastically, completing nearly half the expansion in just 3 days. Despite everyone being busy, Emmanuel had some spare time since physical labor wasn't required of him. He just needed to occasionally check on the progress and quality of the construction. Thus, Emmanuel and Nathan spent their mornings collecting nitrate-rich soil around the village and then produced niter at home, keeping themselves occupied. Chapter 149. Expansion completed. A few days later, almost all the nitrate soil in the village had been dug up by Emmanuel and Nathan. The villagers were very puzzled by Emmanuel's actions of digging up fecal soil all over the village. But given Emmanuel's status as the owner, no one dared to question him directly. Instead, rumors started spreading behind his back that Emmanuel had peculiar preferences and enjoyed smelling excrement. Some even exaggeratedly claimed that Emmanuel liked drinking water boiled with fecal soil. Upon hearing these rumors, Emmanuel could not help but laugh bitterly, but he was not angry and ignored them, continuing his daily routine of making jar bombs with enthusiasm. Several days later, the expansion of the soap workshop was finally completed. The expanded workshop was more than twice its original size. At Emmanuel's request, the workshop was divided into different areas based on the steps involved in soap making. Each step had its own dedicated area so that once one process was completed, it could immediately move on to the next. Emmanuel also announced that they would no longer purchase wood ash from the villagers, but would produce it uniformly within the workshop. As a modern man, Emmanuel also paid special attention to production safety. Regardless of day or night, there were always people on duty patrolling the workshop to prevent fires and thefts. The newly recruited villagers soon mastered their tasks after a period of soil in the village had been excavated, but Emmanuel had only managed to make about 40 jar bombs using the nitrate produced. It wasn't that Emmanuel thought 40 bombs were too few, but he didn't want to run out of supplies when needed. Therefore, he wanted to stock up on raw materials to ensure he always had enough on hand. However, despite searching all over Xinzhou City, Emmanuel couldn't find any niter ore, leaving him quite frustrated. He had no choice but to look for alternative solutions. One morning, Emmanuel, Paula, Kay, and Nathan were having breakfast and chatting idly when a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Soon, an elderly woman dragged a man into the house. Emmanuel did not recognize the old woman, but he recognized the man she dragged in as one of the workers from the workshop, though he couldn't recall his name. As soon as they entered, the elderly woman shouted at the man, "Kneel!" The man obeyed immediately, kneeling down and lowering his head in silence. Emmanuel and the others were stunned, looking at each other in confusion, wondering what was going on. Then, the elderly woman also knelt down, saying apologetically, "Baker, we have wronged you." Seeing the elderly woman kneel, Emmanuel quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, helping her up. "Auntie, what are you doing? What happened? Take your time and explain." The elderly woman pointed angrily at the man beside her and said, "Baker, it's this ungrateful son of mine. He revealed the soap formula to Ambrose." Emmanuel was shocked and immediately looked at the man kneeling on the ground. "Tell the formula instead." Kay grew angrier and immediately suggested, "Cousin, there's nothing more to say. We should report him to the authorities." Hearing this, Gordon's mother panicked, collapsing to her knees again and pleading through tears, "Please don't. His father died when he was young. I only have this one son. If he goes to prison, I won't be able to survive." She then hurriedly took out the half-silver ingot from her chest and placed it on the ground. "Baker, this is the money Ambrose gave my son. He didn't dare spend it and has already realized his mistake." She continued, "Baker, it's all my son's fault. You can hit him or scold him however you like, but please don't report him to the authorities. Please, show mercy to this old woman." Saying this, she began banging her head on the floor, sobbing continuously, appearing pitiful. Gordon also prostrated himself on the ground, crying loudly and repeatedly expressing his regret for listening to Ambrose. The cries were so loud that Emmanuel frowned deeply and said sternly, "If you cry again, I will immediately send him to the authorities." The moment he spoke, the room fell silent as Gordon and his mother forcibly stifled their sobs. Chapter 150. Let bygones be bygones. Emmanuel frowned and scrutinized the mother and son for a while before finally speaking. "I won't report you to the authorities, but you must leave the village and never return." Gordon's mother nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Yes, Jason, rest assured, we'll leave immediately and will never come back." Gordon also nodded eagerly. Emmanuel added, "Moreover, you must go to the Ilias and explain everything. Amenju, please accompany them to meet the Ilias." "Yes, master," Nathan replied. Immediately after, Emmanuel waved his hand. You may leave now. I still have breakfast to finish. As soon as he finished speaking, Gordon's mother pulled her son up, and they left amidst repeated gratitude. Nathan hadn't finished her breakfast, so she quickly drank the porridge in her bowl and grabbed 2 steamed buns before running out. The moment they left, Kay asked in confusion, Cousin, are you really letting them go like that? Emmanuel returned to the table, picked up his chopsticks and said, What else could I do? They're a widow and an orphan. Should I push them to their death? Kay pouted, unconvinced. But this way, it seems too easy on them. Emmanuel sighed softly. Terry, his son is not a vicious person. He was merely misled by Ambrose and made a mistake. We should be lenient where we can. No need to be so ruthless. Paula also agreed with Emmanuel and nodded immediately. That's right, Terry. The one who truly deserves punishment is Ambrose. If it were him, husband wouldn't be so lenient. She glanced at Emmanuel, who nodded and continued eating. Paula then added, Besides, husband didn't intend to investigate this matter initially. If it weren't for Gordon's mother bringing her son forward, we might never have known the truth. Kay thought about it and realized that if Gordon and his mother had kept it hidden and Ambrose hadn't shown up, the truth would have remained unknown. Fine. Since you both say so, I'll let them go, Kay conceded. About the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Nathan returned. Nathan told Emmanuel and the others that the Ilias was furious upon learning about the situation. Not only did he scold the mother and son harshly, but he almost resorted to physical violence, luckily stopped by his wife. The Ilias felt that the penalty imposed by Emmanuel was too lenient. He insisted that Gordon parade through the village as an example, making sure everyone knew what he had done. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to leave the village. Emmanuel understood the Ilias' actions since Gordon was one of the first workshop assistants recommended by the chief, someone he trusted greatly. Now, Gordon had betrayed that trust by leaking the formula. Soon, the sound of gongs echoed from the village square, indicating something significant had happened. Kay immediately dragged Paula to see what was going on. Soon, they returned. Kay informed Emmanuel that the Ilias was parading Gordon around the village, equally effective as peony brand soap, giving it strong market competitiveness. However, this success was short-lived. After the skincare specialty store launched its special discount package, sales of Jade Pearl soap plummeted drastically. Currently, Barack's workshop warehouse was filled with unsold soap. Inside the room, Barack was reviewing sales reports from various counties. Seeing the daily declining sales figures, he was increasingly troubled. Finally, he slammed the ledger shut and shouted, Get Mr. Lee here. Soon, a middle-aged man entered. Master, you summoned me? Barack waved the ledger angrily. Mr. Lee, why are our sales falling day by day? Explain yourself. Mr. Lee explained, Master, you haven't been here lately. Peony brand has matched us, always selling at a price 100 cash coins lower than ours. What? Barack was unaware of this, despite being the owner, as he